snowfall across parts of the I-95 corridor that are most densely populated. It's not just the snow, which the numbers on the snow are going to be huge. We're talking about very realistically seeing 20 inches of snow in New York City. But this is a nor'easter, and there's also going to be intense winds. So it's not like it's going to be a fun, fluffy, quiet, peaceful snowfall. This wind is going to be blowing the snow all around. This is what the live radar looks like right now. And you'll notice there's a good amount of rain as you get further south. So across the Carolinas, you see some of that rain switching over to snow as you get closer towards D.C., but as expected, D.C. and Philly starting with some raindrops. And you may feel a couple of raindrops outside as you're walking around in New York City, but that snow is right on the doorstep, and we'll see that switch over eventually. And we can't show this graphic enough. So this is what really shows you the magnitude and the size and the scope of this blizzard that's coming our way. Just the fact that winter storm watches and winter storm warnings are in this area would be a huge deal. However, it's this orange that really indicates how serious of a threat this storm is, all the way from Maryland and right up through Philly, New York, and up into Boston. That's where we've got a blizzard warning. And those aren't just issued all the time, right? It's been a while since we've seen one of these in New York City. Matter of fact, it's been nearly a decade. So we're talking about Georgetown, Atlantic City, all of New Jersey. That includes Trenton as well. All 5 boroughs of New York, New Haven, up to Nantucket and Boston. So this morning, still a few hours to get out and do what you need to do before the big show begins. I think even by 1 o'clock, even though there will be some snow flying in New York and maybe even Philly, it's not going to be terrible quite yet. But as this storm really then gains strength off the coast, that wind really starts to shift out of the north and east. And by 8 o'clock, it's all really downhill from there. Overnight into Monday morning, it is going to be an absolute mess out there. Travel will be difficult, if not impossible. And all day long, Monday is going to be an absolute nightmare in terms of travel. It's definitely time to hunker down and look at how big these snowfall totals could potentially be. I mean, we're talking about 24 to 36 inches of snow. Once again, it looks like, Michael, Boston is the bullseye, and they've been the bullseye already this winter season, and that's saying something because that last time they were in the bullseye, they had astronomical numbers. This time, they could see even higher numbers.
Yeah, Nick, it's so impressive. You know, you talk about astronomical numbers, and obviously we're coming to you live not just on Fox Weather and Fox Business, but also we are streaming live on YouTube. And one of our YouTube friends, Jack, thank you so much for dialing in with us. He's out of Westchester, and he wants to know, how much snow am I going to get? At this point, Jack, we're expecting between 18 to 22 inches in Westchester for you and your family, and it will come with blizzard-like conditions. So, Jack and everyone else, what's a blizzard, and what does that mean to you? Well, here's what a blizzard can look like at times, but here's what the actual definition is. It's 35-mile-per-hour winds sustained over about 3+ hours, and it reduces visibilities down to 1/4 of a mile or less. So driving becomes very difficult. Here on Fox Weather, we have an exclusive product for you, which will show you when we near or we're at blizzard-like conditions. At this point, you look at the map just to the left side of the screen here. We'll zoom in on some areas. Further toward the south, obviously, it's all rain, but I did want to focus in on this Raleigh-Durham toward Norfolk. You'll see some rain, along with some thunder. I mentioned the thunder component because the National Weather Service and a lot of our forecast models are projecting as our system strengthens along the East Coast, we're expecting to hear thunder and actually see big, bright flashes of lightning at times later on this afternoon into this evening with snow. So thunder snow is in the forecast. Washington, D.C. right now, what you're seeing is a cold rain. Same sort of story up toward Philadelphia, perhaps mixing with a few snowflakes from time to time. New York, I just checked our observations. It's overcast right now. All of this green, which represents rain way up in the clouds in the atmosphere is not making it to the ground just yet, but this is going to help to saturate the atmosphere. You think about turning on a faucet, right, and you let that faucet water leak onto a sponge. That's kind of what you're seeing here. The faucet is on, but the sponge, the clouds are still holding on to that moisture, so it's not leaking down and through the sponge just yet making it to the ground. Fancy term, we call that virga. Here's what it looks like big picture once again. Our system going to continue to wind up the East Coast, and again, as it does so, it is going to bring some serious winds. Let me pause the clock for you. Overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, New York City, all 5 boroughs, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts banging up against your front and back door. Montauk, that's the eastern edge of Long Island, 60+ mile per hour winds. Here's where the nor'easter is. It continues to scream up the coast. Boston, toward Boston Logan. Can you imagine by 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, you're pretending to fly, right? I think that the airport by that point is basically going to be shut down. But if you do have any flights, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds when you're trying to land or take off creates extreme turbulence that you'll be running into. So again, I don't think that we're going to see many flights leave the East Coast tomorrow morning. It really won't be until tomorrow evening after they clear the snow from the runways that we'll be able to actually take off. Real quick, check that out. Montauk, yes, that's not a typo. Says 70 mile per hour wind gusts are going to be possible. So again, a big system that we're going to continue to track for you, and the impacts of blowing snow also will be significant as well. So we talk about what's going on specifically in the different cities, right? We gave you kind of a regional perspective. Well, Nick, it's not going to be a cakewalk for friends and family in NYC by any stretch of the imagination, right?
Not at all. I figured we'd start here in New York City.
Yeah.
It is the biggest city in the United States and certainly the biggest on the East Coast by default.
Yeah.
And look at that, already a little bit of rain trying to show up here into the Big Apple. We expected this, so maybe some rain switching over to snow eventually as we get going into mid-morning. And then beyond that, once it switches over to all snow, it's going to stay that way. And all of these impacts then kick into high gear. So are we going to see heavy snow Sunday night, tonight through tomorrow? Yes. Are we going to see gusty winds? Yes. Are there going to be big travel impacts? Absolutely. Will visibility be limited? Absolutely. So all of that is on the board. And like we were saying, the National Weather Service here in New York is explicitly now calling for 20 inches of snow. We've got it pegged between 18 to 24. So we may actually see more than 20 inches of snow, which is, of course, almost 2 feet of snow right in the center of the universe, essentially. Out on Long Island, same scenario. You get further south, Long Branch, same thing. Then you get towards the west. Clinton is going for about a foot to a foot and a half or so, no matter how you slice it. Heavy, wet snow is coming into really all 5 boroughs of New York, up into Westchester, so White Plains certainly included in that, and then back off as you get further west and further inland. And then on top of all that, that wind is really going to be rocking and rolling. And as you focus in on Long Island here, you see that wind coming in out of the north and east, and that's going to bulldoze a bunch of water up on the north shore of Long Island as well. So coastal flooding is a concern. If you typically park your car outside, maybe near the water, move it. You don't want it to get inundated with water. Look at that. Tomorrow morning, 5 a.m., 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, and the entire view is covered up in snow. So while that heavy snow is coming down, we're getting 60 mile per hour winds on top of that. It's going to be chaotic out there, and that's why visibility is going to be so low. This is Monday night, right around 9 o'clock. You notice the snow is gone across New York City. The wind is still going, so maybe blowing and drifting could still become a concern. And just in terms of the wind component of this, we were talking about this yesterday. Even if there wasn't any snow, this would still be a big event based on the fact that the winds are just going to be absolutely howling out there. Peak wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour for a prolonged period of time is a big deal on its own. You mix in 20 inches of snow on top of that, Michael, it's a huge deal. It's possibly a historic deal.
Oh, big time, Nick. And, with those type of winds, what they're calling for is literally prolonged power outages is what the National Weather Service is saying. So it's not just like my power flickers for 2 minutes and then it comes right back on and we're hunky-dory. We're like out of power for multiple days possible in some spots because of the weight, the gravity, the intensity of not just the winds, but the snow as well. So again, we have over 15 states being impacted. Again, the entire state of New Jersey right here is under a blizzard warning, meaning that blizzard conditions are going to be expected not just later on this afternoon and this evening, but overnight into early tomorrow morning, with over 75 million Americans experiencing not just the snow, but perhaps even upwards of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts on top of coastal erosion concerns. This is a big system. This is a big storm. We will be on top of it every step of the way for you before, during, and after. Keep in mind that we will be interviewing and speaking with the New York City Mayor, Zoran Mamdani. We will also be checking in with multiple of our reporters and field crews stationed all across the East Coast of the United States. Again, we'll be checking in with the mayor coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Back with more right after this.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. That sedentary inactivity is terrible for your health. It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Power-assisted exercise that frees your mind to enjoy your favorite seated activities. Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Plug it in, place your feet, select your speed, and relax. Ellipse does all the work. Loosen stiff joints and tight muscles, reduce swelling, alleviate cramps, and calm restless legs.
Ellipse is so smooth, so easy on my joints. My legs are stronger, my joints are no longer stiff. I can walk without pain. My mobility is as good as it was 20 years ago.
Other seated exercises produce harsh, jarring movement, but Ellipse's 46% larger rotational diameter provides more exercise plus ultra-smooth motion that's safe, super low impact, and feels great. Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Be one of the first 300 callers and get upgraded to the Ellipse Deluxe Bundle, a $100 value. Yours free. Get the faster motor that produces more than 5 miles worth of steps per hour, the non-slip mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4381.
Good morning. We are back now on Fox Weather Command Weekend. Listen, you need to make sure that you phone a friend if they are not familiar with kind of the landscape and the happenings along the East Coast. Tell them, listen, the blizzard of 2026 is here, and it starts this afternoon into this evening with extreme impacts across the Northeast. We've got live team coverage across the Northeast. We're going to be with you 24/7 from this point forward as we track out this historic storm. You can see we have Haley Meyer here in New York. We also have Katie Byrne in Asbury Park, New Jersey, along with Bob Van Dillen and Mike Seidel. Melanie Black, who will be joining in just a moment, is live for us in Boston. You can always download the Fox Weather app or stream it for free, even if you lose power. We want to head immediately to one of the highest impacted areas that we're expecting, which is going to be in Boston, Massachusetts. That's where we find Fox Weather's very own Melanie Black. And Melanie, you know, from where you are in your perspective, those snow totals from the moment you got to Boston to the moment that you were in right now, the forecast has ever so slightly adjusted, but upwards where you're at.
Yeah, we've just increased our snow totals since I arrived here. It's really going to be what we'd call a jackpot zone in terms of snow totals. Some of the highest amounts, 18 to 24 inches, Boston down to Providence and across other parts of southeast Mass. But there's also this area where some heavier bands could set up, and that's where you might pick up a little bit more than 2 feet of snow. Either way, 1 to 2 feet of a heavy, wet snow consistency is going to fall across Massachusetts. And when you couple that in with some very strong wind, anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour, this is going to lead to some power outages. So today is the day to start prepping in case you do go without power. We do highlight that as a likelihood across areas of southeast Mass. So as we take a look at radar, our storm off the Carolina coast is expected to amplify today as it undergoes bombogenesis, and we'll start to feel the impacts along the I-95 corridor going through later on today, especially once we get through this evening and tonight. That's when we expect for that snow to really start to accumulate. But the peak of this event is going to happen tonight into tomorrow morning. That's when things will really start to ramp up. We're going to have some of our heaviest snowfall rates. Some of the highest could be anywhere from 2 to 4 inches, and that is likely going to overwhelm the roads and what crews are doing to work to clear the roads. Life-threatening or treacherous travel is really what the National Weather Service is highlighting, especially through the peak of the event, when not only do we have that snow falling, but we also have some of the strongest winds that are going to pick up in intensity overnight into tomorrow morning, and that is going to lead to the threat for blizzard conditions. In fact, we have, as of this hour, more than 35 million Americans that are under some form of blizzard warnings, all the way from Maryland, all the way north to points like Boston. So it is a true threat that we are watching for. In fact, in the Boston area, we could continue to see more moderate to heavy snowfall through the afternoon come tomorrow. While areas down across the tri-state were clearing things out as the storm continues to push off to the northeast, it's Boston that's going to hold on to some of that heaviest snow longer. I was looking at some of the models this morning and the probabilities that you could have 2 to 3 inches of snow falling per hour were very high across parts of southeast Mass. So this is going to be a day that you do not want to travel come tomorrow. As we get into Tuesday, the storm is going to continue to exit off to the northeast over the Canadian Maritimes, and then we'll start to do our storm cleanup in terms of snow removal, as well as the threat for any tree limbs that came down or trees that did come down, because we do expect some big time impacts to power. When you have this heavy wet snow, it is just a tremendous amount of weight on those power lines that could weigh them down, and that's coupled with really strong wind gusts near 70 miles per hour. Now, later on this morning, Mayor Michelle Wu is going to hold a press conference. We have that at 10:30. So at that point, Michael, I think we'll get more of an update on the city's plans and what they are considering. I know already there's been a handful of school districts in and around Massachusetts that are canceled. I would expect Boston Public Schools, the state's largest school district, will cancel class as well. And we'll see what the plan is for MassDOT to work to clear the roads this week. Back to you.
Yeah, Melanie, my goodness, so many going to be impacted where you are in Boston toward Boston Logan, where of course flights are already being canceled and delayed. By the way, an update, both JFK and LaGuardia in New York seeing over 50% of all flights being disrupted as we speak, with over 30% of flights being disrupted out of Newark Liberty International Airport. So big system already having its impacts. Melanie, we'll check back in with you in Boston here in just a few minutes. Nick, my goodness, what a big storm already.
I mean, we're definitely not the boy who cried wolf on this one, right? We are now moments away, really hours away from the onset of this thing, and all signs are pointing towards a huge event, none bigger than what's going to happen right here in New York City. Is this blizzard going to cripple travel at airports, on the roads, through New York, and really up and down the East Coast from Delaware up to Massachusetts. I-95 is just going to be rough, Michael.
Yeah, it's so interesting, Nick, that you say that because, as you know, I tend to be a more conservative forecaster. We had a morning discussion with, meteorologists and producers and all, and I'm always the one that kind of lowballs things. And I think on the lowest of ends and lowest of thresholds that New York City picks up 12 to 13 inches of snow on the low end.
I know. Whenever, as meteorologists, we produce these snowfall graphics,
right.
I think a lot of people's eyes immediately go to the high end. And
right.
It's easy to do that.
Yeah, you have 24 inches, you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. So, for example, when you see a swath for 1 to 3 inches, really everybody's kind of hoping or seeing that 3 inches, but there's always the low end of the threshold that
right.
can very feasibly happen. Even the low end of this threshold is huge.
It's still high.
It's crippling, right?
Yeah.
So no matter what, it's going to be a high impact.
And and that's the reason why I wanted to mention that, because even in our more conservative forecast models and more of our conservative guidance, it's still a lot of snow. It's 12 to 13 inches for New York City. And again, that's the low end. The highest of ends are showing the 20 to 24 inches of snow possible in the zone surrounding New York, let alone Boston, where 18 to 24 inches of snow is possible there. Timeline looks like this. Through this morning, we start to fill in along the East Coast with not just rain, starting to mix with some sleet and eventually snow, especially south of Philly. I think that north of Philadelphia, we may see a brief transition from rain, but immediately changing over to snow fairly quickly. In New York City, cold air rushes in behind it. By this evening, 4, 5, 6 p.m., it is all snow from D.C. to Philly, New York, up to Boston. And this is when we're in it.
Yeah.
And, Nick, I think that we hang on to snow from, generally speaking, lunchtime today through about noon tomorrow. It's at least 24 hours, if not a little beyond that.
Yeah. The blizzard warning is issued it went into effect at 6 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
It's running all the way through tomorrow, 6 p.m.
Right.
And sometimes they'll put a buffer zone on either side, but I think during those hours, and really on the onset of this thing here in New York, you've got a couple more hours to go. Mm-hmm. But that snow starts soon, and like you said, those jackpot hours are going to be right around dinner time.
Yeah, again, you can see right there is where these jackpot zones are, and they keep getting filled in. So, yeah, 24 to, up to 24 inches of snow possible in some spots.
Unbelievable stuff. It's all getting started as we speak. This blizzard going to be one of the worst snowstorms in history, likely here across the Northeast. And Fox Weather is fully deployed across the I-95 corridor. Visibility is going to be going down here very shortly. I mean, there may be some raindrops falling out there in New York City right now. No snow, but from 4 miles out to dropping steadily to about 1 mile out in the Big Apple. And at that time we were just talking about around dinner time, 4, 5, 6 o'clock tonight, I would not be surprised if visibility drops down to 1/4 of a mile and stays there or goes even further down through the overnight and into early tomorrow morning. I-95, D.C. to Boston, forget about it. If you need to do anything, do it now. I'm telling you, the earlier you get out of the house, the better. Maybe watch Fox Weather on your phone or just listen to it as you're doing what you need to do. But yeah, look at that. D.C., Baltimore, Philly, New York, Boston, huge cities, the biggest across the East Coast today, going to be absolutely wrecked as we go throughout the time of this afternoon and evening. And then for tomorrow, same thing. Only we're actually going to have a lot of accumulating snow on the ground that's going to be accumulating all night, overnight, and then into tomorrow morning as the sun comes up. So poor conditions really going to be lingering. Meanwhile, tomorrow, if you're trying to catch a flight, if you have a flight planned, I'm just going to tell you flat out, it's going to be almost impossible for any travel to be taking place at any one of these airports, even early in the morning, I think. A lot of times you can circumvent delays or cancellations by trying to catch the first flight out. I even think at that point tomorrow morning, after hours and hours and hours of snow and really the wind, too, the wind is an issue, it's going to be tough to do anything out of these airports. Afternoon, same thing, and just keep that in mind. Pack a lot of patience. You're absolutely going to need it. This is going to be clearing from kind of southwest to northeast as we go throughout the day on Monday. By Tuesday, it's all gone, but we're going to be dealing with its aftermath and just some driving safety tips for you to brush up on. By the way, I'm monitoring the Fox Weather live stream on YouTube and on TikTok. So if you have any questions, post them in there. Michael and I will get you some answers.
Do our best, that's for sure. 376 flight cancellations out of Boston Logan right now, by the way.
Already?
Already.
Oh my gosh. Fox Weather fully deployed across the I-95 corridor, delivering live nonstop team coverage as this historic storm begins to unfold. Stay with us. We'll provide you with 24/7 updates. More Fox Weather after the break.
Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see.
We're your Winter Storm HQ, Fox Weather, for all seasons, for all America.
Morning, we are back now on Fox Weather on the Fox Business Network and, of course, streaming on YouTube as well. Hey, listen, so rain has officially been reported in Jersey City. That is right here across the Hudson River from New York. So things start off as a cold, light rain, quickly then transitioning on over to snow. So things are already starting to heat up in parts of New York City, where you'll remember that the last blizzard that we had was, get this, 3,266 days ago, right? That was back in March 2017. Blizzard warnings in effect for good reason. 18 to 24 inches of snow is possible in New York City. Note, too, that stretches through Long Island. It stretches down the Jersey Shore, where 18 to 24 plus inches could be seen. That is going to lead to major, major crippling impacts. That doesn't even take into account the wind element. Watch these winds. These are wind speeds right here. This is through lunchtime today, but what happens in the afternoon, we pick those winds up 30 to 40 miles per hour around 6 p.m. And look what happens tomorrow. Those winds are screaming by midnight. 40 to 50 and up to 60 mile per hour winds with a heavy, wet, dense snow by tomorrow morning. I think tomorrow morning, plan on school being canceled for the kids. If you can work from home, plan on doing so because you'll want to stay off those roads. Things don't clear until late in the evening. But again, by the time everything is said and done, some spots perhaps upwards of 70 mile per hour wind gusts.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under -50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
All right, welcome back to Fox Weather. I'm meteorologist Nick Koser. A historic blizzard set to cripple the Northeast today. There's actually an interesting theme when it comes to major blizzards in general. They seem to happen every decade in the year ending in the number 6. And we've seen once-in-a-decade blizzards in 96, 2006, 2016, and another is set for this year, unfolding here in the next couple of hours. Let's go back in time and revisit some of these storms. I was just talking about this in the commercial break with a local here. In January of 1996, a powerful blizzard slammed the East Coast with up to 4 feet of snow over a 3-day stretch. So it just kept snowing sun up to sundown for 3 straight days. It paralyzed the region with wind gusts over 50 miles an hour and snow drifts up to 8 feet high. It's recognized as one of the most intense blizzards in recorded history. 10 years after that, fast forward a decade later into 2006, another strong blizzard hit the region. This time, it was a February storm, but the impacts were damaging from Virginia all the way up to Maine. Major cities like Baltimore to Boston got at least a foot of snow, and New York City got nailed with 26.9 inches, so over 2 feet. At the time, this was the most snow New York ever got hit with during a single storm. I should say the most snow New York City ever got hit with during a single storm. That record stood until 10 years later, 2016, when yet another blizzard slammed the Northeast. So the Big Apple got hit with a new record of 27.5 inches. But they weren't the only ones who got slammed. That blizzard became known as Snowzilla, producing up to 3 feet of snow in some spots. And it's pretty crazy how this has been happening every 10 years, like clockwork, going all the way back to the 90s, Michael. I don't know what it is, if it's a coincidence, if there's something in the water, quite literally. But here we are again, staring down possibly our blizzard of this decade's 6.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking to myself, it was Snowzilla last time. What would today's, coin phrase be?
Online, I was seeing snowpocalypse. Saw a lot of that. Snowmageddon. Those are always popular.
Right.
But Snowzilla is pretty good.
I would agree.
That's pretty creative.
I would agree, especially if, again, here in New York City, although some of our forecast models that are a little more conservative are saying about 12 to 13 at the conservative end. On the highest of ends, first off, the National Weather Service just put out a statement that explicitly said 20 inches of snow for New York City. Some of our forecast models actually pushing closer to 24 inches of snow. So at that point, Snowmageddon, Snowpocalypse, Snowzilla.
It would need a name.
It would be a thing.
It would need a name. Yeah, we just said the highest total ever was 27.5 inches. We don't have anything forecasted for that, but I mean, we're close. The fact that we're just a couple of inches away from that possibly is really saying something.
Yeah, this could be historic, and for so many reasons, and so many, for so many folks as well. And this powerful nor'easter, by the way, the winds have to be discussed here, Nick, because, our forecast models, again, suggesting 50, 60, even 70 mile per hour wind gusts at times.
Yeah, and I wouldn't actually be surprised if we get maybe something in the 80 mile per hour range as you get up there towards the Cape. And that's when you have to think about coastal flooding. You almost have to think about this like a summertime tropical system as the water comes into play. So as that wind whips around the Northeast and it starts hammering places like the North Shore of Long Island and the North Shore of the Cape, all that water can only go where the land is, and then it starts riding up and over the land, and that's why we expect inundation of possibly 2 to 3 feet above normal water levels. And that's concerning. If you have a business that's flooded before under those circumstances, here we go again, just the winter version of it.
Absolutely, and there it is for you. You can see it clear as day. Montauk, that's the eastern end of Long Island. It says 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and that's the reason why flood warnings and coastal flood advisories have been posted. And it's not just that, it's also the inland rivers that we have, so watch out. You can see where Rehoboth Beach is in Delaware, and of course along the Jersey Shore, where we could be talking about moderate to major flooding possible. You look at the wave heights right now, and the forecasted wave heights. And Nick, check this out. Toward Atlantic City, New Jersey, and the Jersey Shore, that red coloring and that oranges, that's 9 to 12, perhaps even 12 to 15 foot waves. And then if you're on a boat toward Boston, Logan, I mean, that's
threatening.
That's 18 to 24 foot waves.
Yeah, that's incredible. So that's why beach erosion also comes into play. It's not just the coastal flooding, it's the beach erosion, which we've seen a lot. We know what that can do, especially as you look down towards the Outer Banks of North Carolina, where so much damage and devastation has happened because of this very thing.
Yeah, there's a lot that we're keeping our eyes on. Of course, high and low tide cycles as well, just to go along with everything else that we're keeping our eyes on. But again, this is certainly a behemoth of a storm that has major travel impacts that we're tracking for you, right? You're looking live here at both LaGuardia, JFK, and then Newark Liberty International Airport. That's technically in New Jersey. I'm looking at my flight board here at JFK, we have 675 flight disruptions. At LaGuardia, it is 546. That's over 50% of flights out of both of these airports have already been disrupted, and we haven't even really gotten started just yet. So major flight impacts are going to be seen up and down the East Coast, not just in New York, but down toward Washington, D.C. Boston, Logan, over 35% of flights have been in some way delayed or canceled or disrupted. And of course, Fox Weather has you covered all week long and weekend long. Make sure that you download the Fox Weather app and turn on those alerts to stay up to date on the latest forecast. We have lots of twists, lots of turns in the forecast, and of course, more special winter storm coverage. That and so much more for you right here on Fox Weather, also on the Fox Business Network.
Are you still cleaning your floors with a broom and dustpan?
Or down on your hands and knees with paper towels?
Or dragging out your big heavy vacuum?
Hello everyone, I'm April Lufrio with another deal from Incredible Inventions called the Zippy Sweeper. Is it a broom? Is it a vacuum? It's none of the above. It's an electric broom that sweeps up messes and spills quickly and easily. Whether you're cleaning up accidental spills in the kitchen, pet hair, dust, or crumbs from hard-to-reach places, Zippy has you covered. With its 360-degree swivel head and ultra-lightweight design, you'll get your cleaning done in half the time with zero hassle. It seamlessly transitions from hard surfaces like tile, vinyl, and hardwood to low-pile carpets. Say goodbye to tangled cords. The Zippy Sweeper is powered by a long-lasting rechargeable battery, giving you up to 60 minutes of uninterrupted cleaning power. This sweeper is equipped with a self-emptying dustbin, so you can dump the dirt with just one click, no messy bags and no fuss. Perfect for homes with kids or pets, the Zippy Sweeper is as quiet as a whisper, so you can clean anytime without disturbing the peace. The Zippy Sweeper is available on Amazon for $109, but if you scan this QR code now, you can get it for the special on-sale price of just $59. That's $50 off instantly. Zippy would normally sell to major retailers like Walmart, Home Depot, and others, but today we're cutting out the major retailers so you can enjoy these huge savings at home. Go online or scan and save big with this QR code. And oh, Zippy is also offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, send it back, and we'll even cover the cost of return shipping. Nobody else offers this kind of guarantee, so get your Zippy Sweeper today.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-301-4791.
All right, we're back at it here. Weather Command weekend rolls on. We continue to bring you coverage of this historic blizzard that's unfolding as we speak. The worst of it gets going later on this afternoon into this evening and rolls right into our Monday. Some spots could see upwards of 2 feet of snow. Ooh. You see what's going on here, guys. And by the way, a familiar face is back. Do you recognize her?
I was going to say, I think so.
Under the hat and the coat, that's Haley Meyer.
I'm here, guys. I made a quick pop over to Fox Weather, check in on some of the forecast details before I head out to Times Square today to do reporting all throughout the morning. So you'll see me later on Weather Command Weekend.
Yes.
But also overnight tonight, when the worst of this blizzard is going to be just rocking the tri-state area.
Haley, this is I miss having you here. I want to know, because we always do this. Like, I'm always asking, all right, how much are you going with? You know,
right.
so
Snow totals.
Yeah, snow totals. So Times Square, Midtown Manhattan. What are you thinking by the time everything is said and done? We're leveling the playing field by Tuesday.
Well, you know what? It's going to be interesting because until this morning, I would have gone on the lower end 13 or so inches.
Exactly what I was thinking.
But this morning, given the latest trends, now I'm thinking we're definitely going to be getting 18 plus. So I'm thinking we're getting close to the 2-foot mark. Not quite sure if we're going to get it. But really what's going to be the big kicker here is where the track of the center of low pressure goes. Some of the high-res models, they're pushing it a little bit further out to the west. And it's that westerly push that could actually put New York City downtown in the bullseye where we could get upwards of 3 feet. 3 feet, that's the ceiling. And I think in this case, I heard you earlier, nobody wants 3 feet.
Yeah,
Even if you're a snow lover, nobody wants 3 feet.
I mean, nobody wants maybe 1 foot, let alone having that up to 3 feet.
At this point.
What'll be interesting in Times Square is the buildings and how the wind whips around and creates maybe wind tunnels and how that interacts with some of the wind. Yeah, so that'll be an interesting, unique spot or a unique characteristic of the spot you'll be in.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm really intrigued going into tonight. If the visibility is lower than a quarter mile, I wonder what it's going to be like with all of the lights.
You know what?
Maybe the lights go dark.
Listen, it is a generational storm, and it requires generational coverage. Stick with us right here on Fox Weather for more.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day? And this is what you're inhaling.
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea. This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4381.
Fox Weather Alert, we are on the cusp of a crippling historic blizzard. The I-95 corridor expected to be at a standstill come tomorrow. As of this morning, now then 35 million Americans are under a blizzard warning that spans all the way from Maryland to Massachusetts. A nor'easter is expected to rapidly strengthen, and that is going to dump heavy snow as well as increasing some damaging wind potential tonight and into tomorrow morning. Our Fox Weather team is going to be with you for the duration of the storm and even after it. We have 24/7 live coverage, and we have our Fox Weather crews that are spanned out in some of the areas that are expected to be hardest hit by this nor'easter. It's coverage you can't find anywhere else. So let's dive right into what we're looking at so far this morning. An area of low pressure is now off the Carolina coast, and this is going to be our storm. What's going to happen today is it's going to undergo rapid intensification, a process that we call bombogenesis. And as it does that, it's going to allow for winds to really kick up and some heavy snow totals. In fact, we have increased some of our snow totals again for this forecast along the I-95 corridor. Now, some spots across the Jersey Shore could pick up anywhere from 2 to 3 feet of snow. Another jackpot zone will be in parts of southern New England, where spots could pick up 18 to 24 inches, if not a little bit higher, if you get under some of that heavy banding as the nor'easter intensifies. But still expecting some heavy amounts for Philadelphia, New York City as well. We've actually increased our snow totals in the thinking overnight for Philadelphia. As far as the timing is going to go, we expect that precipitation is going to overspread the region this morning and into the afternoon, but I don't expect that impacts are really going to happen, especially for the tri-state area, until we get to this evening. That is when the snow is going to accumulate. Now, for the tri-state area, you can expect that accumulation and for the roads to start to go downhill as we go through tonight. Initially, as the storm is going to intensify, there are going to be those impacts down to the south first, but overnight into tomorrow is when this storm is going to be at its peak for southern New England. And while this storm is at its peak, we anticipate that snowfall rates could be anywhere from 2 to 4 inches per hour, and this is going to overwhelm the cleanup process for our snow crews that are out and about. Meantime, there's a lot of energy with this storm, so we also expect that there will be some thunder snow. I've seen that especially highlighted for parts of the Jersey Shore and even into southern New England. So the peak of the event happening tonight into tomorrow morning. That's when we have the strongest wind as well, the wind gusts. These computer models are putting out signals that these gusts could be anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour, and that is a damaging wind threshold. While we have that, we have the snow coming down, so that's the reason why we have these blizzard conditions that span all the way along the I-95 corridor. Visibility is going to fall below 1/4 mile or less, and that is going to make travel nearly impossible. As far as tomorrow goes, we'll start to clear things out for parts of the tri-state, but we're still in moderate to heavy snow that's coming down for southern New England through the second half of the day. This system is finally going to peel out of here as we get into Tuesday. It heads out to the Canadian Maritimes, and at that point, we can really begin more of the cleanup process. I expect not only the cleanup to be that snow removal when you have 2 to 3 feet of snow falling for some of these major cities, but also in terms of some tree limbs or trees that come down because of the nature of how strong these wind gusts are expected to be. National Weather Service out of Boston, I've been specifically following that one while I'm live here in Boston, and that's where they expect a decent amount of infrastructure to be impacted due to power outages for parts of Rhode Island and into southeast Mass. So today, while it is still fairly quiet out there, and especially for these morning hours, now is the time to make the plan. If you haven't already, you should be prepared if you are along the I-95 corridor to be without power for this storm, and if not following the storm. Here in Boston, we still have snow piles from that big January storm, and this has been a cleanup process that has been ongoing for this relentless winter. Later on this morning, Mayor Michelle Wu is going to hold a press conference, so we'll get more of an update on the city's plans for not only the cleanup process, but also school districts. Already, a handful of school districts have been canceled within southeast Mass, so I imagine Boston Public Schools, the biggest district, is also going to close as well. We will continue to keep you updated on the impacts, not only here in Boston, but throughout the I-95 corridor coming up. Back to you guys.
Melanie, right now, Boston Logan International Airport reporting 399 flight disruptions already. That equates to 35%.
Yeah, and that keeps going up.
It sure will, and that's exactly what we're expecting through this afternoon and this evening in Boston. So if you're able to catch that last second flight out, thank your lucky stars, because things are going to change very quickly. Melanie, I know that you'll be on top of it every step of the way for us live in Boston. We'll, of course, check back in with you in just a moment, where, again, blizzard warnings are in effect, not just there, but also in New York City. As you look live down parts of, Fifth Avenue area. You can, of course, see the brand new Chase building there in the background, the JP Morgan building. Here's the thing. In New York City, we're 35 degrees, light rain being reported along with some fog at New York City Central Park. We start with rain, and here's the thing. We start with not just rain and sleet, but for the day today, don't expect that by dinner time tonight you're going to have a Herculean amount of snow. It's going to be after you tuck yourself underneath the covers tonight, and then, of course, you wake up tomorrow morning. When we say it is going to look like night and day, it is going to be a dramatic difference. That's why we have blizzard warnings that are in effect for literally millions of Americans. Here's where we stand right now. The green representing the rain. We'll focus on parts of the Carolina coastline. This is where the storm system is right now. Those little concentric circles that you're seeing represents our isobars, our lines of constant pressure. And the more isobars that you see, and you can see another one showing up right here, means that our low pressure center is continuing to deepen. That's another way of saying strengthen. And as it strengthens, it'll bring more moisture off of the Atlantic and thrust it and help to develop the system. In Washington, D.C. right now, it's rain. Philadelphia, you're seeing a rain mix. And again, rain being reported right now in New York City. You can see it right here. But that's going to very quickly by 9, 10, 11 o'clock mix with snow. Here's what the forecast looks like. I think that, Nick, by the time we get to lunchtime and points after, we start to get swallowed up by all snow from D.C. to Philly, NYC, all the way up to Boston. And that basically carries us through the afternoon, the evening, the overnight, and then into tomorrow morning. And it's one of the reasons why, Nick, I think that people might be a little caught off guard today, because you keep hearing blizzard, blizzard, blizzard. You look outside your window before you get to bed, and you're like, where's the blizzard at?
Yeah.
You know
what? I'm actually monitoring our TikTok live stream, so you can watch us through TikTok's live feature. And people there are saying, it's just raining outside. This isn't a blizzard. And that's exactly what you're saying, and sort of the message that we're doing our absolute best to broadcast to you right here, right now, is we know that it could be raining where you're at right now. We also know that it may not look or feel like a blizzard even into this afternoon or evening.
Right.
But it's coming. Especially during those overnight hours.
Midnight to 6 a.m.
This storm really bombs out. And when you wake up, you'll be like, there it is.
Yeah, from New York to Philadelphia, this is an area that we're watching very carefully. Nick, the forecast right along the Jersey Shore, I mean, just to show it to you, it says 24 to 36 inches. That's 2 to 3 feet. That's paralyzing. That's crippling.
And that's way up from yesterday.
That's
I mean,
way
those
up
numbers
from
are way, and the short-term models continue to bump these snowfall totals up, even this morning. And that's snow. The other aspect is the wind. So working in tandem, you can imagine how this is going to be hugely impactful. So this blizzard set to cripple travel at airports and on the roads from Delaware to Massachusetts. What you're looking at right now is Syracuse, New York. They're actually tucked away well west from the immediate impacts of this storm. You can see the camera shaking here in this part of New York, and believe me, cameras up and down the East Coast are going to be rocking and rolling as we get going, as that wind really shifts out of the north and east. And even right now, Michael and Melanie were just talking about it. There are already delays in Boston. There are delays in the New York airports and the DC airports. And we really haven't seen much of anything get going with the storm system quite yet. There's some rain across the mid-Atlantic, but that hasn't fully switched over to snow, and we haven't seen the wind really kick up out of the north and east yet. Philadelphia is still not going to be dealing with optimal visibility even before the heavy snow really sets in and then starts to accumulate on the ground. Same with D.C., but just know that, yeah, that rain will create some issues out on the roads. Visibility will likely be a concern even this morning, and the visibility is going to drop as we go throughout the day today. So travel from our nation's capital through Philadelphia, Baltimore, New York, and Boston going to be increasingly difficult as we go throughout today. And then, as we mentioned, waking up tomorrow, it's going to be darn near impossible, even on the interstate, which will get all of the first attention from those snow clearing crews that will be out, no doubt, working 24/7 for the next 2 to 3 days, let alone if you get off the interstate, you start working into some of those tertiary roads and secondary roads. Those are going to be a nightmare. It's going to be impassable on Monday. And then you take to the air, there's a lot of red on this graphic, meaning major flight delays and flat out cancellations at all the major airports, from Boston right down through New York, even as far west as Pittsburgh. I think we could see at least some delays in terms of ripple effects from what's happening here on the East Coast. And then Monday morning, that big slug of snow continues to fall and that wind continues to howl out of the northeast. But notice how this is all going to clear as that area of low pressure is going to be moving off the coast like that. So by Tuesday, we'll be okay in terms of the weather aspect of this. The snow will stop falling. The wind will eventually gradually taper off, but we'll be dealing with the aftermath of everything at that point. So this is only the beginning of this once-in-a-decade snowstorm. Things getting worse. The entire state of New Jersey now under a blizzard warning. We'll be bringing you 24/7 live coverage on Fox News and Fox Weather all day and all night, bringing you those critical updates every single step of the way. Blizzard warnings from Maryland right up through Massachusetts. Up next, we've got the city-specific outlook for major cities across the region. Keep it right here on Fox.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-301-4791.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always.
A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed.
A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners.
A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. That's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it.
What are you doing tonight?
If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite, Visit trygravitate.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravitate.com.
I am asking all New Yorkers to stay inside and stay off the roads for your safety. These have the potential to be even more hazardous conditions than we faced the last time around.
Yeah, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani ahead of today's historic blizzard there, as we're going to be chatting with him at 10 a.m. sharp here on Fox Weather. So stick around for that. He's going to tell us more about the city's plans in terms of transportation and possibly what the plans are for schools heading into tomorrow and this upcoming week. 35 million Americans under blizzard warnings as of right now. That number could go up as we're expecting a crippling blizzard. I know it's just raining right now and likely you're not seeing any snow outside of your window. The system is coming together. It's going to rapidly strengthen off the coast overnight, and by tomorrow morning, you're going to wake up and see a whole new world out your window if you're coming to us or watching us from D.C. right up through really the Boston area. And it's not just the snow, it's also going to be the intense winds that will be howling out there as well. And you can see the rain. I mean, it's as far south as North Carolina, moving through the state capital of Raleigh, and Norfolk right now getting a pretty big batch of rain moving through. That's heavy, steady stuff. D.C. with rain and a decent batch of heavy rain showing up there, the snow just off towards the west. And that snow going to eventually mix over. New York, you might feel a couple of light sprinkles out there. Boston, not seeing anything at the current moment. Again, that changes. Boston sees this event start as snow, and it's going to end as snow. There's all those blizzard warnings that we were just mentioning from Maryland right up through Massachusetts. Michael, I'm going to bring you in here because this is a big deal. You don't see this many people under a blizzard warning all at once all that often.
No, not at all. I mean, in fact, you look at New York City, and it's literally been a couple of numbers coming your way, 3,266 days. So over 3,000 days since we've been under a blizzard warning in New York City.
Yeah, since that's
March
nearly
2017,
a decade, right? Since way back in 2017. And this will do it. You can see how that rain eventually switches over to snow. This is 8 o'clock, so the sun is down, things are dark, and you're going to see the snow falling outside of your window for a couple of inches or even feet, and it'll be pretty. But it's going to really pile up in the overnight hours, and you're seeing that low just bomb out right there. This is Monday, 6 a.m., and you're going to wake up, sun will be up or coming up. You'll see that kind of pre-dawn glow, and you'll go, what just happened?
I mean, it's going to look like, we say a winter wonderland. You know what I think is going to be really interesting too, Nick, is the fact that this starts as a heavy, wet, dense snow.
Yeah.
So it's not like a light, powdery snow where with those winds where it really starts to pile up in corners and crevices. Because it's heavy, wet, and dense, I wonder how much blowing snow we're going to see because of it. But 50 to 70 mile per hour winds could easily.
Yeah, that'll blow a lot of stuff around. Yeah. And I think towards the end of this system, the snow could get a little more fluffy. Yeah. So maybe whatever falls on top of that heavy, wet snow has a better opportunity to blow around. Somebody on our TikTok live stream asked, how bad will Connecticut get? There you have it. Yeah. The snowfall totals squarely put you in that lighter shade of purple, which is at least a foot. And then you've got the darker specks of purple showing up, which put you closer to about 2 feet. Other folks want to know how fast the wind speed will get with this blizzard. There you have it, 50, 60, maybe. These aren't sustained, these are wind gusts.
Yeah.
But still, that is
Look
strong.
at East End of Long Island, Montauk, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds is what you can see there. And then around Boston, it's 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. New York, same sort of story. And even down toward Philly, it is going to be a windy, wet, wintry, and a wild go of things, to say the very least. What's a blizzard and what does that mean to you? Well, here's what a blizzard can look like at times, but here's what the actual definition is. It's 35 mile per hour winds sustained over about 3+ hours, and it reduces visibilities down to a quarter of a mile or less. So driving becomes very difficult. Here on Fox Weather, we have an exclusive product for you, which will show you when we near or we are at blizzard like conditions. At this point, you look at the map just to the left side of the screen here. We'll zoom in on some areas. Further toward the south, obviously, it's all rain, but I did want to focus in on this Raleigh-Durham toward Norfolk. You'll see some rain, along with some thunder. I mentioned the thunder component because the National Weather Service and a lot of our forecast models are projecting as our system strengthens along the East Coast, we're expecting to hear thunder and actually see big, bright flashes of lightning at times later on this afternoon into this evening with snow. So thunder snow is in the forecast. Washington, D.C. right now, what you're seeing is a cold rain. Same sort of story up toward Philadelphia, perhaps mixing with a few snowflakes from time to time. New York, I just checked our observations. It's overcast right now. All of this green, which represents rain way up in the clouds in the atmosphere, is not making it to the ground just yet, but this is going to help to saturate the atmosphere. You think about turning on a faucet, right, and you let that faucet water leak onto a sponge. That's kind of what you're seeing here. The faucet is on, but the sponge, the clouds are still holding on to that moisture, so it's not leaking down and through the sponge just yet making it to the ground. Fancy term, we call that virga. Here's what it looks like big picture once again. Our system going to continue to wind up the East Coast. And again, as it does so, it is going to bring some serious winds. Let me pause the clock for you. Overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, New York City, all 5 boroughs, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts banging up against your front and back door. Montauk, that's the eastern edge of Long Island, 60-plus mile per hour winds. Here's where the nor'easter is. It continues to scream up the coast. Boston, toward Boston Logan. Can you imagine by 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, you're pretending to fly, right? I think that the airport by that point is basically going to be shut down. But if you do have any flights, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds when you're trying to land or take off creates extreme turbulence that you'll be running into. So again, I don't think that we're going to see many flights leave the East Coast tomorrow morning. It really won't be until tomorrow evening after they clear the snow from the runways that we'll be able to actually take off. Real quick, check that out. Montauk, yes, that's not a typo. Says 70 mile per hour wind gusts are going to be possible. So again, a big system that we're going to continue to track for you, and the impacts of blowing snow also will be significant as well. So we talk about what's going on specifically in the different cities, right? We give you kind of a regional perspective. Well, Nick, it's not going to be a cakewalk for friends and family in NYC by any stretch of the imagination, right?
Not at all. I figured we'd start here in New York City. It is the biggest city in the United States and certainly the biggest on the East Coast by default. And look at that, already a little bit of rain trying to show up here into the Big Apple. We expected this, so maybe some rain switching over to snow eventually as we get going into mid-morning. And then beyond that, once it switches over to all snow, it's going to stay that way. And all of these impacts then kick into high gear. So are we going to see heavy snow Sunday night, tonight through tomorrow? Yes. Are we going to see gusty winds? Yes. Are there going to be big travel impacts? Absolutely. Will visibility be limited? Absolutely. So all of that is on the board. And like we were saying, the National Weather Service here in New York is explicitly now calling for 20 inches of snow. We've got it pegged between 18 to 24. So we may actually see more than 20 inches of snow, which is, of course, almost 2 feet of snow right in the center of the universe, essentially. Out on Long Island, same scenario. You get further south, Long Branch, same thing. Then you get towards the west. Clinton is going for about 1 foot to 1.5 feet or so. No matter how you slice it, heavy wet snow is coming into really all 5 boroughs of New York, up into Westchester, so White Plains certainly included in that, and then back off as you get further west and further inland. And then on top of all that, that wind is really going to be rocking and rolling. And as you focus in on Long Island here, you see that wind coming in out of the north and east, and that's going to bulldoze a bunch of water up on the north shore of Long Island as well. So coastal flooding is a concern. If you typically park your car outside, maybe near the water, move it. You don't want it to get inundated with water. Look at that. Tomorrow morning, 5 a.m., 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, and the entire view is covered up in snow. So while that heavy snow is coming down, we're getting 60-mile-per-hour winds on top of that. It's going to be chaotic out there, and that's why visibility is going to be so low. This is Monday night, right around 9 o'clock. You notice the snow is gone across New York City. The wind is still going, so maybe blowing and drifting could still become a concern. And just in terms of the wind component of this, we were talking about this yesterday. Even if there wasn't any snow, this would still be a big event based on the fact that the winds are just going to be absolutely howling out there. Peak wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour for a prolonged period of time is a big deal on its own. You mix in 20 inches of snow on top of that, Michael, it's a huge deal. It's possibly a historic deal.
Yeah, big deal indeed. Fox Weather, of course, is your winter storm HQ. We'll have live team coverage all weekend long across the Northeast. We will be following every single mile of this blizzard. Over 34 million Americans are under blizzard warnings, including New York City. And it's not just here. Stick around as we continue our blizzard coverage. We'll also be speaking with the Delaware Emergency Management Agency. That and so much more for you as Fox Weather on the Fox Business Network continues.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative patent-pending Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this. I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world, and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4381.
Good morning and welcome back to Weather Command Weekend. Tell your friends, tell your family, and tell your neighbors that the blizzard of 2026 is here. It starts this evening with extreme impacts across the Northeast. We've got live team coverage across the Northeast. We're going to be with you 24/7 from this point forward. Haley Meyer, New York City. You can see Katie Byrne in Asbury Park along with Bob Van Dillen and our exclusive storm tracker, Mike Seidel, as we track out this historic storm. Download the Fox Weather app. You can also stream us for free even if you lose power. We are up and down the East Coast along the 95 corridor, tracking this massive cyclone, putting multiple states under a state of emergency in the Northeast. Let's go right out to Boston with Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. And Melanie, of course, you're no stranger to Boston. You've had many and multiple years of experience up that way. Tell me real quick, from your perspective, being a Bostonian, if you will, at one point, have you ever dealt with something quite like this before?
Well, I think what's so fascinating about this storm, Michael, is that we literally have it going near or just over the benchmark. And if you are a Northeast forecaster, this is this sweet spot where you can get a big blockbuster storm for the Northeast. And that's likely what's going to happen with our area of low pressure. It's going to go over this mark that is 40 degrees north and 70 degrees west. And when that happens, all the right things come into play to allow you to get some of the big time snow totals. It has been years since Boston has been under a blizzard warning. In fact, you have to go all the way back to the end of January in 2022. Obviously, Boston, no stranger to some big time storms, but this is one that is definitely going to cause some big time impacts. We have parts of Southeast Mass that are in a jackpot for some of the highest snowfall totals. Most of Massachusetts will pick up 1 to 2 feet of snow. That's a lot in and of itself. I don't need to tell you that. But areas that are away from the coastline and parts of Southeast Mass could pick up more. We have some signals that there could be 2 to 3 feet of snow, possibly in an area where you get some of these heavier bands that set up with the nor'easter, which is part of a signature of a nor'easter. So as we go through today, it's a good day to start to prepare, not only for the heavy snow, but what really concerns me is going to be the threat for some strong winds. The past couple of days, I've really been watching the signals and all the computer models on board for some strong wind gusts. Really, the threshold for some damaging winds is once you get, say, around 50 miles per hour, but we will likely experience some gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour for parts of the Cape and the islands. So that is going to lead to some big time issues. Not only that the winds are going to reach that strength, but I really think that from a time point of tomorrow after sunrise to about sunset, we're going to have some pretty strong winds that are going to be ripping. The timeline for the peak impacts here, I think, is Sunday night and into Monday. That is when the snow is going to be coming down the hardest. You can expect the initial onset of some of the snow to arrive tonight into the early morning hours. But as our storm amplifies, it undergoes a process called bombogenesis, and that's going to allow for heavier snowfall rates as well as the threat for those damaging wind gusts. That's not all. We really have all components to this storm. We also have the chance for some thunder snow because there's just so much energy with this storm. And I think the threat for blizzard conditions is definitely going to be around for parts of the coast, especially for the Cape, for a majority of the morning, if not into the early afternoon come Monday. So once we get through tonight into tomorrow, we're really in the thick of things, and the storm isn't going to be out of here until we get into Tuesday. That's when we will begin our cleanup process. Meantime, we'll also have to watch closely the high tide, especially come tomorrow morning while you have the onset of these northeast winds just hammering the coast. There could be the threat for some minor to moderate coastal flooding of 1 to 3 feet of inundation above ground level. This could also lead to some coastal erosion. Michael, I know you've been watching closely some of the impacts that this is going to do to travel. At this point, the National Weather Service is highlighting that it could be treacherous travel and nearly impossible come tomorrow, as well as some big time impacts to the infrastructure. Boston Logan so far reporting nearly 400 flight cancellations this morning, and that is a number I expect to continue to grow. You might remember back to the January snowstorm. I was here for that. It dumped nearly 2 feet of snow in Boston, and this one likely going to be much different with the heavy wet snow consistency, but probably more flight cancellations. That one, at one point, Boston Logan led the country with the number of flight cancellations. So we'll see what happens with this one come tomorrow. Michael?
Yeah, already right now, 35% of flights in and out of Boston Logan have been disrupted. And as you mentioned, that number only expected to climb. Thank you so much, Melanie Black, for us in Boston. Melanie, of course, we're going to check back in with you here real soon. In the meantime, a live look in Wilmington, Delaware this morning. We have literal blizzard warnings for the entire state of Delaware. We're forecasting between 12 to 20 inches of snow. We want to speak with Paige Fitzgerald, the Deputy Director of the Delaware Emergency Management Agency, joining us this morning. Paige, thanks so much for your time this morning. Curious, obviously, lots going on in your entire state under a blizzard warning. What preps have been made ahead of the storm to prepare the community?
Michael, we've been working since Friday with our partners around the state to coordinate and bring in resources. We've been meeting regularly around the clock for the weekend, and we have also started staging supplies for things like our shelters, and we're ready to stage our National Guard resources as needed across the state.
I'm curious, what is your biggest concern as of this point? You think about, obviously, the immense amount of snow, but wind is going to be an issue. You guys are, right along the Delaware River. Will flooding be a concern for you at any point with the coastal flooding that we're expecting? What's your biggest concern?
All of the above. So as a small, low-lying state, we definitely expect coastal flooding. We've worked on messaging to folks in those spots to prepare themselves. We're encouraging people to sign up for emergency alerts so they can be abreast of the information as it comes available to us. But really what we're looking at is trying to make sure that we have people using today to get what they need to stay home, stay off the road, stay in place. We do expect power outages with this storm, with the heavy, wet snow. We know there'll be interruptions to our utilities. So trying to make sure that people are aware you have today, get yourselves ready. This is going to be a big storm.
This is going to be a big storm, it sure will, and that requires a lot of crew. How many crew personnel do you expect that you'll be able to deploy out to, treat the roads, get to the sidewalks, and to support your infrastructure over the next, say, 24 to 36 hours?
We will have all hands on deck here in the state. So our Department of Transportation will be working round the clock. They've got crews that will come in later tonight. They will work until the end of this storm. They'll be clearing roads all through next week. We do anticipate the heaviest snowfalls to be over 2 inches per hour at some points, meaning it will be very, very difficult to get the roads clear as that snow comes down. So again, we're encouraging people to stay home, stay off the roads. We will work as fast as we can to get things open back up, but it's going to take some time. Absolutely.
Paige, if you had just a simple message to your residents, to your community, if you could speak directly to them in advance of this storm, what's your message to them?
Prepare yourselves today, prepare to stay home, and prepare for power outages.
Yeah, those power outages, according to the National Weather Service, at least up toward NYC, saying that they could be, quote, prolonged. Are you expecting that this could be a prolonged event for you as well?
Our job is always to prepare for the worst, so we are preparing for prolonged power outages. We have our utility providers here at the State Emergency Operations Center starting tonight. We will be in close contact with them and monitoring those outages, and we'll activate our plans as necessary.
Absolutely. Paige Fitzgerald for us this morning. Paige, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Best of luck over the next 12 to 24 and even into the 36-hour time frame. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, this blizzard going to be an issue in terms of road travel, airport travel tonight, but definitely into tomorrow as all that snow stacks up and that wind really starts to howl right along the coastline. So let's focus in on what to expect as we get into our Monday as this blizzard continues to rock and roll overnight and into the start of our work week. Boston, JFK, LaGuardia, and Philadelphia airports expected to have major delays right off the bat tomorrow morning, and it likely won't get much better throughout the day. So keep that in mind, plan accordingly. And it's not just those airports, it's Albany, it's everything. Bradley up to Portland, Maine, as you get even further north into our easternmost, northernmost state of Maine. By Tuesday, the weather impacts are gone, but likely there will still be some issues in terms of cascading and rippling delays and cancellations. On the ground, I-95, the most traveled stretch of interstate between D.C. and Boston here, going to also be very, very tough to travel as we're going to see poor conditions with the snow-covered roads and also low visibility. The snow will be coming down still Monday morning into the afternoon and possibly into the evening, and that wind is going to be whipping it around at 40, 50 miles per hour at times. Monday morning, that snow shield still impactful. It does start to wane a bit as we get into Monday evening. So at that point, travel will ease in terms of what's falling out of the sky, but the roads will likely still be treacherous as that snow will have been accumulating for hours and hours at that point. So going through the next several days, here are your winter driving safety tips. Increase your following distance, drive in a plowed lane, and give those plow drivers, those snow truck drivers, plenty of room to operate. In fact, if you can, maybe just hunker down, stay at home, and let them be the only vehicles on the roads for the next 24 to 36 hours. Blizzard coverage just getting started. We're expecting this to be one of the worst snowstorms potentially in the history of the Northeast. Fox Weather fully deployed across the I-95 corridor. Blizzard warnings from Maryland through Massachusetts. Stay with us all day as we'll provide you with updates 24/7. More Fox Weather after this.
Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see.
We're your Winter Storm HQ, Fox Weather, for all seasons, for all America.
Good morning. We are getting you prepared and ready and set in places like Baltimore and Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, for our incoming blizzard. What you'll note is in Washington, D.C. right now at Reagan National Airport, 38 degrees, light rain is being reported, but that rain is eventually by this evening going to switch over to snow. We're not expecting the Herculean amount of snow as we're expecting up toward Boston and New York, but down in and around Washington, D.C., a good 5 to 8 inches of snow through tomorrow will certainly have impacts not just on school start times tomorrow, but also on your travel in and around the DMV just to get to and from. Baltimore, 5 to 8 for you, and check that out, a foot to 18 inches toward Chestertown and Eaton. Timeline looks like this. A lot of green on here just representing that rain mix. I think that by this evening, timestamp here, 4, 5, 6 p.m., you're seeing all of the white, which now indicates snow. So a rain to snow mix is expected. Winds gusting upwards of 30 to 40, at times upwards of 50 miles per hour, before we finally clear things in D.C. around 6 to 7 p.m. tomorrow evening. So again, snow certainly going to be heavy at times. I think that our travel impacts and gusty winds are really going to be the notable outcome from D.C. Temperature-wise, in the 30s, get ready to buckle up.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under negative 50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
All righty, welcome back to Fox Weather. I'm meteorologist Nick Koser. A historic blizzard set to cripple the Northeast today. There's actually an interesting theme when it comes to major blizzards in general. They seem to happen every decade in the year ending in the number 6. And we've seen once-in-a-decade blizzards in 96, 2006, 2016, and another is set for this year unfolding here in the next couple of hours. Let's go back in time and revisit some of these storms. I was just talking about this in the commercial break with a local here. In January of 1996, a powerful blizzard slammed the East Coast with up to 4 feet of snow over a 3-day stretch. So it just kept snowing sun up to sundown for 3 straight days. It paralyzed the region with wind gusts over 50 miles an hour and snow drifts up to 8 feet high. It's recognized as one of the most intense blizzards in recorded history. 10 years after that, fast forward a decade later into 2006, another strong blizzard hit the region. This time it was a February storm, but the impacts were damaging from Virginia all the way up to Maine. Major cities like Baltimore to Boston got at least a foot of snow, and New York City got nailed with 26.9 inches, so over 2 feet. At the time, this was the most snow New York ever got hit with during a single storm. I should say the most snow New York City ever got hit with during a single storm. That record stood until 10 years later, 2016, when yet another blizzard slammed the Northeast. So the Big Apple got hit with a new record of 27.5 inches. But they weren't the only ones who got slammed. That blizzard became known as Snowzilla, producing up to 3 feet of snow in some spots. And it's pretty crazy how this has been happening every 10 years, like clockwork, going all the way back to the 90s, Michael. I don't know what it is, if it's a coincidence, if there's something in the water, quite literally. But here we are again, staring down possibly our blizzard of this decade's 6.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking to myself, it was Snowzilla last time. What would today's, coin phrase be?
Online, I was seeing snowpocalypse. Saw a lot of that. Snowmageddon. Those are always popular.
Right.
But Snowzilla is pretty good.
I would agree.
That's pretty creative.
I would agree, especially if, again, here in New York City, although some of our forecast models that are a little more conservative are saying about 12 to 13 at the conservative end. On the highest of ends, first off, the National Weather Service just put out a statement that explicitly said 20 inches of snow for New York City. Some of our forecast models actually pushing closer to 24 inches of snow. So at that point, Snowmageddon, Snowpocalypse, Snowzilla.
It would need a name.
It would be a thing.
It would need a name. Yeah, we just said the highest total ever was 27.5 inches. We don't have anything forecasted for that, but I mean, we're close. The fact that we're just a couple of inches away from that possibly is really saying something.
Yeah, this could be historic, and for so many reasons, and so many, for so many folks as well. And this powerful nor'easter, by the way, the winds have to be discussed here, Nick, because, our forecast models, again, suggesting 50, 60, even 70 mile per hour wind gusts at times.
Yeah, and I wouldn't actually be surprised if we get maybe something in the 80 mile per hour range as you get up there towards the Cape. And that's when you have to think about coastal flooding. You almost have to think about this like a summertime tropical system as the water comes into play. So as that wind whips around the Northeast and it starts hammering places like the North Shore of Long Island and the North Shore of the Cape, all that water can only go where the land is, and then it starts riding up and over the land, and that's why we expect inundation of possibly 2 to 3 feet above normal water levels. And that's concerning. If you have a business that's flooded before under those circumstances, here we go again, just the winter version of it.
Absolutely, and there it is for you. You can see it clear as day. Montauk, that's the eastern end of Long Island. It says 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and that's the reason why flood warnings and coastal flood advisories have been posted. And it's not just that, it's also the inland rivers that we have, so watch out. You can see where Rehoboth Beach is in Delaware, and of course along the Jersey Shore, where we could be talking about moderate to major flooding possible. You look at the wave heights right now, and the forecasted wave heights. And Nick, check this out. Toward Atlantic City, New Jersey, and the Jersey Shore, that red coloring and that oranges, that's 9 to 12, perhaps even 12 to 15 foot waves. And then if you're on a boat toward Boston, Logan, I mean, that's
threatening.
That's 18 to 24 foot waves.
Yeah, that's incredible. So that's why beach erosion also comes into play. It's not just the coastal flooding, it's the beach erosion, which we've seen a lot. We know what that can do especially as you look down towards the Outer Banks of North Carolina, where so much damage and devastation has happened because of this very thing.
Yeah, there's a lot that we're keeping our eyes on. Of course, high and low tide cycles as well, just to go along with everything else that we're keeping our eyes on. But again, this is certainly a behemoth of a storm that has major travel impacts that we're tracking for you, right? You're looking live here at both LaGuardia, JFK, and then Newark Liberty International Airport. That's technically in New Jersey. I'm looking at my flight board here, and at JFK, we have 675 flight disruptions. At LaGuardia, it is 546. That's over 50% of flights out of both of these airports have already been disrupted, and we haven't even really gotten started just yet. So major flight impacts are going to be seen up and down the East Coast, not just in New York, but down toward Washington, D.C. Boston, Logan, over 35% of flights have been in some way delayed or canceled or disrupted. And of course, Fox Weather has you covered all week long and weekend long. Make sure that you download the Fox Weather app and turn on those alerts to stay up to date on the latest forecast. We have lots of twists, lots of turns in the forecast. And of course, more special winter storm coverage. That and so much more for you right here on Fox Weather, also on the Fox Business Network.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-301-4791.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There's still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always.
A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed.
A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners.
A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow.
Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay?
Yep, that's it.
What are you doing tonight?
If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
trygravite.com.
We're back here on Weather Command Weekend. Let's take you out to Erie, Pennsylvania. This is on sort of the northwestern corner of the state. Still some snow down there. You see a vehicle driving around doing its thing early on this Sunday morning. Erie, PA, Michael, on the west end of Pennsylvania, so they won't likely see the worst of the impacts from this blizzard whatsoever. They're way over here.
Yep, that's similar there.
But you get towards the coast, and those colors start lighting up, and blizzard warnings up and down the mid-Atlantic up into Boston. And that includes the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia.
Philly, New York, even up toward Nantucket. We focus in on the city of brotherly love, right? This is where they have the famous Rocky Steps, right? You got the Love statue that's out that way as well. And although you're loving the light rain right now, all of this is going to quickly transition to snow, and we're already seeing some flakes up toward Allentown and Harrisburg.
Yeah, so that's going to quickly switch over. Remember, we were talking with the Fox meteorologist out there, Mr. Drew, yesterday. He said they finally got some of that snow to melt. He can finally see the grass. And here it comes again. Heavy snow, going to cover that up. Gusty winds, travel impacts, the works. This is how we're expecting it to all stack up there. 18 to 24. And it's hard to not look over at Tom's River. Yeah, I know we're focusing in on Philly here, but look at that bullseye over there.
That's the Jersey Shore, and 18 to 24, but possibly 2 to 3 feet of snow. This is just incredible. This is a change from yesterday, by the way.
That's a change from yesterday. Also, this same color is getting lit up towards the Cape in Massachusetts.
Sure is.
So it's this spot and then a little bit further north there into Massachusetts. And when you just go with the foot snow chances, so 12-inch snow chances, there's an 80% chance for a foot. That's an incredible percent chance for that amount of snow. Normally, you'd see something like that for an inch.
Right.
2.
Right. But
so,
12?
Unreal.
It's unreal. And I think, the thing that we want to really kind of laser home to around Philadelphia is the fact that, this is crippling snow.
Yes.
This is that type of snow where if you do pick up just 18, so on the lower end of that threshold in that range, you pick up 18 inches of snow, and you're trying to drive on, secondary streets, your neighborhood streets that might not be the first ones plowed. I mean, it's pretty much impossible at that point, especially if you don't have like a semi truck that you have parked in your driveway ready to go.
Absolutely. Some people on the TikTok live stream were asking, is there any good news with this storm? And maybe in Philadelphia, the good news is the wind is only, air quotes, going to be gusting at 30 to 40 rather than maybe the 50 to 60. It'll be on the coast, but that's it.
Yeah, Nick, this is a generational storm, and of course it requires generational coverage, and that's why we're staying up all night bringing you the critical information you need with our extended blizzard coverage. Coming up, we're going to be heading back to Boston, where conditions are going to change in a hurry, with live updates from Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. Keep it right here on Fox Weather Command Weekend for more.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow. Oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxpac.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Pac from Copperfit. Feel the difference.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4381.
This is a Fox weather alert. We are on the cusp of a crippling historic blizzard. I-95 corridor is expected to come to a standstill tomorrow. About 35 million Americans are now under a blizzard warning spanning from Maryland to Massachusetts. This is the top tier of our winter weather alerts. A nor'easter is expected to rapidly strengthen, and that's going to bring us some heavy snow and the damaging wind threat. Fox Weather will be live with you through the duration of the storm. We have 24/7 coverage that starts now with our crews spanned out in the areas that are expected to be hardest hit from the storm. Let's dive right into it. And we'll start with a live look at radar and what we've been monitoring. Our area of low pressure off the Carolina coast is expected to continue to undergo a process of bombogenesis as we go through the next 24 hours. That means it's rapidly going to strengthen, and as it does, that's going to allow for some heavy snow totals and some gusty winds with wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. As far as snow totals go, we're expecting anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of snow in some of the hardest hit areas. Yeah, we've upped our snow totals. Right now, we think some of the highest numbers could be coming in for the New Jersey area, where spots could pick up anywhere from 2 to 3 feet potentially. But even some of the other major cities like Philadelphia and New York have the shot of about 18 to 20 inches of snow. Boston also included in a spot 18 to 24 inches of snow, maybe even some localized higher amounts. But the snow is not only going to be the threat, it's also the strong winds from the nor'easter, about 50 to 70 miles per hour, that are likely going to lead to power outages, if not widespread power outages along the I-95 corridor. So at least this morning, if you haven't made a plan yet to prep, you'll want to do so. As we go forward into the afternoon, that's when we'll start to see more of this precipitation overspread the tri-state area. But as far as accumulation goes, we don't expect it to accumulate until we get to this evening. But once we get to this evening and into tomorrow, we are going to be in the peak of this storm. In fact, the snowfall rates look, according to some of the computer models, like we could have snowfall rates anywhere from 2 to 4 inches coming down per hour, and that is just going to overwhelm the roads and lead to poor visibility. For southern New England, the impacts start tonight into early tomorrow morning, and I think the peak of the event really going to be for tomorrow morning as the snow is coming down at its hardest and the winds are going to be whipping around. It's at that point we'll have to monitor the threat for those blizzard conditions, especially for parts of Cape Cod and along the eastern coast as well. The storm is going to continue to bring us some snow tomorrow afternoon, although it's not quite going to be as heavy as what we're expecting for the morning from the tri-state into southern New England. And by the time we get to Tuesday, this is out of here, and we will begin our storm cleanup process, not only in snow removal of the 1 to 3 feet that's possible, but also in terms of any debris that we do have from tree limbs or trees that come down due to the strength of the wind. We'll be watching too for the threat of some coastal flooding, just given the nature that you have this strong northeast wind that is going to be battering the coast. There could be minor to moderate flooding along parts of those eastern-facing beaches from the Jersey Shore up into southern New England. And that is specifically something we'll continue to be watching for into tomorrow morning's high tide. But I do want to focus here on what's a little bit different of this snowstorm compared to the one that we had in January. If you remember, in January, we had an Arctic air mass that was in place, so that led to a drier and fluffier consistency of the snow. This one is going to be different, and this could cause some bigger hazards here. Given the temperatures that we're expecting, they're more marginal, closer to the freezing point. So this is going to be a heavy wet snow, especially closer to the coast. It's going to be a pasty one at that, and that is going to weigh down much more on power lines, which is a concern for those power outages. So not only do you have this heavy wet snow consistency, but when you have gusts that are going to be pushing above 50 miles per hour, that could also be a concern. So we tell you all this because you still have time to prepare. The best bet here is just to plan for your power to be out if you're along the I-95 corridor, or if you can see the graphic where it's highlighted that we do have the concerns of power outages. You do have time still this morning to make a plan and prepare to be hunkered down, at least for the duration of the storm. Michael, I know you've been monitoring some of the delays coming out of Boston Logan. So far, I think nearly 400 delays that are happening, or cancellations, I should say, that have been happening this morning. When we had that big January snowstorm, Boston really led the country at one point for the number of delays, and I anticipate we'll have some big time issues for travel tomorrow. National Weather Service here saying travel is going to be treacherous, so it is really not recommended. Coming up here in the next couple of hours around 10:30, Mayor Michelle Wu is also going to hold a press conference, so we'll get an update on the city's plans for the storm.
Absolutely. They're bracing for impact, to say the least. Not to mention, Melanie, I can't help but notice you mentioned yesterday you have about a foot of snow behind you already, and then you add in another up to 24 inches. That means 36 inches of snow in total could be possible. That's 3 feet. That's a Herculean effort for a lot of folks in Boston to carve through and get through. I know that you'll be with us every step of the way through that. Fox Weather's Melanie Blackforest live in Boston. We'll check back in with you in just a moment. But first, we take you to New York City, where we're expecting to see upwards of possibly 20 inches of snow is what the National Weather Service is explicitly saying. I want to put that into context for you. If we see 20 inches of snow in New York City's Central Park, that would be the 7th biggest snowstorm of all time that we've seen in New York City. Incredible. And for that reason, we have blizzard warnings that have been posted, not just for the entire state of Delaware, but the entire state of New Jersey, the most populated region of our country, all 5 boroughs of New York City under blizzard warnings. Here's what radar shows right now. It's scattered showers and a couple of embedded thunderstorms toward the Carolinas. You look up toward Norfolk and then up toward D.C. It is a chilly rain. Temperatures only in the 30s with a cold rain in New York. Philadelphia, much the same. In places like NYC, right now, we're seeing some light rain, but that'll eventually transition on over to snow. Here's, generally speaking, what the timeline looks like. Late morning and then into the afternoon, note all of that white, meaning that from D.C. to Philly, New York to Boston, we're in it. We are in the snow through the overnight hours. This is when things can get real dangerous, as that area of low pressure, this is our nor'easter, almost looks like a hurricane on this graphic here, comes with not just a tremendous amount of heavy, wet, dense snow, but lots of wind. Some of our forecast models suggesting upwards of 70, possible 80-mile-per-hour winds on the eastern end of Long Island toward Montauk. Snow totals, as Melanie was talking about before, there's 2 bullseyes here and here where we could be measuring feet of snow along the Jersey Shore. NYC, yeah, that's 18 to 24, but look at how close that 1 to 2 feet, that 2 to 3 foot marker is. Again, you can see it more localized here just east of Philadelphia, where it's 18 to 24. D.C., not as much, 5 to 8. Baltimore, 5 to 8 for you as well. But the winds, though, we mentioned Montauk off of Long Island, where it's 60 to 70 possible 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, again, we are very much so bracing for power outages and all kinds of impacts as this system nears what we call the benchmark, which is the sweet spot for a nor'easter to develop. New York City, again, bracing for this generational blizzard. We're expecting a possible 2 feet of snow in spots with heavy winds, and of course, whiteout conditions. Let's go to Fox weather meteorologist Haley Meyer, who is just in studio with us. You are now about a 6-minute walk from where we are at Fox Weather World Headquarters. Yeah. You're in Times Square, and it looks like there's some rain on the ground.
Yeah, Michael. I mean, it's been raining since I got in this morning. I will say the rain picked up a little bit over the last 20 minutes or so. That was to be expected. So for viewers tuning in and you're thinking, well, it's raining, the meteorologist got it wrong. Hold your horses, because I promise you, when this snow starts to transition, likely about 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon today, it is going to come in full force, especially tonight when the blizzard really starts to take over. The worst of the conditions expected starting about 7 to 9 p.m. this evening, and it'll last all the way through the overnight hours. The blizzard will only start to lessen up by Monday mid-morning. So this is a very extended event with harsh conditions, travel going to be near impossible. We already have been watching airlines issuing travel advisories, hoping that people will change their flights either before, in this case, the before is gone, but after the big storm, and likely we'll be looking at ground stops, if not ground delays, starting at about 3 p.m. today at all of the airports around the New York City area, up towards Boston, down to D.C. and Philadelphia, with Philly now under that blizzard warning. Now, we wanted to come to Times Square because it is so iconic, and what I'll be interested to see coming in the next 24 hours or so when I come back up at 3 o'clock in the morning when the blizzard's in full force, just how much of the City of Lights can we actually see? What is going to be blinded by the snow? I mean, visibility in a blizzard has to go down to less than a quarter mile, and that should be an easy mark to hit with 2 to 3 inch snowfall rates per hour, coupled with the intense winds. Now, right now, the temperatures are still hovering above freezing, which is why we have the rain coming down and not snow or even a wintry mix. So the initial start of this event this afternoon, it will be the heavy, wet snow. Hard to shovel. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. But later this evening and overnight, it will switch over. We'll get some colder air wrapping around that low, and it'll be the drier, more fluffy, powdery snow. In theory, that would be good news. It's easier to shovel, right? But the negative side to that is it's easier to blow around by the winds, and that will make the blizzard conditions even worse. So at this point, we are monitoring the roads. Schools will likely be closed tomorrow. Mayor Mamdani came out earlier and said that he would give a press update at about 11 noon today, just to update New Yorkers on what their expectations are for the rest of this evening, overnight, and Monday going into Tuesday. But he's been very vocal about how New Yorkers need to stay prepared ahead of this storm. Take a look.
I am asking all New Yorkers to stay inside and stay off the roads for your safety. These have the potential to be even more hazardous conditions than we faced the last time around.
The last time around. I mean, it's so crazy to think that over the last 5 years, we haven't had a big winter storm, and yet we had a storm that hit in mid-January that gave us just shy of a foot of snow, and this will assuredly be worse. We are forecasting right now 18 to 24 inches of snow, up from the snow totals we were expecting to see just last night. So the ceiling of this event, it's quite high, guys. I mean, there is a realm of possibility, albeit a low margin, but the ceiling of this could be 3 feet somewhere in the tri-state area. Right now, it looks like the bullseye going to be closer to the Jersey Shore, and then another secondary bullseye just south of the Boston Metro. But for New Yorkers and everybody who is just frustrated with the snow and how it was piled up and stayed on the sidewalks for multiple weeks. I mean, it was hard to just walk along the sidewalks in the city after that storm in mid-January. The good news is with this particular event, we will be warming up above freezing coming in the next few days, but it will have that melt and refreeze cycle, that back and forth a little bit. But hopefully we're not going to be talking about 3 feet of snow on the ground for an extended period of time. I know New Yorkers, just like probably anybody across the Northeast, we're done with this winter.
Amen on that one. Haley, as you know, about 330,000 to 360,000 visitors per day walk through Times Square where you're at. And I hope that's a meter stick in your hand, by the way. I was going to ask if that was a 12-inch ruler or if that was, okay. You're going to need the meter stick by the time everything is said and done to measure the snowfall totals in New York City's Times Square. Haley Meyer for us live in Times Square in NYC. Haley, thank you. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. Nick, my goodness gracious, how about that?
Only the beginning of it, too. Here we go. This is Buffalo, New York. On the other side of the state, it looks like some snow is flying around there. Get used to seeing the snow flying in and around the state of New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Massachusetts. It's coming. This storm is going to dump possibly an historic amount of snow, especially in the areas with the blizzard warnings. spanning all the way from Massachusetts down to Maryland. By the way, this is the first time that New Jersey, the entire state of New Jersey, has been under a blizzard warning since 1996.
Wow.
Already starting to put some history in the record books. And we'll be bringing you live 24/7 coverage on Fox News and Fox Weather all night long. Stick around.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for covered over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-301-4791.
We're back. Here we go. This is from that storm that hit us just 3 weeks ago in January. Heck, there's still some spots along the East Coast that have snow on the ground from the storm some 21 plus days ago. And here we go again on the precipice of adding more inches, possibly more feet to what's been on the ground for quite some time. 35 million Americans under blizzard warnings, including entire states like Delaware and New Jersey. New Jersey, the entire state under a blizzard warning. First time that's happened since 1996. It has been a long, long time since we've had to activate warnings and watches like this. And so that goes to show you that this is going to be a huge, impactful storm for many, many, many. Like we just said, 35 million people at the very least. Those are the ones under a blizzard warning. Here's what live radar is showing right now. And I know a lot of people are waking up. They've heard us talk about a blizzard for quite some time, and they're saying, this is just rain, it's a bust. Trust me, this is how it's going to start. This rain, like what you're seeing in Washington, D.C., is coming down. But you see that snow off to the west. That rain is going to switch over to snow as that cold air starts to work in. And by later on this afternoon into this evening, that snow will be coming down gangbusters. Now, I do think the rain does cut those snow totals down in D.C., so 5 to 8 inches is more likely there than, say, 1 to 2 feet like we're going to expect in places further north. But that's still disruptive snow. Philadelphia is seeing some light rain right now. You just saw Haley Meyer outside in Times Square. She's dealing with some light rain. And then up towards Boston, nothing right now. I think they're going to start with snow and end with snow. So I don't think they have any rain in the mix to worry about whatsoever. This is about 1 o'clock, and notice how we still have some rain on our model, but at that point, New York and most of Philadelphia starting to see all snow. And then as we get into tonight, the sun goes down, cold air is in place, boom, it's all snow for really everybody up and down that I-95 corridor. When you wake up tomorrow morning, it is going to be absolute winter pandemonium out there. It's not just the pretty snow that'll be falling. It's not going to be white, fluffy stuff. It's going to be heavy, wet snow, and that wind is just going to be blowing around like crazy. 50, 60, 70, maybe 80-mile-per-hour winds up there as you look towards the Cape. And it's all going to stack up. A couple of bullseyes that we want to draw your attention to. The first one is right here as you look towards Boston and out towards the Cape, and then right along the Jersey shore there by Toms River. Those two spots lighting up this peach color, which indicates 24 to 36 inches of snow. So 2 to 3 feet possible in those locations. And that's on top of all the really, really gusty wind that's going to be pummeling this area. Coming in out of the northeast, that's why this is called a nor'easter. So places like the North Shore of Long Island and the northern shores of the Cape could really be dealing with some coastal flooding, coastal inundation, and Michael, beach erosion also can't be understated with a wind event like this.
Oh, huge beach erosion, especially right along the shorelines. Hey, I want to just update you real quick on travel because a lot of folks do have travel plans. And keep in mind that New York City, when it comes to the big 3 airports, JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark Liberty, we call that our airport system in New York. This is the busiest in the country when you take all 3 of those airports combined. Note that on our dial, we're already at that halfway point. Half of all flights in and out of JFK, and then, of course, out of LaGuardia right now have some sort of delay or cancellation with them. In fact, check that out. Number of cancellations right now over 2,800. And again, it has ripple effects through not only Chicago O'Hare, but Atlanta, Miami, and MSP. That's Minneapolis, St. Paul. So note that all of these dials have red, even if they're not associated with New York City centric, because of the ripple effects that we're seeing across the country because of our blizzard. When we say there's a blizzard warning in effect for New York City's 5 boroughs, here's what we're talking about. You can expect winds over 35 miles per hour for at least 3 hours with visibilities down to less than a quarter of a mile, again, for an extended period of time. This is what's in the forecast, not just in New York City, but again, along the Jersey Shore. Right now, we're not seeing any blizzard conditions. Our radar is going to highlight this if we do see any of these thresholds being met. It's rain in Norfolk, but again, it's all a part of the same system. D.C., you're seeing rain as we are in Philly and parts of New York City as we speak. A localized view of Washington, D.C., right around the monuments and the White House. Again, seeing lots of green. Philly, same sort of story with perhaps some embedded snowflakes, especially further toward the west. New York City, rain right now. We just got that live report from Fox Weather's Haley Meyer out in Times Square. But all of this is going to transition to snow by late morning and then into the afternoon with some terrifically strong winds gusting upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Montauk, heads up, there were some forecast models projecting 70 to 80 mile per hour winds out on the eastern fringes of Long Island. So something to be mindful of. Strong winds also expected up toward Boston. Boston Logan Airport is right on the water if you've ever flown in or out. So again, there's nothing to impede all that strong wind. Blowing snow impacts are going to be significant, with perhaps even at times some ground blizzard conditions. And what that means is basically even after it stops snowing, with the residual wind, that can blow all that snow around. And man, oh man, sometimes, I don't know if I ever told you the story, Nick, the first time that I actually spun out, like I had a 360, I was driving in Michigan, was during a ground blizzard. It wasn't even snowing, it was the ground blizzard that spun me out.
That makes sense. Sometimes, I've never been in a ground blizzard, but I've seen video of it, and it's just as chaotic, if not maybe even more chaotic than a blizzard with snow that's actually coming down from the cloud base all the way to the ground. So
it's wild.
It is wild, and it's a little bit disorienting, I would imagine, too, because you're not seeing that snow coming down, so maybe your guard's let down.
Yeah, and you can't make out the lanes in the road. It gets really difficult, and we talked about the travel, but like I'm looking at our flight board right now. We have almost 700 flights out of JFK, almost 550 out of Newark. What is that? That is LGA, so it's LaGuardia right now. That have big time delays, and the blizzard isn't even quite here just yet.
No, we're just seeing a little bit of the moisture out ahead of it as this storm is starting to try to form a little bit, and we're already seeing a lot of red on the misery meters. I do want to take us down into D.C. We've talked about New York, we've talked about Philly. I want to focus in on our friends in D.C. If you're just tuning in and say you were watching a few days ago, actually at one point D.C., Baltimore was kind of in the bullseye. That has shifted, lucky for you. You're seeing rain right now, and the good news is you're not going to see huge blockbuster snowfall totals. So the 1 foot, 2 foot, possibly 3 feet snowfall forecasts aren't for you.
Right.
So that's the good news. Heavy snow, sure, that's possible. So is limited visibility, but you're going to get the gusty winds, and there will certainly be travel impacts.
5 to 8.
As 5 to 8 inches is enough to shut down a good chunk of our nation's capital.
I mean, but look at Annapolis and east of that. I mean, this is nothing to sneeze at. 1 foot to 1.5 foot toward Chestertown.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that'll slow down your roll for sure.
Absolutely. And don't forget about Baltimore right up there. So, I mean, another 5 to 8 inches in between both Baltimore and Washington. I'm sure a lot of folks commute maybe back and forth. Maybe they live in one city and work in another. A solid 5 to 8 inches between those two locations is going to make life pretty difficult for you.
Yeah, the one bit of good news, and Haley Meyer mentioned this before, is the fact that temperatures aren't going to get as cold as the last big blockbuster storm that we had. So, at 40 degrees on Monday, Tuesday 38 degrees, there will be some melting of the snow. And even the overnight lows, they're cold, they're sub-freezing at times, but it's not like they're teens and single digits. So I think this will, if there's a bit of good news, I think it melts more quickly than the last go.
Last time with that snow in January, we were lucky to see a temperature get up to 26, let alone...
That was like our high.
Yeah, if we were lucky, right? Some of those highs were in the teens and single digits in spots. So you're right, a little more warmth or milder weather after this blizzard.
Yeah, and it just goes to show from Boston to New York, Philadelphia, down to Washington, D.C., a lot of areas are going to be impacted by this. And please keep in mind that right here on Fox Weather, we are your Winter Storm HQ. We're going to have coverage for you. Literally started at 6 a.m. this morning. And friends, we are going to be going all through the night, the overnight, and into tomorrow morning with team coverage all up and down the East Coast and Northeast Coast, tracking this blizzard with over 34 million Americans under blizzard warnings as we speak. We want you to keep tuned to us here on Fox Weather. We will also be simulcasting right now on Fox Business, but overnight tonight into early tomorrow, we'll also be simulcasting on the Fox News channel and joining them. So make sure that you follow our coverage there. We're online for you. So anywhere you are, we want to be with you to keep you ahead of the storm. Much more Fox Weather coming up right after this.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
There is a crisis. Thousands of healthy dogs are scheduled to be killed today. Shelters are too full. Now there's hope. iPaw Rescue is a nonprofit founded by legendary business activist Carl Icahn.
When there are thousands of dogs being killed every day that could be saved, the system is broken. I can't save them all, and that's why I created iPaw.
iPaw's network rescues dogs and transports them to no-kill sanctuaries, where they receive care until they're adopted. Your gift of $19 will save a dog about to be killed.
When you donate to iPaw, every penny you put in will go to save the dogs. Time is what these dogs do not have. That's why we're matching your donation right now.
That means double the lives saved. Your donation is the difference between life and death.
Call 1-800-238-8201 or visit ipawrescue.org now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4381.
Good morning. We are back now on Fox Weather. You were looking at that orange on your screen, meaning blizzard warnings are in effect for millions of Americans across the Northeast. We've got live team coverage all across the Northeast for you, 24/7 coverage from here on out. Make sure that you download the Fox Weather app. You can also stream us for free. Here's the good news about the streaming. Even if you lose power, since we're expecting thousands of customers to lose power out of the storm, you can still be with us every step of the way. We're tracking this massive bomb cyclone nor'easter forcing states of emergency declarations up and down the East Coast. Let's go right to Boston. That's where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. And Melanie, I look behind you and I think to myself, according to what you said yesterday, 12 inches of snow already, and you guys are projecting another, 18 to perhaps 24 inches on top of the snow that you picked up, a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, crews still have to clean up what was left from that storm back in January. That was a big one for Boston, dumping nearly 2 feet of snow on the city. And we already picked up some accumulations to start the weekend. So crews have already been at work and they'll be back at it again tonight into tomorrow. Boston is in the bullseye for some of the highest snow totals from this strengthening nor'easter. And in fact, we do have a blizzard warning here. It's the first one that has been in effect for the city since January of 2022. So it has been a few years, and there's going to be the potential for power outages. Right now, we are forecasting that there could be widespread power outages over parts of southern New England, given that we are expecting anywhere from 1 to 2 feet of snow to fall across parts of Massachusetts, if not higher amounts in this bullseye area where we're expecting some of these heavier snow bands to set up across parts of southeast Mass where there could be 2 to 3 feet of snow. You have the consistency of this going to be a heavy and wet one, given that our temperatures are marginal. That, coupled with some strong winds, upwards 60 to, if not 70 miles per hour, is going to cause some major issues to the infrastructure here. So today is a good day, if you don't have one already, to come up with a plan in case that your power does go out. At this point, you should plan that your power goes out just so you can make those proper preparations. For Boston, right now, it's pretty nice out, if you don't mind the chill, but it's really going to be tonight into tomorrow that we're going to experience some of the peak impacts. In fact, as I'm looking at some of the computer models this morning, it looks like for this long period from about sunrise tomorrow to sunset, we could have strong gusts that are pushing above 40 miles per hour, if not higher. The highest signals I'm seeing for maybe near 70 mile per hour winds, that'll be across parts of the Cape and the islands. In the meantime, as our storm continues to strengthen, this is a storm that pretty much checks all the boxes in terms of what you need for a big blockbuster snowstorm. It's going over what we call the benchmark, which is the sweet spot signal, the 40 degrees north, 70 degrees west, where if it the storm tracks near or over that, it gives you a big snowstorm, and that's what we are expecting here. Meantime, we also are going to undergo bombogenesis, so this is rapidly going to strengthen. There's even going to be some thunder snow in the mix for a chance of that across southern New England. So there's a lot of energy with this storm, and when I'm looking at where we could have some of the heaviest snowfall, it's going to be especially tomorrow morning. This is when we're expecting snowfall rates to exceed 2 inches per hour across a good chunk of the state. In fact, I'm looking at the probabilities, and it's a high probability. We'll still keep some of those snowfall rates potentially in the forecast come tomorrow afternoon. But as we go forward through the evening and into Tuesday, the storm is going to exit, and then we'll be left with the cleanup process. Mayor Wu has already declared a snow emergency, putting a parking ban around the city of Boston. So that's just so that crews can properly clear the roads once all this snow does fall and they hit the streets to continue to push it off to the side. She's also holding a press conference later on this morning, so we'll get more of an update and start learning more about school districts that will be closed for tomorrow. Already a handful have said they are closed for tomorrow, and I anticipate that Boston Public Schools will be one of those. It's the biggest school district that's in the state, so we'll keep you posted on that one. Meantime, let's travel a little bit farther down to the south and head to New York City. New York City, also a spot that's under a blizzard warning where we could pick up a decent amount of snow. And that's where we have Fox Weather's Haley Meyer. Haley, good morning. We've upped our snow totals around that area.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, Melanie. I mean, we are on the precipice of a historic winter storm. It really could be. The last time we saw anything like this was back in 2016. The last blizzard warning we had, though, for New York City was 2017. So literally over 3,000 days. So if you're new to the city, you're fresh by 5 years or so, you really haven't felt this type of impactful winter snowstorm. But yes, we had to come to the heart of New York City, to Times Square, to capture the before and the after. Right now we're dealing with just rain. But I will say about 7.7 miles to my northeast, closer to the Bronx, there was some snow and or graupel that was reported. So we are right on that line in Manhattan for rain where I'm at, a little bit further south, and the snow and the rain-snow mix to our north. So likely we'll be getting a few snowflakes before the morning's out, and then that's when things really take a turn. As that low pushes off the Carolina coast, strengthens, bombs out, as you guys have been saying, so rapidly intensifies. The wind is going to be picking this up intensely. Winds will be up to 50 to 60 miles per hour here in New York City. Sustained winds probably closer to 20 to 30 mile per hour winds. And that's why we have blizzard conditions that will set to take over by about 7, 8 o'clock at night tonight, all through the overnight. Now, the local government and the officials, they've been monitoring this storm for the last week. I mean, that's when the GFS first grabbed on to a signal. The GFS is one of those models where you see it, but you wait a second to actually believe it. But in this case, seeing will be believing later on. Take a listen to what Governor Kathy Hochul had to say.
Once again, New York State is in the crosshairs of a very dangerous, fast-moving, potentially life-threatening winter storm. And literally in the last hour, we received word that it's even worse than we expected, and it is a rapidly deteriorating situation.
So there you have it. I mean, this event is going to be a very big storm later down the line this evening. So stay prepared, New Yorkers, and do not let this rain fool you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Haley, thank you so much. You know, just a heads up, too, I was just doing some back-of-the-envelope calculations. About 50 to 100,000 people actually live on boats in the Northeast. And we're just receiving word that the National Weather Service actually having some call-to-action statements saying that hurricane-force wind gusts are possible on the open waters. Not terribly far from where you are there, Haley, but the winds in Times Square will be prolific at times, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, wind gusts could get up to 60 miles per hour, but you know, we have all these tall buildings, so the wind tunnel effect is going to be huge. That's one thing that really stuck out to me whenever I moved to New York City. I wasn't used to wind like that, where you literally have to hunch down and walk with your head all the way down. That's also why New Yorkers, they wear coats that go beyond their knees. it traps all of their heat inside, and then the wind can't blow it around. So you'll be needing all of those coats tonight. I highly recommend you stay indoors, though. Do not walk around outside because this wind is going to be ferocious, which is why blizzard conditions are expected within the next 12 hours.
Yeah, literal hurricane force wind warnings is what they're actually projecting on the open waters of the Atlantic Ocean. So, Nick, in the meantime, boy, it's something that we're certainly going to be watching. Haley Meyer for us live in Times Square. Haley, thank you.
Yeah, all right, so let's talk about this blizzard and how it's going to impact planes, like what you're seeing right there. This was on Thursday, folks de-icing that plane in Rochester, but it's going to be tough to get those planes up and to some of their desired destinations for the rest of today and especially into Monday. I think it's going to be darn near mission impossible, as right now the FlightAware misery map is actually showing a good amount of red in Boston and all 3 major airports here across the New York City area, and then even down into D.C. And this storm really hasn't even gotten going yet, let alone what's going to happen tomorrow. So we're expecting major delays all up and down the East Coast when it comes to flying in or out of any of those airports that we just mentioned. Getting back to the here and the now, this morning, if you still have some errands to run, if you need to buy some non-perishable food, go out and do it. I promise you, we're not playing the boy who cried wolf card right now. This is going to be a big storm. Even though you might just be seeing rain outside of your window, that switches over to snow, and it is going to be a problem as we get into tonight, overnight, and into tomorrow morning. So by this time, Sunday evening, this storm is going to be rocking and rolling, especially as the sun goes down. So travel up and down I-95, not bad, but keep in mind it's going to deteriorate throughout the day. So what you're seeing out there right now isn't the blizzard. It's just the precursor to what's going to be happening in full force later on tonight and through the overnight hours. Now, by tomorrow, I-95 is going to be absolutely treacherous, and all of the snow removal equipment is going to be focused on this stretch of road, and I still think it's going to be difficult, if not maybe impossible in stretches to navigate. So keep that in mind, plan accordingly, do what you have to do, stay where you need to stay in order to keep yourself safe and off some of these roads. Monday evening, still some snow, especially up here towards the Boston area. I think we are going to see this start to clear from southwest to northeast, but that snow is already going to be on the ground and the wind is going to continue to howl. So we may be dealing with drifting snow at that point, maybe some ground blizzard situations. All right, we're expecting this to be one of the worst snowstorms possibly in the history for the Northeast. Fox weather fully deployed across that I-95 corridor that I was just talking about. Let's look at Erie, PA right now, and look at that. Blizzard warnings up and down the coast from Massachusetts through Maryland. That includes Nantucket, New Haven, Connecticut, all 5 boroughs of New York, Atlantic City, and the entire states of New Jersey and Delaware. We've got more on this potentially historic storm coming up. More Fox weather after this.
Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see.
We're your Winter Storm HQ, Fox weather for all seasons for all America.
And welcome back to Fox Weather on the Fox Business Network. I'm Michael Estime. Listen up for friends and family in Philadelphia. Boy, it's already raining with some areas of some transition being seen. Here's the thing. When everything is said and done and this blizzard wraps up, check out the amount of snow that we're expecting in Philadelphia. That's 18 to 24 inches right along the Rocky Steps. Significant. You head up toward the east, right, toward Toms River. This is going to be the Jersey Shore. And check out that salmon color, 24 to 36 inches, a.k.a. 2 to 3 feet of snow. This will be the heavy, wet, dense variety. Right now, as we mentioned, you're not stepping outside and seeing snow. You'll have to wait for that. I think that by the time we get to lunchtime, points after lunchtime, 4, 5, 6 p.m., two things you'll notice. Everything changes to snow, the winds start to pick up, and you'll see that's with us through 8, 9, 10 p.m., overnight hours into Philadelphia. If you're a third shift worker, it's going to be very difficult getting to and from. I know a lot of nurses work the 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. Getting home from work is going to be very difficult, tough to, if not impossible, in spots, especially along the Jersey Shore where we pick up the demonstrative snowfall amounts. You'll note that by tomorrow evening, things finally begin to taper. 4, 5, 6 p.m. But that's not before we see wind gusts upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour along the shore. In Philly itself, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. It is going to be a very intense next 12 to 24 hours.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under -50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
All righty, welcome back to Fox Weather. I'm meteorologist Nick Koser. A historic blizzard set to cripple the Northeast today. There's actually an interesting theme when it comes to major blizzards in general. They seem to happen every decade in the year ending in the number 6. And we've seen once-in-a-decade blizzards in 96, 2006, 2016, and another is set for this year, unfolding here in the next couple of hours. Let's go back in time and revisit some of these storms. I was just talking about this in the commercial break with a local here. In January of 1996, a powerful blizzard slammed the East Coast with up to 4 feet of snow over a 3-day stretch. So it just kept snowing sun up to sundown for 3 straight days. It paralyzed the region with wind gusts over 50 miles an hour and snow drifts up to 8 feet high. It's recognized as one of the most intense blizzards in recorded history. 10 years after that, fast forward a decade later into 2006, another strong blizzard hit the region. This time it was a February storm, but the impacts were damaging from Virginia all the way up to Maine. Major cities like Baltimore to Boston got at least a foot of snow, and New York City got nailed with 26.9 inches, so over 2 feet. At the time, this was the most snow New York ever got hit with during a single storm. I should say the most snow New York City ever got hit with during a single storm. That record stood until 10 years later, 2016, when yet another blizzard slammed the Northeast. So the Big Apple got hit with a new record of 27.5 inches. But they weren't the only ones who got slammed. That blizzard became known as Snowzilla, producing up to 3 feet of snow in some spots. And it's pretty crazy how this has been happening every 10 years, like clockwork, going all the way back to the 90s, Michael. I don't know what it is, if it's a coincidence, if there's something in the water, quite literally. But here we are again, staring down possibly our blizzard of this decade's 6.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking to myself, it was Snowzilla last time. What would today's, coin phrase be?
Online, I was seeing Snowpocalypse. Saw a lot of that. Snowmageddon. Those are always popular.
Right.
But Snowzilla is pretty good.
I would agree.
That's pretty creative.
I would agree, especially if, again, here in New York City, although some of our forecast models that are a little more conservative are saying about 12 to 13 at the conservative end. On the highest of ends, first off, the National Weather Service just put out a statement that explicitly said 20 inches of snow for New York City.
Yeah.
Some of our forecast models actually pushing closer to 24 inches of snow. So at that point, Snowmageddon, Snowpocalypse, Snowzilla.
It would need a name.
It would be a thing.
It would need a name. Yeah, we just said the highest total ever was 27.5 inches. We don't have anything forecasted for that, but I mean, we're close.
Yeah.
The fact that we're just a couple of inches away from that possibly is really saying something.
Yeah, this could be historic, and for so many reasons, and so many, for so many folks as well. And this powerful nor'easter, by the way, the winds have to be discussed here, Nick, because, our forecast models, again, suggesting 50, 60, even 70 mile per hour wind gusts at times.
Yeah, and I wouldn't actually be surprised if we get maybe something in the 80 mile per hour range as you get up there towards the Cape. And that's when you have to think about coastal flooding. You almost have to think about this like a summertime tropical system as the water comes into play. So as that wind whips around the northeast and it starts hammering places like the North Shore of Long Island and the North Shore of the Cape, all that water can only go where the land is, and then it starts riding up and over the land, and that's why we expect inundation of possibly 2 to 3 feet above normal water levels. And that's concerning. If you have a business that's flooded before under those circumstances, here we go again, just the winter version of it.
Absolutely, and there it is for you. You can see it clear as day. Montauk, that's the eastern end of Long Island. It says 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and that's the reason why flood warnings and coastal flood advisories have been posted. And it's not just that, it's also the inland rivers that we have, so watch out. You can see where Rehoboth Beach is in Delaware, and of course along the Jersey Shore, where we could be talking about moderate to major flooding possible. You look at the wave heights right now, and the forecasted wave heights. And Nick, check this out. Toward Atlantic City, New Jersey, and the Jersey Shore, that red coloring and that oranges, that's 9 to 12, perhaps even 12 to 15 foot waves. And then if you're on a boat toward Boston, Logan, I mean, that's
threatening.
That's 18 to 24 foot waves.
Yeah, that's incredible. So that's why beach erosion also comes into play. It's not just the coastal flooding, it's the beach erosion, which we've seen a lot. We know what that can do, especially as you look down towards the Outer Banks of North Carolina, where so much damage and devastation has happened because of this very thing.
Yeah, there's a lot that we're keeping our eyes on. Of course, high and low tide cycles as well, just to go along with everything else that we're keeping our eyes on. But again, this is certainly a behemoth of a storm that has major travel impacts that we're tracking for you, right? You're looking live here at both LaGuardia, JFK, and then Newark Liberty International Airport. That's technically in New Jersey. I'm looking at my flight board here, and at JFK, we have 675 flight disruptions. At LaGuardia, it is 546. That's over 50% of flights out of both of these airports have already been disrupted, and we haven't even really gotten started just yet. So major flight impacts are going to be seen up and down the East Coast, not just in New York, but down toward Washington, D.C. Boston, Logan, over 35% of flights have been in some way delayed or canceled or disrupted. And of course, Fox Weather has you covered all week long and weekend long. Make sure that you download the Fox Weather app and turn on those alerts to stay up to date on the latest forecast. We have lots of twists, lots of turns in the forecast. And of course, more special winter storm coverage. That and so much more for you right here on Fox Weather, also on the Fox Business Network.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin,
and backed by science, and it actually works. My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night. Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
eye bags, dark spots,
wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMin.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMin.com.
There is a crisis. Thousands of healthy dogs are scheduled to be killed today. Shelters are too full. Now there's hope. iPaw Rescue is a nonprofit founded by legendary business activist Carl Icahn.
When there are thousands of dogs being killed every day that could be saved, the system is broken. I can't save them all, and that's why I created iPaw.
iPaw's network rescues dogs and transports them to no-kill sanctuaries, where they receive care until they're adopted. Your gift of $19 will save a dog about to be killed.
When you donate to iPaw, every penny you put in will go to save the dogs. Time is what these dogs do not have. That's why we're matching your donation right now.
That means double the lives saved. Your donation is the difference between life and death.
Call 1-800-238-8201 or visit ipawrescue.org now.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
All right, welcome back to Weather Command Weekend, Erie, PA. We're looking at you. Temps at 30, feels like 30, barely even a wind. And boy, that is not going to be the case along the coast as this nor'easter gets going and kicks in a high gear tonight into tomorrow. I want to take a look at what's going on in and around New York City. We just talked to Haley Meyer. She's out in Times Square. She said it's just rained there, but some graupel was reported, I believe she said in the Bronx not too long ago. So it's starting.
It is. A little transition, not just north of the city itself, Bronx, and then northwest parts of from the city as well. And just looking at it, Trenton, New Jersey, that's the capital city, down toward Philadelphia. Also seen in parts of Pennsylvania, just like some rain as we speak. But all of this is going to transition to snow, I'd say, by mid to late morning and then into the early afternoon.
No doubt. It's all on the board. Heavy snow, gusty winds, travel impacts, you name it. And in terms of the snow, let's talk about it.
Notice this?
These are the latest totals.
Noticed that.
Yeah, that's an update. So this is the very latest of what our snowfall guidance is showing us. We were just showing you what was going on in D.C. not too long ago. That peach coloring showing up there, and also here, a little flake. Where
Interesting.
That is back off towards, what is that, Jersey?
So, southern end, I'm thinking like Long Island here, so you start getting out to, what is it, like Long Beach, the Far Rockaways, down that way, and that peach is...
That's significant.
Just saying,
we're
a little higher.
In the 2 to 3 foot range with
Wow.
that. And again, these 12-inch snow chances are just through the roof. And so this is how it looks to play out as we get towards noon. I think that snow subtly shows up. And then by this time, 4, 5, 6, it'll be coming down at a little better clip overnight and into tomorrow morning. Gangbusters.
Absolutely. Completely agree with you on that one, Nick. Well, of course, a generational storm requires generational coverage, and that's why we're staying up all night to bring you the critical information you need with our extended coverage. Coming up, we're going to be heading back to Boston, where conditions are going to change in a hurry. You're watching Fox Weather.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-301-4791.
Good morning. It is 9 a.m. on the East Coast as we brace for a historic blizzard. We are on a Fox weather alert as we're on the cusp of a crippling historic snowstorm. The I-95 corridor going to be brought to a standstill by tomorrow morning.
That's right. More than 35 million people under blizzard warnings from Maryland to Massachusetts. It's the top tier of winter weather alerts. It peaks out at blizzard warning. Nor'easter will undergo explosive deepening, creating whiteout conditions for the most populated region of the country.
Yeah, and Nick, here's the thing. Fox Weather, of course, kicking off continuous coverage 24/7 all through the evening and through the duration of the storm. We'll dive into every detail to help you prepare. First and foremost, though, we start off and we just have that general look at what is going on. And again, New York City, you are looking live along 6th Avenue. This is the Avenue of Americas, where 18 to 24 inches of snow is possible by the time we get to midday tomorrow. New York City bracing for that generational blizzard. In some spots, we're talking 2 feet of snow with heavy and strong winds, near whiteout conditions. We go just 6 minutes from the Avenue of Americas down to Times Square. That's where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer this morning. And here's the thing, Haley, I'm curious, do you see do you see crews putting salt down at this time? Do you see any sort of preparations underway at this point?
You know, I got to be honest with you, Michael. I have not seen anything being laid down right now. That's not to say that they haven't yesterday, but the problem is it's raining. So any salt, any brine that they put down on the road, it's going to essentially melt away, and then it just renders that point mute. So I think they have to wait, see what happens within the next couple of hours as things start to transition from rain over to that mix, if not snow. We have been seeing some reports of that rain-snow mix about 7 miles to our north. But it hasn't stopped people from walking around outside. I have tourists, right? Are you visiting New York? Where are you from?
From France, but actually I'm living in Canada, in Montreal.
Okay, so if you live in Montreal, you're somewhat used to snow.
Yes. A few weeks ago we had minus 30 degrees. So actually it's okay, but we were here for 3 days, it's during the storm, so we will see.
When are your flight plans to get back home?
No, I'm living in Montreal for 2 years.
Okay.
And maybe I will come back in France in 2 years or 1 year, I don't know. But
So how many inches of snow do you think New York City is going to get, from what you've heard from meteorologists and the internet?
I don't know. I saw a lot of snowstorms in New York, but I think it's like Canada now, because we had a lot of snow, but now it's okay. So I think it will be like now in Canada.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, if there's anybody that knows how to brave a storm, it's a Canadian, right? Even if you are from France. But Canada, they deal with snow a lot.
Yeah, in France, we are not used to snow. Like when we have, during Christmas, we had a little snow and it was a lot for us.
Yeah.
In France, we are really not used to snow. So we will see here how it is in New York.
Well, good luck braving the storm. Thank you for hanging out with us on Fox Weather. Have a good time getting back to Canada. I mean, no matter what the weather is here in New York City, people are going to be out. I wouldn't advise that after about noon today, because that's when the blizzard conditions are really going to take over. Now, one thing, Michael and Nick, I really wanted to point out and actually kind of read for our viewers, because right now with the rain and the somewhat warm temperatures, I mean, I'm cold. I wouldn't say it's warm outside, but considering the fact that we could have 2 feet of snow, people are kind of questioning what really is going on right now. And this is from Nicholas Isabella. He's a New York City storm chaser. That's his handle online. And I just wanted to read his takes. I thought it was really special. He said, "This isn't your average couple of inches and slush by noon. This has the makings of a storm we study for years, the kind that rewrite seasonal totals, shut the city down, and get talked about decades later." And I think that's what meteorologists are really trying to scream out to people is, hey guys, this is going to be a very serious storm in New York City, up into Boston where Melanie's at, down over in Philadelphia, even through D.C. This is something we haven't seen in the better part of a decade. The top snow total we've seen in New York City, 27 inches from the storm back in 2016. And these storms seem to be on this decade loop. But this could be the storm of the decade, guys. I don't know if we'll rival 27 inches, but the ceiling of this forecast still has that 30-inch mark in play, albeit a very low-end chance, but we will at least be seeing a foot of snow. I can almost guarantee you that. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, you know, Haley, what's so interesting in this forecast is the fact that even on the lowest and most non-aggressive forecast models that we have, they're still spitting out 12 to 14 inches at the lowest of ends. Now, at the highest of thresholds, I've seen the 20, 25, perhaps 28 inches that could rival an all-time snow that we've ever seen here in New York. But when the lowest of ends, the lowest threshold is a foot to a foot and a quarter. That's saying something. So I know, Haley, you're going to be with us every step of the way. Thank you so much for your report from Times Square. We'll, of course, check back in with you as that transition from rain that you're seeing now begins to transition to snow in the next several hours.
Sounds good.
All right, let's get it over to Fox Weather's Melanie Black, who is in Boston. So she's just a little bit further north of where we just checked in on with Haley there in Times Square. And Melanie, I don't know about you or you, Michael, but yesterday I was out and about. I heard so many people saying, today feels like spring. I even heard 2 people behind me on the train talking about it. Melanie, you've been out in Boston for a little while now. Was that the sentiment out there in Boston, and is it still like that today?
I would say there are a lot of people that are outside. I don't know if I would call yesterday spring. We had a little bit different weather. We had more clouds, so it was a little bit gloomy over here in Boston and still chilly, but you still have people that are going out and about. I'm at a park here in Long Wharf in Boston, and this is a big park behind me where a lot of people come and walk their dogs and let their dogs roam. So there's still people that are certainly out and about, and they've been stopping us and coming by and saying, what are we going to get? You know, they're surprised about the snow that we're going to get, and I think some people still aren't really well aware that this is going to be a pretty impactful storm for the city of Boston. In fact, we expect that travel is going to be life-threatening come tomorrow, especially when we are in the peak of the event. For Boston, we are now back under a blizzard warning. It has been about 4 years. The last time we had a blizzard warning was the end of January of 2022. And that was a storm that dumped nearly 2 feet of snow on the city. You think back to the end of January, and we got 2 feet of snow from that storm as well. This one, though, is going to be different. The storm that we had in January, where we still see the remnants of it around Boston with snow piles that are off to the side of the street, and even right where I'm standing here for this live shot. That one was one that had Arctic air in place. So the consistency of that snow was drier and fluffier, and temperatures with this storm are going to be marginal. So to your point that it felt like spring yesterday, yeah, temperatures are still going to be marginal here today, closer to that freezing point. Again, it's all relative when you think about areas that really do experience the warmth, but these temperatures are going to lend itself to a heavy and wet snow. And when I'm looking at computer models and based on some of the storms that I've covered here in Boston, what really concerns me about this storm is the threat of some strong winds, because yes, this is going to dump a ton of snow on the area, and that's going to cause some issues to the roads when we have snow totals that we're projecting anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of snow. In fact, Boston, 18 to 24 inches is where we have that. So yes, this is going to be a massive amount of snow, but when you factor in that we're going to have some pretty strong winds from this nor'easter as it bombs out just off the coast, wind gusts 50 to 70 miles per hour are possible. I've seen signals for 70 mile per hour gusts across the Cape, and even to the coast, 50 mile per hour gusts are possible. When you talk about wind in that threshold, that's enough to cause problems for power lines. But when you factor in the snow plus the wind, this is no doubt going to cause some issues on the power lines, as that heavy wet snow is just going to weigh on the power lines. So I think the biggest impact is going to be to our electrical infrastructure, and that's something that's also noted by the National Weather Service. They do point that out in their morning discussion, saying that power outages are likely for a good chunk of the eastern portion of Massachusetts all the way into Rhode Island. So if you are watching this from southern New England, or even some of the other spots we've highlighted for the threat of power outages, you still have time this morning to do preparations that you need to. My best advice is just plan for your power to go out so that you can be fully prepared. Not only the power outages, but we're expecting some big issues to travel as well. Michael and Nick, so far this morning, as we've been monitoring the flight delays out of Boston Logan, nearly 400 flight delays. The last storm that we had, which was a pretty big one, I remember at one point Boston Logan was leading the country with the number of cancellations. So I expect that Boston, Logan, airports in and around New York, New Jersey are going to be some of the ones leading the cancellations going forward over the next couple of days.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, Boston Logan, by the way, which we just double checked. So 33 degrees, Melanie, is what you made it up to yesterday. So it was just a smidge above freezing for highs for you. And here in New York, by the way, it was in the mid to upper 40s. That was the temperature contrast that we were talking about.
That is a big difference.
Oh, yeah. It felt like spring.
We've had a cold winter. So even when you're above, you know, at one point this winter when we had been in, say, above freezing, it felt pretty good. So it's all relative.
It is all relative. You have about 12 inches of snow behind you right now. We're going to be adding at least another, 18 to 24 on top of that by the time everything is said and done by mid to late day on Monday. So a lot that we're watching out there in Boston and, of course, out on the Cape as well. Fox Weather's Melanie Blackforce live in Boston. Melanie, we'll check back in with you in just a moment. Meantime, want to get you into New York City. We mentioned the fact that we made it, Nick, to 46 degrees yesterday. You were saying that folks said, and I agree, it felt like springtime. The thing that I think is interesting is 46 degrees outside means that the pavement is warm. It means that the moment that transition from rain to snow happens with the warm pavement, that there's going to be quite a bit of melting to start. And then once temperatures aloft or higher in the atmosphere switch over to sub-freezing and we start to get that snow, you have to remember it's going to take time for that snow to accumulate. Let me show you what the graphics look like real quick. But it's going to take time for that snow to accumulate. So don't think that just because you're tucking into bed at 8 to 9 p.m. and you look out your window and you're like,
if you're not seeing accumulation, it's not a bust.
Yeah, it's not a bust yet. Yeah. You have to wait until tomorrow. Like, mid-morning, that's really when you're going to see all of it.
That's a really good point to make. I mean, believe it or not, it has been mild-ish, relatively speaking, to that unbelievably cold pattern that we were in. So, yeah, the ground is not as cold as it was for that last storm when things were just accumulating immediately. So, and also, it's going to be a little bit of a wet, heavy snow, so there will be some melt, and also it's going to compact a little bit as it falls.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why, I guess, me being a more conservative meteorologist, yes, we're saying 24 is possible, some spots higher. I think it may be on the lower end if we see more compacting of the snow. We'll see what happens for sure, but either way, the timeline here is showing you, this almost looks like a hurricane off the coast, by the way.
I know, and a lot of people online are saying, what is bombogenesis? We're expecting this. So that just means it's going to strengthen, it's going to deepen its low pressure 24 millibars in the period of 24 hours, which just means it's going to get really strong really fast.
Yeah, and actually, in a 12-hour period, this thing might drop 20 to 30 millibars too, so it's like explosive. But yeah, you can see the measurements here, 18 to 24 is what we're going with the NYC. Jersey Shore, how about that? My goodness.
Maybe even 2 feet down there on the high end. It's easy to look at the high end, but also the low end too is what you have to take into consideration. So 18 to 24, but yeah, 2 to 3 feet even further south of that.
Yeah, we'll watch it, that's for sure.
All right, well, listen, this is the beginning of our coverage of this blizzard that hasn't even gotten going yet. We'll take you out to Buffalo, New York. It's a snowy scene there. All of New York going to be feeling the impacts of this, whether you're on the coast or upstate. Time to hunker down. The entire state of New Jersey now under a blizzard warning. First time that's happened since 1996. And we're bringing you live 24/7 coverage, both on Fox Weather and Fox News all night long. We'll get you all the very latest on what's happening as this storm is developing in real time. Keep it here on Weather Command Weekend. We'll be right back.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone. I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our Restoration Guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
I'm asking all New Yorkers to stay inside and stay off the roads for your safety. These have the potential to be even more hazardous conditions than we faced the last time around.
There he is. So that's New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani talking about this historic blizzard as travel will be dangerous across New York City and all 5 boroughs. We'll actually be speaking with Mayor Mamdani later this morning at 10 o'clock on the dot to hear more about the city plans. Obviously, this is the second major snowstorm under his leadership. We'll see what his thoughts are on the previous storm and what he thinks how the city should respond moving forward. Meanwhile, 35 million Americans under blizzard warnings right now. This is a look at that last storm that I was just mentioning that took place in January during that Arctic outbreak. That snow was on the ground for weeks and weeks and weeks. There are still some nasty piles of it here across Midtown Manhattan that don't see a whole lot of sunshine. And later on tonight, we're going to add more snow on top of those snow piles as we're set to see maybe one of the bigger blizzards the Northeast and New York City has ever seen in history. And so there's the blizzard warning and the winter storm warning and winter storm watch map. And obviously, the most important, the most pressing part of this entire map is the areas covered up in the orange. So that's that whole I-95 corridor from the tip of Maryland down there through Georgetown and all of Delaware and New Jersey under a blizzard warning. By the way, a blizzard warning is the highest criteria that we can dole out for a storm in the winter. All 5 boroughs of New York under a blizzard warning as well. That includes New Haven up to Nantucket and up there towards Boston. So this is what the live radar is showing right now. Not a whole lot of snow. And I know you're thinking, what blizzard? Well, here's this area, low pressure. It's just getting off the coastline right now. It's going to continue to kick up this way. It's going to cross over the perfect location for a nor'easter to have its biggest impact on the coastline, that 70-40 bench line that we've been talking about. And as it makes its way towards that, over the open, relatively warm waters of the Atlantic, it's definitely going to strengthen. It's got a lot of moisture to work with. Let's take you to the big 4. D.C. will get you up to New York City, Boston, and several spots in between, like Philadelphia. And so we've got some light rain falling in and around a lot of these spots. You'll notice that there is some snow starting to show up on radar, but as anticipated, as expected, we're seeing rain first out ahead of the system as it organizes, and then the cold air filters in behind it, and the snow will get going later on this afternoon into this evening. Right now, Boston not seeing anything, as we were just talking with Melanie Black, and we didn't notice anything falling out of the sky at that point. So notice how at 1 o'clock this afternoon Eastern, we're still seeing a slug of rain enveloped with this storm, with more snow towards the north end of the storm. But watch what happens as everything really starts to organize and firm up tonight. 8 o'clock, this is an entire just shield of snow coming in out of the northeast and battering all those cities that I just mentioned. And it's going to stay that way through the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. This is 6 a.m. And we've been imploring folks that if they have the opportunity or at least the optionality to work from home on Monday, it's probably a good idea to start planning to do that because the roads are going to be treacherous and downright dangerous. Again, the organization with the storm out in the ocean almost looks like some sort of tropical storm. This then moves off the coastline on Tuesday, and we won't be seeing any active impact from it after about midnight going into Tuesday morning. But here's the footprint that we expect from this system. A few bullseyes right there and there in the Peach. So in and around and maybe just south of the Boston suburbs and then right along the central Jersey shore. And there actually is a tiny little area of Peach indicating 24 to 36 inches of snow on the south end of Long Island as well. As a result, and if you hadn't seen this map yesterday, this has been upgraded. So now we have a lot of red indicating widespread power outages up and down the East Coast from Delaware and really from Maryland right up through Massachusetts, Michael. So that's concerning.
Oh, for sure. You think about just the weight of that snow on power lines and on infrastructure. And yeah, power lines and transformers can come down real quick. All right, real quick, I also want to show you the travel map because, again, Nick focused in on what it looks like regionally. All 3 airports around NYC heavily affected. But look at the ripple effects from Chicago, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Kansas City. Even on the West Coast, our dials are showing red, mainly because of the impact that this nor'easter is going to have and is already already having on flights in New York, but all around the country. So something to keep in mind when we talk about a blizzard, we're talking about winds over 35 miles per hour for at least 3 hours. Visibility is down to only a quarter of a mile, so driving becomes difficult to almost impossible, especially when you're on a 2-lane highway, right? That's not where you want to swerve into another lane. Things can end up real scary in that situation. But again, blizzard criteria not being met just yet. When we do see that, and that'll mainly be later on this evening and overnight, our exclusive Fox Weather products will light up in different colors to show us where blizzard criteria is being met. But the system right now is coming together, and you can see it right along not just the Carolina coastline, but also toward what we call the Delmarva, Delaware, and then even up toward New York, where if you step outside in the 5 boroughs, you're more than likely seeing some light rain. Further toward the south, interestingly enough, this is where our little cinnamon swirl is, right off the coast of the Outer Banks. But there's showers, and there's been some embedded thunderstorms in there. I mention that because don't get too surprised if you actually hear later on this afternoon and into this evening, Philadelphia, New York, some rumbles of thunder out of that snow. That just shows just how powerful the system is going to be as it continues to deepen. Winds are also going to be outrageously strong, gusting at times 50, 60, possibly up to 70 miles per hour. Some of our forecast models suggesting we could see some 80 mile per hour winds, especially where things kind of hang out. Montauk, that's a 70 mile per hour wind gust, perhaps up to 80. But blowing snow, drifting snow, going to be a concern. So just driving in general, not so much this afternoon, but more so overnight tonight. And your Monday, let me tell you something. Your Monday is going to be a manic, messy Monday, to say the least, along the northeast coast. And, you know, we look at the different cities here, Nick, and I look at Philadelphia, 18 to 24 inches. We're saying the same thing for New York, up toward Boston. I mean, where do you go for refuge from this?
You got to go west, young man.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the best. I mean, you got to get out of the shield of this big system. You mentioned Philadelphia, possibly maybe some thunder snow.
Yeah.
Those snowfall totals around 1.5 to 2 feet. Let's focus in a little bit more on Philly, as they are under this blizzard warning, one of really the big 4. And here's a peek of what's going on out there right now. So we've got that light rain falling. You'll notice maybe some flakes around Allentown as you get further north, and right along the coast, Atlantic City getting a decent amount of rain at the current moment. We've got, limited visibility, the works expected. It's all maxed out. We're all expecting difficult conditions. There's that 18 to 24 inches of snow Michael was just mentioning, but all around town. To your point, where do you find a refuge? Even if you do go west, you get to Lancaster, you're still dealing with a foot of snow, not to mention what's going on further east.
This is what is mind-boggling to me. And our forecast models, notably the GFS model, has been pretty on point with showing higher amounts in parts of southern New Jersey. In Jersey Shore, we're talking 2 to 3 feet, 24 to 36 inches of snow possible. Nick, that is a debilitating, crippling snowstorm, which could just last. It's not like a one and done. This could last for days.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, you've also got the wind that could possibly be impacting the Jersey Shore in terms of coastal flooding and inundation. And you see what's happening here in Philadelphia itself with those 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Luckily, and I say luckily, loosely here, this isn't going to be a fluffy snow where this is all going to be blowing and drifting. It's going to be a fairly heavy, wet snow. So I don't think drifting will be as much of a concern, but the weight of this heavy, wet snow, a huge concern on tree limbs and power lines.
I completely agree with you on that. You think about the evergreens that kind of sag under the weight of the snow, and then you add in the 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds, and I mean the branches start snapping like toothpicks.
No doubt.
So big problems there. So yeah, a lot that we're tracking there. We're going to, of course, dive into the numbers with this historic storm and talk about why this is affecting so many people. Check it out for yourself. 15 plus states being impacted, over 75 million folks. Fox Weather, of course, your Winter Storm HQ. We have team coverage all weekend long across the Northeast following this blizzard. Over 34 million under blizzard warnings, including the largest city in America, New York City. Stick around as we continue our blizzard coverage. Philadelphia's Director of Clean and Green Initiatives will join us after the break. You are watching Fox Weather. Much more coming up right after this.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Time is critical. Please give now.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster.
The fellowship has been here and across the former Soviet Union for decades, but the need has never been more urgent.
Taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine who are struggling daily to stay warm and fed. Please call or go online while there is still time.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner. Always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
trygravite.com.
And we're back now on Fox Weather.
no,
Thanks so much for waking up with us. My goodness, Melanie, out there in Boston, my goodness gracious, where blizzard warnings have been issued. My goodness, it is going to stack up. You already have, 12 inches behind you with another, 18 to 24 on the way, right?
Whew, yeah, it has been a relentless winter here in the city of Boston. The big snowstorm that we had in January dumped nearly 2 feet of snow on the city of Boston, and now we are expecting to be near the jackpot zone for some of our highest snow totals with this powerful nor'easter that's set to develop. And anywhere around southern New England, we could pick up anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of snow. Specifically around Boston, where the Fox Forecast Center has Boston is 18 to 24 inches into that zone. All of this sounds like a whole lot of snow that's coming our way, but as I'm looking at things and based on my experience covering storms in the Boston area, I think that the wind is going to be the biggest impact. You might remember that January storm, the snow consistency that we had, because we had some Arctic air in place. It was drier and it was fluffier, but this consistency is going to be heavy and wet because our temperatures are more marginal, meaning they're going to be closer to that freezing point. So I think when you factor in the consistency of the snow along with these wind gusts that we're anticipating, anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour, that's going to cause some definite impacts to our infrastructure. In fact, fact, the National Weather Service already highlighting that we've had big time, where they're expecting big time impacts to electrical infrastructure, and that there could be some power outages, especially across eastern Mass and into Rhode Island as well. When do we prepare for this? Because you look at my live shot now, it looks pretty quiet. Just out here a little bit chilly, but hey, it's Boston. What else can you expect? I think as we go through tonight into tomorrow, this is when we're starting to see the snow shield spread across southern New England. The intensity picks up tomorrow morning. So if you're joining us for Fox Weather First, you're going to see some of the heaviest snowfall rates. Snowfall rates, I'm estimating, could at times be near or above 2 inches per hour, which is just going to overwhelm the roads. And when you have snowfall that's coming down at that pace, it limits the visibility. That also, when you have strong winds blowing around snow, visibility is going to be a big time issue. So tomorrow is not a day that you do want to be on the roads. In fact, through the morning is when we can expect some more moderate to heavy snow to continue to fall, possibly even into the early afternoon. But I think tomorrow morning is going to be the peak of the impacts, and that's when the strong gusts are really going to be evident. In fact, there's going to be this long period from about sunrise to sunset when we have some of the strongest gusts ripping against the coast. And when you have a northeast wind on the coast, it's also going to cause an issue for some coastal flooding. About 1 to 3 feet of inundation is what we're projecting, and that'll be especially something to watch for come tomorrow morning's high tide. Meantime, when you have a northeast wind that's just battering the coast, it's going to lead to some coastal erosion. This week was a big time vacation week for a lot of families and kids to be off from school. And the hotel where I'm staying at, there's been a lot of families that are thinking, hey, you know, we might be extending our school vacation because school likely going to be closed for tomorrow, possibly even into Tuesday. I know there's been a handful of school closures already across southern New England, and we're awaiting a press conference coming up here at 10:30 from Mayor Michelle Wu. It's at that point I think we'll get more of an idea of maybe the impacts this could have for Boston Public Schools, the state's biggest school district, and that will no doubt be something that we'll continue to monitor, as well as the threat for flight cancellations. Michael, just before you were coming out here, you might have seen us talking, is because we just got an alert about the number of flight cancellations that are going to be happening into Tuesday. You might be able to speak more on the national impact of it all, but here in Boston already this morning, we've noticed that there have been 400 flight cancellations, and this number is just only going to go up into next week.
Yeah, 37% of flights in and out of Boston's Logan have been disrupted, either cancellations or delays as of this point. And Melanie, to your point, more are on the way. Fox Weather's Melanie Blackforce in Boston. We'll check back in with you in just a moment. Melanie, thank you. Meantime, we head just further south to the city of brotherly love this morning with blizzard warnings in place for Philadelphia. Temperatures in the upper 30s, but they are expected to get buried in 18 to 24 inches of snow overnight tonight through tomorrow morning. We want to dial in. Carlton Williams, director of Philadelphia's Clean and Green Initiative, joins us now. Carlton, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it. You are looking like you're standing in a parking lot. So let me just ask right off the top, how are you guys preparing for this storm?
Yes, thank you, Michael. Yes, this is going to be a major event in the city of Philadelphia. The two devices that your trucks that you see behind me are actually snow melters that we brought into the city of Philadelphia to fight this massive storm. You know, we just dug out of Winter Storm Fern just less than 30 days ago, and now we're preparing for the second major storm. But we're ready. We have all hands on deck, and we're ready to fight the storm as soon as it arrives, and we'll continue to fight that until we get our streets safe and passable.
Absolutely. You know, that's going to be the #1 initiative. So how do you guys handle, I mean, this is a lot of snow for, you know, our nation's, fourth largest city, 18 to 24 inches. You head just a little further east, closer to the coastline, and we're talking about feet of snow. How concerned are you with power outages?
That's a big concern. Obviously, in a major city like this size of 1.5 million people, power outages will threaten the safety of our residents. And so our utility companies are on standby to act immediately, to work very closely with our teams to make sure that we can restore power as soon as possible if we get those type of reports. We're also concerned about trees, the amount of trees that will face damaging winds that can also fall from the heavy snow as well. So those are the biggest concerns that we have in the city of Philadelphia right now, along with making sure that we get our roads open.
Yeah, and Carlton, not to mention the fact that Monday night, by the way, the forecast low temperature is 21 degrees. So it is going to be a hard freeze overnight. Obviously, at that point, not all the snow has melted. What's the messaging to your community? What's the messaging to residents to take some personal responsibility and prepare for this?
Yeah, first, we want to try to keep everyone home as much as they can. We understand that people have emergencies that they have to deal with, but stay off the roadways is our first message. The second message is to be patient. Our crews are going to be working hard around the clock to be able to try to address this emergency as quickly as possible. But we understand that setting up this amount of equipment and getting rid of this much accumulation is going to take some time. So we want people to be patient as well. And ultimately, we want people to be courteous to one another. Look out for your neighbors, making sure you help out and dig people out of spaces and areas. Those are the things that we ask residents can do individually that can help us get through this emergency.
Yeah, neighbors helping neighbors, they call it the city of brotherly love for a reason, that is for sure. Carlton Williams, thank you so much for your time this morning, and best of luck to not just you, but your community members. I know that it's going to be a long next 24 to 36 hours, but again, with the community support and all of the resources that you have in place, I know that you guys will get through this, and we'll, of course, check back on in. Carlton, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And of course, New York City bracing for a blizzard. We mentioned it before, but 18 to 24 inches of snow possible in Times Square, which you are looking at live right now. Notorious, of course, Nick, if you think about the ball drop here, lots going on here. But that is also going to be the spot where we pick up a demonstrative amount of snow. And that's where we find Fox weather meteorologist Haley Meyer in Times Square for us this morning. And Haley, again, I've never been in Times Square and seen what could be, 18 to 24 inches of snow. You have 350,000 people that walk through Times Square daily. It's going to bring the city to a standstill.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of winter storm, Michael, that will shut a city down. And likely we'll see that through the overnight hours. I mean, we have not seen a snowstorm like this in the better part of a decade. We have to go all the way back to 2016. And I find it just kind of ironic. We are by where the ball drop is. So 2026, you can see it at the top above that Spotify sign. That's where we ring in the new year here in Times Square. And you and Nick have actually been talking about it. It seems like we're on this every 10-year repetitive loop of big-time snowstorms. Maybe someone's going to have to do some extra research on that. And I liked what Nick said earlier. Maybe there's something in the water with this 10-year storm. But anyway, I mean, yes, the snow totals, they've gone up from what we were expecting to see even just yesterday. And yesterday we were impressed by 12 to 18 inches. Now we're talking 18 to 24. It is significant, the amount of snow that we could see in New York City. And we're also looking at some intense snow bands that could set up. Now, unfortunately, for viewers who are tuning in, we really can't pre-forecast for it. We know that there's going to be a zone where we have a snow band set up that's going to be intense snowfall. But do we know exactly where that's going to be? No, and that's the real question mark, is does it set up over Times Square? And there is a real possibility, and in that case, we could get up to 30 inches worth of snow. Now, there's been a lot of talk back and forth comparing it to the last storm that we had in mid-January. New York City, Central Park, our official recording site, got 11.4 inches worth of snow, less than a foot. And everybody that I've been speaking to, they're trying to compare it to that event. And unfortunately, guys, those two events, they are not comparable. This is going to be much worse in regards to the travel. I mean, we have a blizzard that's going to set up, blizzard warning. First time New York City has been under a blizzard warning in over 3,000 days. The entire state of New Jersey under a blizzard warning, including Philadelphia now with their latest expansion. So it's not just the snow, but it's the wind. I've been talking to a bunch of different tourists around. Most of them are a little camera shy, but I did have one British family. They came from the UK, and they told me that their flight canceled. They had to rebook their hotel. Their new flight leaves on Tuesday, and they're even a little bit skeptical on if that's going to get out. At this point, we're talking about over 8,000 flights seeing some kind of travel mishap due to this winter storm, and that's likely going to get a whole heck of a lot worse coming up. Now, just briefly to talk about the weather conditions right now, we are seeing a mix. There are a few snowflakes sprinkled in, primarily rain though right now. Not icy, everything's pure water here. Folks are having an easy time walking through the street. That is going to change though come about middle of the afternoon. Snow taking over closer to 11, winds picking up at about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. Blizzard conditions setting up by at the latest 9 p.m., taking you all the way through the overnight and into early Monday morning. And likely we'll finally see the last bit of this snowstorm by Monday afternoon, early evening. So this is a somewhat long duration event when you consider just how impactful this weather is going to be. But Times Square, this is going to be the hub of it all. I'll be out through the whole afternoon and then back up again at 3 o'clock in the morning, bringing you the latest. It's sure to be a very interesting sight, but I'll tell you what, there's nothing more eerie, but kind of awestruck when Times Square is empty. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of that come tomorrow.
Absolutely, Haley. That's exactly what I would expect it to look like. And it'll be interesting, too, Haley, because as you know, temperatures play a big key in this. Overnight lows tonight at 30, but we're in the 20s Monday night, Tuesday night. So that snow's going to stick around for a couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be this refreeze and melting process, and this isn't the only chance of snow we have this week. There's some signs we could be getting snow again on Wednesday and again later down the line. So, Old Man Winter not letting up. The groundhog said, here we go, 6 more weeks of winter, and unfortunately, seems like the rodent is right in this case. Doesn't have a great percentage, but this will probably be helping his odds coming up in a little bit. So yeah, this is a significant winter storm. New Yorkers, everybody across the Northeast, you need to take this seriously. I know it's easy to brush this off. Oh, it's just another chance for snow. This is a big deal, and this could be life-threatening if you don't take the proper precautions, hunker down inside, and be sure to not get on the roads and interfere with maybe emergency vehicles that are running around, or also from snowplows that are trying to do their busy work come this afternoon.
Absolutely. Give them space. Fox Weather's Haley Meyer for us in Times Square. Haley, thank you.
Yeah, a lot of people still mad at Punxsutawney Phil
that's
for being right.
Us included.
That's it, exactly. All right, this blizzard just getting started. We're expecting this to be one of the worst in the history for the Northeast as Fox Weather is fully deployed across the I-95 corridor. Preparedness is crucial during all types of severe weather, though. Fox Weather's Steve Bender spoke to one Florida resident who made the decision to protect his home from losing power. Look at this.
Hurricane Ian. We lost power for 14 straight days, and that was devastating. We're about 9.5 miles from the Gulf, and obviously the impact of being so close to the Gulf has impacts on weather and storms and that type of thing. When the power goes off, you lose power to everything, refrigeration, air conditioning, anything that you're running in your home. It wasn't a life that I wanted to continue to have for my wife and my family, so you need to be prepared all the time. At that point, we made some decisions. We bought a full house Generac standby generator. I get kind of emotional when I talk about this. Obviously, you know, having peace of mind is extremely important. When we first moved in here, I had a heart attack. And it was important for me to be able to make sure that everything worked for us, even if I wasn't here. I was in the hospital for over 2 months, in a rehab hospital and whatnot. And it was important to me to know that my wife would be taken care of in case I wasn't here.
Now, when you went over to Generac, they said, we're gonna take care of everything. Walk me through how easy this is to use and what you're seeing with this generator.
They came out, they sized the generator to the house, to our needs for the amount of power that was needed and necessary, and they determined that a 22 kW would run everything, including the pool, all the refrigeration and the air conditioning, which was important to us.
What made you choose Generac and choose the one that is standby and not just the portable one?
When the storm approaches and we lose power, the generator automatically comes on. You don't have to go outside to turn any switches. You don't have to flip anything in your panel at all. It's all automatic. It just didn't make sense to carry lug gas back and forth. The standby generator makes an awful lot of sense to me. When we didn't have a full house generator, we lost power for 14 straight days, had to rely on our neighbors and friends to use their showers. We cooked on an outdoor charcoal grill, and it was awful. It was terrible. We weren't able to live our normal lives without the generator. Having the full house generator We were able to cook all our meals. We were able to keep everything refrigerated. We didn't lose anything in the home whatsoever. Having peace of mind is extremely important. Power used to be one of the first things on my mind when a storm was coming. Now it's not on my mind at all.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone. I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our Restoration Guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Oh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravitate. Visit trygravitate.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravitate.com.
And we are back now on Fox Weather. A quick live look into Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, where it's rain that you're seeing right now as we speak. And we can confirm that by looking at radar. What you're going to notice through the day today in our nation's capital is this. Things start as rain. You look at the roadway temperatures well above freezing in the mid to upper 30s as we speak. But once those temperatures get near freezing and below freezing on the roads, that's when the snow can start to accumulate. Live look at radar, Baltimore to D.C., it's a chilly rain. You head back toward I-81, and right there, it looks like it may be snow coming down. Visibilities are going to be reduced as that snow begins to compound along itself. But note that we're not expecting a Herculean amount of snow in Washington, D.C. So I think that flights tonight, flights tomorrow, there will be delays, there will be several cancellations, but it's not going to be anything like we're seeing in the Northeast, where we're expecting you can expect pretty much shutdowns of the airports out of New York City up through perhaps parts of Philadelphia and then up to Boston. 5 inches up toward Laurel. I think Baltimore, it's 5 to 8. D.C., 3 to 5, maybe borderline 5 to 8. Of course, you head across the river, and we'll see upwards of a foot to a foot and a half. Here's how it plays out. We mentioned that it's rain, a cold rain, to start. But then as we head into the afternoon and evening, that rain transitions over to snow. And then although right around dinner time, you look outside your window, you're not going to see wild accumulations by that point. It's overnight and then into tomorrow morning. You wake up Monday, you look outside your window and you're like, oh, I'm supposed to drive through all that. That could be the 3 to 5, 5 to 8 inches of snow that we're expecting. So to make a long story short, in our nation's capital of Washington, D.C., definitely be prepared for snow first thing tomorrow morning. And Nick, we're expecting most of this, thank goodness, should start to melt, and we'll see some more melting by Tuesday with a little bit of sunshine creeping in.
Yeah, doesn't look like we're going to see 3 straight weeks of a snowy landscape after this storm like we did with the last one in January. All right, later on tonight, the storm going to explode in strength as it charges towards the northeast coast. And when you wake up tomorrow morning, it is going to be absolutely rocking and rolling with blizzard conditions across parts of the east. Meanwhile, coastal flood warnings are in effect from New England to the Jersey Shore, on top of all of the other hazards that come with blizzard conditions. So let's talk about what we're tracking along the coastline specifically. As these winds, Michael, they're going to be howling, and it's called a nor'easter for a reason. Winds are coming in out of the northeast as this area low pressure spins counterclockwise, and that is going to pummel parts of the coast.
Yeah, you know what's wild? Again, it spins in a counterclockwise fashion, so you're seeing all these little arrows pointing this way, and it's all pushing all that water along the coastline. So the Jersey Shore, Delaware toward Rehoboth Beach, and then even, Hampton, Long Island, there could be some inland flooding because of those winds, 50, 60, 70 miles per hour, pushing all that water on shore.
Yeah, we've got several high tide cycles that we're going to watch out for. So as the water is just naturally rising in some of these locations, there's going to be wind helping it rise even further than it normally would. So when we say inundation of 2 to 3 feet above normal levels, we mean, the highest that the water typically goes, it'll be 2 to 3 feet more than that with this storm.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the reasons why we have not just coastal flood advisories, but also coastal flood warnings for, quote, significant beach erosion is likely. And to your point, Nick, 3 feet above normal high tide, that's quite a bit. Could lead to not just, coastal flooding, but perhaps even some river flooding as well.
Yeah, think about 3 feet in your basement. That would be absolutely a nightmare scenario, right? Remember yesterday we were looking at this graphic? There were no purple locators on the map, and now we've got a couple, unfortunately, showing up along the Jersey Shore. So that's something to give you a little bit of pause for concern.
Absolutely, and those waves are going to grow too as that wind and all that energy ends up moving on shore. And you can see it from Atlantic City, just off the coastline. That could be like 12 footers out there. I saw a report, and come on over here, Nick. I saw a report and read a discussion this morning that they were talking about in the open waters of the Atlantic, 40-foot waves could be seen.
Yeah, and the ripple impacts from that going to make it to the coastline. So all that energy, even though those waves aren't going to be as big when they finally reach the shore, all that energy is still going to be coming ashore, and that's going to create erosion issues and everything else. So, all right, so let's talk about the overview here, just kind of reset everything. We're towards the end of the hour. This is the map, and look at that, winter storm warnings. It's really easy to get drawn to the blizzard warning, which rightfully so. That's the highest demarcation that we can give for a winter storm. But look at how far this winter storm warning swath stretches all the way up there to the edge of northern Maine.
You know what, Nick, I didn't even think about that. You're right. We get so locked and loaded into, right along the I-95 that, Scranton, PA, you're going to see snow. You head out toward, Hershey, PA, Pittsburgh, down toward Charleston, West Virginia, parts of eastern Kentucky. We're all in this. Yeah. A part of the same system.
Absolutely. And the full state of New Jersey and Delaware under a blizzard warning. But heck, almost the full state of West Virginia under a winter storm warning. During normal circumstances, that would be a huge deal. We'd be talking about it like crazy. Again, there are those blizzard warnings. I-95 going to be a mess. And as we zoom in on some of these cities, New York, as Haley mentioned, mostly wet right now, but some flakes trying to mix in. And you see that here, a little bit of blue trying to pop in as we take a peek at the radar over the last 3 hours.
Yeah, some snow mixing in at times. I think we'll see a full changeover, maybe lunchtime, points after lunchtime, and then the intensity really starts to pick up around dinner time tonight. But Boston right now, at least, kind of the calm before the storm. If you don't got a shovel, head out to Lowe's, head out to Home Depot, get that salt bag ready and set to go.
Non-perishable food, batteries, flashlights, whatever you might need. I would prepare.
This is the bread, milk, and eggs kind of storm.
Prepare to be without power, right?
Yeah.
You just prepare for the worst, hope for the best. This could be one of those types of storms that leaves many, many, many without power for days upon days. 8 o'clock, you were just mentioning this, Michael. I think at this point, this is when the storm really starts to show its teeth, and those teeth continue to show overnight, and especially as we wake up into tomorrow morning.
Yeah, tomorrow morning is going to be an absolute mess along the east coast of the United States. And, you know, when folks want to know, all right, well, when does it all start to let up and dissipate? We're thinking in New York City, maybe around 3 o'clock-ish or so, things start to lessen. We're not quite out of the woods just yet. But in its wake, I'm just mind-boggled by the, you know, the salmon coloring that's popping up toward Boston and then just east of Philly and the Jersey Shore.
Yeah. One of the reasons why that's happening is because this system is tracking right over that 40-70 benchmark, which is exactly what you need for the highest totals right along the coast.
Absolutely. This could be a storm that we speak of for generation, and that's why we are going to be up all night bringing you coverage overnight and then, of course, into tomorrow morning. Snow coming down in parts of Blairsville, Pennsylvania as this storm develops. Stay with us for 24/7 coverage of this historic blizzard.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. That's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
trygravite.com.
Fox Weather Alert, we are on the cusp of a crippling generational winter storm. I-95 traffic is expected to come to a standstill tomorrow as a nor'easter is going to bomb out off the coast as it rapidly strengthens. It's going to bring us some damaging wind as well as some heavy snow. We're forecasting anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of snow across the I-95 corridor. So today, still your time to prepare for this storm. Fox Weather is beginning our 24/7 coverage through the duration of the storm. We will be here with you, and we have crews that are spanned out in some of the areas that we expect to be hardest hit from this storm. Let's start first with a live look at what's happening now and what we've been tracking at the Fox Weather Forecast Center. We'll jump right into it. There's an area of low pressure that has now formed off the Carolina coast. It is that one that is going to be our nor'easter. It's our bomb cyclone. So what we have here is going to be a process called bombogenesis. This storm is going to rapidly strengthen, and as it does, that's going to bring us some of these big impacts. This has all the makings of a blockbuster storm. You talk about that term bombogenesis, but then you've also heard us talk a lot this week about the benchmark. This is a sweet spot for storms and area of low pressure to cross over, and if it crosses over that benchmark, which is defined as 40 degrees north and 70 degrees west, that gives us our blockbuster snowstorm. And right now, it looks like that area of low pressure is going to track just over or near that spot, bringing us some big-time snow totals. Our Fox Weather Forecast Center has upped some of our snow totals since last night. We have areas like New York City, Philadelphia, and Boston in the bullseye for 18 to 24 inches, while we have upped some of our snow totals for spots like New Jersey, where nearly 3 feet of snow, if not higher amounts, could fall. We'll have to really watch while we are through the peak of the storm, and where there could be some heavy banding that sets up, that could lead to some higher snow totals. As we go forward through today, we'll start to see more of that precipitation shield overspread the tri-state area. So at least for the rest of the morning, maybe a few hours, you're still good to get out, do any prep work you need for this storm. As we get through the late afternoon, that's when we expect things to start accumulating. It's once we get to this evening that we'll start to see some of those snow rates really start to ramp up. I think once we get to tonight, and especially heading into tomorrow morning, that's when we're going to see snowfall rates anywhere from 2 to possibly 4 inches per hour. Southern New England, the snow is going to reach you tonight into early tomorrow morning. By tomorrow morning, you join us for Fox Weather First, and we will likely have blizzard conditions along the coast. In fact, about 35 million people are on some sort of blizzard warning stretching from Maryland all the way up into Massachusetts. A big time amount for this. Tomorrow, we are amongst all this heavy snow that continues to fall. It's going to start to taper off south to north, tri-state area first through the afternoon, but the heavy snow could still be falling for parts of southern New England into tomorrow night. Then by Tuesday, this is out of here, and we are left with the cleanup. The snow is going to be a factor, obviously, when you talk about snow amounts anywhere from 1 to 3 feet. But what's really concerning to me is going to be the strong wind gusts, anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour. That is going to cause a major issue to the power lines and the electrical infrastructure. When you think about the consistency of this snow, too, it's going to be a heavy, wet snow, given that our temperatures are going to be marginal. So the heavy, wet snow weighs down more on the power lines. And that, when you factor in these gusts that are going to be ripping for most of the day tomorrow, I am worried about what this is going to do to power outages. So for today, that is your day to make a plan. And if you are along the I-95 corridor, my best advice would be just to plan for your power to go out, worst case scenario. Meantime, because this is a nor'easter, we'll also have some strong northeast winds that are just going to be hammering the coast. We'll be watching specifically come high tide tomorrow morning, and then again into the evening for the possibility of some coastal flooding around here in Massachusetts. About 1 to 3 feet of inundation is possible, but we do have those coastal flood watches that span down in and around the tri-state area. So that'll be something to monitor. Really, all hazards are going to be on the table. National Weather Service is highlighting that tomorrow is a day where travel will be treacherous, if not life-threatening to nearly impossible, and they advise you that you should only be traveling if it's for emergency, and if you have to do so, to make sure that you have a winter survival kit if necessary. The other thing to this, in terms of some issues we're already focusing on, are the flight delays. and cancellations. We have big-time flight disruptions already through Tuesday. More than 8,000 flights are disrupted across the country. So far, LaGuardia, Newark, and Logan have been leading the pack for cancellations that we have so far today, and here at Boston Logan, nearly 400 of those. So I expect that number to only go up, something we'll continue to stay on top of here at Fox Weather. Boston is not the only city that is under a blizzard warning. We also have that in New York City, and that's where we're going to head next, and that's where we have Haley Meyer joining us live. Haley, good morning. What's it like there in New York City right now?
Morning. Well, I'll tell you what, Melanie, you can definitely feel the temperature shift, and that's why we're seeing the shift from pure rain to now a few snowflakes mixed in. Now, I've been talking to people on the streets, a lot of them having their flights canceled. Some folks canceled for 2 days. They're supposed to leave today. They can't leave until Tuesday. So we're already feeling the impacts of this storm, but some folks are naysayers. They're saying, hey, I don't think this is going to happen. It's rain. It's not snow. This event is a long duration. I mean, we'll be talking about this through the rest of the day today and really the rest of the day tomorrow. So things are really going to kick into high gear come this afternoon when all of this rain starts to transition into more snow. There's already been snow reports just to the north of downtown Manhattan, closer to the Bronx and into northwestern corridors of New Jersey where snow's been there. But we're seeing that shift happen right now in real time. So truly incredible to watch. Now, again, this is something that I've been wanting to point out. It's a tweet or an X post from a New York City storm chaser, and his tweet reads like this: "This isn't your average couple of inches and slush by noon event. This has the makings of the storms we study for years, the kind that rewrite seasonal totals, shut the city down, and get talked about decades later. Only the true weather geeks get it. To most people, it's just snow tomorrow. To us, it's history unfolding in real time." And that's what I want people in New York City to understand. This is history in the making. That is how significant this event will be. So don't take it easy. Don't say this isn't going to happen. Make your preparations now. And if you have to travel, Melanie, you pointed it out, make sure that you have a survival kit. The government, state and local for both New Jersey, which is the entire state under a blizzard warning right now, and for New York, they've been talking about their response efforts. Mayor Mamdani, who we are going to have on Fox Weather in just a few short minutes, he spoke yesterday in a press conference. Take a listen to what he had to say about the crews that are already starting their necessary prep work.
DOT crews have already begun pre-treating road surfaces for Sunday and will follow an extended schedule on Monday to ensure that our bridges and our highways are treated and cleared throughout the storm. The Parks Department will also be mobilizing their own fleet to clear over 2,000 miles of pathways in parks across our city.
Now, I have to be honest. With the last winter storm we had 11.4 inches in New York City. That was in mid-January. It was a mess in New York. I mean, there have been so many social media posts about it online. I'm sure our viewers have seen them, of the snow not melting. There's nothing that the local governments can do about that. But really, it's the pathways and how difficult it is to walk on some of these streets. I mean, he said it himself, 2,000 miles worth of pathways through our parks in New York City and just across the area. So I know New Yorkers are really holding their breath, hoping that we fare this storm a little bit better. I have two pieces of good news for you. Number one, we aren't expected to stay below freezing for 3 weeks' time. I mean, that was just unheard of. So the good news is we will be warming up. The snow should not stay for 3 weeks. But we are going to be going through this melt and refreeze cycle over the next couple of days. So pathways, sidewalks, going to be very slippery. Another criticism that we heard was even where they did shovel, it was a very narrow path and people could barely walk through. I mean, I had to do it myself, stepping over big snow piles. And this time they are highlighting the fact that they are mandating 4 feet worth of pathway that has to be completely paved through so folks with wheelchairs or pushing baby strollers can get by. So lessons learned from the past. Let's hope we can move on from it and make better with this historic event. But guys, I will tell you what, most people, they get excited about snow. I don't hear a lot of excitement with this particular event. I think everybody's just done with the winter season, myself included. But there is more snow in the forecast, even beyond this storm for New York City, before the week's done.
Haley, I won't lie, I'm a little surprised to hear that. I know that you are our snow enthusiast on Weather Command weekends. So to hear you say that you're done with the snow, I'm right there with you. I was done after Christmas, but I'm right there with you. Yep. Snow on the way, 18 to 24 inches here in New York City. It is going to be a blockbuster event. I know that you're going to be on top of it every step of the way. Haley Meyer for us live in Times Square in the crossroads of the world. Haley, thank you so much. Nick, a blockbuster of a system.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's really going to pick up some steam as we get into this afternoon, and it'll be rocking and rolling heading into tonight, overnight, into tomorrow morning. And that's going to do a number on transportation, whether it's public or if you're driving on the roads or if you're taking a flight. Boy, oh boy, everybody's work is going to be cut out for them. Right now, we've got just under 3,000 commercial flights en route, about 2,800 plus or minus about 30 there. And you can see the worst cancellations. No surprise, New York's JFK and LaGuardia, and also Newark out in Jersey. And that is because of the impending system that's moving through. There's also a little bit of rain and some reports that snow is trying to mix in spots. We've had some reports of graupel here in the Bronx, in and around New York City. You'll notice the misery meter is about 50-50 across New York City with all those planes coming and going right now. And that red is really going to start to overtake these meters, not just in New York, but up towards Boston, down through D.C. Really, the entire mid-Atlantic and East Coast is going to have a tough time. And then that's going to carry over right into Monday. You see all of these red spots, Philly, Newark, even up towards Portland, Maine, and Albany, New York. So areas further inland going to be impacted by this snow as well. And so if you have any plans to try to fly, if you wanted to go somewhere, if you had a flight early Monday morning or Monday afternoon, it is just going to be tough. This morning, you should be able to sneak in and out if you still have some last-minute travel plans, say before 1 or 2, maybe your wheels are up. I think you'll be able to get out. But again, you just saw how the airports are reacting to the rain that's falling across a good amount of the area right now. So it still could be a little bit tricky, and it's only going to deteriorate as we head into tonight. Tomorrow morning, it's really going to be tough sledding. Eventually, though, by Monday evening, we will see this storm loosen its grip along the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, and by Tuesday, this will be off the coastline. We'll just be dealing with the cleanup and the aftermath of this system. So make sure if you're going to be out and about on the road over the next few hours and days, you have water, food, a first aid kit, everything you might need if, you get stuck on the side of the road. And this is only the beginning of this once-in-a-decade snowstorm. Things only going to get worse. The entire state of New Jersey is now under a blizzard warning, and we'll be bringing you live 24/7 coverage on Fox News and on Fox Weather. We'll also be speaking with New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani right after the break. We'll see what he has to say about plans to keep New York City out of harm's way. Keep it here on Weather Command Weekend.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 million protection package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 million protection package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Oh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
trygravite.com.
Good morning. We are back now on Weather Command Weekend. A live look in Waterford, Connecticut. Temperatures hovering right around freezing. However, we have blizzard warnings that are in effect. We could see over a foot of snow by the time everything is said and done. Josh Morgan, Connecticut Department of Transportation Communication Director, will be joining us in just a moment. As you know, Waterford, Connecticut is about a 45-minute drive toward the east of New Haven, Connecticut. That's right on what we call the Long Island Sound, or that big body of water that basically kind of separates both Long Island from Connecticut. That's what you're looking at right now as we speak. But again, blizzard warnings are in effect. Many areas going to pick up well over a foot. We're talking 18 to 24 inches of snow. And what that means is that, Nick, New York City will be ground zero for a significant blizzard.
Yeah, no doubt. You're looking at it right there, a live look at New York City. Ahead of the blizzard today, heavy snow going to bury the Big Apple right after the snow from the last storm just seemingly really started to melt. The mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani, joins us now. Mr. Mayor, we're honored to have you with us on Fox Weather. Listen, no matter what side of the aisle people are on, today it's all about keeping everyone safe during this blizzard, right? So let me ask you this. The first major winter storm under your leadership happened about 3 weeks ago with 11.4 inches of snow recorded in New York City. We could double that this time around. Did your team learn anything from that storm? And how prepared is the city's snow removal operations and garbage pickup this time around?
Well, it's a real pleasure to be on, first and foremost. And what I will say is, as you said, last time we saw up to about 12, 13, 14 inches in New York City. What we're seeing now is a forecast of between 18 to 22 inches, with certain parts of New York City seeing up to 28 inches. And so what we've done is always push ourselves to deliver the best possible snow response in our city. And that means enhancing some of our response this time around. A few things that are different. We've expanded the number of emergency snow shovelers we have. Last time it was about 500. We've done sustained outreach to bring that number up to 1,400. They'll be shoveling a lot of crosswalks and sidewalks across New York City. Secondly, we've also geotagged a number of those same crosswalks and unsheltered bus stops to make sure that the city has an accurate, up-to-date understanding of what the snow response is for every New Yorker, no matter if they're walking, if they're biking, if they're taking the train or the bus, or if they're driving. And what we're also going to be seeing this time around is that we are utilizing every single tool at our disposal, and everything that we've seen work in the past, we're bringing that up from the first day of this response.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned it. Talk to me a little bit more about transportation. A lot of New Yorkers rely on public transportation. What are your plans, or do you expect to shut anything down in terms of the buses or the trains when the storm really gets rolling?
At this time, there is no plan to shut down our public transit system. What I will tell you is that thanks to the incredible work of the men and women at DSNY, our sanitation department, they're going to be plowing the streets as soon as there's 2 inches of snowfall. We're transforming the sanitation department into the largest snow fighting fleet in the country, and that is going to be a key part of why our buses can continue to function across the city. We'll also have our trains doing so as well.
I love it. The city's calling on people to act as emergency snow shovelers, right? So they can show up at their local sanitation garage and make up to $19 an hour shoveling snow. Is it too late to register for that? And what are the exact requirements if folks can still register?
So it is not too late. You can go to any of your local sanitation garages anytime before 1 p.m. today. You can sign up without having to make any kind of an appointment. And if you go to nyc.gov/snow, you'll find out all of the information you need to bring with you in terms of identification and documents so that you can be enrolled in the city's payment system and get paid for the work that you do.
Listen, I heard that the call to cancel New York City public schools will be made likely by noon. It's 10:20. What are you thinking? Do you want to make the call right here on Fox Weather? And if not, what are some of the deciding factors that you're still thinking about?
I got to disappoint you without some breaking news right now. We will be making it at 12 p.m. But I will tell you the factors that we're taking into account is making sure we have the most accurate, up-to-date weather forecast. Because as you know, on Friday, we were looking at 3 to 4 inches. Then it was 6 to 8. Then it was 13 to 18. Now it's 18 to 22. So we want to make sure we make a decision as consequential as whether or not to keep schools open. It's one that we have all the information of. We're looking forward to getting that over the next hour and a half and making that decision at noon.
So you put New York City under a code blue. For those that aren't maybe familiar with that, can you tell us and expound on what a code blue means for residents?
Absolutely. It is a period in which we're seeing the weather dip to the levels that we need to use every protocol we have to get people from the outside indoors, get people safe, get people warm. This usually happens when the weather dips below freezing. It's also in place now for this blizzard, the first since we've had in 2016. And what this is going to mean is that if a New Yorker sees a homeless New Yorker and they call 311 for help, we're going to reroute that call to 911. This also means that we have a number of additional protocols of warming spaces, warming centers, warming buses. Every which way that we can connect homeless New Yorkers with warmth and safety, we're going to be utilizing it today.
Let me ask you this. What's maybe your biggest concern for New Yorkers? Is it travel? Is it power outages? Is it emergency response times?
At this time, I would say it's travel. We want to make sure that everyone takes this weather very seriously, stays home, because in staying home, you are staying safe. And we know that right now the snow is beginning. It's only going to intensify through the night. We're going to see very hazardous travel conditions. And so we're saying to New Yorkers, if you do not have to leave your house for anything except for an emergency, then don't leave it. Stay home, stay safe.
I second that. That's really good advice. From a social media standpoint, a lot of New Yorkers were frustrated by maybe the single file line they had to walk in due to the snow removal along the sidewalks, right? Are there any plans in place to maybe make those sidewalk paths a little bit more clear this time around or a little bit wider?
Absolutely. There's a mandate to increase that to 4 feet, so to make sure that every New Yorker, including New Yorkers with wheelchairs, can actually access their sidewalks. And also we know that this is the responsibility when it's in front of a property owner or a small business owner's entity, that they have to clear up the sidewalk in front of them. Sanitation did issue about 4,000 citations last time around. Our interest, however, is not in issuing violations. We just want to see compliance. And so this is also a reminder to ensure that everyone is following through on that responsibility. The city will be doing so as well.
Obviously, the snowplows are going to really hone in on the biggest throughways, right? But for those residential areas, how quickly can residents realistically expect plows to make it through some of the more residential areas with a snowfall like this?
So we actually have a great tool in New York City called Plow NYC, where you can follow along to see when your street was last plowed, because what it does is it's both transparent and it keeps the city accountable, because we're looking to ensure that every part of our city receives the same service, no matter what zip code, no matter what neighborhood.
My last question. I know you're going to be busy 24/7 here with this storm, but if you get a free 5 minutes, you going to do any sled riding? You're going to start a snowball fight, make a snowman? It's going to be packable snow. What are you thinking?
You know, I will say, of all those options, snowball is always the best.
Well, I'm gonna steer clear of striking range from you, my friend. Thank you so much for your time here. We really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule here during this snowstorm to talk with us here on Fox Weather. That, of course, is New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Thanks again. There you have it. Hot off the press from the big guy himself. And so that's
fantastic interview.
Thank you, sir. And so that's what the New York City residents can expect. And, you know, hopefully we can get this snow cleared a little more quickly than the last time. Although I think Mother Nature is going to help out much more this time around, because simply from a temperature standpoint, we're going to get some 40s and eventually the 50s move in later on this week. So I don't think we're going to be doing any of that. Dealing with 3 weeks straight of snow.
And like what you asked too about, because if you're joining us from New York City, you know too well about like literally you're walking in a single file line because there was room for one person, but it sounds like they're going to be expanding that to about 4 feet to accommodate wheelchairs, is what I hear.
Yeah, and it's more of a safety, accessibility issue, right? A lot of folks on social media were joking and saying, I don't want to walk in a single file line. I need to get to where I need to be. But of course, there are some accessibility issues there. And so it looks like that's one of the things that the team there, Mamdani's team, learned from this past storm system. And so, that's what happens. You get one of these storms under your belt and you adjust and you make the proper audibles and turnarounds for the next storm system. And so here we go with the second big one so far of this year. Blizzard warnings up and down the coast from really Maryland right through Massachusetts. You've got the winter storm warnings as well. And gosh, there's winter weather advisories all across the map. And so this is where we expect the highest snowfall totals. This is where we expect the highest wind gusts. Those areas that are in the orange. And right now, we're just getting things going. I mean, we've got some rain, pockets of heavy rain, and even a little bit of snow trying to move into New York City. And you just saw a little bit of blue on the New York City radar. So that indicates the potential for maybe some snow starting to mix over. Here's where we go heading into this afternoon. About 1 o'clock, I think we start to get that snow to at least subtly show up and fall at a fairly continuous clip. And then 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight, we're rocking and rolling. That low pressure really strengthens off the coastline. And at that point, the wind is just absolutely pummeling the coast in those areas where we have the blizzard warning.
Well, of course, Fox Weather is your winter storm HQ. We will have team coverage all weekend long. So remainder of the night, overnight tonight, first thing tomorrow morning, over 34 million Americans are under blizzard warnings, including, of course, New York City. Fox Weather continues our blizzard coverage after the break. We'll head out to Long Island to see how the storm prep is going there.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world, and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Pack from Copperfit. Feel the difference.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner. Always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
Good morning. We are back live on Fox Weather. I'm Michael Estman alongside Nick Koser. And my goodness gracious, Nick, we are expecting this blizzard to really start to wind up and show its ugly head late tonight, overnight, and then through early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we want to drive home the point that it's raining now. We know that. That was all kind of part of the anticipation of this. The snow switches over, but might have a tough time accumulating at the onset of that snow. But like you said, Michael, overnight into tomorrow morning, that's when we're really going to see this thing kick into gear. The wind really blows and starts to gust out there, and visibility going to be a concern tomorrow morning. I mean, everywhere.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, everywhere where you're seeing that orange and certainly that peach color, travel's going to be darn near impossible.
Yeah, and we're talking from places like Philadelphia to New York City, and of course up through Boston, where we could be talking about historic snow totals. We're with you, of course, 24/7. We have our boots on the ground, Haley Meyer in New York City. We also, of course, have Fox Weather's very own Melanie Black live for us in Boston. And here's the thing, Melanie, up where you are at, I am looking at it, and New York right now leading the pack in terms of flight cancellations and delays. But Boston, Logan, tomorrow morning, flights in and out, I think are going to be nearly impossible.
Yeah, I definitely expect there's going to be a ground stop. Our last major storm back in January, we had a lot of issues, and at one point Boston led the country with the amount of cancellation. So I think we'll be up there again tomorrow. This is going to be a big one. We're talking about anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of snow is what our Fox Weather Forecast Center is forecasting for the entire accumulation for southern New England. And there's also going to be some strong winds, anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour is what I'm seeing with computer models. So that's going to cause some major issues out here. When we talk about a nor'easter, we also usually have some coastal impacts, and there is that threat for some coastal flooding, especially on the eastern facing beaches. About 1 to 3 feet of inundation is possible for tomorrow morning's high tide. But if you want a big blockbuster snowstorm for the Northeast, this has all the makings of it. We hit all those boxes and hit all those check marks, because this is going to go over what we call the sweet spot, or the benchmark, and that is this line 40 degrees north, 70 degrees west. If an area of low pressure tracks over that, then you can have the makings of a big-time snowstorm. It brings in just the right amount of cold air to dump a ton of snow on the region. Plus, this area of low pressure that we still have off the Carolina coast is going to undergo what we call bombogenesis. So it bombs out, it rapidly intensifies, and that is going to be the makings of what is going to be a generational storm for us. I do want to take a closer look at some of the impacts tonight into tomorrow morning, is when I think the snow is going to come down the heaviest. Anywhere from 2 to 3 inches is possible at times, and pretty much from sunrise to sunset, we are going to be in the thick of it with some of the strongest wind gusts. I've been seeing signals for near 70 miles per hour closer to Cape Cod and the islands, so that's going to be an issue for power outages. In fact, we're forecasting possibly widespread power outages for parts of southern New England, really the southeastern corner. Just before we came on air, I was getting an update on some of the temperatures that we're going to see. I think initially, as the storm comes in, temperatures are going to be marginal, so that's going to lend itself to a heavy and wetter consistency of snow. But as colder air gets wrapped into the storm, then temperatures are going to drop. So on the back end of things, through tomorrow afternoon and the evening, I think the snow is going to change its consistency, maybe becoming drier and fluffier. So maybe that'll work on our favor. If you have a heavy wet snow, it can really weigh on those power lines and already going to really exacerbate the issues with the power lines, given that wind gusts are going to be that strength for a long period of time. I've been talking to a lot of people. We're at a hotel in Long Wharf, so I've been talking to a lot of people. Hey, what do you think about the snow? And we did talk to one gentleman. He's a Boston guy through and through. He had his Celtics and his Patriots gear on, and here's what he had to say about the storm.
Hopefully they plow it. Last month they just plowed it and left 6 feet of snow everywhere, and it was just awful, and they did a really bad job cleaning up the snow after the storm, so hopefully they learned from their mistakes. They checked the game film.
Yeah, so that was his opinion, and you drive around Boston, you still see some of those snow piles off to the side of the road. A lot of it has melted from that big-time January storm that dumped more than 2 feet of snow on the city. Right now, Mayor Wu is holding a press conference and set to update everyone on their plans and what they're expecting through this storm process. She's already issued a snow emergency parking ban throughout the city of Boston, and that just means people aren't allowed to park on the streets so that snow crews and plows that come through can properly clear those roads in preparation for the big time accumulation that we're expecting. Back to you guys.
18 to 24 inches on the way, perhaps just south of Boston. We could be measuring this in feet. Melody, I know that you'll be there every step of the way there in Boston, really covering not just Boston, but Boston Commons and the like. So we'll check back in with you in just a bit. Melanie, thank you. Meantime, we'd get you out to NYC, where Nick just got done speaking with Fox. Oh, wow.
Would you look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
Snow's coming down.
Oh, my gosh. That's Times Square.
Ooh, buddy.
That is some snow that we are seeing. Right on cue, too. We were talking about late morning is when we'd see that transition to snow. And boy, has it delivered. You just got done speaking with Mayor Zoran Mamdani, and he was mentioning the fact that, you know, at this point, it doesn't seem as if they will be canceling buses or subway service. That's good news.
Yeah.
It was a concern for us, noting that we have 18 to 24 inches of snow possible. And then just mentioning as well that sidewalks should be cleared in terms of not having that single path that we were all kind of fighting through with the last snowstorm, that there's going to be hopefully a 4-foot,
a little wider of a
clearing.
Yeah, so that's those are a couple of takeaways, and you actually made the point, and I'm going to bring it back up, that it's going to take a little while for that snow. It's coming down at a pretty good clip. It's going to take a while for it to accumulate. Right now, everything still looks wet. I mean, that's a high vantage point that we have in Times Square, and also keep in mind there's a lot of foot traffic and a lot of just vehicles that are on the roads there. So a decent amount of melting and kind of compacting takes place, but it doesn't look like anything is accumulating as of right now.
Yeah, you know what? I want to ask, we have Michael Guy, he's one of our weather producers that I want to chat with in the back, because I want to double check to see if we have roadway temperatures for New York City, because then that'll help us determine
at what point it starts to accumulate.
At what we do or don't. Okay, we don't have that for New York City specifically, but what we can say though is as long as the concrete is above 32 degrees, then it's not going to accumulate.
Yeah, and you know, it was 46 degrees for the high temperature yesterday, so it's been fairly mild as of late. This system is a little bit different than the last one that we all, I think, may still have some PTSD from, and the fact that it was just so arctically cold that cold air wasn't the issue in the atmosphere or on the ground. So everything fell as snow and it just started accumulating immediately. This one's a little more wet. The temperature threshold is sitting right there at about freezing, plus or minus a few degrees either way. And that buffer zone means a great deal in terms of accumulation and snowfall totals and ratios.
Yeah, you can actually see it right here as that moisture kind of moving onshore. Again, rain mixing with snow, especially way up there in the higher elevated regions. This is really the map that I think you all really want to see, right? Is how much snow are we picking up? And we're expecting, again, anywhere between 12 to 18, perhaps 18 to 24 inches of snow with those isolated spots both here and here, 24 to 36 inches of snow. And just doing a quick little deep dive into this and to get a more localization for you. Nick, I mean, 18 to 24 inches, not just there, but Morristown, that's in New Jersey.
Yeah.
You got the 18 to 24 out there on Long Island.
Yeah.
More in along the Jersey Shore right here.
Yeah, 2 to 4 feet possible in Jersey Shore. Peak winds gusting of 50 to 60. And there's just such a big swath, Michael, of big cities with that 18 to 24-inch snow total. It's incredible. It goes all the way up to Boston, and that includes Philadelphia as well.
I'm still mind-boggled by that image below us. I mean, that changed quick in terms of the rain to snow.
Yeah.
And so this, my friends, you know, for all intents and purposes, this is the start in New York City of our nor'easter.
Here it is, yeah. So again, it will take a while for the conditions, especially on the roads, to deteriorate, but Michael's right. The green light has been lit. You know, Mother Nature is delivering this blizzard that really is going to be with us now for, gosh, you know,
through tomorrow
24,
evening,
36 hours or so. We're going to be feeling the impacts from it. Not just the snow, but also the wind. You know, we can't downplay the wind, as it's going to be howling out there. And really, you can kind of see how the wind, it looks like, is sort of whipping the snow around at a decent clip, even now, out there in Times Square.
And really quick, before we jump off this graphic, I do want to just highlight one thing for you that we've noticed, and that's this right here. This is Long Island, southern end of Long Island. If you look very closely, Nick, that is that pink coloring that indicates the 24 to 36 inches of snow.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean, this is not like the gospel.
Yeah.
But it does show that some of our forecast models are trending toward higher snowfall totals. And again, this is going to be toward places like, you know, the Far Rockaways.
Yeah.
This is going to be toward Coney Island.
Yep.
This is going to be, you know, in that zone where our forecast models are suggesting we could see some higher snow totals in terms of
and listen, ice slip is a big well-known area.
Yeah.
Let's say that zone shifts a little bit. That could easily show up over there towards ice slip, and also then the north shore of Long Island has to watch out for coastal flooding. With that wind coming in out of the north and east, they're a little bit exposed. So, you know, on either side of the shore, you've got some things to contend with out there on the island.
Yeah, I'm looking at travel. 60% of flights have been disrupted in and out of New York's LaGuardia. I'm looking at JFK at 59%. That equates to almost 750 to 760 flights right now currently being disrupted.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's get you the travel map. This is our FlightAware misery map, and there's significantly more red on it than there was at last check, and there it is right there. At last check, LaGuardia was about 50-50. Now it's inching closer towards, say, 60-40 red. That's never a good sign. Also, Boston getting up there, and notice there isn't any rain or snow showing up in Boston quite yet. It's just likely what's happening down here, possibly having an impact on what's going on a little bit further north upstream. JFK also seeing more red than green, and this is just a sign of things to come. I think, unfortunately, on these flight maps moving forward, we're going to see a lot of red for the next several days, even possibly, I think, into Tuesday, when everything is gone in terms of this blizzard being out to sea. The ripple and the cascading impacts left behind from this storm likely will still be impacting transportation, not just in the air, but also on the ground. Here's your travel forecast for the rest of today. Now, I know you just saw that view of Times Square. You see the snow coming down. Obviously, that's going to impact traffic a little bit, but roads are still wet. So if you still need to get out and do something, now's the time to do it. You still have a sliver of time before that snow starts to accumulate and the roads deteriorate fairly quickly. By later on this evening, the later you wait to try to get out and do anything, the worse the roads are going to get. And heading into then the day tomorrow, it's going to be darn near impossible. So I-95, D.C., Baltimore, Philly, New York, right up to Boston. It's either rain or snow or a little bit of a mixture of both until it switches over to all snow then heading into tonight and into tomorrow. And again, we are just doing our best to just encourage folks to hunker down as much as possible for tomorrow. Make plans to not be out on the roads. If you can work remotely, exercise your right to do that. Yeah. I think a lot of school districts will be off from school tomorrow. I know the kids are loving to hear that. Maybe not so much the parents, but we'll see how it all plays out.
Mayor in New York said by noon is when we'll get the official word if New York City public schools are called. And I think they will be called, but I think it's now the debate between, is it like an online learning day, or is it just, are we just called for sure?
Yeah. All right. So we'll get you that information as soon as it becomes available to us. And Let's talk about our coverage here of the blizzard. We're going to continue to show you this Times Square.
Wow.
It hasn't let up, that's for sure. You know what? It'll be interesting to talk to Haley Myers. She's out there in it,
that's right.
Yeah, we'll get her on the horn here in just a few moments. Stick around. Fox Weather fully deployed across the I-95 corridor. We've got Haley out. We've got Melanie Black out and a host of others here on Fox Weather, braving the elements to get you the important stories out there today. There you have them. We've got Brandy Campbell up there. We've got Katie Burns. So we've got all the latest for you. We'll be back with more when Fox Weather returns.
My name's Keegan and I'm a wish kid.
Keegan was diagnosed with T-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia in November of 2018. He takes chemo on a daily basis and sometimes up to 9 pills a day.
My wish was a hockey ice rink. I wish for this rink because I get to practice more and just be a better skater.
Every 20 minutes, a child is diagnosed with a critical illness. More than 70 kids each day. But throughout their treatments, there's a glimmer of hope. A wish, made possible by someone with a big heart like you. Call or go online. For $20 a month, just 67 cents a day, you can grant wishes month after month for kids right in your own community.
Your wish was granted?
A wish is so much more than a moment. It can even be a turning point in a child's recovery.
You know, these are kids that are living longer. They're living better. They're having more fun in their life. And it all started with one experience, and that was their wish.
But for every wish we grant, 2 more children like Keegan are waiting for their special wishes to come true. Call or go online now. Use your credit card and we'll send you this free Make-A-Wish t-shirt to show you are transforming lives one wish at a time.
I can just go in my backyard and just start skating and have fun. I was really happy.
We are so sincerely grateful and appreciative. And so thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
More kids with critical illnesses are waiting. Call or go online to grantwishes.org today.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. That's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
trygravite.com.
A few things that are different. We've expanded the number of emergency snow shovelers we have. We've also geotagged a number of those same crosswalks and unsheltered bus stops to make sure that the city has an accurate, up-to-date understanding of what the snow response is. We are utilizing every single tool at our disposal and everything that we've seen work in the past. We're bringing that up from the first day of this response.
So that was New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Just a few moments ago, we chatted with him, and that was his update on how the city is going to respond to the snow here in the Big Apple. And things are only getting started, really coming down in Times Square right now. But you go a little bit further east in Montauk, and we're not seeing any snow whatsoever. Temps at 34, feels like 23. That wind, though, is up at about 20 miles per hour. It's coming in out of the east. It's going to switch and become a steady northeasterly wind as this nor'easter gets going. And of course, Montauk is on Long Island, the whole island under a blizzard warning right into Monday. Let's send it out to Ed Romaine, Suffolk County Executive. Ed, what a 24 to 48 hours we have ahead of us. What preparations have you made out ahead of the storm to keep the island as safe as possible moving forward?
We've made tremendous preparations. All your county roads and most of your state roads will be ready to drive on as of Tuesday. And we're working with the local towns and villages for their roads as well. This is a serious storm. It's going to be 22 to 24 inches in Suffolk and a little bit more as we go east, which of course Montauk is our most eastern point. So that's a concern. What's a bad concern is we're going to have whiteout conditions, particularly after midnight. I am encouraging everyone, if you don't have to go out, unless it's an emergency, stay home. Keep your cars off the road so we can plow them. Put them in the driveways, drive them up on the lawn, whatever, but get them off the road. Do not go out during the storm. You are putting your life in jeopardy. Right now, besides the snow totals, we expect winds. Winds for most of the island will be around 30 to 35 miles an hour with gusts up to 50. As you go out east to Montauk, that's going to be higher, and the gusts are going to hit over 60 miles an hour. This is going to be a true blizzard and a whiteout conditions. We're going to start slow with half an inch to an inch an hour until we hit midnight, and then we're going to get about 2 inches an hour. This is going to be a serious, serious storm.
Well, listen, I was just going to ask you what message you'd like to share with residents in the community, but I think you just did a fantastic job of relaying all that information right there. In terms of manpower that you have out there, how many crews do you have ready to clear out the snow, and when are you going to dispatch them? Are you going to wait until the snow becomes plowable of 2 inches or more, or are they just going to be out?
They're being dispatched now. Right. They're being dispatched now. Our emergency operations center is open. We aren't seeing snow and probably won't see snow hit the road until 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon. We're a little bit further east of the city. But this is what we have. We have state roads, that's state DOT. They do a pretty good job. County road.
All right, looks like we had some tech issues out there. That, of course, was Ed Romaine, Suffolk County executive. He was nice enough to give us a little bit of time here this morning. Yeah. He said it, stay inside and hunker down for this.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the messaging, and I feel like that wording and that messaging not only good for Long Island, but really New York City proper, Philadelphia, Boston. I hate to say it, but try to make it a 3-day weekend.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
If you can call work and say, hey, listen, Monday, I'll do my best to work from home, but I'm not getting out in the 18 to 24 inches. I think that your manager would understand.
Yeah, it's definitely time to hunker down. We're not just talking about a couple of inches. This is possibly a historic storm, and I think it needs to be approached and treated as such.
Absolutely. Right now, that rain is coming down in Philadelphia. And let me say this, too, in the city of brotherly love. This is a cold rain that you're seeing. You can see that transition right here. Nick, right along 476, there's some embedded areas of some snow. But what I want to point out is the fact that right here, it's raining. But, Nick, this is the spot in the zone where we're expecting feet, 24 to perhaps as much as 32 inches of snow. You can see it more clearly right here. Again, Toms River, Long Branch, and really what we call the Jersey Shore. If you've ever been to beautiful Atlantic City, we're talking to you. Philadelphia, that's 18 to 24 inches of snow. This is paralyzing snow in our nation's 4th largest city, that, of course, being Philadelphia. You head up toward Reading, toward Allentown, and it's still 1 foot to 1.5 feet. That's nothing to sneeze at. You take it a little further west, Lancaster, 8 to 12 inches of snow is what we're expecting. Again, more rain on the onset of this system, but by the time we get to lunchtime, and especially points after lunchtime, maybe an early dinner, so 4 p.m., everything transitions, Nick, to snow at that point. And I would say hunker down time, let's give it like 4, about dinner time. I think after dinner, you're inside through the overnight, breakfast tomorrow, lunch tomorrow, and it won't be until dinner tomorrow that you might be able to get outside and, hit up your sidewalks and all that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that you would echo this sentiment. Even then, I don't think it's time to get behind the wheel and try to go about your normal daily life. I think that'll be impossible, and I don't think it's realistic to make plans to think about doing that as soon as the last flake falls. And yeah, we'll see how I mean, the wind gusts are a whole issue. There could be some power outages lingering. So let's talk about the overall breadth of this system, as it's a big one. It's going to impact, not only is it going to impact a big amount of real estate, but it's also impacting the biggest population zones that you can talk about here across the country, right? DC, Philadelphia, New York, Boston, Baltimore. 3 weeks ago, a lot of us got hit with a snowstorm that, you know, the snow from that just got done melting, and here we go again. And, you know, I'm pretty sure, I'd have to double check. I thought I heard from Weather Presentation that we've had snow in the Northeast the last 5 weekends, at least somewhere.
That makes sense. Yeah, and it's like days. It was like 20 plus days of like snow on the road.
Right. And, yeah, that too, with at least 1 inch of snow on the road in many big cities. And so I think maybe some folks have. I know a lot of people have winter fatigue, but maybe a little bit of snow and storm fatigue. And this isn't the storm to take lightly and try to hope and maybe brush off, because these blizzard warnings are no joke, and they span a long amount of real estate from Maryland right up through all of Delaware and New Jersey, right across Long Island, all 5 boroughs of New York City, and then right into Massachusetts. Here's where we stand right now. This is the overview. This is the center of that area of low pressure, and that's going to start to
see more isobars on there since the last time we checked it.
I was just going to bring that up. So isobars are these black lines of equal pressure, and anytime that you see a lot of those packed closely, and you're starting to see that like right here, that indicates that there's some very, very gusty winds that are setting up and are going to be expected. Yeah, I had this view set up for Long Island, and you can see that snow really starting to take over as that rain kind of retreats a little bit right there across Manhattan.
Yeah, Manhattan seeing the snow, the Bronx seeing the snow, Queens, you're seeing it as well. These are some of the boroughs around New York City. Hard to believe and hard to fathom that spring is only 26 days away. Not going to feel like it. You know, it was interesting to me though, Nick, because that broader view showing the rapid intensification of that system. Like when you start seeing those isobars and those black lines of constant pressure, it's been almost every single hour we've added another one of those lines showing strengthening out of this thing.
Good point. We've been talking about bombogenesis, and I think we're well on our way.
Absolutely. This, friends, could be a generational storm. And of course, a generational storm requires generational coverage. And that's why we're here for you on Fox Weather. We're going to bring you live coverage, not just through the remainder of the morning, but all afternoon, all evening, all during the overnight hours, and even tomorrow morning. Snow coming down in New York City. You're watching Fox Weather. Stay with us.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from Copperfit. Feel the difference.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner. Always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. That's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
Hey, good morning. It's a Fox weather alert. We are on the cusp of what is expected to be a generational storm. It is going to cripple travel across the I-95 corridor tomorrow. As of this morning, nearly 35 million Americans are under a blizzard warning. This is the highest of our winter weather alerts, and it spans from Maryland to southern New England. A nor'easter is going to bomb out off the coast, and that's going to bring us some damaging wind as well as some big-time snow totals. We're forecasting anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of snow along major cities for the I-95 corridor. Fox Weather is going to be with us through tonight and the duration of the storm. We have 24/7 coverage, and we have crews that are going to be spanned out in some of these areas we expected to be hardest hit from the storm. It's coverage you won't be able to find anywhere else. So let's get started with a look at our radar and what we're tracking so far this morning. An area of low pressure has formed off the Carolina coast. This one is going to be our nor'easter. It's our bomb cyclone. It's going to undergo a process that we call bombogenesis, which is just a fancy way of saying this is going to rapidly strengthen, and this has the makings of a big-time snowmaker. It's going to go over what we consider the benchmark, which is this line that's defined as essentially a sweet spot for making big-time snow across parts of the Northeast. It's the 40 degrees west, 40 degrees north, 70 degrees west mark, and it looks like this area of low pressure is going to go right over that, or if not, just near it. We'll start to feel the impacts later on today. We're already starting to see the precipitation fall across parts of the tri-state, but at this point, some spots still have marginal temperatures. What's going to happen as we go through late afternoon and into the evening, that's when I expect some of this snow to start to accumulate across parts of the tri-state. And as we go forward overnight into tomorrow, that's when it impacts southern New England. In fact, the peak of this event is going to happen tonight into Monday morning. I mentioned that we're expecting 1 to 3 feet of snow. Some of the highest snow totals could go even higher across parts of New Jersey, where there could be around 3 feet, if not higher amounts of snow, depending on where some of these heavy bands are really going to set up. Meantime, areas like Philly, New York City, and Boston are in that range for 18 to 24 inches. It looks like there could be another jackpot zone across southern New England, really southeast Mass, where there could be spots that pick up around 3 feet of snow. That's going to be a whole lot, but what really concerns me for part of this storm is going to be the wind gusts that we're going to get. When you talk about a nor'easter, you have strong northeast winds at the coast, and we are definitely going to get that and then some. There's a lot of energy with this system, and so gusts could potentially be 50 to 70 miles per hour. I've seen a strong signal for some gusts pushing near 70 miles per hour along the eastern fringe of Long Island, as well as parts of southeast Mass. So this could lead to the potential of power outages. In fact, we think there's a likelihood to widespread concern for power outages along the I-95 corridor. Because this is a nor'easter, you have some coastal impacts too, where there are coastal flood advisories for 1 to 3 feet of inundation. that will be affected by tomorrow morning's high tide. So if you live in those areas that are prone to flooding when big time storms like this happen, it is something you do want to prepare for. Meantime, we've been monitoring a lot of the National Weather Service offices about their specific language of this storm, and something really caught our attention most recently is coming out of the National Weather Service out of Boston. Keep in mind that when these departments use this language, they're not doing it as a scare tactic. They just want you to be prepared. So this is what we're seeing from them. They use the language, "We are very concerned for areas southeast of the Boston-Providence corridor where wet snow combined with northeast wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Power outages and tree damage are likely. The worst conditions are going to be Monday at 4 a.m. until noon." And we've seen similar language from other offices around the I-95 corridor, but specifically I've been monitoring that in Boston, where I am standing here now. So come tomorrow, travel is not recommended, only advised in case of dire emergencies, and at that point you should have a winter survival kit ready to go. This system is still going to impact us tomorrow, so I think that the snowfall rates are going to be highest tonight into tomorrow. We're talking snowfall rates that could be 2 to 4 inches. That's a lot. It's going to overwhelm the roads. And also, with this snow combined with the wind, we're going to have blizzard conditions. And that's the reason you have so many people that are under blizzard warnings. So we'll be coming to you tomorrow on Fox Weather first, and I really think that these conditions in Boston are going to have low visibility. We'll continue to have parts of moderate to heavy snow through the afternoon in Boston while it's winding down across the tri-state area. And then this system is out of here by Tuesday, and then we'll begin that cleanup process. So back to you guys in the studio. The cleanup process, not only about 1 to 3 feet of snow, but it's also going to be some of that tree debris as well as any trees that come down due to power outages. That's what we're following here in Boston, but let's head down to New York City, and that's where we have Haley Meyer. She joins us live. Good morning, Haley. I know we've seen some snowflakes already around the New York City area.
Yeah, absolutely, Melanie. I mean, earlier this morning, it was all rain. Then we had a few snowflakes mixed in, and now we're looking at more of this chunky, thick, wet snow. This was expected. Right now, we're still dealing with temperatures hovering right around freezing, which then prompts this wet, heavy snow, as you were talking about over in Boston. Later on throughout the day today, and primarily overnight, early tomorrow morning, as temperatures cool, the snow ratios then start to jump up. So from a 10-to-1 ratio, which is more of a wet snow, to then a 14 or 15-to-1 ratio, a little more of that dry, powdery snow. Overall, that's good because it's easier to then shovel, but the problem is the winds. They're going to start kicking up, and we could have wind gusts as high as 60 miles per hour here in downtown Manhattan, and you can only imagine what the wind tunnel effect's going to do with all of these big buildings and skyscrapers that we have. So it's going to be miserable, but that powdery snow, a whole heck of a lot easier to then get blown around and reduce visibility. Visibility expected to be less than a quarter mile by the time the height of this event comes around later this evening. Now, emergency crews are doing everything that they can to prep the roads, but right now, because we had rain in the morning, they couldn't salt and brine. It would have all just melted and dissolved with the rain. So they're doing everything they can to make sure that New York City is prepped and ready to go. But take a look at this. This was out of Worcester County, or Westchester County, rather, and they stated that they're doing a temporary travel ban, meaning nobody is allowed out on the roads after 9 p.m. tonight through 10 a.m. Monday morning. This is extreme, but it's what the forecast calls for when we're talking about snowfall rates close to 2 to 3 inches per hour, vehicles on the road. That can be a big hazard to cleanup crews, emergency crews who may need to be responding to folks who are in distress or unfortunately who might get into a car accident. So it's imperative that we hunker down at home as best as possible. Mayor Mamdani was also on with us here at Fox Weather talking about the public transportation that we have here in New York City. Take a listen to what he had to say.
There is no plan to shut down our public transit system. What I will tell you is that thanks to the incredible work of the men and women at DSNY, our sanitation department, they're going to be plowing the streets as soon as there's 2 inches of snowfall. We're transforming the sanitation department into the largest snow fighting fleet in the country, and that is going to be a key part of why our buses can continue to function across the city. We'll also have our trains doing so as well.
So New York City doing the best they can with the amount of people that shuffle in and out, with tomorrow being a Monday. So we have millions of commuters. One thing in the South, whenever there's snow or any big kind of severe weather event, it's always, how bad is it? is the Waffle House closed? Well, here in New York, it's how bad is it? Are the street meat carts closed or open? So I'm going to talk to a street meat vendor really quickly here just to get his 2 cents on how to handle this. Hey, sir. So what is the expectation for you and for your business with this blizzard that's coming later this afternoon?
There's no business at all.
No business?
No. Because everybody's scared to come outside.
So when are you going to be shutting down your operations here?
Maybe tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah.
The bad weather, heavy snow, the wind's expected to come in at about 4 o'clock. Do you think you'll close earlier than that, or you'll try and push it?
No, this is fine for me because I have construction on top of me, so I'm gonna stay until like maybe midnight or something.
Midnight?
Yeah.
So at what point is there too much snow, too much wind that no matter what happens, the cart has to shut down?
Yeah, because when it's heavy snow like this, you have to shut it down because nobody can be outside.
How long have you been operating this particular cart?
Like 20 years.
20 years?
Yes.
Okay, so then you would remember the 2016 blizzard that we had.
Yeah.
So what is your take on 2016 possibly being compared to this storm right now?
As a storm is now, I'm sure last time would be worse than this in 2016.
Yeah, I mean, well, 2016 had 27 inches of snow. The forecast right now is anywhere between 18 to 24. So how long did it take for you to get things back up and running with your cart in 2016?
Yeah, well, like 2-3 days.
2-3 days?
Yeah.
So how bad does that hurt your business? Do you see less people coming and getting street meat in the precedent of a storm?
100%. Because anyway, January, February, always dead. Like, so it's killing the business 100%.
Well, good luck tonight with the storm. What do you do with your cart as all the snow comes in and the wind?
We have to be back to the garage.
So you have a garage and you go park it over there? Okay, fantastic. Well, good luck. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. He'll probably be feeding me later because I'm getting a little bit hungry here. But, I mean, hey, street meat carts, they're closing down. And he had the best perspective. 2016, he's thinking, hey, this could maybe be worse. I'm not quite ready to go that far. 2016 had an official report of over 27 inches in downtown New York City. Right now, the forecast only calling for about 18 to 24. That's still significant, though. So don't take that nonchalant comment as this isn't going to be a big deal, because it truly is. But we are tracking a couple of snow bands that could set up over Central Park, over Times Square. And if that happens for an extended period of time, 30 inches isn't out of the question. I'm not ready to totally rule that out. So again, New Yorkers, tourists alike, they are trying to hunker down. Right now, we've got a lot of movement in and out of Times Square, but I definitely think that by my later this afternoon and probably my overnight shots tomorrow, it's going to be a dead zone. And it might be a little bit eerie, especially here in Times Square, the heart of one of the biggest cities in the entire world.
Yeah, Haley, you'll be out there at 3 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning in Times Square, so I'm curious to see what your advantage point looks like. Then 2 things real quick. The corn dogs there and the pretzels at that specific location with that meat cart are excellent. I've had them many times. Second thing is, Haley, you know, when we look at a bird's eye view perspective of Times Square, maybe on like a 50th story view, it is incredible because it almost looks like a blizzard 50, you know, what is that?
Right.
Like 50 feet or so. Actually, a little more than that. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, about 500 feet above your head. But on the ground, though, it doesn't look like you've seen a whole lot of snow, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come out from under the awning here just to show you what we've got going on. What's so interesting about New York City, and especially working at Fox Weather, we have our offices on the 28th floor. So when you go that high up, you're talking 200-300 feet up into the sky, it looks like pure snow. Now, in the early part of the morning, it was snow at the top, melted and came down as rain. Right now, though, we're seeing a little more of a mix than we initially were about 20 minutes ago, but still definitely some snowflakes coming down. It is all melting right now, so no accumulating snow. That likely won't happen until this afternoon. But yeah, it's really interesting, especially within a city like New York, and you have all those skyscrapers. You can truly see the atmosphere and all of the different layers and how it works. You love New York? He loves New York.
Yes, I love that. We love New York as well, and we also love the corn dogs and the pretzels. All right. Haley, thank you so much for that live report from, you know, the heart of New York City, Times Square. We appreciate that perspective. Nick, yeah, it's one of those deals where, you know, you gotta depend on the height that you're at. You know, 500 feet you're seeing snow outside your window, but once you get down, you take the elevator down to the first floor.
I mean, it's truly incredible when you slice the atmosphere.
This is the shot that we're talking about. It looks like
no doubt.
Looks like a bona fide snowstorm.
So that's why we need ground truth. We love it when you send us pictures and videos. If you have anything good, foxweather.com/connect. Send them to us. We'll show them on Fox Weather. More blizzard coverage on the way after this.
Hi, I'm Jane Seymour, and I spent years on TV playing a doctor. But I learned about the heartbreaking reality of heart disease and stroke when they touched my own life. My father nearly died before having a quadruple bypass and valve replacement that saved him. And my mom, who was my inspiration, suffered a stroke that took away her speech, her ability to move, and ultimately her life. To see someone so vibrant, so positive, who'd survived so much in life, be debilitated by a stroke, it was devastating, and also a wake-up call. And that's why I'm so passionate about supporting the American Heart Association. They're doing more every day to stop needless deaths. But they simply can't do their life-saving work without you. So please call now or go to helpheart.org, and for only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, your donation will go to work to do amazing things, like fund the next medical breakthrough, get the next person trained in CPR, and the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care. I hope that you'll open your heart right now and join me. Please call now or go to helpheart.org. Give $19 a month, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can proudly wear to show that you're part of a community of monthly donors who are helping save lives. A healthy heart, it's the spirit of life. It makes it possible to do the things that you love, to spend time with your friends and family and fulfill your life's dreams. But so many won't have that chance. Heart disease is America's #1 killer and the #1 killer of women. And that's why I'll do whatever I can to make sure others don't die from heart disease before their time. So please join me. Call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org. Donate this Heart Month, and your first month's gift will be matched.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4381.
A few things that are different. We've expanded the number of emergency snow shovelers we have. We've also geotagged a number of those same crosswalks and unsheltered bus stops to make sure that the city has an accurate, up-to-date understanding of what the snow response is. We are utilizing every single tool at our disposal, and everything that we've seen work in the past, we're bringing that up from the first day of this response.
So that was the New York City Mayor, Zoran Mandani, with his perspective on what that blizzard and the impacts that we're going to see here in parts of New York City. Meantime, though, we head out to Waterford, Connecticut, where the temperatures are at about 33 degrees or so. And here's the thing. The state could pick up upwards of 20 inches of snow overnight tonight and, of course, in through parts of tomorrow. And William Turner, the Emergency Management Director for the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services, is joining us. And I'm curious, from your perspective, what do you feel is the most urgent part of this system in this storm for residents in your community?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me. So this is going to be a lot different than the last couple storms we saw, with the forecast calling for a much heavier wet snow, but then we have other hazards associated with it, like the coastal flooding and the high winds. And it's really, we haven't seen a blizzard warning here in quite a few years. It's something we're used to dealing with, but nonetheless, we want to make sure that people understand how dangerous this can be. So while we're not implementing a total travel ban, we want to make sure that people really stay off the roads and stay home during this storm because of how dangerous it will be to be out and about, and also just to be prepared to potentially have power outages and make sure they have emergency plans and kits to make sure that they can ride the storm out without having to go out and need assistance or go out and get supplies.
And, William, as you know, this is going to be, there's so many multifacets with the storm. It's not just, the rain to start, but it's obviously the snow, but the wind element, especially specifically where you guys are located, not terribly far from the water. This wind element, we're talking 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. Is that a concern for you?
Yeah, it definitely is, especially accompanied with that heavy, wet snow if it starts accumulating on the trees and wires. The tricky part is going to be we're expecting to see power outages. We're working very closely with our utility partners, but because of those high winds and how long they're going to be sustained for, those utility crews won't be able to get out and put their buckets up or put people up to repair the wires. So we are looking at a multi-day restoration effort, and we really just want a message to the public that they need to be prepared that even after the storm passes, this is going to take a couple days to clean up and fully recover. So we are certainly concerned about those power outages, and we just want everybody to be prepared for them.
Absolutely. And, I know that you're not a school official, but in terms of, the access to government buildings, schools in session, any insight on what folks can expect, not just Monday, but possibly even on Tuesday?
Yeah, I would say no decisions have been made on state office closures or courts or schools yet, but based on this forecast, more likely than not, there'll be a snow day at least tomorrow. But in speaking with our Department of Transportation officials, just the consistency and how fast this is all going to be falling, it's going to take a lot more time to clean up when it's light and fluffy. So this is going to be a multi-day cleanup effort, and we're certainly tracking that. There could be impacts well beyond to when the storm actually stops into Tuesday and maybe even to possibly Wednesday morning.
Yeah, they call this a heart attack snow when it's a really heavy, wet, dense, back-breaking snow. Any messaging and wording to perhaps residents where you're at this point?
Yeah, certainly, those with pre-existing medical conditions really need to be aware just to take their time, take breaks, to stay hydrated. And really, if you can avoid shoveling this, if you have somebody that can help you out or a contractor that can plow your driveway, just highly recommend to use caution, take those breaks. If you're not feeling well, just please stop and get medical attention because it's really not worth taking that risk to clear your driveway or sidewalk. So we just want everybody to understand that this is that heavy, wet, heart attack snow. And everybody, even after the storm, needs to be careful as they're cleaning it up.
Yeah, basically take it slow, take it safe, take it easy, getting through the snow, clearing the snow, and all the like. Hey, listen, William, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much for joining us and spending just a few moments with us here on Fox Weather. I know it's going to be a very busy next 36 hours for you and your team.
Yep, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Well, from there to parts of the Jersey Shore, you look at Atlantic City, right? Usually looks like a postcard. However, we're talking extreme warnings looming for parts of the Northeast. Snow totals possibly ranging in the feet in terms of measurements, 2 to 3 feet possible. The whole state of New Jersey, by the way, is under a blizzard warning. And that's actually where we want to head out live to now. Joining us for the first time is Fox Weather meteorologist BVD Bob Van Dillen. And Bob, my goodness, you've been out in Manasquan more times than I can count over the past year. This time around, though, for a completely different beast of a system.
Yeah, this one's going to be all about the snow, right, Michael? By the way, red, white, and blue you're wearing, perfect.
Thank you.
You could bury me in 10 feet of snow right now, and I don't care because the United States men's and women's won hockey gold. First time since 1980
yes,
the men won.
Did.
Play Freebird and then
watch.
play the U.S. national anthem. Yeah, listen, you can bury me, throw me in the inlet. I don't care. It's going to be a great day. Doesn't matter what happened. We beat Canada 2-1. Jack Hughes, beers are on me, my friend.
Yes.
Anyway, Michael, let's get to it. You're right. You mentioned it before. All 21 counties in the state of New Jersey under a blizzard warning. That hasn't happened in 30 years since that 1996 nor'easter that dumped 30 inches of snow up there in Morris County, about 2 feet of snow down here around Manasquan. Our temperature's 37 degrees. Some of the raindrops looking a little chunky at times. I think we see that snow line now racing down past I-78. And as that low pressure center begins to form, and this is looking down to the south behind me, the ocean's over here, we're going to start seeing the winds pick up entirely out of the northeast and really gain strength at probably after dark tonight as that storm begins to bomb down. That will, in fact, draw more colder air in place. And once that snow turns over from rain, it's game time, Michael. It's all snow. Latest forecast right here. We're in a blizzard warning technically. It started at 10 a.m. this morning. Goes all the way until 6 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Snowfall totals, yeah, it's a big story for sure. We're going for between 20 and 30 inches of snow is a possibility, and it looks like it's going to come to fruition as that storm rolls in. Also the winds. We've got the winds are going to be screaming off the ocean out of the northeast at 30 to 60 miles per hour overnight tonight. So those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, heavy wet snow on the power lines, on the trees, we're going to start seeing some power outages as a good possibility. You can see that shade of peach right there. That's a 2 to 3 foot snow marker is what we're calling for. Listen, that's going to start happening later on this afternoon. Piles on after midnight tonight. And we've got a coastal flood warning too, Michael, because when you start talking about winds blowing off the water at about 60 miles per hour, the high tide tonight, it's just a little bit after 11 p.m., going for moderate coastal flooding, almost to major at this point. The only saving grace we have here is the fact that our lunar cycle is in between where you'd see the highest tides. We're in between a new moon and a full moon. So that's some good news. So we got a little luck right there with the moon cycle, but we're still going for high-sided, moderate coastal flooding, back bays, the coastal areas. And then I think you guys were talking about this morning. I was driving down the Parkway to get here. The beach erosion is going to be another factor with those winds right out of the northeast, and it's going to be constant. The wave action, we're calling for 12-foot breakers offshore. You get about 25-foot waves just offshore immediately. The ones that are going to be breaking onto the beach will be over 10 feet at times, and that's going to be not just around the Jersey Shore, but right around Long Island, the Delmarva Peninsula, as well as that low cranks up. Timing on this, Michael, to me, it looks like we're seeing that storm start to develop nicely off the Carolina Outer Banks. It's going to bomb out overnight tonight as it moves up around the Delmarva Peninsula. The center of that low is going to be offshore from the lower part of Virginia, probably about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, then hits that benchmark, right, the 40-70. So if you draw a line between Sandy Hook out to the ocean and drop one down south from Nantucket, that's where that benchmark is. If that low pressure center goes right over, the I-95 gets blitzed. That's what we're going to find overnight tonight, and then it works its way up after midnight tonight right through New England. And, Michael, it'll be game time for all the major cities from D.C. to Baltimore to Philly that gets hammered. 2 feet of snow a possibility, maybe even more. Same with New York up to Boston. So it's the beginning stages, Michael. I know it's snowing where you guys are. That rain-snow line hasn't worked its way down here yet, but we anticipate that within the next few hours here in Manasquan. Yeah, Bob, it's going to be incredible. And I know that you're a Jersey guy so, 2 to 3 feet of snow on the Jersey Shore is going to be incredible to see. I know that you'll be there every step of the way. And again, when we come back to you, Bob, I do want to ask you, your experience with that type of snow since you've lived there before, but we're running tight on time. Yep. BVD for us in Manasquan, New Jersey. We will check back in with you in just a moment. Bob, thanks. All right, buddy.
All right, here you go. These are snowflakes flying around in New York City. That's Times Square right there. And boy, oh boy, are we only going to see the amount and the ferocity of those snowflakes grow in size and duration as we go through the rest of our day. And overnight tonight, we're on top of this blizzard every step of the way for you here on Fox Weather. Stick around. We'll be right back after the break.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable. unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter-than-air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow. Oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner. Always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Oh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
trygravite.com.
We are back now on Fox Weather. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Michael Estime here alongside Nick Koser. Just a quick little update. If you had Broadway show tickets for tonight, that's going black.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock. So the matinee shows are still going, but everything goes dark at 6 o'clock. So if you had any plans to see anything that starts at 6 or later, forget about it. Stay inside, hunker down, just like the performers are going to be doing. And they don't do that a lot.
No,
They're
they
usually
don't.
out there doing their thing like 7 days a week. So that's how you know this is big. That's almost up there with the Waffle House meter.
Yeah. If they close down, you know it's serious, and that's why we have blizzard warnings that stretch from basically the Jersey Shore all the way up through Boston, and we have team coverage all up and down the coastline for you. We will be with you 24/7, not just through this afternoon, but also through this evening. Download our Fox Weather app, because if you lose power, and we're expecting tens of thousands of people to lose that power, you will have it literally Fox Weather in the palm of your hand. We have Katie Byrne that's out there in parts of New Jersey. She's in Asbury Park. We just checked in with BVD. Mike Seidel on Long Island, New York. And of course, Brandy Campbell also in Boston for us. But where we want to head to, you can see her right here, is Haley Meyer. She is in Times Square. We're about, say, 40 to 50 stories high above really the center of the universe, if you will. You can see all of that snow. But we want ground truth. What does it look like on the ground? Let's go there right now. Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer in Times Square for us. And Haley, last check-in, again, I noticed that you're standing right in front of the Lion King marquee. I don't know if you heard the news, but yeah, shows that are happening after 6 p.m. have been canceled.
Yeah, you know what, Michael? That is a thought that I had earlier this morning when I came to Times Square. I actually caught up with a father who brought his daughters in from Boston today, and he said that they're going to see the performance tonight. And in my head, I'm thinking, I don't know if that's a good idea. And clearly, the Broadway institution, they agree, not a good idea. So anything after, 6 p.m. is what you had reported on, canceled for tonight. So the evening performances are a no-go. And you have to consider, this is a weekend. So many people coming to the city for Broadway performances like The Lion King, such a staple. Down a little bit further down the road, you have Chess with Lea Michele. She's huge from Glee. And then also down that road, Moulin Rouge, one that I just recently saw with my mom. And I have to recommend it. It was such a great show. But yeah, if you're going tonight, that's really not going to happen. Now, if you look at the ground right now, the roads, they're fine. Travel, not a worry in this moment, unless you're traveling via airplane. Airplane travel, we've seen over 8,000 delays, cancellations at this point, a lot of them coming from the Northeast. But yes, there is snow that's coming down right now. I'll walk over to Times Square. We're just right off of Broadway here. Still hustle and bustle. We've got tons of people that are trying to enjoy New York. I mean, vacation plans, while Mother Nature may try and stop them, they're going to go and do whatever they can. But once the blizzard starts coming through this afternoon, you have to shut it down. I mean, these roads are going to be very treacherous, visibility down to less than a quarter mile, and that will likely happen by the early half of this afternoon. Just to quickly get into the meteorology about what New York City is going to be looking at come this afternoon. We're seeing the snow right now. This is the very nose of this event, and it's only going to be sliding off of the Carolinas along the Atlantic coast and strengthening. Bombogenesis, likely strengthening 20 to 30 millibars in pressure in just a 12-hour time span. So this is a strong storm that's headed in our direction. And at that point, it's expected to hit right through that 40-70 zone. That's a benchmark, almost like threading the needle or a needle in a haystack with a low pressure system, marking that exact point that would bring big time totals, blockbuster totals for New York City and other I-95 major metros like Boston, like Philly, even like DC. And so that's going to happen later on this afternoon. The snow is going to start coming down. The blizzard conditions with the wind in excess of 60 miles per hour, that kicks into high gear closer to about 3 to 5 o'clock, but the worst of this weather expected overnight. And so that's why I'll be here in Times Square practically overnight, bringing you the latest updates. But I mean, for New Yorkers, the remnants of the mid-January storm, we have some people waving, saying hi. Where are you guys from? Indiana. You're from Indiana?
Yeah.
What do you think about the snow?
Yeah, right now we're stuck here for a couple more days. We're supposed to head back today, but we're stuck, so.
Do you have any plans tonight? I hope not.
Yeah, no plans. No plans, just hanging out at the hotel.
So from Indiana, you've seen big snow before. Are you excited for this? Are you a little bit worried about what's going on?
At first they were saying 18 inches, which is more than what we get in Indiana. So that's kind of scary, but we'll see.
So what time do you guys have flights out? Have you even booked those yet, or are you just figuring it out?
Tuesday night. Yeah.
Tuesday night.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you get to miss a little bit of school or whatever you've got going on. So
yeah, we do. Yeah.
Well, you guys stay safe, stay warm. I guess you guys I don't have to tell you to stay warm. They're all nice and bundled up, but we appreciate you hanging out with us on Fox Weather. So, yeah, there's so many people hanging out, having a good time. But, yeah, the remnants of the mid-January storm, it's a thing of the past. But that was only recently melted as of a couple of days ago. And now you have this big winter storm that comes in again. And this one will assuredly be 10 times worse than what we had in mid-January. We could be getting closer to 2 feet worth of snow. We've had Mayor Mamdani on here with Fox Weather, and he talked about how we have such an extensive fleet of workers ready to come back to this storm. So take a look.
We're transforming the sanitation department into the largest snow fighting fleet in the country, and that is going to be a key part of why our buses can continue to function across the city. We'll also have our trains doing so as well.
So you heard it there first. They're doing everything they can to come back after this storm. We have people working 12-hour shifts, 24/7, to repair the roads, do all the snow plows, and keep New Yorkers safe. A code blue in effect, warming shelters, warming buses around the city tonight. They said nobody will be denied shelter. So hopefully that will help, because with the last storm, with the last Arctic outbreak, there were fatalities here in New York City. So stay warm, stay bundled up, and be ready for this significant and borderline historic winter storm, guys.
Yeah, and as the mayor of New York was with us, he said just dial 311 and that'll go immediately to 911 if you do see anyone on the street that may need help during the storm. Haley, thank you. All right, let's show you what things look like, because again, that blizzard warning stretches from all the way down south. You think about the Delmarva all the way up through Boston, and look at that shot. This is about 50 stories or so high. So, you know, Nick, about what, 500 feet or so above where Haley is at. Yeah. I mean, it looks like a snowstorm.
It really does.
Vantage point.
We'll see what that looks like, and we'll see what it looks like on the ground here in the next couple of hours, because we do expect all of that to mix down to the surface,
right.
and then eventually that's where the accumulation comes. So right now, I think a lot of that melting or just coming down as rain, a lot of it just making everything wet. But
right.
what What a shot. What a sign of things to come. And it's showing you what the atmosphere is doing and capable of doing.
Sure is. And again, Bob Van Dillen was talking about this. We'll get down and dirty with this real quick. You can already see where the low is right here. It's strengthening. Multiple isobars are forming around that. So this thing is strengthening pretty quick. Currently, smacking into parts of the Jersey Shore. Philly, you're seeing rain. New York, you're seeing that mix that we were just showing. Boston's still dry, but changes certainly, Nick, on the way much sooner than later through this afternoon and this evening.
Yeah, this storm is not only going to become extremely strong, extremely fast, but it's also taking the perfect path to absolutely clobber the I-95 corridor with the max amount of snow that a nor'easter possibly could. So we've got everything sort of lining up to make this a potential historic storm for the books.
Yeah, look at that shot right below us of New York City. Wow, that's another interesting one, too. Yeah. Again, from a bird's eye view, you can see where that snow is. By the time everything is said and done, we're talking 18 to 24 inches with a couple of spots, perhaps 24 to 36 inches of snow just south of New York along the Jersey Shore, and then just south of Boston possible.
Here we go, folks. Buckle up. We're in it. The blizzard just getting started. We're expecting this to be one of the worst snowstorms in the history of the Northeast. We've got people all up and down the I-95 corridor. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Fox Weather has you covered for every type of severe weather. Hurricanes, severe storms, blizzards, flash flooding, and everything in between. Electrical hazards can linger for days after a storm, and those hazards include the risk of fires breaking out in your home. So what can you do to help keep your family safe from that risk? Well, let's ask Bob Marshall, co-founder and CEO of Whisker Labs. Bob, good to have you here with us today.
Nick, it's great to be here. Thank you.
So listen, how big of a risk are electrical fires when storms hit?
Well, I mean, electrical fires overall, there's 50,000 electrical fires in the U.S. every year. It's one every 10 minutes. And certainly severe weather, we know, wreaks havoc on the grid, right? So power surges, power outages, they can create risk and safety issues in your home and in the community.
One every 10 minutes is terrifying.
Yeah.
And you're not just the co-founder. You have a heartstring tied into this company because this impacted your sister-in-law not too long ago.
Yeah, unfortunately, my sister-in-law's house burned down several years ago from an electrical fire. Terrible fire. They lost a pet. Just devastating. They lost everything. And I'm a technologist and engineer, and I challenged our team. I said, why can't we come up with a product that would actually prevent these terrible fires that impact so many homes? And we came up with a product called Ting. I mean, so it is literally a simple plug, a super smart plug. You plug it in, you connect it to Wi-Fi, and one single sensor monitors all the wiring in your home. We detect the problems, the arcing, the loose connections, the damaged wires that would cause fires, and we prevent 80% of electrical fires.
So had your sister-in-law had Ting, she would have been okay?
We would have prevented the fire. I mean, every time, so 20,000 times now, 20,000 homes and families, we've detected problems that would otherwise cause an electrical fire, and we've prevented those fires. So that's what we're passionate about. We are passionate about protecting our customers, their families, their homes, and, preventing fires and literally saving lives.
So I see that you brought this in, and this is a result of an electrical malfunction.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's all about prevention, right? I mean, so you think about it. I mean, Ting is the most innovative product for fire safety since the smoke detector. I mean, the smoke detector is always required, doesn't replace that. But a smoke detector only tells you that you have a fire after it started. Ting detects the problem before it starts. So our objective and what we do every day is prevent the fire.
Ting not only prevents fires, but it also monitors power outages, yeah?
Yeah, so part of, when you have Ting in your home, you get a notification instantaneously. If power is out, you have a power surge, even if you're not home, right? So, the network of Ting, when you have Ting in your home, we have 1 million Ting sensors, you become part of the network, and we monitor the utility grid, right? So when you've got severe weather, as you all deal with every time, it is so critical that we inform communities and we provide data to first responders and police and fire so that they know which communities have power so that they can, you get to the recovery.
Unbelievable. This is something everybody that owns a home needs or rents an apartment or what have you. Bob Marshall, co-founder and CEO of Whisker Labs, thank you so much for being here. To learn more about how to help protect your home, visit tingfire.com or scan the QR code on your screen to help keep your family and your home safe.
Your data is like a single domino. the moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
trygravite.com.
Good morning. We are back now on Fox. Whether you were looking live in Atlantic City, New Jersey, the entire state of New Jersey is under a blizzard warning as we speak. Why? Well, we're expecting not just terrifically strong winds, but possibly upwards of 24 to 32 inches of snow. So, of course, we had to send out our Jersey boy, BBD, Bob Van Dillen. Obviously, Bob, you have been, you're born and raised in Jersey. Question for you, I wanted to ask you in the last hour, have you seen and experienced in your time in Jersey perhaps what could be 2 to 3 feet of snow?
Yeah, no, not. This will definitely rival the biggest ones I remember, Michael. 1978, I was like 5. I remember that one coming in. That was a big deal. 1983, there's another huge nor'easter. I remember that one. Then we started getting into the latter years, like 1992, you had an epic nor'easter right here. 96 was the one where I was working up in upstate New York, but forecasting it in that area. Got about 2 inches of snow, central New York. You got down here across the region, they got the heaviest belt, and they had 30 inches plus. Now, the forecast for here, Michael, like you said, is it's 2 to 3 feet for Manasquan. Even if we get half of that, I mean, that's still a very impactful storm, right? So as this rain switches over to snow, we're going to see it later this afternoon, the snowfall rates are really going to start firing up. You're talking about 2 inches of snow per hour. That's what we're going to find, especially after dark tonight when it gets even colder with the air column. That's when it's really going to start picking up on the street. So I was looking at the forecast, Mike, the last couple of days. Temperatures got up to upper 40s to low 50s since last Thursday up here, so the roads are not below freezing just yet. But once you start introducing snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour, those rates, and then all of a sudden the sun sets, we're talking about before 6 o'clock, that's when we're talking about the snow piling up on the road. So the most dangerous travel times we're going to find, at least for New Jersey area where I'm located down by the shore, is going to be after dark tonight through tomorrow morning. Now, the blizzard warning goes to about 6 p.m. The last time we saw a snowmaker like this was back in 2016, Michael. I was working down in Atlanta at the time. Morris County got 30 inches of snow. This area down here by the shore picked up between 1.5 feet and 2 feet. That was 10 years ago. If you base what we're going to find on that, it's not just going to be the heavy snow, Michael, it's going to be the fact that it's a heavy wet snow in some of these areas. You add 60-mile-per-hour winds coming right off the ocean, that means we're going to start seeing power lines snap and start going down. So that's going to be an issue with the trees that snap and go on the power lines. That's going to be a recipe for power outages, and that's probably going to happen late tonight through tomorrow morning before the winds finally subside. Coastal flood warnings, we've got that too. It's really the high tide cycle this evening. High tide at Manasquan just a little bit after 11 o'clock tonight. Moderate to close to major flooding is a possibility. So if you live around these areas, you know the streets that really get inundated, Brielle Road, even around 3rd Avenue, those regions right there. Be prepared. You're probably going to be isolated for about 3 to 4 hours before that water goes down. But we were talking about it also. Mikey Sherrill, the new governor of New Jersey, was speaking about the storm and the historic nature of it as well. Here's what she had to say about it earlier today.
This storm faces more risks than the last one because of the blizzard conditions and the heavy winds. Additional crews and mutual aid are being sent in and will be working around the clock to support residents.
Yeah, there you go, Mike. And for sure, we need it because when we're talking about the fleet of plows we're going to need to keep up with the roads, it is going to be an epic and monumental achievement if we can keep these roads clear between now and tomorrow at this time.
Yeah, and Bob, one thing that goes without saying, but I'm going to mention it anyways, is the fact that, some of our wind gust forecasts, we were just showing a map just a moment ago on the projected wind gusts, and we had on there 70 to upwards of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So power outages on top of this heavy wet snow in New Jersey where, again, 2 to 3 feet of snow is possible. This could lead to a really kind of damaging sort of situation. So I know that you're going to be on top of it every step of the way. That's Fox Weather Meteorologist BVD Bob Van Dillen in Manasquan, New Jersey. Bob, we're going to check back in with you in just a bit. Thanks so much for that report.
You got it.
All right, let's talk about what's going on really all across the East Coast here as we take you into another live look at New York City. Again, this is a bird's eye view of Times Square, and boy, oh boy, from this vantage point, you can see that snow really trying to mix its way down to the surface. The roads still down below, they're just wet. You're not seeing snow accumulating yet. The key word there being yet, as all that is eventually going to mix down, and that ground is going to get cold below freezing, and eventually that snow is going to start to accumulate. So as a result, we've got warnings, advisories, watches, you name it, up and down the mid-Atlantic, right into the Northeast. Obviously, the most important, the highest demarcation that the National Weather Service gives for a storm system is a blizzard warning, and we've got a whole swath of it from Maryland and all of Delaware and all of New Jersey under this blizzard warning, and then right up through Massachusetts. That includes the Big Four, Boston, New York, Philly, and you've also got D.C. within the region. This is the big area of low pressure that we're watching, and it continues to strengthen and deepen off the coast. And right now, it is bringing a little bit of rain. And really, I should say, some fairly heavy pockets of rain across parts of Delaware. So heads up to Dover. It's rain right now. It switches over as we get into this afternoon and this evening. You're seeing, or at least you saw, that Times Square view that's high up in the air, somewhere between 100 and 500 feet, and snow certainly being shown from that vantage point. But at the ground, it's still rain, but you're starting to see that blue show up in and around New York, and eventually it's going to become all snow all the time, and it's going to not just be coming down at a heavy clip, it's also going to be blowing all around because it's going to be so windy. It's these winds from the nor'easter out of the northeast blow the snow and create just an issue out there all across the mid-Atlantic and right through the northeast. It's called a nor'easter for a reason. Winds are coming in out of the northeast as this area low pressure spins counterclockwise, and that is going to pummel parts of the coast.
Yeah, you know what's wild? Again, it spins in a counterclockwise fashion, so you're seeing all these little arrows pointing this way, and it's all pushing all that water along the coastline. So the Jersey Shore, Delaware toward Rehoboth Beach, and then even, Hampton, Long Island, there could be some inland flooding because of those winds, 50, 60, 70 miles per hour, pushing all that water on shore.
Yeah, we've got several high tide cycles that we're going to watch out for. So as the water is just naturally rising in some of these locations, there's going to be wind helping it rise even further than it normally would. So when we say inundation of 2 to 3 feet above normal levels, we mean, the highest that the water typically goes, it'll be 2 to 3 feet more than that with this storm.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the reasons why we have not just coastal flood advisories, but also coastal flood warnings for, quote, significant beach erosion is likely. And to your point, Nick, 3 feet above normal high tide, that's quite a bit. Could lead to not just, coastal flooding, but perhaps even some river flooding as well.
Yeah, think about 3 feet in your basement. That would be absolutely a nightmare scenario, right? Remember yesterday we were looking at this graphic? There were no purple locators on the map, and now we've got a couple, unfortunately, showing up along the Jersey Shore. So that's something to give you a little bit of pause for concern.
Absolutely, and those waves are going to grow too as that wind and all that energy ends up moving on shore. And you can see it from Atlantic City, just off the coastline. That could be like 12 footers out there. I saw a report, and come on over here, Nick. I saw a report and read a discussion this morning that they were talking about in the open waters of the Atlantic, 40-foot waves could be seen.
Yeah, and the ripple impacts from that going to make it to the coastline. So all that energy, even though those waves aren't going to be as big when they finally reach the shore, all that energy is still going to be coming ashore, and that's going to create erosion issues and everything else. So, all right, so let's talk about the overview here, just kind of reset everything. We're towards the end of the hour. This is the map, and look at that, winter storm warnings. It's really easy to get drawn to the blizzard warning, which rightfully so. That's the highest demarcation that we can give for a winter storm. But look at how far this winter storm warning swath stretches all the way up there to the edge of northern Maine.
You know what, Nick, I didn't even think about that. You're right. We get so locked and loaded into, right along the I-95 that, Scranton, PA, you're going to see snow. You head out toward, Hershey, PA, Pittsburgh, down toward Charleston, West Virginia, parts of eastern Kentucky. We're all in this. A part of the same system.
Absolutely. And the full state of New Jersey and Delaware under a blizzard warning. But heck, almost the full state of West Virginia under a winter storm warning.
Significant.
During normal circumstances, that would be a huge deal. We'd be talking about it like crazy. Again, there are those blizzard warnings. I-95 going to be a mess. And as we zoom in on some of these cities, New York, as Haley mentioned, mostly wet right now, but some flakes trying to mix in. And you see that here, a little bit of blue trying to pop in as we take a peek at the radar over the last 3 hours.
Yeah, some snow mixing in at times. I think we'll see a full changeover, maybe lunchtime, points after lunchtime, and then the intensity really starts to pick up around dinner time tonight. But Boston right now, at least, kind of the calm before the storm. If you don't got a shovel, head out to Lowe's, head out to Home Depot, get that salt bag ready and set to go.
Non-perishable food, batteries, flashlights, whatever you might need. I would prepare.
This is the bread, milk, and eggs kind of storm.
Prepare to be without power, right? You just prepare for the worst, hope for the best. This could be one of those types of storms that leaves many, many, many without power for days upon days. 8 o'clock, you were just mentioning this, Michael. I think at this point, this is when the storm really starts to show its teeth, and those teeth continue to show overnight, and especially as we wake up into tomorrow morning.
Yeah, tomorrow morning is going to be an absolute mess along the east coast of the United States. And, when folks want to know, all right, well, when does it all start to let up and dissipate? We're thinking in New York City, maybe around 3 o'clock-ish or so, things start to lessen. We're not quite out of the woods just yet. But in its wake, I'm just mind-boggled by the salmon coloring that's popping up toward Boston and then just east of Philly and the Jersey Shore.
One of the reasons why that's happening is because this system is tracking right over that 40-70 benchmark, which is exactly what you need for the highest totals right along the coast.
Absolutely. This could be a storm that we speak of for generation, and that's why we are going to be up all night bringing you coverage overnight and then, of course, into tomorrow morning. Snow coming down in parts of Blairsville, Pennsylvania as this storm develops. Stay with us for 24/7 coverage of this historic blizzard.
My name's Keegan and I'm a Wish kid.
Keegan was diagnosed with T-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia in November of 2018. He takes chemo on a daily basis and sometimes up to 9 pills a day.
My wish was a hockey ice rink. I wish for this rink because I get to practice more and just be a better skater.
Every 20 minutes, a child is diagnosed with a critical illness. More than 70 kids each day. But throughout their treatments, there's a glimmer of hope. A wish, made possible by someone with a big heart like you. Call or go online. For $20 a month, just 67 cents a day, you can grant wishes month after month for kids right in your own community.
Your wish was granted?
A wish is so much more than a moment. It can even be a turning point in a child's recovery.
You know, these are kids that are living longer. They're living better. They're having more fun in their life. And it all started with one experience, and that was their wish.
But for every wish we grant, 2 more children like Keegan are waiting for their special wishes to come true. Call or go online now. Use your credit card and we'll send you this free Make-A-Wish t-shirt to show you are transforming lives one wish at a time.
I can just go in my backyard and just start skating and have fun. I was really happy.
We are so sincerely grateful and appreciative. And so thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
More kids with critical illnesses are waiting. Call or go online to grantwishes.org today.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-301-4791.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. A powerful bomb cyclone on target to blast the Northeast, threatening the I-95 corridor with life-threatening blizzard conditions, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and more than 2 feet of snow. This generational event leading to rare blizzard warnings for nearly 35 million people from Philadelphia to Boston. New York and New Jersey governors declaring states of emergency ahead of this historic nor'easter. Snowfall totals of 1 to more than 2 feet expected along much of the I-95 corridor. Intense snow rates and strong winds likely to create dangerous and life-threatening travel conditions. Scattered power outages a likelihood, and this storm could rank among the top 10 in several major cities, possibly even the top 5, depending on how it shakes out. Snowstorms on record. There we have it. Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ, wall-to-wall live coverage continues this afternoon through tonight. We have our team spread out from the Jersey Shore to eastern Massachusetts as we track this historic nor'easter. Blizzard conditions bearing down on the I-95 corridor and could become one of the most significant snow events in years. Welcome into Fox Weather's live coverage of the 2026 blizzard. I'm meteorologist Jane Menard. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday. With me through 4 o'clock Eastern, but Bob, you're going to be out there. Bob Van Dillen in Manasquan, New Jersey. You're, 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 home quite literally when we talk about Jersey Shore impacts.
Yeah, it seems like it. This is the fourth time I've been here since this past August, and it's been a couple hurricanes that just missed us and a couple nor'easters, and this is a big one, and this is going to be a snowmaker, and there's no question. But I was watching this with you, Jane, the radar picture. It's been all rain so far, and that's what we expected right around the Jersey Shore. But that cold line is now, looks to me, marching down from the north to the south. It's by I-78 right now, so if you're familiar with the area, looks like that's where that rain-snow line is going to be located at least the next few hours. But then by later this afternoon, Jane, once it starts over and we turn it to snow, it looks like that is going to be the main form all the way for about 18 hours, maybe as much as 24 hours.
Absolutely. And then we talk about the intense snow bands that are going to set up. And Bob, you know, you find yourself underneath one of those snow bands, and that's where we start to talk about these blockbuster numbers, right? When we're seeing snow totals that are upwards of 2-3 feet in some areas. So this is, I mean, you talked about it. I know you were just chatting with Michael Estime and Nick Koser out of Weather Command Weekend. And, you know, a storm with these types of numbers, it's rare, especially for the I-95. And to see it come to fruition, I mean, it would be one of the first times in my life that we've been able to see something like this.
Yeah, I bet you don't remember the last time the entire state of New Jersey was under a blizzard warning, all 21 counties. That was 30 years ago, Jane. That was 1996 with a blockbuster storm that rolled right up the coast. The entire state of New Jersey, all the counties, all the way down through Delaware, blizzard warnings. And when you tally it all together, major cities, Philly, New York, that's 35 million people under a blizzard warning that started technically here at about 10 a.m., but it's going to last through 6 p.m. tomorrow. Now, it's going to be a heavy wet snow, Jane, as well. But even though the snow is going to end and taper off by tomorrow afternoon, the blowing snow, the drifting snow, that is going to be a huge problem on the roads for the next 36 hours, even after that.
And Bob, I think the wind component to this, we really have to drive that home, because snow is impressive every single time, especially when you're talking a foot of snow in the forecast. But the wind aspect of this, we haven't seen a blizzard, at least blizzard-like conditions in New York City since 2017. And so we really have to kind of rack our brain to see what that impact would look like. And I think I do worry more so about the winds. Could end up being one of the biggest calling cards of this storm. Yes, it's a wet, heavy snow, but you're right, the drifting snow component, that is what's going to make it such a challenge to keep up with the road conditions. Those crews will be working overtime. Look at New York City right now, snow starting.
Oh, there it is.
And now, of course, we're up in height on the top of the skyscraper here. But, I mean, it's starting to mix in. It is a wet snow, and that's going to really be the case through start to finish, Bob. I mean, the heavy nature of this is almost going to be like concrete weighing down on those power lines and tree branches with those 50, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is why we have such a high likelihood of power outages and perhaps even some damage out on the east end of Massachusetts. The National Weather Service calling for near destructive impacts.
Oh, my gosh. Well, you know what? I was looking at the surface charts, and that's a 1050 millibar high edging into Ontario for later on tonight through tomorrow. That's a huge high-pressure air mass. I mean, that's almost off the charts when you look at its QT chart, if you get into the weeds. Then you add the fact that this storm itself, the pressure, is going to dip possibly below 970 millibars. I mean, that is impressive as it bombs out across the relatively warmer waters of the Atlantic right by that benchmark. The difference in pressures, that pressure gradient chain right out of the northeast. It's a nor'easter. Oh, there's that rain snow line too, right? So I'm in Manasquan. I'm on the border essentially. Yeah, I'm on the border essentially with Monmouth and Ocean County. I'm standing in Monmouth County. Behind me, you can see the inlet. There's actually some swells now, Jane, too. If you look at this, when I first got here, it was glassy. Now that the winds have picked up, when I first got here, winds were out of the east at about 10 miles per hour. Now they're between 15 and 20 miles per hour sustained. Now we're starting to see the swells coming. Here comes one right up the gut. So we've got the inlet getting a little bit of action. So as that wind picks up, the wave action is going to pick up. The coastal flooding is going to be a concern, especially the 11 o'clock high tide cycle tonight. So we'll get to that in just a little bit as well. So you showed it. You showed the camera in New York City. The snow is out there. I can't wait to see this. Meteorologist Haley Meyer has been out there in Times Square. I've been watching her all morning long. Haley, what's going on? Has it switched over even down at the surface?
Hey. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely, Bob. I mean, earlier today, it was pure rain. Then it was a little bit of a rain-snow mix closer to 8:30, 9 o'clock. But it's snowing, and it's snowing pretty hard. We're looking at some of the winds starting to come in right now. My guess is wind gusts close to 10, 15 miles per hour. So it doesn't hold a candle to the wind gusts that we're expecting to see later on this afternoon. And when that blizzard kicks in, we could get wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour in New York City. So yes, power outages are a real possibility. I will say with not a lot of trees in the concrete jungle, that will help us out in terms of trees falling on power lines. But back where you're at, over along the Jersey Shore or further down into Long Island, where Mike Seidel will be posted throughout this event, power outages and widespread power outages are a real issue. Now, if you look at the roads, we're doing okay. Still got a lot of cars, taxis. It's pretty much business as usual, but if you look down on the ground here, you can see we've got a couple of inches of standing water. Now, granted, this is a little bit of a divot, so it's collecting all that water, but as temperatures continue to fall over the next, let's say, 12 hours or so, that's going to freeze over and become a thick sheet of ice with that snow that's falling on top of it. Right now, we have that heavy, wet, dense snow. It'll transition over to more of the powdery snow. But unfortunately, that powdery mix, as the temperatures drop, that comes at the same time that the winds are reaching their peak. And so that's why we have such a significant blizzard that we're tracking across the Northeast. Now, we've been speaking with Mayor Mamdani on Fox Weather today. He had a press release yesterday just talking about the severity of the event. Take a look.
At this time, I would say it's travel. We want to make sure that everyone takes this weather very seriously, stays home, because in staying home, you are staying safe. And we know that right now the snow is beginning. It's only going to intensify through the night. We're going to see very hazardous travel conditions. And so we're saying to New Yorkers, if you do not have to leave your house for anything except for an emergency, then don't leave it. Stay home, stay safe.
I mean, significant wording being heard from emergency management, government officials, meteorologists from the National Weather Service. They're all saying this is a significant event, historic, potentially blockbuster. These are all words that have been used to describe the storm, the blizzard of 2026, something that could go down in the record books here. The forecast right now calling for 18 to 24 inches worth of snow. Likely, though, we could get close to that 3-foot mark. That's only if a very intense snow band sets up overhead. And that's a little more nowcasting as opposed to future forecasting. It's so hard to pinpoint the exact spot where they line up. But let me tell you, the scene in Times Square will look very different come this time tomorrow morning. I will be out showing you the latest through the height of the storm starting at 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. But in addition to that, it's not just New York City. Over in Westchester County, they have prompted a travel ban. They're saying, hey, after 9 p.m. today through Monday morning at 10 a.m., you cannot travel. Nothing that you can do. Do not get out on the roads to make way for emergency crews and Department of Transportation crews trying to clear out the roads to keep New Yorkers and everybody across the tri-state area and New England as safe as they possibly can. One thing just to point out, I've heard a lot of chatter today talking about the storm we had in mid-January, and they're saying, oh, it can't be as bad as that. I promise you, this storm will be worse than that mid-January storm. New York City, we reported 11.4 inches of snow. The forecast now, we would be busting if we got 11 inches of snow, Jane. So let me tell you, New Yorkers better buckle up and stay warm because temperatures are dropping, and this snow is going to start sticking real fast within the next few hours.
And Haley, one thing that we've just learned, one thing that we've just learned is that Mayor Mamdani has officially canceled school for New Yorkers tomorrow. Okay. So it is a full bona fide snow day. There is no school from home. And I think that just goes to speak to you the severity of what these conditions are going to be for tomorrow. Not just the travel conditions, but just the power outage risk. And you're right. I mean, this is going to be a totally different picture as we open up tomorrow morning. Haley, thanks for the update from the Big Apple. We'll be checking back in with you in just a moment. Let's talk more about these blizzard conditions that are expected on the table. Bob, bringing you back in here where, for New York City to get a full bona fide snow day, back in January, Haley mentioning the difference between what we had at the end of the month to kick off the new year and what we're looking at now. Yes, in terms of snow totals, we're talking, big numbers, but they are two totally different storms, different setups, the consistency of the snow that we're going to see, that wet, heavy nature. That is what really, I think, adds the challenge to this, along with wind. Wind, I think, the biggest threat.
Yeah, wind and the heavy, wet snow, it's not Arctic air that's locked in like we had 3 weeks ago. That was Arctic air that froze essentially every single water molecule into ice, right? So it was a fluffy, lighter snow, the last storm we had around. This one, your temperature's waffling just below freezing. So that's really the temperature you get the biggest snowfall totals and the heaviest, wettest stuff is when your temperature's about 31, 30 degrees to 32. So that's what we've got happening right now. Let's give you a little overview where we are right now, because the temperatures have definitely dropped. They're not down to freezing right here in Manasquan across the middle part of the Jersey Shore yet, but you can see the swells are starting to come in across the Manasquan Inlet. Jane, you're familiar with this area. It's usually flat, doesn't usually look like this. And I'm looking back here, also the ocean starting to pick up, getting a little on the angry side at this point, as the winds now are sustained easterly at about 17 to 20 miles per hour. Now, we've got the higher gusts, but as that low pressure, Jane, begins to deepen late this afternoon through the overnight hours, we're going to see those winds come out from essentially almost the same direction, easterly to northeasterly. That's why it's a nor'easter, right? And when that happens, we're talking 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So coastal flood warnings, that's going to be the biggest concern here. But you can see the blizzard warnings. They stripe from New England all the way down through the southern tip of the Delmarva Peninsula.
And all the way up through New Hampshire. And breaking, Bob, we've just learned, too, not only in New York City are schools closed and canceled for tomorrow, but there is a full travel ban in effect for the city starting at 9 o'clock tonight. That includes all commercial vehicles, e-bikes, scooters. They don't want anybody on the roads as this storm picks up. And so for New Yorkers, let's listen to that, right? I mean, this means we're going to see significant disruptions, not just, subway service, but above ground service. They don't want anybody to be in this, what really could be a dangerous setup through the overnight hours. The visibility, just the snow rates coming down. And we didn't talk about it, Bob, which we've got plenty of time to, because we'll be here all afternoon. The thunder snow potential, right? The instability as that low deepens.
Yeah,
You're
what do you
absolutely
think?
right.
Yeah, what do you think? You think we're going to get across the Jersey Shore? Because when that happens, the snowfall rates are over an inch per hour. I think it is a possibility, too. And then you go up the line by overnight tonight through midnight. Then it starts encroaching on areas like Hartford and Rhode Island, Long Island, through Boston, too. So even the Cape out there, the islands, thunder snow is a possibility. Driving down here, Jane, I know you take the Parkway as well to get down to the Jersey Shore. All the electric signs said blizzard warning. Sunday night, essential travel only. So we're going to stay up the roads as well. Our hotel is a little farther up, but we're done by about 6 o'clock this evening, and they'll pick up tomorrow morning. We'll see what it looks like. But I'm looking at these snowfall totals, Jane, and it's just something we haven't seen maybe in 30 years. I mean, we're talking about blizzard warnings for all the entire state of Jersey. If we do get to 20 to 30, it's something we haven't seen in at least 10.
At least, and we're cracking into top 5 all time, perhaps snow events for the city. 27 inches about. I think that's the leading record for New York City, and that came back 2016, I think. And I remember that storm because I was a meteorology student at Rutgers, and that was
nice.
That was just you talk about a real life a experiment, learning about weather when that happened. So here we are again, right? I'm sure meteorology students, Bob, just like you and me, they were just geeking out over this storm. But 9 o'clock,
it's going to make people turn into meteorologists.
Absolutely, and I think that's amazing. We need more of us in this community. But 9 o'clock this evening, New York City travel ban. I don't think we can state that enough, right? I mean, that is just incredible. And we will be with you every step of the way as this storm continues to strengthen. It's already started. Stay with us, Fox Weather, all weekend long for live coverage as we track this brewing threat for millions of people. Snow forecasts, they've increased, now making this one of the biggest snowstorm threats in years for major Northeast cities like New York. We've got more Fox Weather Live just after the break. Stay with us.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner. Always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight?
If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
Where's your pain?
Right here.
Both knees. Take on the pain with CopperFit Mobilizer. Hyper-advanced compression sleeves with built-in blue infrared fibers for even faster recovery and pain relief.
I'm pain-free. The swelling isn't there.
It really did work. Powered by LumaCore. Blue infrared fibers woven into compression fabric. Increase circulation to reduce inflammation. Two powerful technologies combined to create the next generation in compression technology.
Now I'm able to do more without pain. It's life-changing to me.
Get your CopperFit Mobilizer now at mobilizer.com for only $39.99. Order now and save 25% when you buy two. Plus, your shipping is free.
Money doesn't sleep, bills don't sleep. You got to get up and go to work. The CopperFit Mobilizer was support without feeling like it was tight. It's working for me, it's going to work for you.
Get yours now at mobilizer.com.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Back here with Fox Weather's continuing live coverage of the blizzard of 2026. Bob, we don't take that name lightly. I mean, you've got to see a storm of significant magnitude to really take it for the entire year. But here we are. I'm Fox Weather meteorologist Jane Menard. Bob Van Dillen, you're in Manasquan, New Jersey. This storm so far-reaching with so many impacts that are really just dangerous, but also incredible to watch unfold.
Yeah, it's picked up a little bit. I've been here since about 8:15 this morning is when I came here, and the winds were on the weak side. They're out of the east at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Now the winds are out of the east at 18 miles per hour, but we still have the developing storm offshore from North Carolina. So it's still in its formative stages. And I know it's light rainfall right here, but the temperatures are now dropping down to the upper 30s. We start out in the low 40s, upper 30s, winds out of the east. And as that storm continues to strengthen, Jane, it will continue to draw that colder air down from the northwest. Eventually, once you switch over to snow, which will be about mid-afternoon hours, it's game time. I mean, you talk about a gold medal day for snow, too. We've got that all up and down the eastern seaboard.
Absolutely. And I think for a lot of folks who are seeing the snow already, maybe wondering, well, it's not sticking, right? Well, it is a wet, heavy snow. The snowflake consistency, right? It's very chunky. And one thing you have to know is that, ground temperatures, they're not that frozen right now. We were in the 50s yesterday. But this is not purely about what the air temperature is right now, because this is all about dynamics. And once we see this storm strengthen, you're right, we're going to drag in the cold air, but also, too, the atmosphere itself. We're going to see that dynamic cooling, that evaporational cooling that is just going to really pick up these snow rates. And then at that point, late this evening, overnight, there's just no keeping up with it. Snow rates 2-3+ inches per hour. That is where we're going to get just that snow boom heading into Monday.
And Jane, we just got this in, too. As of 3 o'clock this afternoon, commercial trucks banned on the highways in New Jersey because of the incoming storm.
That and all of New Jersey under a blizzard warning for the first time.
Mass transit, too.
Mass transit.
Mass transit gets suspended at 6 p.m. tonight as well.
I'm not surprised by that.
So Jersey, we're already taking the preemptive steps. Me either. I mean, and you look at that stuff coming up the line, it's falling in line with what the models are thinking so far. So far, the game plan is being stuck to.
Yep. So I think for New Jersey, we're getting into that time frame where less in the way of preparing, more in the way of hunkering down. And again, for New Jersey, first time since 1996, 30 years that all 21 counties have been under a blizzard warning. And those blizzard warnings, Bob, they stretch all the way up through New England. Boston, another area that we're very concerned with. And that is where we have our Fox Weather's Melanie Black, who is standing by for us in Boston. Melanie, bringing you in. You've been up there for the last couple of days. You know Boston so well. I mean, we picked up a 2-foot snowfall for Boston back in January. Here we are again, but this one, a little bit of a different flavor, more impactful, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, definitely. Jane, back in January, we picked up nearly 2 feet of snow in Boston. This one, though, is going to have the wind component as well as the threat for coastal flooding. And I think when I look at some of the computer models and what's expected, I think my biggest concern is going to be the strength of the wind. To have this nor'easter, you need to have that northeast wind, and we are definitely going to get it. There's been signals of wind gusts 50 to 70 miles per hour. I think some of the strongest gusts are going to be felt across the Cape and the island. So that is going to lead to power outages. That's our biggest concern, and that's really echoed by the National Weather Service in Boston, too. They've said their concern is about the impacts to the electrical infrastructure, and they do anticipate power outages not just across eastern Massachusetts, but also down to Rhode Island as well. But wow, so much snow is on the way for us in Boston. It really is the calm before the storm right now, but we are expecting to be near one of the jackpot zones. Across the state, 1 to 2 feet of snow is expected. Boston, we have it in the bullseye for 18 to 24 inches, but there could be some spots where we get some heavy banding that sets up. That'll be across parts of southeast Mass away from the coastline, where there could potentially be totals 2 to 3 feet of snow. That is going to be a lot, and that is just going to make for some treacherous travel come tomorrow. So you factor in the wind and the snow, and this is going to lead to reduced visibility. So we will be watching for the threat of blizzard conditions. I think once we get to this evening, that's when we'll start to see more of the snow making its way in. By late this evening tonight might be when we start to see some in the way of accumulation. But what I'll really be watching for and what I'll be on air for tomorrow morning for Fox Weather First will be the height of the storm. The peak of it is really going to happen tomorrow morning when we have snowfall rates that could be above 2 inches per hour, if not closing in 3-4 inches at times. So this snow will be coming down at a good pace, and initially the snow consistency, given the temperatures that we'll have, it's going to be on the wetter side of things. And that is going to maybe lead to more of an exacerbation of snow weighing down the power lines when you have that heavy, wet snow combined with the strong winds. The winds are really going to pick up as we go through sunrise to sunset, and I think we're in this extended period of time where there's going to be wind gusts that are pushing near and above 50 miles per hour, especially along the coast. This storm is then going to peel out of here by the time we get to Tuesday, and then we'll be left with the cleanup process. But all eyes are on what some of the officials are planning for in terms of cleanup, and we heard from Mayor Wu earlier this morning.
Yeah, it's been pretty remarkable to see how this has just ramped up so quickly. A true test, I think, for a lot of, emergency management across these major cities to enact, their response plan. So Boston, definitely a pro when it comes to storms like this. And Melanie, you're right, you're going to be up there at the peak as we head through this morning, through tomorrow morning, and just a lot of waiting right now as we really expect to see these conditions pick up through tonight. Melanie, thanks for the update there out of Boston. We'll be checking back in with you. An often overlooked concern for bomb cyclones is the coastal flood threat. High tides combined with the persistent onshore wind, the ingredients needed to create major coastal flooding and inundation of coastal communities. Areas from Nantucket to Long Island, New Jersey, and Delaware will see rising waters later today. We have this deepening area of low pressure as winds pick up. We're talking on top of snowfall, on top of wind, is blowing around that snow. Now we have high tide, and we're going to see that water begin to bubble up through the back streets, and also too a significant risk of beach erosion. Bob, you're there on the inlet, and I think in terms of the impacts to the Jersey Shore, power outages, coastal, right? You're looking at the beaches, you're looking at the flood threat.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be. And Manasquan, you go here all the time, Jane. You know that high tide, even with a light wind, you can start seeing some minor flooding. The flood stages go like this. About 5.7, you start seeing minor flooding, 5.7 foot high tide. Then it goes to 6.7, you're at the moderate stage. 7.7, you're at a major flood stage if your 7.7 foot tide comes in. The forecast for tonight is a 7.6 foot high tide, which would bring it to the very top end of moderate coastal flooding for all the backwaters, the channel, the inlet, everything around here is going to be flooding out almost to major stage. And the only thing we have going for us, Jane, is the lunar cycle. We're in between the moon that's, a new moon and a full moon. If it was a full moon or a new moon, you could add an extra 1.5 feet, 2 feet on top of that tide. Not going to happen this time, which is nice, but the winds, as you said, as that low pressure deepens and moves up out of the south, high pressure moves in from the west, it's going to pin that water in there for a couple of high tides. So one tonight's about 11 o'clock or so p.m. here. The high tide, we got to watch out for that one. And then the morning high tide cycle, which is about noontime tomorrow. And then I think we should be in the clear once the winds begin to go out. But look at the forecasted temperatures, and then you add the forecasted wind speeds. You're talking 70-mile-per-hour winds. All right, yeah, you've got the wind coming ashore with the waves. You got wind chills that are going to be out there as well, Jane. Going to feel like the teens. Not as cold as the last one, but 70-mile-per-hour wind out there and the snow coming down. That's another thing.
Yeah,
but the watches, the warnings, all for coastal flooding, big time. Yeah, forget about it, indeed.
I think so, and I think also to just to speak of the damage potential of that, because when you're talking, and I've been down where you are, I mean, you get down at the Manasquan Inlet through those back streets. Yes, that water, I'm telling you, when we talk coastal flooding, we're talking knee-deep, sometimes waist-deep water that bubbles up through those back streets. Now you've got snow on top of that. You've got wind gusting 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. You know that's going to naturally bring a little push of that water. Now we're talking the potential of homes that could take on some of that tidal flooding, right? That's all, your vehicles. That is also a big concern. And that's not just for the Jersey Shore, but also, too, up into New England, out along the Cape, once we get into Long Island. That is a pretty significant risk that we don't want to overlook, especially for these coastal communities.
And you're right, the beach erosion too, Jane. It's just the longevity of this thing. I mean, you talk about that wind being out of the east. It's already been out of the east all morning long for the Delmarva Peninsula through the Jersey Shore, but it's only been about 15 to 20 miles per hour. It's going to start launching later this afternoon tonight to 50 to 70 mile per hour winds. That's when the real beach chewing effect starts coming in. So beach erosion, it happens every year. This one in particular could be bad.
It absolutely could be. And, we look back to this last summer, this last hurricane season, and the East Coast took a really, tough hit, the Jersey Shore in particular, in terms of beach erosion that we saw right there on the Manasquan Inlet. Right at the beach, down through Bayhead, out on the Ocean City, New Jersey. I mean, the beach nearly chewed away all the way up through the boardwalk. They haven't replenished that, right? So now we have a storm like this coming in that's persistent for the next 12 plus hours, right? That is, a worst case scenario in terms of what those impacts could end up being. And then you look at the wave energy as this begins to peel away. By tomorrow, you've got the Cape sticking out there in the Atlantic, and we're battling 20 plus foot breakers. Just incredible stuff, Bob. So we're going to watch how this continues to unfold. We're just getting started. Straight ahead here on Fox Weather, we have this rapidly strengthening nor'easter that will shut down much of the Northeast today and tomorrow. In fact, New York City set to effectively shut down, a travel ban that goes into effect at 9 o'clock this evening across the 5 boroughs. That includes cars, scooters, e-bikes, right? Subway services disrupted. So that for one major city, many major cities in the crosshairs, Boston, Philadelphia, snow set to pile up with blizzard conditions, especially in those coastal areas. Strong winds threatening travel, more than 7,000 flights canceled already. Thank you for being part of the Fox Weather family. We've got you covered every step of the way. Full team coverage in the field, analysis in studio. We'll be right back.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
When your pet has unexpected ailments, Fetch covers that. Fetch provides the most complete pet insurance and pays you back up to 90% of pet bills. Vet visit for painful paws? Fetch covers that. Allergies? Fetch covers that. Limping, broken bones, vomiting, cancer, x-rays? Fetch covers all of that and so much more. Submitting claims is fast and easy. And you get paid back when you use your vet or any vet in the US or Canada. Fetch, the most complete pet insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the big game is days away, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Grainger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always win the day. And her team will do the same. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back here to Fox Weather. Our non-stop Blizzard 2026 live coverage. I'm meteorologist Jane Minar in Manasquan, New Jersey. Meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. Bob, New Jersey, first time in 30 years that the entire state, all 21 counties, under a blizzard warning.
Yeah, pretty amazing. And it's actually picked up. I was here at 8:15 this morning. It was relatively calm. Winds were out of the east at about 5 miles per hour. Just want to show you what it's been doing to the ocean over the last couple of hours now. And as you pan it over, and you can see when I first got here, a little bit of wave action. It's dead high tide at this point, but the waves are starting to smash into the inlet, right? You can see the jetties right there on the left side of the rocks. And then when you go on the other side, Jane, we're starting to see some white caps out there also, meaning the winds are starting to pick up. And now they're starting to smash onto the rocks on the other side, which is essentially kind of the leeward side, right? Because they're protected just a bit on the other side because it's a northeast to east wind. But I'll tell you this, the wave action now, the swells are rolling down the inlet. And that wasn't the case earlier this morning. You can see and you follow along. Now, it's not nearly as bad as what it's going to be, but this is pretty much right on cue with what we were thinking storm-wise. And if you look at the pressure falling, it's out there by the Outer Banks. That will continue to deepen and then move off the Delmarva Peninsula late this afternoon, continue to strengthen all the while, and then pass that benchmark overnight tonight. When you see crippling blizzard as a headline from the National Weather Service out of Philadelphia, that hasn't been said in, what, maybe 10 years? It's been at least a decade, Jane.
At least, absolutely. I mean, I go back to 2016, the last time New York City had its biggest snow. In fact, top snow total. Yeah. It was about 27.5 inches, I think, for New York City. It was 2016, right? So here we are a decade later, 2026. I don't know what it is about a year ending in 6, Bob, seems to have this cadence of such an impactful, massive storm that slams the I-95 with wind and snow.
Yeah, and I'm watching. I love that you've got the pressure map right here, and you see the red. That's where you're starting to see that stuff deep. And the available moisture is pretty big, too. You got a good clip dipping all the way down through the Atlantic. The Atlantic connection is strong, obviously, and it dips all the way back down towards the Gulf of America. It draws it in. And as we see the dynamic cooling, what you see currently over me is light rain. That light rain is going to turn into snow later this afternoon, and then it picks up in intensity, especially after dark tonight, right? As soon as the sun sets, the air is going to cool even more, and that's going to be game time for us to get the heaviest snow amounts after midnight tonight around Jersey. So we're in the formative stages right now. Don't want you to think we're waking up to a bus. Even if we see half of what we're calling for, half of what the models are thinking, 2 to 3 feet, you're talking 15 inches of snow.
Right.
That doesn't happen often at all down across the Jersey Shore. Last time we saw that, we had 18 inches of snow around here. Like you said, that was 10 years ago. This one, it could overperform when you're talking 2 to 3 feet in the forecast for the Jersey Shore, Jane.
And might I just add, even if you do see your snow total cut, maybe you're in the forecast for 2 to 3 feet, but you end up with something like 15. It truly doesn't make a difference when the winds are blowing as strong as they are, right? That blizzard risk, the low visibility, the weight of this snow that increases that risk, that likelihood of power outages where you are in Manasquan, along the Jersey Shore, out on Long Island, perhaps even parts of the New York City metro area, and then certainly up through New England. This is a far-reaching, impactful storm, Bob. So, I mean, right now, it's rain where you are, but New York, we've seen this transition now. Snow has started.
At this time, I would say it's travel. We want to make sure that everyone takes this weather very seriously, stays home, because in staying home, you are staying safe. And we know that right now the snow is beginning. It's only going to intensify through the night. We're going to see very hazardous travel conditions. And so we're saying to New Yorkers, if you do not have to leave your house for anything except for an emergency, then don't leave it. Stay home, stay safe.
That was New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani on Fox Weather this morning, giving us an update of his preparedness plan across the city. They just had a press conference at the top of the hour where they discussed a travel ban that goes into effect for the Big Apple at 9 o'clock this evening. A generational storm. New Yorkers expecting to see upwards of 2 feet of snow. Dangerous blizzard conditions. The snowflakes have started. Look at the visibility drop from our camera. Let's get on the ground. Fox Weather's Haley Meyer standing by in Times Square, where, Haley, it's very wet around you, but the flakes are flying. What do you make of just how this is ramped up so quickly and how New Yorkers are prepared to take this all in?
Well, in Times Square, we have a lot more tourists than we have New Yorkers, and a lot of them were caught off guard by the blizzard warnings when they finally flew into New York City, whether that was last night or early this morning. People who were trying to fly out of New York City, well, their flights have been canceled. Almost everybody that I've run into, they can't get out until at least Tuesday, because the storm's going to be here through the better part of Monday afternoon, Monday evening. Now, at this point, we're likely looking at a ground stop by no later than 4 or 5 p.m. this evening for LaGuardia and JFK. Newark probably following suit. It was rain to start, clearly transitioning all the way over into snow, and it's not going to stop snowing. In fact, it's only going to be picking up from here in this point forward. Now, if you look at the ground, clearly we don't have any accumulating snow, but you can see as those snowflakes hit those water puddles there, immediately melts. This is that heavy, wet snow that we're talking about that will kick off this event because temperatures are so close to freezing. As temperatures drop within the next few hours and overnight, it transitions to more of a powdery snow. When that happens, it can easily get blown around by intense winds, which is exactly what we're expecting. 60-mile-per-hour winds could be felt in downtown New York City, but all across the tri-state area. Wind gusts close to 20 to 30 miles per hour for an extended period of time, close to 6, maybe 9 hours. You mentioned Mayor Mamdani and his press releases over the last couple of days. He just came out with that travel ban, where nobody is getting in or out of New York City starting later this evening and lasting all the way through 12 p.m. tomorrow. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Due to these factors, we are declaring a state of emergency and instituting a travel ban starting at 9 p.m. this evening and ending at 12 p.m. tomorrow. The state of emergency closes the streets, highways, and bridges of New York City for all traffic, cars, trucks, scooters, and e-bikes, with some specific exemptions for essential and emergency movement.
And Jane, that just speaks to how historic and how rare this really is. There's only been one other time where we had a travel ban in New York City. That was back in 2015 with Mayor Bloomberg, and he had issued a travel ban. New York City only ended up getting 9 inches out of the event. Some areas around New England, though, got up to 20. Now, I can almost guarantee you we are not getting 9 inches. We are likely well over a foot with the forecast coming throughout the next 24 to 36 hours. So crucial information there from Mayor Mamdani. So by the time we hit this evening, if you are not at your home, you're not getting back home. That is how serious this event is going to be. In addition, all public schools canceled, not only here in New York City, but also up in Boston. And it's not even remote learning because we have the threat for power outages with the intense winds. The good news is for the concrete jungle, not a lot of vegetation, which means we're not getting a bunch of trees that'll fall over on power lines like we might be further to the north, just near Poughkeepsie, New York, up in the Catskills, under the winter weather warning. Not under a blizzard warning. However, they're still going to get significant wind gusts out of this event, just maybe not reaching that blizzard criteria. Another big staple of New York City is Broadway. I mean, we are standing on Broadway right now. We've got Broadway shows down that street. Lots of folks who've come down to New York City for the weekend. I actually spoke with one father and his family who came down from Boston to watch The Lion King tonight. And unfortunately, any show that is set to start after 6 p.m. has been canceled. So Broadway is going dark. Street meat carts are pulling things in. This city is effectively shutting down. It's going to be very eerie in the Big Apple over the next 24 hours.
That too. I mean, once we wake up tomorrow morning, the wet streets vastly different as we see the snow rates pick up overnight. I mean, that is going to be able to overcome the melting and the wet and the relatively warm ground that we've had up to this point, and it's going to be a total different landscape across the Big Apple. Winds will continue to stay strong throughout the day. Travel already massively impacted. Fox Weather's Haley Meyer, thank you for the update. We'll be checking back in the Big Apple, but just an incredible storm. A reminder to our viewers, right? We're here with you through this entire storm. If you have a weather photo or a video, we want you to share it with us here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4381.
Back here on Fox Weather Live, I'm Jane Minar from our New York studios. Bob Van Dillen in Manasquan, New Jersey. Bob, you and I were just chatting about this storm. We're trying to decipher where that rain-snow line is, sitting up around the I-78 corridor in North Jersey. But I think the biggest talker that we've chatted about is just the immense strengthening of this storm. Right now, we're about 1,004 millibars, but we're looking at a 26 millibar drop in about 12 hours. That's twice the bombogenesis.
Bombogenesis is 24-hour millibar loss in 24 hours, right?
24
and 24, and we've doubled it up already. So we know the storm is in a process of strengthening. What does it mean? It means that when the low pressure gets even lower, that means the winds around are starting to pick up strength because the high pressure building in, the deeper that low center is at the pressure, right there at the center of the storm, the stronger it is. And now the fact that we're thinking this thing is going to go to 970 millibars, right now we're still about over 1,000. This thing has room to blossom and monster out over the next 24 hours, and that's exactly what it's going to do. Rain snow line's kind of been waffling around northern Jersey. Right? I've been watching that. But as for the heavy snow and the biggest wind, it's yet to come. I mean, this is really just the setting stage. And now I'm looking at our raindrops too, Jane, a little more chunky, but still liquid. It doesn't look like we're looking at it. It's tough to tell. I think it's still rain, but the winds are out of the east at 18. Temperatures right now, Jane, 36 to 37. So we have dropped down from the 40s where we were just about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, and temperatures will continue to fall. And temperature really, not so much a story in terms of getting it to snow, because we will absolutely see snow. I think temperature is more of a story in the consistency of the snow, right? I mean, the last go around in January, we had temperatures that were in the teens and 20s. And so no wonder we had that powdery, light and fluffy snow. Right? And there was no question on whether or not we'd get a transition.
You know what I mean?
Well, the worst part about January was the cold that followed after.
Right. We don't have that. And if you were going to plow the last storm that we had, I'd pay my son 50 cents because it was so light. This one, I'd pay him like $300 because it's going to be more snow and it's going to be heavier. Kid would break his back shoveling this snow if he was out there starting right now.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great point, though, Bob, too, because we call this heart attack snow. And so when you are getting out there to shovel it, you know, I would say give yourself grace and give yourself time. I mean, this is the type of snow that is wet, it's heavy, and there is a link to cardiovascular, issues. And so just paying attention to your body and knowing that, hey, if you've got a neighbor down the way, check in with a snowblower. It might take a little while for them to get to you with 2 feet, but I think just planning to stay put through tonight, through tomorrow, travel effectively shut down until maybe about midweek, Bob.
Boston is no stranger to nor'easters, but this is going to be a big one. We've dealt with them before, and we're ready to work in close coordination with the state, the MBTA, our city partners, and our community members to clear our roads and keep everyone safe.
That was the latest update from Boston Mayor Michelle Wu as the state is gearing up for this historic storm. Up to 2 feet of snow, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are expected. Let's bring in our meteorologist, Melanie Black, with the latest on the ground. Melanie, as things are still rather quiet for now, we're kind of in that waiting game. But, boy, 12 hours from now, midnight, I mean, that's when this thing is really going to start cranking up.
It is. It's going to be rocking and rolling. And I really love that quote by Mayor Wu because she said it best. We're no strangers to nor'easters, but this is going to be a big one. Not all nor'easters are made the same. We had that big snowstorm in January that dumped nearly 2 feet of snow on Boston. And you mentioned how different that was, not only with the snow consistency, but when we had that storm, wind wasn't really a big concern. With this one, I think what I'm most concerned about is the strength of those wind gusts. You mentioned 50 to up to 70 miles per hour, some strong signals for near 70 mile per hour wind gusts on the Cape and the island. So when we're in the peak of this event, the wind is just going to be hammering the coast, and that leads to the threat for power outages. So right now, it's pretty quiet. We haven't seen sunshine much in the past few days, but that's just par for the course here in New England. Today, though, people are still getting out and about. What I expect to happen as we go through the rest of the day is once we get to tonight, that snow shield is going to work its way into southern New England, eventually starting to accumulate late tonight into the overnight hours. So while most of us are sleeping, but wow, come tomorrow morning when most of us are waking up, it is going to be a dramatic change. This is when we're in the peak of the event in terms of picking up on some of the heaviest snow as well as the strongest wind. At some point tomorrow morning, I anticipate that there will be snowfall rates, maybe 2, if not 3 to 4 inches per hour. When you look at some of the models and they're hinting at the probabilities, there is a really strong signal and a really high probability that a lot of the state, or at least a lot of eastern Mass, could have snowfall rates of 2 inches per hour, and if not, some indications much higher. And to get snowfall that we're expecting anywhere from 1 to 2 feet across the state, you're going to need some heavy rates to come on down to allow for that accumulation. So the peak of the event with the heavy snow, the strongest wind is going to be tomorrow morning. And we're pretty much going to be in with the strongest wind from sunrise to sunset. That will not only reduce our visibility, but at that point we'll be watching for those blizzard conditions across the Cape and also eastern parts of Massachusetts, including Boston. There will be periods through the afternoon and evening that we're still seeing moderate to heavy snowfall, but once we get to Monday night and by Tuesday, this system is out of here, and then we begin our cleanup process, not only for removing all the snow that we're expecting to see, but the tree branches and the tree limbs that I anticipate are going to be down. National Weather Service out of Boston really echoed the sentiment of how destructive and historic this storm could be. They said they are very concerned about the threat for power outages when you talk about the wet snow consistency combined with the strong winds that we're seeing. They expect some power outages to be widespread in the corridor of Boston, points south. So that's what we will be watching for come tomorrow. Now is the time, while it's still quiet out here and calm, the calm before the storm, so to speak, to make your preparations and plan for a power outage come tomorrow, because once you wake up, we will be in it. And at that point, the roads will be treacherous, and schools already closed for Boston Public Schools. We knew Boston Public Schools would close, but they made that official announcement about an hour ago, and we continue to see more of those closures coming on in, Jane.
Yeah, New York City following suit. So, Melanie, you're going to be up for us really through the peak of this come tomorrow morning, continuing our full coverage here into the overnight hours where things really start to ramp up in Boston for eastern Massachusetts. Thank you for the update there. We'll be checking back in. Let's talk a little travel. Blairsville, PA, couple flakes flying out there right now. This energy rounding the horn. We've already got this area of low pressure developing off the Delmarva. And Bob, when it comes to just these overall impacts, snow, wind, visibility, thousands of flights have now been disrupted from this blizzard that lasts through Tuesday. Right? And if you remember, Bob, from last go around in January, not only did we see massive disruptions, but we also saw full airport closures.
Yeah, and you wouldn't be surprised to see this again, right? In fact, we're definitely going to get that. When you have a blizzard warning from Newark, LaGuardia, JFK, they're all going to get pummeled. And by the way, if you go on our Fox Weather app, you can see we've got a live weather blog that's constantly updated with all the latest breaking news. So go to the Fox Weather app. It's that weather blog, and you can see exactly what we're seeing essentially in real time. So we've got you covered all up and down the board. Don't you worry about it. We've got this Blizzard 26 covered. But these are numbers right here that I hate to see. Delays already, cancellations. Jane, I flew up yesterday from Atlanta to Newark, and I was looking at all the departures out there in Atlanta yesterday afternoon. Clear.
Yeah.
No problems at all. So I hope that everybody got to where they're supposed to get to yesterday because it's too late at this point.
It is. At this point, you're not getting anywhere. I had a lot of family friends who did have flights out today, and I said, if your flight isn't before 12 o'clock, noon, you're not going. And I think for a lot of folks, it's just a matter of fact of, this is a really difficult operation for these airports. And, for major airport hubs, Newark, LaGuardia, by the way, one of the airports of the 25, I think, that shut down back in January. With these conditions, more than likely to happen again. And, in terms of where we are right now, we already have 3,500 canceled flights. I mean, I'd be hard-pressed to find a flight that is taking off. Philadelphia looks like we've got 2 on the lineup, Bob.
Oh, boy. Yeah, you can see it right here. And it's not just in the flights. You got 2. It's the roads as well. So commercial vehicles banned from the highways in New Jersey starting at 3 p.m. And like you said before, everybody needs to stay off the roads in New York City at 9 p.m., including the e-bikers. But if you're on an e-bike in a blizzard, you've got problems anyway. I mean, that's what are you doing, bro?
I agree. So staying home, remember safety comes first. We're going to continue our live coverage here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. We'll be right back.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Where's your pain?
Right here.
Both knees. Take on the pain with CopperFit Mobilizer. Hyper-advanced compression sleeves with built-in blue infrared fibers for even faster recovery and pain relief.
I'm pain-free. The swelling isn't there.
It really did work.
Powered by LumaCore. Blue infrared fibers woven into compression fabric. Increase circulation to reduce inflammation. 2 powerful technologies combined to create the next generation in compression technology.
Now I'm able to do more without pain. It's life-changing to me.
Get your CopperFit Mobilizer now at mobilizer.com for only $39.99. Order now and save 25% when you buy 2. Plus, your shipping is free.
Money doesn't sleep, bills don't sleep. You got to get up and go to work. The CopperFit Mobilizer was support without feeling like it was tight. It's working for me, it's going to work for you.
Get yours now at mobilizer.com.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. A powerful bomb cyclone on target to blast the Northeast, threatening the I-95 corridor with blizzard conditions. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, more than 2 feet of snow. This generational event leading to rare blizzard warnings for over 35 million people from Philadelphia to Boston. In fact, 4 states entirely covered with blizzard warnings: Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey and New York. States of emergency have been declared ahead of this historic nor'easter. Snow totals of more than 2 feet expected along much of the I-95 corridor. Intense snow rates will pick up through tonight. Strong winds creating the potential for life-threatening travel conditions and scattered power outages. This storm could rank among the top 10 in several major cities, possibly even the top 5 snowstorms on record. Some big highlights. We know that Boston and New York City have canceled schools, and we have travel bans in effect for New York City starting at 9 o'clock. Several other state highways following suit to keep people safe and off the roads. Fox Weather is your Winter Storm HQ. Wall-to-wall live coverage continues this afternoon through tonight. We have our team spread out from the Jersey Shore to eastern Massachusetts as we track this historic nor'easter, a blizzard bearing down on the I-95 corridor that could become one of the most significant snow events in years. Welcome to Fox Weather's live coverage of the 2026 blizzard. I'm meteorologist Jane Menard. Thanks for joining us with me through 4 o'clock this afternoon. But Bob, you're going to be out there as we go through the entirety of this blizzard. Bob Van Dillen in Manasquan, New Jersey.
It's great to see you, Jane, and we've already bombed out, right? You already talked about it before. The pressure's dropped to, 24 millibars in 12 hours? Or 26 millibars or something crazy?
We're expecting that. I think right now it's at about 1,000 for the forecast right now is for about 26 millibars in 12 hours as we go through tonight. So,
crazy.
You talk about the intensity of these impacts as we work through the 8, 9, 10 o'clock hour tonight, just entirely ramped up.
Yeah, and you know why? Because if you watch what's going on now, the rain is actually picked up right here in Manasquan where I'm located. So the heavy rate of precipitation, it happens to be rain at this point, that's going to start cranking over to snow. And you can see on the radar picture right there, the green over the blue. Blue is all snow. Green and the yellows, that's where the very heavy rain is. That is starting to pick up, and you see the millibars starting to pick up as well and deepen. Storm's starting to strengthen over the last 3 hours. You can see it, but if you look behind me, I just want to show you what's going on for the inlet right here in Manasquan. So when I first got here, Jane, it was pretty flat, pretty glassy. But now we're watching some swells begin to roll in with the winds out of the east at 18 to 20 miles per hour. The waves are starting to pick up as well. We've got the jet stream overhead. You got a right entrance region where the storm is ready to barrel into, which gives it extra diffluence aloft, which means that surface low is going to strengthen. Then when it moves up to the north a bit farther, then it gets into the left exit region, which is equally as good if you want to see a storm begin to bomb out. So that's the situation over the next 24 hours. Look at the waves. You can see them breaking pretty well. This will be the case for the next several hours, just kind of rolling waves moving through. But as that storm continues to come in from our south and roll right up towards the coast, those waves are going to pick up. We're calling for 10 to 12-foot breakers on shore, and we're calling for coastal beach erosion and coastal flood warnings, too, especially for that overtime tonight. You're talking about that the high tide is about a little after 11 o'clock, Jane. Coastal flooding is going to be an issue. It's something I haven't seen right here. I can't remember how long, Jane, probably before you were even around. 2 to 3 foot is what we're calling for snowfall totals, possibly, around the Jersey Shore.
It's just
but 24
bonkers.
to 32 inches? Yeah, that's crazy. And you can see the satellite imagery. I'm glad you show it. It's beautiful.
Do you see what
I know
we're
we're
looking
all
at, though?
over this winter, but beautiful. Yeah, circle that stuff
Get
up.
in there. Check this out. A sign of maybe friendship from our storm? I'm not sure, but you can see it starting to come together off the Delmarva. And this is really just the beginnings of this storm. You see the drop in the clearing. That is where our storm is. But hey, Bob, does this kind of look like a heart to you? The heart of the storm? That's going to further strengthen and develop.
Yeah, I see a little love right there. It's pulling away from the Outer Banks clearly at this point, and right on cue, Jane. This is following the train tracks, exactly what we thought so far. So far, our forecast has been right on.
Yeah, I mean, blizzard warnings that stretch across at least 4 entire states. I mean, we know it stretches all the way up through New England, but I'm talking every county in the entire state: Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware. We're now easily upwards of close to at least 40 million people, if not more. There it is.
We love you.
We'll be here, of course, every step of the way. Take a listen to this.
Due to these factors, we are declaring a state of emergency and instituting a travel ban starting at 9 p.m. this evening and ending at 12 p.m. tomorrow. The state of emergency closes the streets, highways, and bridges of New York City for all traffic, cars, trucks, scooters, and e-bikes, with some specific exemptions for essential and emergency movement.
That was the latest travel update from New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. It is 1 o'clock on the East Coast, which means that the blizzard warning now in effect for the Big Apple. We have snow that has started, and New Yorkers, we're expecting to see up to 2 feet of snow blasting the city with those dangerous blizzard conditions. Fox Weather's Haley Meyer standing by in Times Square, tracking the conditions from the ground. Haley, what's the latest out there? We're getting the update from Mayor Mamdani on how the city is just gearing up and ramping up their efforts to keep New Yorkers safe.
Yeah, I mean, Jane, we've been pretty consistent with the snow, I would say, for the last 3 hours. But notice, I mean, there's no accumulation behind me. The ground's been so warm. I looked at the Central Park measuring station over at Belvedere Castle, and temperatures have been hovering right around 32 degrees, which is why it's this heavy, wet, chunky snow that we're looking at right now. I mean, there's people all over. Anybody want to say hi on Fox Weather? Over here? All right, hello. Where are you guys from?
I'm from Rio, Brazil.
Brazil?
Yeah.
So this is unusual, right? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I like snow because we don't have snow in Brazil, so it's quite fun for us. I know it's a very strong storm coming, and our flight was canceled. We are already prepared.
So what time were you supposed to fly out? Today, tomorrow, and have you been able to reschedule?
Tomorrow at, it was tomorrow at 11 p.m. and they transferred it to Wednesday in the morning.
So what are your plans for the rest of the day today? Are you going to hunker down in the hotel room, try and brave this as long as you can?
No, I think we're going to the theater.
The theater?
Yeah. Musical.
Hopefully before 6, because they're canceling all shows after 6 p.m. today.
Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks. Thank you.
Good to know. Of course. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us on Fox Weather. Stay safe. Stay warm. I love the coat, by the way. So cute. Where's it from? I have to figure that out.
In France.
Okay.
It's Montclair.
Montclair. All right. Well, thank you so much. I'll have to refer that to my fashion department. I appreciate it. I mean, there's all sorts of winter fashion around New York City, which is actually the fun part of this forecast. But, I mean, Jane, the winds tonight are really what's going to be kicking this event into high gear. As you and Bob were talking about, the storm just bombing out right off of the Atlantic coast. Mayor Mamdani also had a comment about how the wind gusts could impact the city. Take a listen.
New Yorkers should also expect dangerous winds. Later today, they are predicted to reach 35 miles per hour, with peak speeds of 40 miles per hour and 60 mile per hour isolated gusts occurring tomorrow morning around 8 a.m.
So just as a refresher for anybody tuning in, you only need 35 mile per hour wind gusts sustained for 3 hours with a visibility of less than a quarter mile. We should easily surpass those margins here in New York City by the end of the day today, and the worst of it really kicking in overnight and into early Monday morning. You heard from the couple visiting from Brazil that their flight was scheduled for Monday night, 11 p.m. The storm's gone by then, but it's going to take a while for the airlines to try and come back from this. The roads, I haven't seen any pre-treating going down quite yet, but I will say that once the snow really starts to come into full force, we'll be likely seeing quite a few snow plows out and about. They've got over 2,600 sanitation workers prepping, working 12-hour shifts all day today and tomorrow. New York's going to do the best they can to keep up with this, but with 2 to 3 inch per hour snowfall rates, that's a tall order, Jane.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, we always say 2 inches is a threshold for plows to get out there and start clearing the roads. But I do have some big concerns for these crews, because there is also a safety component to those plow truck drivers and the salt truck drivers that will be pulling these long hours through the peak of the storm, trying to keep up with clearing roads. But I do worry there could be a point in which they simply can't. And maybe we see those operations cease until we can see that snow begin to maybe slow down a bit, and winds that will, Haley, I mean, you can clear the road all you want, but all it takes is a 40, 50 mile an hour wind gust for how many hours to just blow that snow right back over?
Oh, Absolutely. I mean, when I was in Greenville, North Carolina, we had snowfall rates up to 1.5 inches per hour, and their plows, they just quit. They said, we can't keep up with this. And think about all the infrastructure we have in Manhattan. We have over 220 miles plus worth of roads that they have to clear, and over 2,000 pathway miles worth of walking parks and sidewalks. I mean, there's a lot to do in the biggest city in the United States and one of the biggest cities in the world. So yeah, with 2 to 3 inch per hour rates, there could be a moment where they just quit. And that's why I think Mamdani put into effect this travel ban, doing everything he can to make our sanitation workers' job a little bit easier, because trust me, it's not going to be easy come tonight and early Monday. So that's why all schools have been canceled, not even remote learning, especially because there's a threat for power outages even in New York City downtown. A little less likely here because we have more dense infrastructure as opposed to power poles that line the streets when you head a little bit further out into more of the urban areas. But there's a lot to consider in an event like this, and something that we haven't seen since 2016. So a generational type event, maybe. We'll see how high the snow totals can get. Right now, the official forecast calling for 18 to 24 inches. The ceiling of this forecast, though, if we get stuck under that snow ban, it could be 30 inches. Somewhere we'll likely get 30 inches of snow in and around New England, likely close to New York City.
How wild. You know, I am interested to see how this banding sets up. I mean, this is the classic call for a banding event, which also means that for someone who doesn't find themselves underneath the band, we will see some subsidence and perhaps some lower snow totals. But at the end of the day, I mean, the ceiling is just so high, and the floor has started to come up to meet it. So we're talking a very impactful snow all up and down the I-95 from Philadelphia, New York, through Boston, now beginning to stretch perhaps across a little further inland up through the Hudson Valley. So Haley, thanks for checking in with us out of Times Square, a total different view as we go through tonight. But here's a view from one of the skyscrapers. We're getting up into the buildings now, and you can see the cloud deck that has dropped. Here's Honesdale, PA, as we get up again into the hills, up through the mountains a bit, and temperatures that are hovering just under freezing. So we will see temperatures continue to drop with this storm as it further intensifies. But the thing is that because we're hovering, you know, around 32 degrees in many cases, this is a wet, heavier snow. But I want to talk about what we're watching right now, because this is what happens, especially with meteorologists. We get out of forecasting mode and we get into nowcasting mode, because the forecast at this point is what it is. Now it's a matter of, well, how is it going to verify? Check this out. Visible satellite as our storm continues to develop and deepen off of the mid-Atlantic coast. You can see that here. We've got our trough, a piece of energy that's going to kick its way around the backside of this trough and continue to further intensify our low. But you see this little break in clearing. There's our storm, that pressure drop, and highlighted this earlier. It's almost like a little heart developing in the clouds there, the heart of our blizzard, the heart of our nor'easter that is going to continue to strengthen. Look at our winds, buoys in and around close to that heart, close to the center. Right now, gusting about 29 miles per hour. You can see the shift in our winds, right? Currituck, on the coast there, gusting out of the north at 23 miles an hour. You already have an onshore wind up through the Delmarva, easterly winds that are kicking in along the Jersey Shore. This is what you get with a nor'easter, persistent northeasterly wind that will unfortunately lead to a greater risk of coastal flooding threats. We have 2 to 4 feet of inundation in the forecast as we go through high tide tonight on into again tomorrow. But this low continues to strengthen. We have dry air that's going to wrap in through the mid-levels, moisture that will continue to feed this storm, and eventually that gets thrown up into the coast. And right now we're starting to see this changeover. It's been a wet day today. We've had some rain thus far, but this will become all snow as we head through probably about the next 5 to 6 hours. Stay with us here on Fox Weather all weekend long. We have live coverage tracking this brewing threat for millions of people. Snow forecasts, they've increased yet again, making this storm one of the biggest threats in years for major Northeast cities like New York City and Boston. They've got much more. Fox Weather Live just after this.
Your data is like a single domino. The the moment it's stolen. It starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-301-4791.
Back here on Fox Weather, we continue to track this generational blizzard, which could have catastrophic impacts across the Northeast. New York is one state in the bullseye of all the action, especially the Big Apple and out on Long Island, expecting powerful winds of up to 65 plus miles per hour. And one of the many concerns, power outages. Joining us now is the president and COO of PSE&G Long Island, Scott Jennings, with more insight. Scott, thank you for the time. What a storm we have on our hands here.
Yeah, thanks, Jane, for having me on. This is, as you said, this is a historic storm, and you guys are doing a great job getting the word out there so customers and people can take this seriously.
Absolutely. And the storm itself and the messaging has ramped up very quickly. How has this timeline impacted your team's response and ability to prepare?
Yeah, we've been watching it all week. So we've made plans, and then you're right, the forecasts have ticked up as it came closer to the event. And we pulled in an extra 250 to 350 high voltage line workers. So they're here to help support the effort of our crews.
So with those extra linemen on hand, do you have crews that are pre-positioned across Long Island in particular areas that maybe you expect there to be problems?
Yeah, so you noted the wind gusts, they're across Long Island. So we're looking at 50 miles an hour gusts all across the island, you know, in the 60s out on the east end. So we've got people staged all across the island. We have different divisions, and we'll have them set up to hit the ground running. In addition to that, we've got call center support. Our IT group is looking at our systems to make sure they're operating, have done logistics for our trucks, making sure they're fueled, snow removal ready to go. So there's a lot that the team has put into this to be prepared.
Absolutely. I do have a question for you on just that response time and then what the recovery could look like as power perhaps does go out. We're still talking very powerful winds, as you'd mentioned. This is a wet, heavy snow. The weight of that could maybe even bring down some infrastructure. How long do you expect, that recovery to look like for folks that could lose power?
Yeah, Jane, that's exactly right. I mean, that heavy snow weighing down branches, hitting power lines, winds of this speed, it will cause outages. Obviously, the storm hasn't hit yet, so we're not prepared to give restoration time. But you really hit it because these winds are going to sustain. They'll start up really at their peaks around midnight and could go through noon. So we will be addressing emergencies. We will be doing what we can. We have people overnight. We're a 24/7 operation. But we have to wait for some of those winds to subside before we can get our guys up in the air in a bucket truck. So in order for them to safely operate. So in terms of full restoration efforts, that would likely start after those winds come down, which could be early afternoon tomorrow. So that will take some time. And then secondly, these snow accumulations are, look like they're the real deal. So in terms of travel, we're partnering with the counties to make sure the roads are clear, so our trucks can get out there, but that will be slow traveling. And then once they get to a job site, our crews are great, but they're working in tough conditions. We're looking at 2 feet of snow in some places. A lot of the services on Long Island are actually overhead lines in rear properties. So imagine we're walking through into people's backyards and trying to get that work done. So it is going to take some time to do it, but we're prepared and we're going to work as safely and quickly as we can.
Absolutely. Is there a certain wind threshold? Oftentimes, right, you hear 30-mile-per-hour winds, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and operations cease just for the safety of your workers. Are we looking at that? Do you have a particular threshold in mind?
Yeah, once from a safety perspective, we can't let our guys go up in the buckets when it's over 40 miles an hour. All right. So hopefully that gets down below that level by noon. And again, we will be doing work that we can all along the way. We'll be addressing emergencies, but for parts of the territory, we're going to have to do this safely. So we do ask for customers' understanding on that front.
Absolutely. Just last question for you, Scott, because I know you are very busy. You've got crews who are out there positioning and preparing for these impacts. What's one thing that customers of PSE&G Long Island should know as we see this storm begin to intensify?
Oh, perfect. Thanks. So safety's first. Governor Hochul issued a state of emergency, asked everyone to stay off the roads. That keeps them safe. That helps the counties clear the roads. That helps us get out to the job. So stay safe there. If you come across downed lines, assume that they are live. You can report those to our call number. Check out our website, and or you could call 911. So safety's first, and I ask for folks' understanding. We're ready. We're prepared. We've got crews, but this could take a little bit.
Absolutely. President and COO of PSE&G Long Island, Scott Jennings, thank you for joining us here on Fox Weather. Best of luck to you and your team.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Jane.
Boston is no stranger to nor'easters, but this is going to be a big one. We've dealt with them before, and we're ready to work in close coordination with the state, the MBTA, our city partners, and our community members to clear our roads and keep everyone safe.
That was the latest update from Boston Mayor Michelle Wu as the state gears up for this historic storm. Up to 2 feet of snow and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are expected. Let's get out to our meteorologist, Melanie Black, with the latest on the ground there. Melanie, you were talking too. It's not just for Boston, but once you head a little south of town, out on the east end of the Cape, right, we're talking the potential for destructive impacts. The National Weather Service highlighting that directly in their discussion.
Exactly. And as I'm looking at forecast models, what my concern is not only the copious amounts of snow we're going to get, but that strong wind with gusts 50 to 70 miles per hour. Really, the threshold for a damaging wind gust is right around 50 miles per hour. So you go above that and you get the idea. We are looking at the threat for some widespread power outages. And the National Weather Service said that's one of their main concerns is a threat of power outages, having tree limbs come down as well. And they're highlighting it of a corridor from Boston, Point South to Providence, and then parts of the Cape. But wow, what a storm it is going to be. You know, we're used to nor'easters living in the Boston area, but this one is definitely going to be a different one in terms of how strong the wind is going to be. Boston and some of the areas around southern New England could be in the jackpot zone for some high snow totals. Right now, we have most of the state under 1 to 2 feet of snow expected, but there is a little area where there could be some heavy banding that sets up across far southeast Mass away from the coastline that could pick up close to 3 feet of snow. So there's definitely going to be a lot. Meantime, we also have blizzard warnings in place in Boston. It's been 4 years since the city has been under a blizzard warning. You have to go back to that storm of January 2022. And the latest word we're getting is that these blizzard warnings are actually being expanded more westward into parts of central Massachusetts. And when you have a nor'easter, the north and western edge of how that precipitation shield is going to stretch out is always a question mark. But it looks like there's more confidence that there could be more impacts the farther west that you do get. We will be in the thick of this come tomorrow morning. That's when I think the peak of the event is going to happen, and we're going to experience the biggest effects in terms of some of the heaviest precipitation coming down. Snowfall rates could definitely exceed 2 inches per hour. There's a high probability of that, but even a consensus that possibly 3 to 4 inches of snow could be falling at the height of this event, and that's going to be coupled with some of the strong winds. The city has been on top of this already and preparing some of the roads. Earlier, Mayor Michelle Wu held a press conference, and here's what she had to say.
Our teams are already out across every neighborhood, pre-treating the roads, and we'll have more than 900 spreaders, plows, and other pieces of equipment on the roads for this storm.
And just before we came on air, our producer did see on X that Governor Maura Healey has also declared a state of emergency across the entire state and actually says the same sentiment that Mayor Michelle Wu does. Please stay off the roads. The wording from the National Weather Service out of Boston, Jane, has been concerning too. It's not often that they're using a strong tone, but their language is they are very concerned about the threat for power outages.
Yeah, just incredible. A 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gust in the forecast, and that's stretched over several hours as this storm continues to strengthen through tonight and into tomorrow. So, Melanie, you're going to be up there showing us what this looks like for tomorrow morning at the peak of our blizzard. Fox Weather's Melanie Black, thank you for the update from Boston. Straight ahead here on Fox Weather, a rapidly strengthening nor'easter will shut down much of the Northeast today through tomorrow. Snow set to pile up with blizzard conditions, especially in coastal areas. But by the way, newly upgraded, these blizzard warnings now stretch multiple states and over 40 million people. Heavy snow, strong winds threatening to shut down travel for these heavily populated areas. Blustery conditions as well. Thank you for being part of this Fox Weather family. We've got more Fox Weather coming up.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Pack from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system. Evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat. An orthopedic designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Pack from CopperFit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxpack.com or call 1-800-258-3998. Order right now and your shipping is free. CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Back here on our Blizzard 2026 live nonstop coverage, I'm Jane Minar in Manasquan. Joining me, Bob Van Dillen, New Jersey. New Jersey, our home, Bob, and this is your home, especially during a major storm coverage.
It seems like it, doesn't it, Jane? This is the 4th time we've been here for either a hurricane missing us or bona fide nor'easters. And this is the developing nor'easter now. And a little breaking news for you. The rain has switched over to a rain-snow mix. We knew it was going to happen. And when you put that radar up there, Jane, you can see the beefy nature of the precipitation field moving up from the south northward. So a little bit of a lull in the activity for New York City metro area, but they already switched over to snow. Now the heart and soul of this nor'easter starting to throw that rain shield / snow shield up the gut through the Chesapeake into the Delmarva, ultimately through southern Jersey. You can see the heavy nature of it as well, especially offshore. If that radar is correct, that very heavy rain, maybe sleet in there around the Delmarva to Delaware itself, is switching over to snow as well. And that might be a little earlier than anticipated. We were thinking more like mid-afternoon, that far south, but now we're getting up to that rain-snow line edging and closing in, sandwiching New Jersey at this point. So it looks like all systems are go for the storm right now, right?
Yeah, it looks like a little bright banding, that high reflectivity that shows us that cold air starting to mix in a little bit. Once we get down to local radar, you can see we do have perhaps a little bright banding just south of where you are in and around Toms River, out across, say, Burlington County, Ocean County. But the cold air, this is almost like a figure skater. If you take a look at this storm, right, as it's deepening off the coast, we're going to drag in that cold air. Winds are going to start to tighten up a bit. Look at Atlantic City right now, Bob. Snowflakes are flying.
Oh, there you
So
are.
it begins.
Yeah, that's it. It's beginning stages, and we knew it was going to be like this right on cue. And I can tell you, I don't see any sleet. Nothing's been bouncing off of my shoulders or off my my hands or anything. It's all been rain or a very heavy, wet snow, and that's the way it's going to transition from rain over to snow. I don't think we'll see much in the way of any kind of sleet. Even though in the mid-levels, though, you're getting some bright banding. You're absolutely right. But that is a beautiful satellite imagery right here showing the nexus of that storm as it jumps and dives off the Outer Banks into the open waters of the Atlantic, right just north of the Gulf Stream. But you're getting some heavy, heavy returns with that radar right across eastern North Carolina and Virginia, working in and drawing that colder air down behind it. That transition is happening right now. That is a beautiful shot right there, Jane.
It is. I mean, the clearing, the deepening of this low. At my last check is about 1,004 millibars, but we're expecting this thing to get down into about 970s. I mean, just incredible. And as those winds whip, I mean, we're looking at wave heights building, a coastal flood threat that is going to increase at high tide. That's where you're standing, Bob, where you could see easily 2 to 4 plus feet of inundation in some of these back streets.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem. So we're going to be right on the threshold between moderate and major coastal flooding for the evening high tide cycle. That's going to be a little bit after 11 o'clock. But I'll just show you what's going on right now, Jamie, before I send it back to you. You can see the inlet, and it is getting a little choppier, right? We've got some white caps that are out there, meaning the winds have picked up a little. But the wave action has definitely picked up also, especially on that south side by the jetties, the jacks down there. They're getting smashed. Look at this one coming in right now. I mean, these are starting to jack up. It wasn't like that about 2, maybe 3 hours ago. It was relatively flat. Things are getting a little more kinetic, just like what we thought would happen.
Absolutely. The dynamics taking over. Bob, we're going to check back in with you in just a moment. Let's get out to New York City.
Right.
Take a listen to this.
New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. As a result, we expect to see moderate coastal flooding of up to 2.5 feet during high tide, with a chance of it increasing to 3 feet along Staten Island, the Rockaways, and the Battery. If you are in a coastal area that normally floods during tide cycles, you may see flooding. Please stay alert and make sure to move cars ahead of high tide to higher ground.
Hopping around with some generator or something?
Just incredible stuff. New York City now officially 32 degrees. We just listened in there to New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani with an update on the coastal flooding expecting here in the state of New York. A coastal flood warning has been issued for the Big Apple. That begins tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. The National Weather Service highlighting about 3 feet of inundation above ground level, a possibility. Now, they just did a huge revamp down there in the Battery. So hopefully we'll be able to take whatever comes our way. But let's check in with Fox Weather's Haley Meyer standing by in Times Square. Central Park, Haley, now officially 32 degrees.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been hovering right at that 32-degree mark. We've bounced up a little bit throughout the course of the day. Some of the warmest temperatures we've had were close to 34 degrees, so it was enough to promote rain at the start of this event. But now it's coming down as pure snow. I will say it's backed off just a touch in how fast the snow's been coming down, but you and I both know, and every meteorologist who's been following this event religiously, that's not going to stay like that. By the time we get through really the bulk of the evening, things are going to be picking up in a really big way. And Jane, I mean, all of this came on the heels of just shy of a foot being reported in Central Park back in mid-January. I'm standing next to some of the only remnants that you'll get around New York City. But I will tell you what, these snowbanks were here for weeks because right after that mid-January storm, we then had temperatures that plummeted to well below freezing. I think some of the temperatures were close to -20 in some spots around the tri-state area. Thankfully for New Yorkers who are a little bit worried about that, is my car going to be stuck for weeks on end, we'll be dealing with warming temperatures this upcoming week. Now, it'll be warm for the day, it'll refreeze overnight, so that will create some very slippery sidewalks, but hopefully that sun will be able to help us out a little bit. Nonetheless, though, this isn't the only chance for snow we could see in Manhattan this week. We have a couple of other areas of low pressure that could promote some lighter snow showers. The big event, though, is today by far. Wind gusts are expected to be dramatic, close to 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour. And then you can only imagine what the wind tunnel effect is going to be like here with all of these skyscrapers that surround New York City. Snow was reported as early as about 7 o'clock this morning to the north of where I'm at in Midtown, Times Square, a little bit closer to the Bronx and into Harlem. Eventually, though, that snow started to work its way south and clearly reaching as far south as Bob Van Dillen right now. That low is only strengthening right now. The wind gusts are going to be picking up over the next couple of hours. And this is one of the most significant snowstorms New York City has seen in the last decade. Easily, at least with the forecast numbers right now, it should crack the top 10. And I even think maybe top 5 at this point for the snowiest New York City has ever been in a single storm event. So not only is there that travel ban, so nobody's coming in or out of New York City come later this evening about 9 p.m. and then will last through Monday at 12 noon. But also, if you turn around to the other side, maybe hard to see, but there's some folks heading into this Broadway theater trying to catch the last show of the day. Typically on Sundays and really just weekends in general, there are 2 shows, one at 3 and one at 6 p.m. All of the 6 p.m. shows have been officially canceled for not only the performers, but for the attendees, all of their safety. Public schools, they are shut down for tomorrow, a good old-fashioned snow day, the likes of which we haven't seen since 2019. And I know that may sound weird. Well, school's been canceled before, right? Yes, but there's been the online learning that the students and the teachers have resorted to when they can't walk to school. But in this case, shutting it down because we could have some power outages across the state of New York and even here in New York City. Mayor Mamdani has been giving some crucial information throughout the day today, highlighting that the flood threat is real, especially for these basement apartments in the brownstones that you see so frequent across the city. Take a look.
If you live in a basement apartment, Notify NYC has a special category for you. You can sign up for the basement alert group at nyc.gov/notify. We have activated additional high water rescue teams should flooding grow dire, and DEP will also be inspecting catch basins to make sure that water can drain properly. If you see a clogged catch basin, please call 311 to prevent street flooding.
At this point, there's over 2,000 sanitation workers that are going to be working 12-hour shifts day in and day out until they can get New York at least back to normal. Mamdani also highlighting earlier today that he does not have plans to shut down transportation, especially considering how big of a commuter city we are. And essential workers, they have to get to work, although most folks, hopefully you can take a work from home day or just an extra extended weekend. If you're a nurse, if you're a doctor, a firefighter, a police officer, you have to get to work. And so at least they're doing their best to make sure that those essential workers can get the job done and keep New Yorkers safe. Also, one last thing, code blue, that's been issued. So that's when temperatures go below 32 degrees. They're highlighting the fact that nobody will be denied shelter. They have warming buses, warming shelters across all 5 boroughs to ensure every New Yorker, no matter what, has a safe place to weather out this storm.
Just an incredible impact, Haley. Thank you for the update there in Times Square. The Big Apple will be checking back in with you again. Blizzard warnings have been issued in New York City, New Jersey, Boston, communities all along the East Coast. We've seen this expand now. 40 million people over 700 miles under a blizzard warning with anywhere from 1 to 2+ feet possible. Bob, on the Jersey Shore could be the sweet spot with all of this snow and wind.
Yeah, you think we're going to be in the Goldilocks spot? I think we may be. And I say it because I think we're going to see that banding of the snow and it really starts to form, pivot over the Jersey Shore before it pulls away and then moves up to the coastal part of New England. And this just in, like you said, blizzard warnings now extending all the way into Maine and into Manchester, New Hampshire also. So those blizzard warnings are expanding all the way up the coast. Jane, I can't remember the last time we saw a blizzard warning. It went from Maine all the way down to the tip of the Delmarva Peninsula.
Yeah, this is such an incredible storm. We keep saying it, but it truly is a generational storm. And I remember a couple days ago, we were looking at this models in complete disagreement. It left us going, what's going to happen here, right? And how it's ramped up so quickly. I mean, the meteorological marvel that I'm calling this, I mean, to get a storm to set up so perfectly with all of these puzzle pieces. But talking more about that blizzard condition, Bob, I mean, when you talk about the criteria, oftentimes this can be the difficult factor on getting a bona fide blizzard. But it's just semantics, because at the end of the day, visibility is going to be next to nothing in a lot of these communities now that we're calling for 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts on the I-95.
Right. And it's all about the longevity, too, right? It has to be for 3 hours or more. And we're definitely going to see that because this thing is slowly winding up the eastern seaboard. And you're right. People say, okay, well, is it blizzard or is it blizzard-like? Yeah, blizzard-like conditions. It just doesn't last for 3 hours. This one is going to last for 3 hours. And unfortunately, as the low pressure deepens, in other words, strengthens and high pressure builds in, those wind gusts, the forecast, those are pretty bad. You're looking close to, 70-mile-per-hour winds for eastern part of Massachusetts, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard. And then you talk about beach erosion, Jane. That's something we'll talk about later on. But behind me, it is starting to get a little more kinetic. Rain is switched over to light snow. It's only going to go downhill from here.
It is. We're going to watch as the snow continues to fill in. And with the snow and the wind sticking around, the blowing snow potential, we're looking at travel disruptions that could last for days. Bob, we'll check back in with you in Manasquan. A reminder to our viewers, if you have a weather photo or a video to share, scan the QR code on your screen. Tap into the Share It tab on the page. If you're watching us on your phone, not in front of your TV, navigate over to foxweather.com/connect and you can upload there. I assume we're going to get a lot of photos coming in over the course of the next 12 to 24 hours. We're with you every step of the way. Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. We'll be right back.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4381.
Fox Weather has you covered for every type of severe weather. Hurricanes, severe storms, blizzards, flash flooding, and everything in between. Electrical hazards can linger for days after a storm, and those hazards include the risk of fires breaking out in your home. So what can you do to help keep your family safe from that risk? Well, let's ask Bob Marshall, co-founder and CEO of Whisker Labs. Bob, good to have you here with us today.
Nick, it's great to be here. Thank you.
So listen, how big of a risk are electrical fires when storms hit?
Well, I mean, electrical fires overall, there's 50,000 electrical fires in the U.S. every year. It's 1 every 10 minutes. And certainly severe weather, we know, wreaks havoc on the grid, right? So power surges, power outages, they can create risk and safety issues in your home and in the community.
1 every 10 minutes is terrifying.
Yeah.
And you're not just the co-founder. You have a heartstring tied into this company because this impacted your sister-in-law not too long ago.
Yeah, unfortunately, my sister-in-law's house burned down several years ago from an electrical fire. Terrible fire. They lost a pet. Just devastating. They lost everything. And I'm a technologist and engineer, and I challenged our team. I said, why can't we come up with a product that would actually prevent these terrible fires that impact so many homes? And we came up with a product called Ting. I mean, so it is literally a simple plug, a super smart plug. You plug it in, you connect it to Wi-Fi, and one single sensor monitors all the wiring in your home. We detect the problems, the arcing, the loose connections, the damaged wires that would cause fires, and we prevent 80% of electrical fires.
So had your sister-in-law had Ting, she would have been okay?
And we would have prevented the fire. I mean, every time, so 20,000 times now, 20,000 homes and families, we've detected problems that would otherwise cause an electrical fire, and we've prevented those fires. So that's what we're passionate about. We are passionate about protecting our customers, their families, their homes, and, you know, preventing fires and literally saving lives.
So I see that you brought this in, and this is a result of an electrical malfunction.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's all about prevention, right? I mean, so you think about it. I mean, Ting is the most innovative product for fire safety since the smoke detector. I mean, the smoke detector is always required, doesn't replace that. But a smoke detector only tells you that you have a fire after it started. Ting detects the problem before it starts. So our objective and what we do every day is prevent the fire.
Ting not only prevents fires, but it also monitors power outages, yeah?
Yeah, so part of, when you have Ting in your home, you get a notification instantaneously. If power is out, you have a power surge, even if you're not home, right? So, the network of Ting, when you have Ting in your home, we have 1 million Ting sensors, you become part of the network, and we monitor the utility grid, right? So when you've got severe weather, as you all deal with every time, it is so critical that we inform communities and we provide data to first responders and police and fire so that they know which communities have power so that they can, you get to the recovery.
Unbelievable. This is something everybody that owns a home needs or rents an apartment or what have you. Bob Marshall, co-founder and CEO of Whisker Labs, thank you so much for being here. To learn more about how to help protect your home, visit tingfire.com or scan the QR code on your screen to help keep your family and your home safe.
Thanks for joining us here on Fox Weather Live. I'm Jane Minar from our New York City studios. Joining me is Bob Van Dillen in Manasquan, New Jersey. Bob, conditions picking up here. This low deepening expected to rapidly intensify. Bomb out. Blizzard conditions now stretching over 700 miles.
Wow, that's an amazing stretch right there. And I was just looking at the Fox Weather app. Our temperature's down to 36 degrees, Jane, but, that's just at the surface, aloft. You go upstairs, and it is switched over totally to snow in Manasquan. No longer rain. The radar picture is very accurate when you look at that right there. The green is rain, and that snow line is essentially from the Manasquan Inlet up to the north, and then picking up again right around Cape May, down through, it looks like the Delaware Bay, into most of Delaware, at least on that radar. But I can tell you, ground truth-wise, it was raining and drizzling all morning long into the early afternoon. Now it's switched entirely over to snow, and I don't think we go backwards from here.
No, especially as this low deepens and the banding takes over, dynamics, as we were talking about, that cooling that is naturally going to happen with this strengthening storm. Bob, I am a little suspect. I think what we're looking at down there in the Delaware is some mid-level.
Little sleet.
Sleet action, and I think
it's kind of odd to see something like that.
It is, and when,
right?
when you get down
it's odd to see a donut of snow.
It is. When you get down here to Delaware, I've got the 88D, so we get into real-time analysis. We definitely have some bright banding taking shape. But I think it just goes to show at the end of the day, we've started with this rain kind of transition, but the cold air starting to become more present. And we've switched things over. We dropped to 32 degrees in New York City. That number continues to fall. So I think you're right. From here out, it is going to, once that transition to snow happens, you're all snow as we go through tomorrow.
Yeah. It's going to be fun to watch that snow kind of go right down to the south and affect areas down by Cape May, ultimately swinging through. But the heart of the storm is now over open water. So now we're in the beginning stages of that bombogenesis. Now the storm is starting to take shape. It's over the relatively warmer waters. The jet stream upstairs in a perfect position to carve out this low at the surface and really deepen it. And high pressure nosing in from Ontario, you have the winds right here. These are only going to go up. And we're not talking linear. We're talking a parabolic arch as it goes up with the wind speeds. It's going to be impressive to watch.
It is. Boston now calling for nearly 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We're talking hurricane force conditions there in eastern New England. So let's head there now. Take a listen to this.
Second, I've activated 200 members of the Massachusetts National Guard. They are going to be ready to assist with rescue response, with debris removal, and the like.
That was the latest update from Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey as the state gears up for this historic storm. Up to 2 feet of snow and perhaps over 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible. Let's bring in our meteorologist Melanie Black with the latest on the ground there. Melanie, it's been kind of quiet so far today. The anticipation of this moving in tonight.
Yeah, Jane, it definitely has really been the calm before the storm. Just a little bit chilly out here, and you're still seeing plenty of people that are walking around. I'm at a park, so there's always people that are coming here bringing their dogs, and that's what we are seeing. But now is the time to get out, because within the next 24 hours, things are really going to change. Boston, no stranger to big snowstorms. You'll probably still be able to see behind me the snow piles that we had from the big snowstorm that we got at the end of January that dumped nearly 2 feet of snow on the city, and we are expected to be in probably what is going to be near the bullseye of some of the heaviest totals so far for this storm, anywhere from 1 to 2 feet across Massachusetts, with even some higher amounts. We have a possibility of 2 to 3 feet across areas away from the coast of southeast Mass. But I think what my biggest concern is when I look at some of the modeling is the potential for those really strong winds that you mentioned, upwards of 75 miles, especially highlighted across the Cape and the islands. So it really takes gusts near 50 miles per hour to create some issues with power lines and cause some tree damage. So when you have that strength of near 70 miles per hour, it's no doubt going to cause some bigger issues. And especially when you think about the consistency of the snow that we're expecting. Initially, temperatures are going to allow the consistency to be more heavy and wet, and that can weigh down the power lines a little bit more. I think the peak of this event is going to happen come tomorrow morning. That's when we have some heavy snowfall rates, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches. There's a really high probability that a lot of eastern Mass has snowfall rates that'll be about 2 inches or so. Because of the wind, because of the heavy snow, and even some issues for coastal flooding, Governor Maura Healey, who you just heard from, has issued a state of emergency, and here's more of what she had to say.
Serious accumulation overnight and through the morning Monday, and we'll talk about all of that. But this is a serious storm that's coming through, so whatever you need to do over the next 8 hours or so, 6 hours or so, make sure you get out and get it done. And our ask and plea, as always, is going to be to please stay off the roads.
Yeah, Jane, back to you in the studio. Now is the time to do that prep work.
Absolutely. And at this point, too, hunkering in, checking on your loved ones. Melanie Black will check in with you in Boston as millions along the I-95 corridor dig in for this historic nor'easter, a blizzard that is set to take over. We have full team coverage. More Fox weather continues. Ian Oliver up at 4 o'clock. Steve Bender, 8 p.m.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Barrett hasn't taken a bite like that in years. Before getting his new teeth from affordable dentures and implants, he could only watch with envy as his friends munched those salty little triangles. But now, that crispy bite he's been dreaming about, It's back. Crunch away, Barrett. You deserve it. Affordable dentures and implants. That's what we do.
When your pet has unexpected ailments, Fetch covers that. Fetch provides the most complete pet insurance and pays you back up to 90% of pet bills. Vet visit for painful paws? Fetch covers that. Allergies? Fetch covers that. Limping, broken bones, vomiting, cancer, x-rays? Fetch covers all of that and so much more. Submitting claims is fast and easy. And you get paid back when you use your vet or any vet in the US or Canada. Fetch, the most complete pet insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. A powerful bomb cyclone on target to blast the Northeast, threatening the I-95 corridor with blizzard conditions, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and more than 2 feet of snow. This generational event leading to rare blizzard warnings for 40 million people from Philadelphia to Boston, now extended up through coastal Maine. New York and New Jersey just among 5 states declaring states of emergency ahead of this historic nor'easter. Snow totals of 1 to 2 feet plus expected along the I-95 corridor. Intense snow rates along with strong winds likely to create life-threatening travel conditions, scattered power outages. This storm could rank among the top 10 in several major cities, even the top 5 snowstorms on record. Fox Weather is your winter storm HQ. Wall-to-wall live coverage continues this afternoon into tonight. We have our team spread out from the Jersey Shore through eastern Massachusetts as we track this historic nor'easter, a blizzard bearing down on the I-95 corridor and could become one of the most significant snow events in years. Welcome in here to Fox Weather's continued coverage of the 2026 blizzard. Top of the hour, I'm meteorologist Jane Menard. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday. Joining me through 4 o'clock Eastern, Bob Van Dillen in Manasquan, New Jersey. Bob, I mean, you name it, you got a big storm in the forecast. We've got you at the inlet.
Yeah, I mean, where else would I be, right? Manasquan, New Jersey, and they're right there pinned to get the heaviest amount of snow anywhere around the eastern seaboard. I would say maybe you get some 2 to 3 foot, maybe up there south of Boston. But this area, the Jersey Shore, it's not just going to be about the snow. It's the coastal flood warning that we have in effect. We've got the winds that are going to be screaming at 60 miles per hour. I don't know if you can tell, but over the last couple of minutes now, I'm going to look behind me. It's gotten darker. So that shield of snow that's working up from the south is now overhead from us right here, starting to pick up. And it was rain when I first got here. Now, Jane, it's pure snow. Temperature's about 35, 36. So it's melting as it hits the ground. So no issues right now. But I'm sheltered from a building that's behind us. It's the public restroom. It's great because if I was going to stand out here, I'm just going to show you real quickly.
Where is he going?
Not so great.
Oh, I see. The wind whipping on the other side of that building. That's for sure.
It's not so great. Yeah, it's not so great. And it's wind-driven snowflakes, too, when you get out there. And these winds are only about 20 to 22 miles per hour sustained. So once the winds, you can imagine, you triple that number, getting up to 60-mile-per-hour winds, it's virtually going to be impossible to stand there late tonight after sunset when the snow picks up. We've got the blizzard warnings, winds to 60 miles per hour, visibility way down. So you're talking whiteout conditions. And it's not just for here, Jane. When you put that map up, the blizzard warnings keep creeping northward. So now it includes a big chunk of that coast of Maine, too.
Yeah, we're talking a 700-mile stretch of blizzard warnings. And you're right. I mean, visibility, that's going to be down next to nothing. And the thing is, too, because this is a prolonged event, it's not just when the peak of this storm arrives overnight tonight. Through much of the day tomorrow, even as the strongest of those winds start to back off, we're still talking 30 to 40 mile an hour gusts through the end of the day. That's going to pick up and blow around the snow. We're talking lasting impacts at least through midweek.
Yeah, and I was watching, you showed our computer model, our future forecast. It showed the precip, which was basically all snow for us. It was still hanging in there through tomorrow afternoon at 6, 7 o'clock, still with the banding coming around and getting on the backside of that storm. So we're going to see snowfall for at least a good 24 hours when it picks up. And it looks like this is going to be a banding feature setting up shop right over us. So if we get that inverted trough, which this is pinpointing to, that goes through Manhattan down through Philadelphia, oh, forget about it. Those snowfall rates go up to 2 inches an hour or more.
Speaking of an inverted trough, boy, am I happy you said that, because I've spotted one already starting to take shape here. This low beginning to deepen.
That's it.
You stretch here. I'm going to widen things out. Here's our nor'easter, right, just off the coast of the Delmarva as it continues to strengthen. Check out what's headed up towards PA. Central PA, little nose there. Now we've got that inverted trough starting to take shape. As that continues to set up as we head through this evening, you know, that's where we're going to tug in that moisture, and we're going to see the potential of that snow spread farther from the coast, stretched into eastern PA. It's why we've had such an expansion of the opportunity of massive snow totals.
Yeah, so there you go. Right on cue. The storm is behaving exactly what we thought was going to be happening. And so far, I guess so bad, because I don't want to see the 2 to 3 feet of snow here at all. I think we're all done with winter. But that's the forecast.
There it is.
Yeah.
And, you know, on top of that, too, Bob, we have that power outage risk, because we're talking a wet, heavy snow. You mentioned it. I mean, we had rain to kick things off. And so now as the snow rates start to pick up tonight with this low deepening and strengthening, we're looking at snow rates that could exceed 2 to 3 inches per hour. It's a wet, heavy snow with those temperatures hovering just about 30 degrees in most areas. And so that, along with our 50, 60 plus mile an hour winds, the weight of that is what leads to an increased risk. I think this does tuck in just to the east of the I-95, but where you are down the Jersey Shore, the east end of Long Island, Massachusetts, I mean, that risk continues to grow.
And one of the biggest things you can do, maybe last-second preparation, is go get your gas tank filled up. Because if you lose power, that's one way you can charge your phone or charge other things in your car with the gas. Just make sure it's outside of an enclosed area like a garage. Make sure it's outside. But one of the last things you can do to prepare, fill your tank up with gas.
Yeah, we're getting into that stage of the night now where a lot of the big preparations have to be finalized. Right now, we're just hunkering in, we're checking in on our loved ones, and just waiting for things to subside. But it could take a good 24 hours. Bob, we're going to head up to New York City because temperature just reached 32 degrees in Central Park. Snow has started, and the city is preparing. Take a listen to this.
Due to these factors, we are declaring a state of emergency and instituting a travel ban starting at 9 p.m. this evening and ending at 12 p.m. tomorrow. The state of emergency closes the streets, highways, and bridges of New York City for all traffic, cars, trucks, scooters, and e-bikes, with some specific exemptions for essential and emergency movement.
A tremendous update there from New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani with the latest on the travel impacts to New York City. Again, that ban going into effect at 9 o'clock this evening. The Big Apple bracing for a generational storm as the city is now in that blizzard warning. It started. New Yorkers were expecting upwards of 2 feet of snow with dangerous blizzard conditions. Fox Weather's Haley Meyer standing by in Times Square, where we're tracking these conditions from the ground. Looks like some of the snowflakes starting to make their way down to the concrete.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, Jane, within the last 10 minutes, the snow rate has picked up a lot. I mean, when you look up, it'll get in your eyes. It's kind of magical, though, when you get to see all of the billboards just with snowflakes around. For now, it's magical, but tonight it turns dangerous, which is why the New York City Mayor, Zohran Mamdani, has said, we are issuing a travel ban, and nobody is coming in, nobody's coming out. They're urging people, you cannot park on the side of the road. We need to make way for these plows. He specifically said that once we get to 2 inches of snow on the ground, that's when the plows will start going. And that's the bare minimum. They're ready to go with their action plan. He outlined some of what he already has put in place in preparation for this storm earlier today. Take a look.
NYCHA has mobilized additional resources this weekend, including extra technical teams deployed across elevator, heat, and any other repair issues that may arise. 2,600 DSNY workers have begun working in 12-hour shifts. Our fleet of 700 salt spreaders has been dispatched across the city, and over 2,200 plowing vehicles will begin their work once more than 2 inches of snow have fallen.
You heard it there first, trying to respond as best we can in the wake of what we had a significant snowstorm in mid-January, but that was just shy of a foot of snow. Now we're talking 2 feet, so it's serious business. You mentioned that the temperatures are sitting at freezing, and while we don't have any accumulating snow, I've noticed these snowflakes are taking a little extra time to melt. So we're getting to that point where the ground is now starting to get cold enough to support some of these snowflakes sticking. And then if these snowfall rates keep coming, which we know that they will, and they'll even get stronger throughout the course of the event, close to 2 to maybe even 3 inches per hour snowfall rates through later this evening and overnight, I mean, it's going to stack up quick. I always think in snow events, 1 second it's calm, and then the next second you're just like, where did this feet of snow come from? Why am I now disappearing in buckets of snow? And that's exactly how New Yorkers will probably feel today. Blizzard warning went into effect at 1 p.m. Eastern time here, but really all across the Northeast. Even the blizzard warnings expanding today to portions of Maine and up past beyond Boston. So the wind is going to be a really significant feature in this storm, something that was missing in that January storm that we had just about a month ago or so. We had wind gusts that were close to maybe 10, 20 miles per hour, but in this case, we could be talking up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is just the beginning for those of you who are tuning in at home. It's going to get a whole lot worse in the next few hours.
Yeah, I think that too. If you've been looking out your window saying, this is nothing yet, you wait. And I think there's going to be a lot of wide eyes as we open up for tomorrow morning, which essentially is basically a day in which everything is shut down. So, Haley, we'll check back in with you in Times Square. Thank you for the report. Bob, I'm going to bring you back in here. We've got a view of some of the sights and scenes. Bennington, Vermont, Saratoga Springs, where we have some snow that is starting to fall up that way as well. This is mostly a coastal impact, right? When it talks about those blizzard conditions and the 60, 70 mile an hour winds, the coastal flood threat, but still the snow shield is incredible.
Yeah, and you know what? We were talking about it before, Jane. The snow has picked up just in the last 15 minutes here in the Manasquan area. I'm at the inlet, and you see it on the radar picture, the heavy shot of precip. Looks like it's starting to fill in and go to the north a bit farther as well. So just to show you what's happening, there are people that are coming out to still see it while they can, because now you can see and get a good sense that the snow has picked up in intensity. There's no more rain. It's all big, fat snowflakes. We've got the collision coalescence going on right now, where the snowflakes are banging into each other, sticking to each other, and then dropping as major big snowflakes at this point. Look behind me, though, and you can see the little swell action across the inlet itself. So you can see the waves beginning to pick on up, and that's solely because of the wind. When I first got here, the wind, not that big of a deal. It was easterly at 6. Now it's easterly between 20 and 25, and that's sustained. And these winds, as that low pressure continues to drop right up the coastline of the Carolinas and rolls up towards the Delmarva Peninsula, will continue to gain strength, and those winds will just pick up speed. We're talking 60 mile per hour gusts. That's the reason why we've got coastal flood warnings, the blizzard warning out there also, Jane. The radar picture's starting to look pretty good. Now that snow line is clearly dropped down past Seaside Heights and on the way towards LBI at this point. But you see the winds out there too. These are starting to pick up also.
Yeah, gusting 30 mile an hour offshore. And, that's just where the buoy is. We're probably seeing even stronger gusts. I think of this nor'easter like a figure skater. We're just coming off the Olympics, right? So might as well use something that a lot of people have watched.
Yeah.
And you have this tightening with this storm that is going to then lead to just an immense amount of energy along the coast, and these winds that are expected to reach, near hurricane force threshold. Boston, they just issued that in their discussion, expecting their wind threshold to be upwards of 75 miles per hour. It's a very reason why they put out the destructive tag for terms of the impacts that they could see up there. But Bob, you're seeing the inverted trough begin to take shape across Pennsylvania, that convergence, this energy, our trough itself beginning to tilt negatively, all of this pointing to an intensifying storm.
And coming online right here, commercial vehicles are not allowed on the Jersey highways anymore after 3 p.m., and they're shutting down New Jersey Transit trains at 6 p.m. to account for the winds and account for the possible trees that are going to be coming down, at least some of the limbs and the power lines also. So it's just starting up, Jane. It's the beginning stages of it, and it's starting to roll just like we thought was going to happen. So We're in it, and we're in it to win it right now in Manasquan, no question.
We are in it, and we've got full coverage all night long. This will continue until it stops. But even then after, we continue to track the recovery. We are with you every step of the way. Blizzard 26 snow forecast, bringing anywhere from 1 to 2+ feet of snow across major cities in New York City, Boston, winds that will blow around that snow and make visibility down next to nothing. We've got you covered, of course. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There's still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
All right, we're back here on Fox Weather, our continued coverage of the blizzard of 2026. I'm Jane Menard with you through about 4 o'clock Eastern time. Ian Oliver takes over at 4 o'clock Eastern to helm the coverage. Bob Van Dillen joining me from Manasquan, New Jersey. Bob, you're out here along the coast, which really could end up being the sweet spot for this blizzard in terms of snow and wind, power outages, coastal flooding, beach erosion, the list goes on.
I think the teeth of the storm is going to be felt right here in the Jersey Shore area. This is Monmouth County. Across the inlet right there, that is Ocean County. And you can see visibility's gone down just a touch, right? It's gotten a little darker as that shield of precip, it's all in the form of snow now, works its way up from the south with that nor'easter. To show you what's going on across the region. And when we first got here, Jane, I was saying before, glassy conditions across the inlet. Now you can seriously see the swells that are rolling in off the ocean and rolling up into the river itself. That would be the Manasquan River. And then you look at the waves starting to crash out too. The waves are getting a little stronger also. When I get away from the shield of that nice building, that is a brisk wind, and with that snow in the face, it does feel a lot colder. Wind chills are in the low 20s right now. Air temperature, though, still about 35 degrees. So everything that's fallen, it's not sticking. Temperatures, air temperatures, the last 3 days around 50 degrees. So it's going to take some time for the snow that's actually falling now to start sticking. But when you start talking about snowfall rates late this evening, specifically after the sun goes down and the air column cools even more, it's going to be tough for that to be overcome with the plows, because that snow is really going to start piling up at about sunset tonight around New Jersey.
Yeah, you talk about the snow rates, but also to the winds that will also continue to strengthen, taking that snow and blowing it around. And so that is going to be an added challenge, not just through tonight, but throughout the day tomorrow. It's the very reason why travel has been essentially halted. We have a lot of travel bans that go into effect this afternoon, a lot of highways and interstates that have reduced speed limits because of this storm as it ramps up through tonight.
Yeah. Looking at this too, with the blizzard warnings going all the way out there for 40 million people. That's pretty impressive right there if you look at that. And you're right, travel is highly not recommended for the Jersey area. You're talking about driving down the Garden State Parkway this afternoon, and this morning when I was going along, all the electronic signs said blizzard warnings, essential travel only, Sunday PM through Monday. So you're familiar with it. When the coastal flood warnings, that's just another cog in the wheel of this storm as it rolls up the coast.
Yeah, something we'll be watching around high tide. You're there at the inlet. You're going to get a firsthand view of that water bubbling up through the streets. So again, this is a multifaceted storm that continues to strengthen. Bob, we'll check back in Manasquan, but I want to get to the travel impacts of this storm. Big time alert as the number of canceled flights surpasses 7,000. Serious delays, cancellations expected across major airport hubs in the Northeast. Joining us now from LaGuardia Airport is Fox News national correspondent Brian Yennis with the latest travel updates. Brian, thanks for joining us. What have you learned?
Hey, Jane. Well, look, the reality is there are major travel disruptions, and they're just beginning, really. More than 550 flights, about 55% of the flights in and out of LaGuardia have been canceled for today and going into tomorrow. Now, take a look here. We are in Terminal A. This is the historic Marine Terminal here. It only serves Spirit Airlines, but it tells the story on the arrivals board. Canceled, canceled, canceled. Now, the good news is many of these flights were preemptively canceled before passengers got here. But when we were here this morning, there were passengers who showed up for 3 flights. And it looks like all 3 flights took off. They were out the departures, and the flight to Houston has already just taken off. They were the lucky ones. You can see the rest that are canceled. We spoke to some passengers, and the reality is there were some who were lucky and some who were not.
A little terrified. It was super smooth. Credit to the Fort Lauderdale airport. We got through security in 15 minutes, not even. Plane was 30 minutes late, not bad. And why did we come back into a blizzard? We're not quite sure, but here we are.
Our flight just got canceled, so now we're going to rent a car and go to our destination. We're just trying to get out of here as soon as possible so we can get home.
All right.
Yeah.
So there's more than 11,200 flights that have now been disrupted by this blizzard through Tuesday. Almost 8,000 flights have been canceled, an additional 2,700 flights delayed. You can expect these ripple effects to carry on for days. And a look at the FlightAware misery map also shows you that the airports with the most cancellations, not surprisingly, and all those delays out of New York, JFK, LGA, Newark. Delays and cancellations also out of Boston, Philadelphia, Reagan's Airport, Chicago, Atlanta, and Miami. And I'll take a look outside here of Terminal A. This is what you're seeing here at LaGuardia Airport. You can see the snow flurries are coming down. This has now been consistent. We were seeing passengers who were arriving here that we spoke to this morning, hopping in their Ubers and trying to get home before the situation deteriorates and those roads get really dangerous. One family that we spoke to, the family that you heard in our story here, said ultimately they're going to go home and divide and conquer, grocery store shopping and grab the dog and hopefully hunker up for the next 2 days, Jane.
That's the case. I mean, those numbers keep going up in terms of flight disruptions. And if you remember, LaGuardia completely shut down from our historic storm back in January. So with conditions that are expected to be equally, if not even more terrible across New York City, I wouldn't be surprised if we could see those same conditions. Thank you for the update. Fox News national correspondent Brian Yennis. The travel out of LaGuardia Airport amongst the region. We'll be checking back in with you next hour. An often overlooked concern from bomb cyclones is the coastal flooding threat. High tides combined with the persistent onshore wind, it's the ingredients needed to create a major coastal flood threat. We're talking feet of inundation in these coastal communities. Bob, you're in Manasquan, no stranger to coastal flooding. The alerts are up. I mean, this just on top of snowfall, on top of wind, what a mess.
This thing, when you look at the coastal flood warnings, they stretch all the way from the Delaware mouth all the way into northern parts of New England. That's just a testament to the wind field that's going to be thrown across the ocean itself, picking up the water and throwing it inland, especially for the high tides. And I did a little research on some of the past nor'easters that we've seen here in Manasquan. The one that was in 1992. Now, Jane, you talked about the storm. You remember, 2016 in meteorology school? I was in med school in 1992. I remember studying this one itself. That threw a bona fide storm surge of 7.5 feet across where I'm standing and down through Riverside Road right here. So that was a 7.5-foot surge on top of the high tide. High tide, this one, we're going for about 7.6 feet. But that also takes into account the high tide it would be anyway. So we're talking a storm surge maybe 2 or 3 feet at the most. But that's still moderate to major coastal flooding for the town of Manasquan. Now, the only thing we have going for us is our lunar cycle. We're in between the new moon and the full moon. If it was a new moon or a full moon, forget about it. You could add another 1.5 to 2 feet on top of what we'd be predicting right now. That would be major coastal flooding for sure. Going for moderate flooding. If you live in Manasquan, you know the deal. You're going to see that water come up for a good 2 hours between the high tide. High tide tonight's about 11:15. It's going to be impassable about midnight tonight, but then it'll go back down again, and then we have to worry about tomorrow's high tide cycle in the morning because the winds are going to be continuing to push out of the northeast, throwing that wall of water out, not allowing the tide that already came in to escape. So, yeah, we've got several high tide cycles, Jane, that we're worried about, and it's all because of the wind, not because of the snow. It's because of that wind. It's going to be onshore for a good 24 to 36 hours.
You speak of the onshore wind, too, and with this storm deepening, the wave energy, I mean, at least 10 to 12-foot breakers, the beach erosion on top of a Jersey shoreline that's already been cut away from our summer storms, our hurricanes that passed hundreds of miles away, let alone this nor'easter, which is just a stone's throw off the coast.
What was that, Aaron, where you and I were down here doing the forecast? It was a Cat 5 when it was just south of here throwing the wave action at us. Those waves were gigantic, and the beach chewing effect on that was epic, all the way from Ocean City up the line through La Valette into all the way up to Sandy Hook. This one, we're going to see the beach chewing going on also. It'll be that northeasterly swell. And when you're talking about a low-pressure center getting down below possibly 970 millibars with a 1050 high coming in from the Ontario region, difference of pressures, Jane, that pressure gradient is going to be stiff. I'm looking at Atlantic City.
Yeah.
Look at that. Visibility has gone way down. That's the blizzard warning starting to come to fruition, and it goes all the way through 6 p.m. tomorrow, the blizzard warning for this area.
And Bob, it does look like that snow is starting to stick. I mean, you talk about the overcoming of some of the warm air that we had today, and just the rate of snow. That is what's going to eventually get this snow to stick to the ground and begin to pile up. And it looks like it's already happening. I mean, we're eyeing it. Ground truth.
Look at the wind.
In Atlantic City right now. Exactly.
Look at the wind.
Visibility down. I mean, incredible. We've got a high tide tonight just after 11 o'clock in Atlantic City with that threat for coastal flooding. I mean, it's just one thing after the next. So now is the time to stay in because you don't want to be out in any of these conditions.
Yeah, you're right. And that's why we're thinking that the high tide cycle tonight, if you're in Manasquan, you're going to be locked in Manasquan just because of the tidal flooding that's going to be coming in. Then you add the fact that 20 to 30 inches of snow is still in the forecast. Roads will be impassable, back roads starting after midnight tonight, especially going through the pre-dawn hours tomorrow when it is fully on in game time down here.
Game time. Here we go, going for gold, and this storm definitely meeting the mark. Straight ahead here on Fox Weather, this rapidly strengthening nor'easter will shut down much of the Northeast. Starting tonight, continues through tomorrow. Snow set to pile up with blizzard conditions in our coastal areas. Heavy snow, strong winds, threatening down travel for heavily populated areas. Thank you for joining us on Fox Weather. Of course, we're going to continue to get you through every aspect of this storm through tonight. We've got more Fox Weather coming up. We'll be right back.
Your data is like a single domino. the moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Where's your pain?
Right here.
Both knees. Take on the pain with CopperFit Mobilizer. Hyper-advanced compression sleeves with built-in blue infrared fibers for even faster recovery and pain relief.
I'm pain-free. The swelling isn't there.
It really did work.
Powered by LumaCore. Blue infrared fibers woven into compression fabric. Increase circulation to reduce inflammation. 2 powerful technologies combined to create the next generation in compression technology.
Now I'm able to do more without pain. It's life-changing to me.
Get your CopperFit Mobilizer now at mobilizer.com for only $39.99. Order now and save 25% when you buy 2. Plus, your shipping is free.
Money doesn't sleep, bills don't sleep. You got to get up and go to work. The CopperFit Mobilizer was support without feeling like it was tight. It's working for me, it's going to work for you.
Get yours now at mobilizer.com.
Back here on our Blizzard 2026 live nonstop coverage, I'm Jane Minar. I'll be with you through 4 o'clock in Manasquan, New Jersey. Bob Van Dillen joining me as well. Bob, you're along the coast, which truly could be one of the sweet spots in terms of just intense impacts from this blizzard.
It does. It does look like that. It looks like once that snow banding really takes shape, which it's starting to right now, moving its way from the south up to the north, if you're underneath one of those snow bands, that's 2 inches of snow per hour. Easy, right? And we're talking about thunder snow as a possibility from the Jersey Shore all the way up through Manhattan, across Long Island into Boston by overnight tonight through tomorrow. And historically speaking, I grew up around here, and I'm trying to think of some of the major nor'easters that crushed us. I think I was like 4 years old when the blizzard of 77 hit. And then there was one, or was it 78? It was late 70s. And it was a 1983 one, I remember, knocked school out for a good 3 days. And then we had the one from 1992, 1996. We had one, 10 years ago, 2016, dropped 30 inches of snow up in Morris County, 18 inches of snow down here. This forecast, if you can believe it, is even more for the Manasquan area, Monmouth County right here, Ocean County down there. The latest forecast with the model trends, you're going over 2 feet of snow before it's all said and done by Monday afternoon. And blowing and drifting snow, forget about it. It's going to be tough to measure anyway.
Oh, that's true. I mean, what is it, Bob, about the 6th year of a decade? Something about this sequence just doesn't feel right. But, hey, check this out. So we've got a mezzo that was just put out, Bob, exactly where you expected it, down there across parts of the Delmarva, now beginning to shift up into South Jersey. Intense lift, now starting to see this transition to heavy snow as the storm begins to deepen. We had a little bright banding effect, but now this is pure snow taking over. I mean, we looked at that camera out of Atlantic City, just incredible. But I want to show you this too in the last hour, Bob. we've seen further intensification. Look at that. So Atlantic City, I mean, look at this camera, Bob. Are you kidding me? The snow already sticking to the beach, visibility down to nothing.
And it's amazing. I was looking at yesterday, their daytime high was in the low 50s yesterday in Atlantic City. 50s the day before. Friday got up to 48 degrees. So you talk about warm soil, it's already there, warm ground. It's being overtaken by the massive snowfall rates that are starting to just overcome everything.
Yeah, and I have highlighted here little lightning offshore, the beginnings of our deepening storm. It's certainly a sign we look for an intensifying nor'easter set to bomb out. We could be looking, 26 millibar drop in almost 12 hours, double the rate of rapid intensification. So just incredible stuff, Bob. We'll check back in with you in Manasquan. You're going to be with me for the next couple of hours, but we want to go up to New York City because snow has started. Take a listen.
It can absolutely be paralyzing if you attempt to drive in it. Imagine driving with all the lights off. It's completely dark. There's no headlights. You are in complete darkness. That's what it feels like when you're driving through a blinding blizzard. You cannot see anything, including the car or perhaps the snowplow in front of you.
That was New York Governor Kathy Hochul with an update moments ago. A blizzard warning is now in effect for New York City and will continue into tomorrow. Coastal flooding has also been a concern. That warning issued for the Big Apple goes into effect at 10 o'clock tonight as we work our way closer to high tide. The National Weather Service warning of 3 feet of inundation. It's just another added danger to this blizzard. New Yorkers, we're talking up to 2 feet of snow blasting the city with dangerous blizzard conditions. Let's check back in with Fox Weather's Haley Meyer standing by in Times Square. Haley, you've been getting updates. The mayor, Zoran Mamdani, giving updates throughout the day today. We just heard there from the governor about how they've continued to prepare the city.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jane. I mean, the good news is this isn't our first run through of significant winter weather this year. We got our gears wet a little bit with the mid-January storm, and unfortunately, a lot of New Yorkers were not happy with how sanitation was able to get through and clear the roads. It took multiple weeks. Some of that was a function of how cold it got right after the event, basically cementing all of that snow into ice. But I think the local officials and the city officials have really heard from their people, from their constituents, and they're saying we will do better this time. And I think the consistent, repetitive messaging from both Governor Kathy Hochul and also from Zoran Mamdani is a sign that they're taking this event seriously, as they should. I mean, we are talking about a top 10 snow event for New York City, potentially cracking top 5. We could maybe get into the territory of close to the 2016 blizzard event where we had 27 inches worth of snow. Right now, the official forecast coming in just about 20 inches to 24 inches on the higher end. But if we get stuck on one of those intense snow bands, we could certainly get up to 30 inches. I'm not totally ruling that out here in downtown New York. Now, one thing I will say, with the latest temperature readings, this is coming out of Belvedere Castle, the official reporting site in Central Park. The temperature is at 32, right at freezing. So we don't have a lot of snow sticking whatsoever. Notice the cars look like it was just freshly raining. Same with a lot of these benches. Snowflakes are taking a little extra time to melt, so we're starting to cool down. Give it another couple of hours and our temperatures will be dropping to the mid-20s overnight. And that's when the worst of this storm starts to take over. But you and Bob were talking about it. This is a magnificent looking storm. And I know it's a lot of the boy who cried wolf with snow along the I-95 corridor. And there's always some element of a bust to it. If something is going to go right, this storm would go right. I mean, it is hitting the 40s, 70 benchmark. It has all of the moisture at play here as it wraps itself and rapidly intensifies along the Atlantic coast. So this storm is going to be a ferocious one. So much so that I found this X post earlier today, and I think we have it in our system. I'll pull it up on my phone right now. And I just think it's a very interesting insight because a lot of people, they get frustrated, especially when it comes to snow forecasting, and they want to see it, and they're mad if they don't get the same amount that they had expected. So this man, it is Nicholas Isabella. He is an NYC storm chaser online. His take is this isn't your average couple of inches in slush by noon event. This has the makings of the storms we study for years, the kind that rewrite seasonal totals, shut down the city, and get talked about decades later. To most people, it's just snow tomorrow. To us, it's history unfolding in real time. And that's really how meteorologists feel all across the country watching this event unfold. We just played that shot from Governor Kathy Hochul. She also talked about the fact that the snow totals each and every day preceding this event have gone up and up and up. And now it's go time. And this is a serious thing. Take a listen to what she had to say.
We have actually updated snow amount projections. They don't seem to be going down. They seem to be going up. In some areas, we're going to be 12 inches. They're now 18 inches. 18 inches have now morphed into 24 inches. And so they've all picked up. And we expect around 6 o'clock tonight, that's the witching hour for this storm, everything's going to shift. And the snow will accelerate, the wind will accelerate. And from that point on, the conditions will be nothing but dangerous.
Dangerous is a good word to use. That's why Zohran Mamdani has declared that there's a travel ban in New York City. We haven't seen that since 2015 with a winter storm from Mayor Bloomberg. That's the only other time that there was a travel ban in New York City. All Broadway shows, they're shut down starting at 6 p.m. tonight. So the matinees right now, they're actually in the production. So I've seen people kind of filing into the Broadway shows. So they're excited about that. But if you are planning on weathering out the blizzard in a theater, think again, because tonight closed. All schools for tomorrow completely closed. One of the first snow days students have had since 2019. There's no online learning even. But, you know, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the flooding event unfolds as well, Jane, because it's going to be a big time event. It's not just the snow and the winds with the nor'easter, the coastal flooding, the coastal erosion. Those are critical elements. And not only is it for the Jersey Shore, but the Hudson River, we are also under a flood watch, and the Jamaica Bay as you head through Long Island, which is why we have such extensive team coverage 24/7 tonight to bring you the latest. Again, this could be historic. This could be a big blockbuster storm. It'll be interesting to see how it all unfolds, but the forecast at least calling for 1 foot to 1.5 foot of snow, likely getting close to that 2 feet mark by the end of the day tomorrow.
Just incredible. I love that you highlighted that tweet just about the historic nature of this, and just how, as a meteorologist, watching this unfold and the conversations that have taken place, all of the puzzle pieces coming together, it is absolutely something that these future meteorologists that maybe are born after this storm that will be ignited with that passion will absolutely learn about. So for that purpose, Haley, I know you and I, and amongst all of us here at Fox Weather, are excited for that. But hopefully people will heed these warnings, stay off the roads. Please listen. We will continue to be here, you're right, all night long. We'll see you again overnight in the peak impacts. That's Haley Meyer live for us in the Big Apple. And of course, as the snow picks up, send us your pictures and your videos. Scan the QR code you see on your screen. Tap into the Share It tab on the page. If you're watching us on your phone, or if you're not in front of your TV, navigate over to foxweather.com/connect and upload there. We've got more Fox Weather just after the break.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-301-4791.
Hey there, Nick Osa here. We're back. It's time for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking, as we're always here to help you save on products that'll keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. To start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. Courtney Kaysen, our resident lifestyle expert, is back with another super cool, kind of futuristic product.
Oh my gosh, and they're from Minolta, which you guys know, a digital optics brand, but so much respect in the category. You've probably had their products in your home for years. These are their 4K HD binoculars, and you can choose to look through the traditional way, or you can look through on the screen, which is awesome, because say right now you're looking at foliage, but when the weather turns chilly, you're looking at wildlife, you can actually snap a picture of what you're viewing, and because these are 12 times the magnification, you're seeing what's 120 feet away, almost as if like crystal clarity 10 feet away, which is awesome. There's an SD card here, so you can transfer it out to your computer, which is lovely. And these just fit a lot more comfortably in the hand. They're lightweight. You can travel with them, camping, cruising, you name it, and have your memories for a lifetime stored and saved.
I love it. An LCD screen on binoculars is something that's been a long time coming, I think.
Absolutely. Our deal price today, phenomenal, $149.99, saving you 50% off.
That is a deal. Courtney, thank you so much. We appreciate that. To purchase one of these and so much more, scan the QR code on your screen or check out foxweatherdeals.com. Happy shopping.
We're back here on Fox Weather Live. I'm Jane Minar from our New York City studios. Bob Van Dillen joining me in Manasquan, New Jersey. Bob, a new Mezzo discussion has just come out talking about intense snow rates building just to your south, South Jersey, Delaware. Snow rates already up to about 1 inch per hour.
Yeah, and we knew that was going to be the case, right? And the storm isn't really fully formed yet. It's now offshore from the Outer Banks. But over the next 12 hours, it's going to continue to deepen quickly. We call it bombing, like bombogenesis, because it's really going to lose a lot of pressure fast. What it means is the winds are going to start picking up. And so I'm looking around. I just want to show you what's going on here in Manasquan, because the inlet right now, you can see the swells that are coming down. But now that the winds, Jane, have picked up, they're out of the east at about 15, 20 miles per hour. Now we're starting to see the winds crank up around the beaches. Look at the waves that are breaking across the jetty right here. This is Manasquan Inlet. That's the north side on your left. The south side is on your right. And the waves have steadily been growing in size and stature over the last 3 hours. So that's going to be another thing we're watching. You're not getting any kind of a beach erosion effect yet, but give it some time, and especially tomorrow morning at this time when the winds are really screaming, that's when you're going to see a problem. Look at the inlet itself. Yeah, that is all snow. Like you said, that mesoscale discussion, that's south of here, including, around Atlantic City and down to the south. But that shield is moving up the Garden State Parkway, up the Turnpike, through the Jersey Shore, ultimately it's going to be hammer time for New York City metro area again, and then overnight tonight racing into areas like Boston and ultimately exiting around New England. But if you look at the dynamics right now, when I first got here, Jane, it was light rain. The temperature's about 40 degrees down to 38. Now temperatures in mid-30s. It's going to take a while for this stuff to stick because we're still talking about a ground that was 50 degrees yesterday. But when you start introducing snowfall rates of 1 to even 1.5, 2 inches per hour, it's going to overcome the warm ground, and it's going to start piling up. And that's why these plows are going to be out there. And we just had this on the news before. As of 3 o'clock this afternoon, no more commercial traffic on the Jersey highways, and the New Jersey Transit trains, they are shutting down at 6 p.m. this evening. So, Jane, I guess you're swimming across the Hudson to get back home. I don't know.
Listen, above ground transit, that is definitely something that is going to be very challenging. New Jersey Transit just canceling, right? Amtrak following suit with disrupted service. And then we're going to see what happens with the subway system, especially above ground, getting out towards Brooklyn and Queens, up through the Bronx. But you speak of those snow rates, Bob, and I'm going to call an audible to our director's bridge. Can we pull up that Atlantic City cam again? Because you talk about overcoming that and getting the snow to stick. Look at this side by side. And look, Bob, it's sticking. It is sticking. And I think that's so impressive. Don't mind the air temperature there because that is absolutely erroneous. But we do have, inch per hour snow rates. And I think this is incredible to me. To see that already overcome and to be sticking to the beach, to be sticking to the boardwalk. I mean, it just goes to show we are well underway from this storm, just dropping bonker snow totals for the Jersey Shore. Yeah, it's just the beginning of it, and it's all going to be rolling up and affect millions of people. In fact, we have 40 million people under a blizzard warning. This is the first time since 1996, all 21 counties in Jersey under a blizzard warning. I mean, I remember that storm. It was gigantic. I remember the 1993 blizzard. That was the one where I was stuck in Johnstown, Pennsylvania for 5 extra days. I was at a hockey tournament in college, and we didn't get out of there for 4 or 5 days later than we were supposed to because that dropped like 2 feet of snow out there. This one is going to be one that you guys are going to be talking about as well, especially if the models are true. If they ring any kind of truth with this, even if you get half of what the models are thinking, between 2 and 3 feet, you're still talking about 1.5 feet of snow possibly around Manasquan, something we haven't seen here in a decade. So this is going to have major league impacts over the next several hours. For sure. And, through much of this week, we were honest, transparent about it here on Fox Weather. I mean, the floor to ceiling with the storm potential was so vast, right? And to see not just the floor come up, but the ceiling stay as high, right? 2-3 feet. And now we're talking, at the very least, 12 inches. A double-digit snow total anywhere is just incredible. And for this storm, doing some more real-time analysis, because that's the thing. We're no longer really in forecasting mode. We're in nowcasting mode. Right. So it's just a matter of verifying what we've been talking about for the last several days, for the last 24 hours as things ramped up. And Bob, I know you've been talking about this, and I know we've got the inverted trough beginning to set up. And as that sets up, it's the reason why we're going to see some enhanced lift, some enhanced snow totals, even off the I-95 corridor, at least initially, as the storm continues to deepen. That building now, look at the convergence we have with our available moisture up over PA.
So you're talking eastern Pennsylvania. So what's there, like Allentown? You're already in the hills already, getting out of the Lehigh Valley. Eastern Pennsylvania right there. All those regions right here, a little extra lift also. Inverted trough, moisture coming off the Atlantic. The jet stream upstairs in a perfectly located position to get nice diffluence out there. Jane, this is one of the storms when you think about textbook what a nor'easter should be. It's essentially this. And not only that, the center of low pressure goes right over the benchmark we always talk about, which is if you drew a line straight out right from Sandy Hook and then dropped one down from Nantucket right where it is, right here in the ocean. If that center of low pressure goes over it, New York gets blasted. All the models have it going over the same spot.
Which is remarkable. I mean, you talk about textbook. I've got my college notes from my dynamics class, my synoptic class, and that I always, take a look at because, and what's remarkable to me as I look at this is literally titled Heavy Snow Forecasting. And to watch as this continues to unfold today, it's some of those things that we'll be looking at where, I think banding will be an interesting feature that sets up as we go through today, through tonight, I should say, because as this storm intensifies, I mean, that banding nature that happens, it's about anywhere between 60 to 150 miles northwest of the storm center. So here we are through about, say, 2 o'clock in the morning. If you were to measure that out, that's perfect on the I-95 when you're talking a storm tracking over the benchmark.
I love that you say textbook. I love that you brought your texts from college from back in the day. I mean, listen, I was the same way. I still have all my stuff, but I was going over my college notes before. This was a couple storms ago, and it was all my meteorology stuff. Then I cracked open a case from my philosophy stuff because you have to round out your major for some reason. F. I was not a philosophy major. No, I was a meteorology major for a reason. But you look at all that stuff, and it's coming together perfectly. And the fact that we're right on time from rain switching over to snow, even up here, leads me to believe that these forecast tracks that we've got, we're at least 80% correct at this point. And it's just starting right now. Now, it's not sticking to the ground at all. Not in here in Manasquan. It can't. It's just too warm. And I would call it light snow to maybe moderate at times. But the snowflakes are fat. The temperatures are still above freezing. Give it until after sunset tonight around Middle Jersey through New York State. That's when we really start seeing this stuff pick up, and that's when it's going to get dangerous after dark around here.
Absolutely, and those snow bands probably sometime around 10 o'clock to midnight, and then once those set up shop, I mean, that's when there's a part of me that is glad that it is coming through the overnight hours because naturally people are going to be off the road. But even as we work our way through tomorrow morning, Bob, I mean, we're still talking some snow bands, especially up across New England, right? I mean, right now, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, the next state in line, we now have 6 states of emergency for the snow bands, 2 to 3 plus feet. Boston now calling for upwards of hurricane force wind gusts, 75 miles an hour as this storm passes just off the Cape, working our way through tomorrow morning into the afternoon.
Boston's in a perfect spot. So is Hartford. They're in a perfect spot when you get to Connecticut. Rhode Island, they're in a perfect spot to get all that wind. Winds around the Jersey Shore about 60. I think that's where we're going to top out at, around there somewhere. But when you get a little farther up and that low pressure center edges closer to Cape Cod, to Nantucket, to Martha's Vineyard, and then on the way up into the Gulf of Maine outside of there, those winds are going to be screaming because that's when that storm is going to be fully matured as it moves by and gets into the Canadian Maritimes. I forget about it, Jane. This one, when I was watching it, it was Matthew Blue sitting behind you right now. We're like, we've been hurt before. There's no way it's going to be this strong. This is about a week ago. Sure enough, now we're watching this thing begin to develop and strengthen right where it's supposed to be, right in that X zone just outside of the Outer Banks, and it is on schedule to be a big-time epic event.
It is, absolutely. Travel's been heavily disrupted, over 8,000 flight cancellations through Tuesday. Millions along the I-95 corridor digging in for this historic nor'easter, a blizzard that is set to take shape for major cities, over 700 miles. We're looking at feet of snow, dangerous winds, life-threatening travel conditions. Impacts are beginning. We're glad to have you joining us here on Fox Weather. We have nonstop coverage. Ian Oliver takes over at 4 o'clock Eastern, followed by Steve Bender and Ari Sarsolari at 8 o'clock tonight. Britta Merwin helms our overnight coverage on the desk as this storm begins to peak. That, of course, along with all of our field crews. Make sure you have the Fox Weather app downloaded. We'll be right back with another hour.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system. Evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat. An orthopedic designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com or call 1-800-258-3998. Order right now and your shipping is free. CopperFit. Feel the difference.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. A powerful bomb cyclone on target to blast the Northeast, threatening the I-95 corridor with life-threatening blizzard conditions, 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts, and more than 2 feet of snow. This generational event leading to rare blizzard warnings for nearly 40 million people over a stretch of 700 miles from Philadelphia to Boston up through coastal Maine. New York and New Jersey among 6 states now that have declared states of emergency ahead of this historic nor'easter. Snow totals of 1 to more than 2 feet expected along much of the I-95 corridor. Intense snow rates along with strong winds likely to create potential life-threatening travel conditions and power outages. This storm could rank among the top 10 in several major cities, even the top 5 snowstorms on record. Fox Weather is your Winter Storm HQ. Wall-to-wall live coverage continues this afternoon through tonight. We have our team spread out from the Jersey Shore to eastern Massachusetts as we track this historic nor'easter, a blizzard bearing down on the I-95 corridor. It could become one of the most significant snow events in years. Welcome into Fox Weather's live coverage of the 2026 blizzard. I'm meteorologist Jane Minar here with you for the next hour. Bob Van Dillen joining me as well from Manasquan, New Jersey. Bob, you've noted the transition now to some wet snowflakes as more snow falls to your South Atlantic City, getting just drenched with snow.
Pounded. And I was just looking at the observation. Our temperature's now down to 34. It was 38 about 3 hours ago, so now we're steadily dropping. But the winds have shifted in direction and speed. Now they're out of the northeast at 24 miles per hour in Manasquan, which leads me to believe the low-pressure region off the shores of Cape Hatteras is moving and progressing up to the north, right? So now the winds are shifting east to northeast as it gets a little bit closer, and we're going to start seeing the winds really pick up in intensity after sunset tonight when that low pressure deepens even more and high pressure builds in. But, Jane, you're right. It's that wet snow that's now falling, not accumulating yet, because our temperature yesterday, 50 degrees around here in Manasquan. Give it some time. And you just saw down south here, those snowfall rates are increasing. South Jersey, Delmarva Peninsula, all that energy is going to be edging up in this direction in the next 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, and at that point, I mean, the sun sets And so now the sun angle doesn't help us out. Temperatures will continue to cool. The atmosphere itself will be cooling because of the dynamics in play that brings the 2 to 3 inch snow rates to the Jersey Shore. And wherever those snow bands set up, which I'm curious to see how this ultimately plays out, there is the call that it sets up on the I-95 corridor across parts of western New Jersey, eastern PA, New York City's in play. Those bands, if you find yourself underneath of that, I mean, that's just the blockbuster in terms of how much snow, the ceiling up over 3 feet.
Yeah, right. You imagine, I mean, some of these forecast models do put out that much QPF, that much liquid. And with the SRS, with the snow liquid ratio, we're hovering around 10 to 12 at this point. It's not like it was for that last storm that was 22.5 inches of snow for every inch of rain. That was down in Charlotte. It was light and fluffy. This is going to be a heavy, dense, wet snowpack when it falls. And then you put on the 60-mile-per-hour winds, anything that's going to be sticking to the trees, because it will, is going to start rocking and rolling. The winds come in, extra weight because of the snow in the trees, tree limbs come down, power goes out. So you showed that map before, Jane. I think it's real important. The power outage tracker that we're going to start seeing, unfortunately, is going to start going up here. It's going to start out there at Delmarva, work its way up through New Jersey, ultimately through New York City into the rest of New England overnight tonight. So let's hope that your power doesn't go out, but more than likely, if you're around the coastline, you're going to see spotty power outages, if not widespread in some spots.
Yeah, I do worry that we could end up getting into the widespread power outage threshold, if not for the Jersey Shore, coastal New England, Massachusetts, out there along the Cape, Rhode Island. We have states of emergency in play. We talked with Bob just 2 hours ago, PSE&G out of Long Island, and how they have over more than 250 to 350 extra linemen just prepared for these events. But that's the other added danger to this. You talk about the wet nature of the snow. Oh my goodness, Bob, look, it's Ocean City covered with snow. It's sticking. This is incredible to me to watch this in real time, the verification of the snow rates, 1 inch per hour right now.
Right.
And I mean, here we go. We're getting started.
And you put it on there.
It's just
with the radar, you could see, you could track it.
Yeah. And we're just going to keep going from here. I mean, Ocean City, New Jersey, on top of this, too, keep in mind, and Bob, you've been talking about it, we've got coastal flooding concerns, winds that could top out around 60-plus miles per hour. I mean, the Jersey Shore gets the full gamut.
Yeah, we get all the teeth. The coastal flood warning is of a concern for 2 high tide cycles. So one for tonight, which at Manasquan is 11:22 p.m. So everybody hopefully is going to be where they're supposed to be by then. And the other one is going to be tomorrow morning. So that's around noon tomorrow. That's when the water is going to be the highest. And that's because the winds are going to force that water in and not allow it to drain, especially the back bays. So Barnegat Bay, those areas right there, it's going to be moderate coastal flooding, but it's very close to major. I mean, it's just a hair away. So let's hope that doesn't happen. But it's all a testament to how strong that wind is going to be overnight tonight through early tomorrow morning, Jane.
Yeah, and then the consistency of the snow, as you had mentioned earlier. I'm looking at this Ocean City, New Jersey camera here along the boardwalk. Just a note of that. I mean, the last snow event that we had back at the end of January, you're right, it was light, it was fluffy, it was powder. You could pick it up and blow it away. But this is clinging to everything. And as it clings to the surface, I mean, you look at the crab cakes, the sign there along the right side of the screen. I'm just noting how it clings to the side of the buildings. The weight of this snow on power lines, and then once this starts to accumulate and we get those winds to pick up tonight, this is the very reason why that power outage risk is so high for the Jersey Shore, out up across parts of eastern Long Island. But, I mean, incredible to watch it happen in real time and know that that's going to continue. Rehoboth Beach, another vantage point of what we're looking at right now. Those inch-per-hour snow rates likely, that was the transition, Bob. As this low continues to deepen and strengthen, we're expecting that bombogenesis, that rapid intensification, maybe upwards of 26 millibars in 12 hours.
It's pretty amazing. It's happening as advertised at this point, and so far it hasn't deviated its track or its intensity. It's ramping up right on time.
It is. So we're going to continue to fine-tune this. Let's get back out there, too. We've got our storm chasers, Bob, out there on the case. Our exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker, Brandon Kopic, joining us. Brandon, good to talk to you. You're on 287 up here in North Jersey. just talk to me about how you feel. I mean, you go from chasing tornadoes to here we are with this incredible blizzard, one that will absolutely be talked about, studied for years, if not decades to come.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely a change of pace as we get closer to spring, but it's one of my favorite things to do is come out here and cover these winter storms where you just get to go out and spend the time helping people. I mean, this is going to be a, once in a decade at least that people are going to remember. Kids, this is the type of event that inspires kids to become meteorologists.
Absolutely.
So I'm excited to see how it all unfolds, and we'll see how it ends up going over the next 24 hours, especially.
Yeah, I mean, you ask a meteorologist, and they can usually pinpoint at least one storm or a moment that really sparked their passion and their interest. And I think just for us as a team here, having our conversations, and Brandon, I know you followed along with us, how this story and how this storm has progressed over the course of the last few days. I mean, we're talking a textbook nor'easter. It doesn't get any better than this. To see this unfold, the snow rates are just going to be off the charts.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a long duration kind of event to cover, at least for those of us, that are in the field and mobile, especially. That was my biggest issue. My original plan was to go down to Jersey today and cover this afternoon and evening as the rates pick up there. But then if I do that, more than likely I would not be able to make it all the way up to the Boston area or even Long Island, because we're down at 9 p.m. tonight with that state of emergency for New York City. So originally it was going to be Jersey this evening, Long Island later tonight, and starting early tomorrow morning. But then we adjusted to we're going to Plymouth, Massachusetts, where they're expecting wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour and 18 to 25 inches of snow. So we're going to be up there covering it from that aspect. But it honestly might be such intense snowfall that we might have to do some coverage on foot instead of in the vehicles.
I think, Brandon, you make a really great point, because we've been talking about all these travel bans that have gone into effect. I think just the overall scale of this is what is so incredible. I mean, you're talking one of the most populated stretch across the country. And for so many millions of people to have found themselves in this position where they need to hunker down, that could last not just through tonight, but tomorrow, because this storm, as it continues to deepen, we head through tomorrow midday, and New England is still well in the mix of blizzard conditions and heavy snow. I want to talk to you about these road conditions, though, because obviously we have these travel bans that go into effect. Have you just noticed in your travels, is there quieter traffic today now that we've bled into the afternoon? Is there signs up about these travel bans or about I know on the Jersey Turnpike, reduced speed limits, right? So there's all these facets to keeping people off the road.
Yeah, I've definitely been seeing a lot of winter weather alerts on the road signs letting people know blizzard conditions are expected, travel's not advised if they don't have the travel ban in effect and things like that. So it's definitely been interesting to see, but it's good to see the awareness. We didn't really get a good grip on this event happening until about, 24 to 48 hours ago. This was originally looking like it was going to be an out-to-sea type storm, and then it quickly locked in on the coast, and we saw it quickly unfolding. And I think the communication by the Weather Service, by you guys, all the medium partners, everybody's communication's just been on point to help keep people safe, aware, and hopefully they heed the warning.
Hopefully that is the case. What do you think is going to be the biggest challenge with this storm? I mean, obviously, when we're talking double-digit snow totals, that in and of itself is incredible to keep up with. But I think what makes this storm for me just different in terms of that calling card is the wind, right? I mean, you can have crews positioned all you want, but when you have winds that are stretching for multiple hours, upwards of 50, 60 plus miles an hour. In Boston, 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts. They put out, the words like destructive in terms of impacts. How you keep up with that for these crews could be nearly impossible until those winds subside.
Oh, yeah, exactly. They're pretty much just going to have to hunker down and wait for it to end. And thankfully, this wouldn't be considered a long-duration event by any means. It's going to be long duration in the fact that it's starting today and it'll end tomorrow evening in the Northeast. but overall, most places are only going to see snow for about an 18 to 24-hour stretch. But it's just going to come down so hard and so fast, and it's going to pack a punch, and that's what people have to be prepared for, that the onset of this is going to be rapid, and you don't want to be caught out in it.
Yeah, I think because so far today, a lot of people look at your windshield, and this has been the day, right? We've had cloud cover, maybe some light rain, and you're thinking to yourself, what do you mean we're getting 12 inches, 24 inches of snow? But the thing is that how quickly this is strengthening, the rapid intensification, the bombogenesis. I mean, the dynamics is what takes over. And I think as a meteorologist, as a storm chaser, I know that's something that definitely lights our fire, tracking that and seeing it verify in real time. But, you know, right now the roads are quiet, they're clear. This will be vastly different. And I'm interested to see, Brandon, how far you go before these conditions start to deteriorate for you.
Yeah, thankfully, I don't think we'll see too much in the way of deteriorating conditions with our travels tonight. But I know tomorrow morning when we wake up, we'll probably get up at like 3 a.m. and be out all through tomorrow evening into the early overnight. Visibility is going to be extremely difficult, and we are going to have to make that call in the morning and during the day as to whether or not it'll be safer just to park the vehicle and do shots from outside the vehicle. That way we don't become a hazard ourselves.
Yeah, it's a great point. But Brandon, I know you and your team, you especially, I mean, you know how to keep yourself safe. You do such great work too with helping others in these communities. So safe travels. Of course, we're going to be talking to you again. Thank you for the update. That's our Fox Weather exclusive storm chaser, Brandon Kopic. Stay with Fox Weather all weekend long through tonight as we work our way into Monday. We have live coverage tracking this brewing threat for millions. New information, DoorDash has activated its severe weather protocol and will temporarily suspend operations across New York City starting at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So, well, no DoorDash, and I don't think you should be doing that anyway with those conditions and how dangerous they will be. Remember, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, New York City travel ban, including scooters, e-bikes, you name it. Transportation comes to a halt. Snow forecasts, they're definitely up there, right? We're talking feet of snow. We're expecting blizzard conditions to increase. We've got more Fox Weather Live just ahead.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful
beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4381.
Welcome back in here to Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. We continue our team coverage of this blizzard 2026. I'm meteorologist Jane Minar. I'm with you through the hour. Ian Oliver, he is up at 4 o'clock Eastern to take you through the afternoon. Steve Bender, Ari Sarsolari, they're up at 8 o'clock Eastern. We continue overnight along with our field crews. Haley Meyer, Nick Koser in New York City, Brandy Campbell, Melanie Black in Boston, Mr. Bob Van Dillen in Manasquan, New Jersey. Katie Byrne, she's coming up tonight in Asbury Park, New Jersey. So we've got you covered here. All aspects of this storm, especially along the coast, where we're going to see perhaps the most dramatic impacts. Travel alerts, they're rising as the big storm is approaching. We're talking serious delays and cancellations across major airport hubs in the Northeast. Let's check in with Fox News national correspondent Brian Yenes joining us from LaGuardia Airport with the latest on those travel updates. Brian, how are things today? I know a lot of flights have been canceled.
Yeah, they have, Jane, and this is something that's going to last 4 days because, as you mentioned, these are major airport hubs here in New York. We are in LaGuardia's Terminal A. This is the historic Marine Terminal. It serves only Spirit Airlines, but the board tells the whole story. Look at this. Canceled, canceled, canceled. And those are just the arrivals. It's the same thing on departures. We're talking about more than 550 flights that have been canceled in and out of LaGuardia today. That's more than 55% of the flights. Tomorrow, more than 95% of the flights here in LaGuardia have been canceled as this blizzard hits overnight into tomorrow morning. Now, we spoke to passengers here this morning, a few of them who were lucky enough to not get their flights canceled, but were extremely nervous when they arrived at the airport this morning. Listen. How hopeful are you that this thing's going to take off?
Not very. I'm quite skeptical, but, fingers crossed, see what happens. I really want to get home. It's been a long weekend, as you can tell, so I'm ready to get out of here. Well, I guess worst case scenario, back to the hotel I was just staying at, or otherwise just hang out at the Chili's in the airport for a while.
What's your plan if you end up getting stuck here during a blizzard?
I'm not sure, honestly, because I have no accommodations. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I don't know if I'm going to be stranded, if what's going to happen.
Luckily, I can report that both of those passengers made it on their Miami flight, which took off this morning. More than 11,200 flights, though, have been disrupted by this blizzard through Tuesday nationwide. Almost 8,000 flights have been canceled so far, an additional more than 2,700 flights delayed, and expect those ripple effects to carry on for days. And a look at the FlightAware misery map shows the airports with the most cancellations. Not surprisingly, New York, JFK, LGA, and Newark Liberty in New Jersey. Delays and cancellations, though, also Boston, Philadelphia, D.C. Reagan's Airport, Chicago's O'Hare, Atlanta, and Miami. Now, back outside here of Terminal A in LaGuardia, we're starting to see more of these snow flurries starting to come down more and more. Every single time we walk out here, it's getting worse and worse. And so this is the situation. There were people that arrived here earlier this morning. They were running into their Ubers because they wanted to hit the roads before it became, well, just too bad out there. And so now it seems like people are staying home. There are no more flights in and out of this terminal. People being told to stay off the roads. Jane.
Yeah, and I remember back in January, LaGuardia shut down operations completely. The airport was closed, and this could be that very same scenario. I mean, already canceling all of those flights, it essentially is shut down. So just an incredible storm as we continue to watch the travel impacts unfold, not just at the airports, but for our major roads, interstates, New York City with that travel ban that starts at 9 o'clock this evening. Fox News national correspondent Brian Yenes, thank you for the travel update there out of LaGuardia Airport. We'll check back in with you. Let's get you out at Warwick, Rhode Island, where crews are across the state preparing for this big storm. Right now, things are calm, but Governor Dan McKee declared a state of emergency just moments ago. And joining us now is Courtney Marciano. She's the Chief of Information and Public Relations for Rhode Island's Emergency Management Agency. Courtney, thank you so much for the time here on Fox Weather.
Absolutely. Pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
So that state of emergency being declared for Rhode Island, the impacts are far-reaching across the state and just incredible in terms of the amount of snow, the wind threat. How have you prepared for this, especially with teams, pre-positioning crews and getting the message across to Rhode Island?
Absolutely. So it's been an all hands on deck sort of situation for the last 24 hours or so. We, as you heard the governor say, there's been a state of emergency issued. Crews have been working nonstop really since about midday yesterday. So they're out there pre-treating. We've had calls with both local and state leaders. All of our shelters are in place, as well as DPW crews getting ready to get out there and do what they need to do to keep everybody safe. Travel bans have gone into effect in certain communities across the state already, and parking bans as well. So we're really, the message here and then the key takeaway is get off the roads, get home, get what you need, get the supplies to help get you through, and then get home, hunker down, and sort of steer clear until this wraps up about the end of the day tomorrow.
Absolutely. You talk about some travel bans. What are some of those roads, major interstates across the state of Rhode Island that are shut down? And do you have an idea of how long that could take? Because when we're talking feet of snow in the forecast with blowing snow with those strong winds, I mean, that's going to be a challenge for your crews, plow trucks, to keep up with through tonight and into tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. So all commercial vehicles are being asked to get off the roads by 5 o'clock, all other motor vehicles by 7 p.m. tonight. And again, that's in an effort to make sure that those roadways are clear. Obviously, with the intensity and the magnitude of the snowfall and what's anticipated of the, upwards of 3 to 4 inches per hour through the thick of it, it's going to make for difficult conditions even for those plow trucks to really clear the roadways. So the more vehicles that are off the roads, that are off the streets with all of those parking bans in place, the easier it will be when they can safely get out there and do their job. We anticipate it's going to be a long 24 to 48 hours, as much of the Northeast is going to see in New England specifically. So I think just to amplify what the governor has said, do what you need to do now. Get home and stay safe and don't crowd the plow. Safety starts now. You got to get out of the way and let the professionals get out there and do what they need to do. There's plenty of resources also available, www.riema.com, for a list of warming shelters. If you or a loved one loses power throughout the storm, you're encouraged to call 211 and they can direct you to a warming shelter. Nobody's going to be turned away throughout this storm. We will find some place for you to go. Social media is also going to be huge, making sure that you're following along and checking from official sources and with updates as the storm progresses and moves through the state. We're a small state and we're coastal, so we are anticipating that this is going to be a fairly intense storm for us, but we are prepared and we're asking all of our residents to just meet us where we're at. It's coming, we know it's coming, and the best thing we can do is prepare now and sort of ride it out.
Absolutely. And hopefully people are heeding that message. So what were those times again? Just want to get those out for folks because the travel bans, when do you want people off of those roads across the state?
Sure. So commercial vehicles is 5 p.m. this evening, all other motor vehicles by 7 p.m.
All right. So there you have it. And, staying in as the snow begins to pick up, you're absolutely right. We're talking perhaps 3 to 4 inch per hour snow rates. This is just going to be an incredible storm. Chief of Information and Public Relations for Rhode Island Emergency Management, Courtney Marciano, thank you for spending some time with us. Best of luck to you and your crew.
Thank you so much. Take care.
All right, let's talk more about this blizzard that is set to take shape. In fact, in many ways, maybe we're starting to see those winds pick up and those visibilities drop as snow rates are now about 1 inch per hour, maybe starting to exceed that. Down out across the Delmarva, you've got Maryland, Delaware, South Jersey under a pretty intense snow band, intense lift with this deepening nor'easter that is strengthening, set to rapidly intensify, undergo bombogenesis. But let's do some real-time analysis because I want to show you this. We've got a very heavy snow band over Atlantic City right now. We've been showing you that. Ocean City, just a stone's throw away from AC. And look at that band of snow. You can see it on radar, and that's what it looks like in real time. I mean, the snow that has quickly accumulated, overcome the wet and warm ground. And from now on, we're just going to continue to see it pile up, stack up. No one out there, thankfully. Hopefully, folks will be staying home, staying in. But I'm just looking at this boardwalk. I know it well. I grew up going to Ocean City, New Jersey, and just an incredible view. You can see, obviously, the footprints and the tracks there that will likely be covered up as we go through the next several hours. But it's this very band that's pivoting up the Jersey Shore. It's just the beginning. Expecting to see more bands like what you're seeing right now develop as this storm deepens, begins to pull up to the northeast. So we've got our Bob Van Dillen live with us in Manasquan, New Jersey. I'd be interested to see what his shot's going to look like in the next hour because this band, it's headed right up in that direction. So we're going to see what has been, you know, some wet snowflakes, maybe some lighter snow that started to settle in over the course of the last, say, 2-3 hours. Once we turned the clock past the noon time. Now it's just going to continue to pick up. And with these bands setting up, it also is an indication of a strengthening storm. I like to think of a strengthening storm. It's almost as if you dropped a pebble into a calm lake and, you know, the ripple effect that happens. Well, each of those ripples with this deepening storm is intensifying snow, is strong winds, and typically that is where we're going to see the worst of the impacts, especially in and around the coast. So expecting this snow to continue to fill in up the I-95 corridor, expecting those bands to set up for New York City. As this low deepens, winds will also start to pick up. Take a look at some of these winds. This buoy now gusting 34 miles per hour, 26 mile an hour wind gust out of Wildwood. And keep in mind that these wind gusts are expected to exceed 50 to 60 miles per hour, even 70 miles an hour as we go through tonight along the coast and then up to the I-95 corridor into our major cities, New York to Boston. So right now, seeing some of those gustier winds start to make their way in with the heavy nature of this snow and those winds, power outages are a likelihood. So we've got you covered on all angles as we continue to follow this storm as it strengthens. A live look out of New York City down 6th Avenue. You can see just a wet ground, nothing sticking just yet, but expecting to see upwards of 2 feet of snow for New York City. Travel has been heavily disrupted. More than 12,000 flights have been disrupted, either canceled or delayed. We've got you covered here. We have full continued coverage through tonight. Thank you for being part of our Fox Weather family. We've got more just after the break.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 million protection package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 million protection package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Winds will reach as high as 60 miles per hour. And power outages are very likely. And with these hazardous conditions, restoration time will be delayed.
Listening in there to Rhode Island's Governor Daniel McKee, now the 6th state to issue a state of emergency with this nor'easter. Thanks for joining us here on Fox Weather, your Blizzard 2026 live nonstop coverage. I'm Jade Minar in Manasquan, New Jersey. Bob Van Dillen, we're with you through the end of the hour. Bob, this storm has been incredible, and I'm so excited to see your shot because, boy, wait till I show you what I got on radar.
All right. It's changed. Let me show you what I got picking up here. In the last 20 minutes, Jane, we were talking about, all right, listen, the ground's just been too darn warm for it to stick to anything. Well, all of a sudden, boom, I look up and 15 minutes later, now we're starting to get the snow to stick onto the beach. I know it's the beginning stages of it, but the snow doesn't even seem like it's coming down that hard right now. But the snow is sticking to the beach in Manasquan. It's starting to stick into the jetty rocks as well. And this is only the tip of the iceberg. When I step out away from where the building is, now, Jane, it's kind of on. The winds are out of the northeast at 24 miles per hour. This is probably the most unfun place I could stand on the beach. So I'm going to come back on it because I've been out here for a while, and it gets chilly. And it's a wind-driven. It's not sand. The sand is wet. It's not being picked up. It's the snowflakes, and they're hammering me. And there is your radar that you're talking about.
Oh well, just
that looks pretty good.
It looks good. We've got not only intense lift with this deepening storm, and that's just one of the key ingredients that's going to get the snow rates to pick up, right? Of course, now we're bleeding towards the end of the day. Once the sun sets, that too will help cool the atmosphere. But look at this snow band that's set up over Atlantic City, Ocean City, New Jersey. Both boardwalks are already covered in snow. And Bob, this is headed right up the Jersey Shore, about 35 miles away from you. And so I expect that your shot, boy, is it going to look very different an hour from now.
Yeah, I would say give it some time. And as that heavy white band moves in, what are we, 30-something miles out, almost 40? Yeah, and it's moving up to the north pretty quickly. That's just one band. The whole thing is going to pivot around, and we'll see more of these snow banding features develop on the front side and then the back side of the storm as it begins to peel away. So now is the beginning stages. And ultimately, Jane, I mean, that slides right into NYC and Long Island, and ultimately it's going to get to Boston, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of that, Long Island Railroad announcing that they're doing a full service suspension that starts at 1 o'clock this morning. So, you know, for a lot of these folks, you've only got a couple of hours left to get to where you need to be before you hunker down. Many states, we just spoke out of Rhode Island, they have travel bans that go in effect around like 5, 7 o'clock in the evening. We know for New York City, we have a travel ban that stretches the 5 boroughs starting at 9 p.m. Bridges shut down, right? I mean, the streets urging everybody to stay off the roads and to stay inside. But, I mean, it's just go time. as we go through tonight. I mean, and what's been so amazing to me, Bob, is not only just watching this come to fruition through the models, but now as we're in that verification stage, that real-time analysis, how it's set up with these snow bands, watching the snow cover down South Jersey, Rehoboth Beach. I'm interested to see, most importantly, where those snow bands set up. That'll be the winner in terms of our biggest snow totals, but then the wind aspect of this, that gets cranking. And it already is, as you mentioned, you feel it.
And you keep in mind that that low-pressure region is only deepening now. Remember, it exited off the Carolina coastline about 3-4 hours ago. Now it's on the way into open waters, and it's a lot of warm air that's really getting pushed out away from it. And as it comes in up to the north, you watch the winds moving out of the north and northeast, ultimately drawing in that colder air down from the north. That's what's setting up the stage. If you look at the green on the radar, that's where it started out as rain. Now that colder air is getting drawn into it. So, yeah, the rain is switching right over to snow. And that happened a couple hours ago. Remember, Jane, we were looking at it, and we were like, all right, so it's a little bit of light rain, a little bit of light snow. Now it's pure snow, and now the intensity rates are starting to pick up. And South Jersey is getting the business end of the boot right now. But don't be fooled. Just about everybody's going to get a taste of this, from Baltimore all the way up into Boston, ultimately Maine by tomorrow morning. Yeah, and when you look at the surface pressure deepening, one thing that we were expecting to set up was that inverted trough. Basically, you see how these lines of equal pressure begin to build north, right, with that ridging. Well, that showcased there across parts of central PA, eastern PA, that lift, that convergence that we're getting with the wind profile. I mean, that's exactly why we had the expansion of the blizzard warnings, our snow totals that started to increase in the 1-2 foot range as this storm continues to stretch, because there's so many different pieces to this that just speak to the intensity. And the wind is biting too. There's nothing to slow it down when you walk away onto the beach. It is drilling you in the face, and not just that, it's with all the snow coming in as well. And the temperatures are now at 34, last check, in Manasquan. So once we get to 32, it is quickly going to start piling up. And that's why all the vehicles are urged to stay off the major highways, essentially starting now, Jane. And that's why New Jersey Transit is going to be shutting down train operations at 6 p.m. And it's not just because of the snow. Yeah, you got to get off the tracks for sure. But it's the wind, and you pinpointed that nicely. You talk about that big stretch of wind we're going to find from the Outer Banks up through Maine with the heavy, wet snow sticking to everything. These tree limbs are going to start coming down, and that's going to happen at dark after midnight tonight. Yeah, power lines that could be disrupted. Long Island, we spoke with PSA&G out of Long Island. They said most of their service are above ground lines. And so now you're talking the snow weighing down on those wires, the wind whipping 60 plus miles per hour. I mean, you're talking not just power loss, but perhaps in some cases, destruction to those power lines. And so the infrastructure damage, which then would have to be rebuilt to get that power put back on. 40 miles per hour, too, by the way, Bob, when we're looking ahead into tomorrow, as maybe you're thinking, okay, this is going to start to wind down, but we're still expecting winds to stay strong, 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts into the afternoon. They can't get the buckets up. I'm looking at the 8 o'clock, and it's hammering like it was midnight, right? That's the same spot. And then watch it all still being up there around Delmarva, stretching out through the I-95. What time is that? It's at 2 p.m. What, tomorrow still? Yeah, it's still coming down in sheets. It's all about the snow banding and where, like you said before, the trough comes in on the other side, little extra convergence right there with the inverted trough. How long does that stay over a spot? Where does that pivot to? That's when you look at the real-time analysis of where it's going to be. So we know the broad swath around here is, 2 to 3 feet? Not everybody's going to get 3 feet. Not everybody's going to get 2. It all depends on where that band shapes up. So if you're anywhere from New Jersey into New England, eastern Pennsylvania, be prepared for not just all that snow, but with the wind in play and the snow sticking to everything, power outages, and you put the map up perfectly timed, Jane. Boston down through Delmarva, extensive, widespread power outages. That's going to be the main concern for me. Luckily, it's not Arctic air coming in behind it, but still it's going to be cold. It is. And, I think in terms of the consistency of this snow, too, there might be that urge for a lot of these folks to get out there and clear it away as quickly as they can, knowing, this wet, heavy snow, it's concrete. Ocean
right?
City.
The boardwalk completely covered, Bob. It looks like we've got one person out there. But this all happened in the last hour.
In the span of an hour and a half. Yeah, that's amazing. And that whole band is moving up here. Listen, when the forecast is when all the models are starting to think alike 12 hours out, you know that something is afoot. And in fact, it is coming together pretty nicely right now to steamroll up towards the north and blanket the entire East Coast with at least a foot of snow depending on where you're located. Unreal.
It is. It's crazy. With the wind sticking around, the blowing snow potential, that's expected to last even well after this storm is gone. That's going to continue to bring travel disruptions. We already have over 12,000 flights disrupted. Major transits, right? You talk about the New Jersey transit shutting down, ceasing operations at 6 o'clock. LIRR, 1 o'clock this morning. Bridges that have been shut down. Just an incredible storm. So, Bob, we're watching. We're waiting to see how much it ultimately brings us there at the Jersey Shore, but you've got a great view. We've got continued coverage here on Fox Weather. If you have a photo, a video as the snow comes down, scan the QR code on your screen and share it with us. We'd love to see what's happening out your window. We'll be right back.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Time is critical. Please give now.
They've felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster.
The fellowship has been here and across the former Soviet Union for decades, but the need has never been more urgent.
Taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine who are struggling daily to stay warm and fed. Please call or go online while there is still time.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-301-4791.
We're back here on Fox Weather Live. I'm Jane Minar from our New York City studios. Bob Van Dillen joining me in Manasquan, New Jersey. Bob, a new Mezzo discussion has just come out talking about intense snow rates building just to your south, South Jersey, Delaware. Snow rates already up to about 1 inch per hour.
Yeah, and we knew that was going to be the case, right? And the storm isn't really fully formed yet. It's now offshore from the Outer Banks, But over the next 12 hours, it's going to continue to deepen quickly. We call it bombing, like bombogenesis, because it's really going to lose a lot of pressure fast. What it means is the winds are going to start picking up. And I'm looking around. I just want to show you what's going on here in Manasquan, because the inlet right now, you can see the swells that are coming down. But now that the winds, Jane, have picked up, they're out of the east at about 15, 20 miles per hour. Now we're starting to see the winds crank up around the beaches. Look at the waves that are breaking across the jetty right here. This is Manasquan Inlet. That's the north side on your left. The south side is on your right. And the waves have steadily been growing in size and stature over the last 3 hours. So that's going to be another thing we're watching. You're not getting any kind of a beach erosion effect yet, but give it some time, and especially tomorrow morning at this time when the winds are really screaming, that's when you're going to see a problem. Look at the inlet itself. Yeah, that is all snow. Like you said, that mesoscale discussion, that's south of here, including, around Atlantic City and down to the south. But that shield is moving up the Garden State Parkway, up the Turnpike, through the Jersey Shore. Ultimately, it's going to be hammer time for New York City metro area again, and then overnight tonight racing into areas like Boston and ultimately exiting around New England. But if you look at the dynamics right now, when I first got here, Jane, it was light rain. The temperature's about 40 degrees down to 38. Now temperature's in mid-30s. It's going to take a while for this stuff to stick, because we're still talking about a ground that was 50 degrees yesterday. But when you start introducing snowfall rates of 1 to even 1.5, 2 inches per hour, it's going to overcome the warm ground, and it's going to start piling up. And that's why these plows are going to be out there. And we just had this on the news before. As of 3 o'clock this afternoon, no more commercial traffic on the Jersey highways, and the New Jersey Transit trains, they are shutting down at 6 p.m. this evening. So, Jane, I guess you're swimming across the Hudson to get back home. I don't know.
Listen, above ground transit, that is definitely something that is going to be very challenging. New Jersey Transit just canceling, right? Amtrak following suit with disrupted service. And then we're going to see what happens with the subway system, especially above ground, getting out towards Brooklyn and Queens, up through the Bronx. But you speak of those snow rates, Bob, and I'm going to call an audible to our director's bridge. Can we pull up that Atlantic City cam again? Because you talk about overcoming that and getting the snow to stick. Look at this side by side, and look, Bob, it's sticking. It is sticking, and I think that's so impressive. Don't mind the air temperature there, because that is absolutely erroneous. But we do have, inch per hour snow rates, and I think this is incredible to me. To see that already overcome and to be sticking to the beach, to be sticking to the boardwalk. I mean, it just goes to show we are well underway from this storm, just dropping bonker snow totals for the Jersey Shore. Yeah, it's just the beginning of it, and it's all going to be rolling up and affect millions of people. In fact, we have 40 million people under a blizzard warning. This is the first time since 1996, all 21 counties in Jersey under a blizzard warning. I mean, I remember that storm. It was gigantic. I remember the 1993 blizzard. That was the one where I was stuck in Johnstown, Pennsylvania for 5 extra days. I was at a hockey tournament in college, and we didn't get out of there for 4 or 5 days later when we were supposed to, because that dropped like 2 feet of snow out there. This one is going to be one that you guys will be talking about as well, especially if the models are true. If they ring any kind of truth with this, even if you get half of what the models are thinking, between 2 and 3 feet, you're still talking about 1.5 feet of snow possibly around Manasquan, something we haven't seen here in a decade. So this is going to have major league impacts over the next several hours. For sure. And through much of this week, we were honest, transparent about it here on Fox Weather. I mean, the floor to ceiling with the storm potential was so vast, right? And to see not just the floor come up, but the ceiling stay as high, right? 2-3 feet. And now we're talking, at the very least, 12 inches. A double-digit snow total anywhere is just incredible. And for this storm, doing some more real-time analysis, because that's the thing. We're no longer really in forecasting mode. We're in nowcasting mode. Right. So it's just a matter of verifying what we've been talking about for the last several days, for the last 24 hours as things ramped up. And Bob, I know you've been talking about this, and I know we've got the inverted trough beginning to set up. And as that sets up, it's the reason why we're going to see some enhanced lift, some enhanced snow totals, even off the I-95 corridor, at least initially, as the storm continues to deepen. That building now, look at the convergence we have with our available moisture up over PA. So you're talking eastern Pennsylvania. So what's there, like Allentown? You're already in the hills already, getting out of the Lehigh Valley. Easton, Pennsylvania right there.
all those regions right here, a little extra lift also. Inverted trough, moisture coming off the Atlantic. The jet stream upstairs in a perfectly located position to get nice diffluence out there. Jane, this is one of the storms when you think about textbook what a nor'easter should be. It's essentially this. And not only that, the center of low pressure goes right over the benchmark we always talk about, which is if you drew a line straight out right from Sandy Hook and then dropped one down from Nantucket right where it is, right here in the ocean. If that center of low pressure goes over it, New York gets blasted. All the models have it going over the same spot.
Which is remarkable. I mean, you talk about textbook. Yeah. I've got my college notes from my dynamics class, my synoptic class, and that I always, take a look at because, and what's remarkable to me as I look at this is literally titled Heavy Snow Forecasting. And to watch as this continues to unfold today, it's some of those things that we'll be looking at where, I think banding will be an interesting feature that sets up as we go through today, through tonight, I should say, because as this storm intensifies, I mean, that banding nature that happens, it's about anywhere between 60 to 150 miles northwest of the storm center. So here we are through about, say, 2 o'clock in the morning. If you were to measure that out, that's perfect on the I-95 when you're talking a storm tracking over the benchmark.
I love that you say textbook. I love that you brought out your texts from college from back in the day. I mean, listen, I was the same way. I still have all my stuff, but I was going over my college notes before. This was a couple of storms ago, and it was all my meteorology stuff. Then I cracked open a case from my philosophy stuff because you have to round out your major for some reason. F. I was not a philosophy major. No, I was a meteorology major for a reason. But you look at all that stuff, and it's coming together perfectly. And the fact that we're right on time from rain switching over to snow, even up here, leads me to believe that these forecast tracks that we've got, we're at least 80% correct at this point. And it's just starting right now. Now, it's not sticking to the ground at all. Not in here in Manasquan. It can't. It's just too warm. And I would call it light snow to maybe moderate at times. But the snowflakes are fat. The temperatures are still above freezing. Give it until after sunset tonight around Middle Jersey through New York State. That's when we really start seeing this stuff pick up, and that's when it's going to get dangerous after dark around here.
Absolutely, and those snow bands probably sometime around 10 o'clock to midnight, and then once those set up shop, I mean, that's when there's a part of me that is glad that it is coming through the overnight hours because naturally people are going to be off the road. But even as we work our way through tomorrow morning, Bob, I mean, we're still talking some snow bands, especially up across New England, right? I mean, right now, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, the next state in line, we now have 6 states of emergency for the snow bands, 2 to 3 plus feet. Boston now calling for upwards of hurricane force wind gusts, 75 miles an hour as this storm passes just off the Cape, working our way through tomorrow morning into the afternoon.
Boston's in a perfect spot. So is Hartford. They're in a perfect spot when you get to Connecticut. Rhode Island, they're in a perfect spot to get all that wind. Winds around the Jersey Shore about 60. I think that's where we're going to top out at, around there somewhere. But when you get a little farther up and that low pressure center edges closer to Cape Cod, to Nantucket, to Martha's Vineyard, and then all the way up into the Gulf of Maine outside of there, those winds are going to be screaming because that's when that storm is going to be fully matured as it moves by and gets into the Canadian Maritimes. I forget about it, Jane. This one, when I was watching it, it was Matthew Blue sitting behind you right now. We're like, we've been hurt before. There's no way it's going to be this strong. This is about a week ago. Sure enough, now we're watching this thing begin to develop and strengthen right where it's supposed to be, right in that X zone just outside of the Outer Banks, and it is on schedule to be a big-time epic event.
It is, absolutely. Travel's been heavily disrupted, over 8,000 flight cancellations through Tuesday. Millions along the I-95 corridor digging in for this historic nor'easter, a blizzard that is set to take shape for major cities, over 700 miles. We're looking at feet of snow, dangerous winds, life-threatening travel conditions. Impacts are beginning. We're glad to have you joining us here on Fox Weather. We have nonstop coverage. Ian Oliver takes over at 4 o'clock Eastern, followed by Steve Bender and Ari Sarsalari at 8 o'clock tonight. Britta Merwin helms our overnight coverage on the desk as this storm begins to peak. That, of course, along with all of our field crews. Make sure you have the Fox Weather app downloaded. We'll be right back with another hour.
Your data is like a single domino. the moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system. Evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat, an orthopedic designed alloy support panel, and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com or call 1-800-258-3998. Order right now and your shipping is free. CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Temperatures dropping into the 20s overnight will result in slippery streets, sidewalks, and extremely hazardous conditions across our city. Due to these factors, we are declaring a state of emergency and instituting a travel ban starting at 9 p.m. this evening and ending at 12 p.m. tomorrow. The state of emergency closes the streets, highways, and bridges of New York City for all traffic, cars, trucks, scooters, and e-bikes, with some specific exemptions for essential and emergency movement. We are asking New Yorkers to avoid all non-essential travel.
Right now on Fox Weather, we're tracking a historic blizzard roaring its way up the East Coast, bringing more than 2 feet of snow and wind gusts that likely exceed 60 miles per hour for millions of folks up the I-95 corridor. I'm Ian Oliver. Thank you for being here with us. Our coverage of the blizzard of 2026. This is a storm still in its early stages, and it's one that will be remembered, one for the record book. So there you go. You can see some of the snow bands now. We're watching that transition. We have been over the last few hours, taking over southern parts of Jersey and arcing down into the Delmarva. So let's show you some of the key details right now. You can follow along with these, by the way, and all of the latest information on our Fox Weather live blog. Blizzard warnings. Those are in effect for more than 40 million people, stretching across 700 miles. 6 states now issuing emergency declarations. That's from Delaware up through Massachusetts, and more than 11,000 flights disrupted. roughly 8,000 have been canceled. So this is going to be an even bigger deal than what we saw last month with that powerful nor'easter. Travel bans taking effect in major cities like New York. It's the first time we've seen that in about a decade. So you look at the overall numbers, 40 million people of the Mid-Atlantic and up into the Northeast included in that blizzard warning. We're going to have 24/7 wall-to-wall live coverage that continues tonight through tomorrow. We've got our teams spread out from the Jersey Shore all the way up through eastern Massachusetts, and you can see all of them behind me, plus our local affiliates, New York, Philly, and D.C. Into the overnight hours tonight, we'll be combining the resources of both Fox News Channel and Fox Weather with Molly Line and Britta Merwin to take you a live coverage, a simulcast that'll go through the overnight hours tonight. The entire state of New Jersey under a blizzard warning. The first time that's happened in about 30 years. New Jersey Transit is set to shut down at 6 p.m. Eastern time, and that's a live look. Wow, look at Ocean City, New Jersey. That changeover happened, the snow rates, and just like that, get some tire tracks there on the boardwalk. Let's get out in New Jersey. It's not 85, by the way. We wish. It'll be in like 5 months, probably. There he is. We'll call you Fox Weather's Jack Hughes. It's Bob Van Dillen down in Manasquan. Bob,
you stole my thunder.
How goes it?
I was going to say, Ian, this is a golden forecast.
Yes.
Now, the temperatures, they're going to jack down, but the snowfall total is going to be huge.
Yes.
And this storm is going to go into overtime, so if we get 2 feet, Canada will get 1. That's just what I was thinking.
I see. Did you bet a couple hella bucks on that game, Bob?
Oh, my God. I wish I did. That deal was stellar. Anyway, congratulations, both the U.S. men's and women's hockey team. Golden. I love it. Such a great day to start. So I was saying that before. You can throw anything at me today. We won. I'm happy. You could bury me in 10 feet of snow, which could happen in some of these drifts. And, Ian, a little update for you. That snow band that you were showing just now, that's just south of where I'm located in Manasquan, New Jersey, is rotating up here. So that's 1 inch per hour. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we're starting to see this stuff stick to the beach, right? This wasn't there about 25, 30 minutes ago. So now the snow's starting to pile up here on the beach. It's just the beginning stages, clearly. But what's interesting is the temperature yesterday was 51 degrees. So the ground is on the warm side. Now that the snow is coming down and the snowfall rate should start getting up to about 1, maybe 1.5 inches per hour over the next few hours from here. Doesn't matter about the warm ground at all. That snow is going to be piling on, and it's going to continue to stick and pile up, especially after that sun goes down. So, Ian, when the sun goes down, it cools down, and we're going to see this stuff stick. On the roads, everybody should be off them at this point in New Jersey. New Jersey Transit ceased train operations at 6 p.m. today, but that snowfall ban itself is now rolling right up the Jersey Shore, and it's getting in place, and it is going to be lock solid over Philadelphia, over Manhattan, over Boston later on tonight. And then when you're talking about the winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds, that's going to draw on that water. So if you look behind me, this right here is the Manasquan Inlet. Now, it's been a solid sheet of wind over this thing for the last 12 hours. The winds have picked up. Now we're at 25 miles per hour in the northeast. High tide is tonight at about 11:22. That's the one that's going to feature moderate to close to major coastal flooding because of that water it's getting pushed in by the wind. Now, it's gradually going to subside with that low tide tomorrow morning, but then midday tomorrow again, we're watching for another high tide cycle, and if that happens, we're going to see possibility of some moderate flooding one more time. So it's these 2 high tide cycles that we have to worry about. So we got the blizzard warnings, we got the coastal flood warnings. Obviously, the wind is wrapped up with a blizzard warning, too. 60-mile-per-hour gusts is what we're counting on later on today. It's only gone up to about 25 miles per hour. But, Ian, if I walk out here, it is starkly different between being shielded by this nice building to standing out here in the elements and that snow coming in sideways at this point. And it's only going to get worse. This is the leading edge of that snowmaker. And as that continues to pull up here, you're talking 2 inches per hour is a possibility. Maybe some thunder snow overnight tonight. That's when it's going to be game time. So it's just starting here. You saw the pictures out of Ocean City. That's about an hour-and-a-half drive south from here. It's already looking totally different than it did just 12 hours ago. Pretty amazing how this thing is coming together, and it looks like it's right on track, Ian, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, no question. And as all this plays out, you're watching that camera. It's kind of coming attractions for you for an hour, 2 hours. You'll be looking just like that. Bob, even as New Jersey's favorite son, Manasquan Inlet must hate to see you coming. You've been out there. You've gotten pummeled in multiple storms. This will have to be the worst of the bunch.
Oh, it definitely is. And it's going to be the hardest one to report in, especially tomorrow morning when you see me, Ian, when it's really coming on strong. There was some commentary by a dog that went by here and left what he thought about me being here behind me. So luckily it didn't happen on live TV. But there has been some commentary about Fox weather being in -1 again by our four-legged buddy.
It's understandable. At least he did it. I'll say that, because I got my pug to go, and then they don't love the snow. They don't love all that. It gets challenging. So it could be a little while.
Fan.
Hey, Bob, we'll be checking in with you. It's going to be amazing to watch the evolution of this as we move forward through, not just the next few hours, but as this storm starts roaring later on tonight. Bob, thank you.
Really? Yeah.
Let's talk about this. Rare blizzard warnings, the I-95 corridor, for about 40 million people. Intense snow rates. Bob was just talking about those that may approach or exceed 2 to 3 inches per hour. That's per the National Weather Service. We've got life-threatening travel conditions. That's why in multiple places we've had these travel bans now issued. Here's where we stand right now. So we always talk about those black lines. They're isobars, or lines of constant pressure. When there's more of them and they're more packed in, it means that area of low pressure is deepening. The storm's getting stronger. And as that happens, we're going to start to see more banding features, something like this. And Bob was talking about this one, about an hour drive off to his south, but it's pivoting in that direction. So that's why we were talking about, for Bob, who's more up this way, that's coming attractions. You go down to AC and Wildwood, they're reporting some heavier snow. Philly, too, at 34. And again, eyeball test, you can see the motion of all of these pivoting in this way. So this is the blizzard of 2026 just starting to get rolling. And boy, do we have an evening and overnight and a Monday still to go that'll be remembered. Dylan right behind me in Weather Command, keeping an eye on all of these reports as they come on in. And sure, down the Delmarva, out parts of Virginia, already 1, 2, almost 3 inches of snow reported. Keep in mind, numbers like that are what we're talking about for the next, those are hourly rates for like the next 10 to 15 hours, depending on where you're at. A little bit longer than that for up into coastal areas of New England. So look at the coverage. It's about 700 miles, maybe a touch more than that, from the bottom of the Delmarva Peninsula all the way out down East Maine. And you consider that's all of the state of Delaware, the whole thing, all the state of New Jersey, all the state of Connecticut, and not exactly giant states in Rhode Island or Delaware, but all of Rhode Island, too. 4 states where everybody is included in a blizzard warning. That's rare to see something like that, this coverage, something like this, all the way into tomorrow. So let's show you what to expect with the timing. Those bright blues, almost white colors, right along the immediate coastline from the mid-Atlantic up into Jersey, where we just talked to Bob, finding its way up into the New York City metro. That's 8, 9, 10. That's when this storm's really going to start rolling. 5 a.m., southern New England, coastal areas in Connecticut, and even points north are starting to feel that. But this is the issue. As we move through the day tomorrow, this is 2 p.m., so middle of the afternoon. Coastal New England is still getting pummeled, not just by the heavy snow, those impressive snow rates, but the wind, as this is a much deeper, much more formidable storm at that point. And you also notice its proximity. We always talk about the benchmark, which is about, call it 80 miles south of Nantucket, that if an area of low pressure rolls over it, slam dunk snow for the I-95 corridor. This is like 5 or 10 miles plus minus the benchmark, the 40-degree north, 70-degree west line. So if you, I guess these days, ask AI, how do I generate a giant snow in the I-95 corridor? It's going to say this, the set of meteorological circumstances that we have going moving through the next 24 hours, which produces this. You've got these peach colors where Bob is, down in, call it middle parts of the Jersey Shore, I-95, out Mass Pike a little bit from Boston, but all of the South Coast, South Shore, Cape Cod, and the islands. We're talking about places that could easily exceed 2 feet of snow. And I wrote this down. Team in WeatherPrez pulled all the numbers. For New York, we could approach 15, 20 inches of top 10 snow. We would have to exceed 18 inches. For New York City, keep in mind how far back those periods, the period of records go. Same story for Boston. If we exceed 21.4, this would be considered a top 10 snow all time. Blizzard of 2026 is going to be one that we're talking about for quite a while. So stay with us right here on Fox Weather. We're going to be with you all night long throughout this historic storm and beyond. We've got live coverage. That's going to be up and down the path of the storm. Our crews are fanned out. Keep it right here all night on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit GoNDR.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ, as we continue to track a nor'easter, a blizzard, a bomb cyclone. It sounds like hyperbole. In this case, all of these things are true. It's a blizzard warning that's up for 40 million people. And as we've been telling you, 6 states have issued states of emergency. It's from Delaware all the way up through Massachusetts. Travel bans taking effect in major cities, including New York. We just got word that DoorDash will be suspending operations in New York City. That's through tomorrow. So if that was your plan to have snacks, food for this storm, you're going to need a new plan and fast. Heavy snow and ice fueling a big power outage threat, and that's a concern with the amount of wind that we're expecting. We've got wall-to-wall live coverage 24/7 tonight through tomorrow to get you through this historic storm, and that includes the travel impacts, which if you haven't gotten word from your travel provider yet, the word's not going to be good, unfortunately, as we roll on through. This is just today, 1,300 delays, almost 3,500 canceled flights. That's just at Northeast area airport. So you see these misery meters just cranked on up. And it's taking us back to what we saw with that nor'easter back in January. This is going to be worse. And you have to consider that back in January, we've been on this same storm schedule or cadence. It feels like all winter, like Sunday night into early Monday. It took until the latter part of that week to get the national airspace system back on track. So even beyond Monday or Tuesday, it's smart to keep an eye on what's playing out across the Northeast. A lot of big airports, all three of the New York City metro area and Boston, those numbers for canceled flights are all up in four figures, which is hugely problematic, not just for folks that are flying in or out of these places in the Northeast. It's aircraft, crews that need to get to places to keep the whole system functioning. If they miss a connection or have a canceled flight, those issues start cascading across the country. That's what we saw last month. That is what we will most certainly see moving forward through the next 12 to 24 hours and then lingering through much of the week. Now, there's the forecast into tomorrow morning. Up into southern New England, we had just showed you the timing. This is going to be the absolute worst period of this. You're waking up to a pure blizzard, and it sticks around through at least the early middle part of the afternoon into the evening. For coastal areas, you're hanging on to the snow and most certainly the wind. And once you get to Tuesday, finally, you can start to see this throttle back. Now, I should point out, New York City's travel ban begins at 9 p.m. tonight. So that's effectively for all non-essential personnel. We've got word that JetBlue, American, Delta, Southwest, United are all offering travel waivers, as they should due to this storm. Amtrak is planning for service adjustments along the I-95 corridor. So across the board, it isn't just airports. We're going to see big-time impacts. And just know, those are some of the winter driving safety tips, which in late February, I think folks were getting ready to turn the page, put this winter in the rear view. The best safety tip with this one is don't get behind the wheel. Hopefully the preps are all done. Stay at home. You can stay with us and see the pictures of what's going to be a serious storm into the overnight, the first part of the week tomorrow. All right, let's take you through some of the city-by-city impacts that we're expecting. That is a look out. You can see the Empire State Building, barely off in the distance. The visibility is already poor. We watched the switch over. That's what I think was hard for everybody to wrap their minds around with this one. It includes all of us as we've been watching it. This is nothing like the storm back in January where we had that super cold Arctic air preceding it. And it felt like, yeah, if any moisture moved in, it would be snow. We had temperatures around 50 degrees yesterday. Ground was warm, so it's been a little bit of a sloppy mess as we've been waiting on that cold air, and that's been happening over the last couple of hours. You saw that camera down the Jersey Shore where we're starting to see the accumulation. Once it starts snowing in earnest, it's snowing hard with those 1, 2, 3-inch totals. There's a live radar across the New York metro area. Now, out Long Island, you've got wind gusts already into the mid-20s. Central Park gusting to 31 miles per hour, but you already start to see some of those bands, and you also see a couple of aircraft icons. That's probably as few as you would ever see with a misery index in the extreme category, 4 out of 4. That's basically nobody's moving around. There's your reason, 18 to 24 inches. That's the official forecast from the Fox Forecast Center. But you do notice down the Jersey Shore, out Long Island, those peach colors indicating the potential for 2 to 3 feet of snow. So there's your zoomed in look. We want to take you through the teeth of this and show you when you can expect the worst. Those bands pivoting on through. There's 8 p.m. 8 p.m. to midnight, we're getting pummeled here. And that'll be the case beyond midnight through about daybreak. Working through the morning, we'll start to see that mean coverage break down a bit. But even through the afternoon, there's some snowflakes flying. It's just not to the same coverage and intensity. Just know that once things crank up later on this evening, we've got a ways to go to get through all this. And with those 1, 2, 3 inch per hour snow rates, that's how you can generate those giant numbers. Here's a look at the wind, which is a little bit slept on as an aspect of this storm because we're talking about totals that haven't been seen in New York City since 2017, almost a decade. A lot of attention goes straight to the 18 to 24-inch number. Wind is a considerable hazard with this one. We did get a little lucky. The new moon was about a week ago. The full moon is the first week of March. So in an astronomical tide sense, that's actually minimized. We're close to the part of the month where astronomical tides would be at their lowest. Now, keep in mind, when they're at their highest and then you get a wind like this, that would have generated major flooding. We're still thinking moderate coastal flooding likely happens with this. With some areas, you could see a water rise over normally dry ground at high tide of about 2 feet. So you know where you live. You know how vulnerable your home is. If you live in a spot, I typically say, if you don't have 2 feet of water to give, 2 feet of water rise, you need to make plans for that immediately to protect your home or to get to somewhere safe. And there's your forecast in New York City. We haven't shown something that's looked like this in a long, long time. You got a whole swath that was like 10 hours straight where it just says blizzard, so prepare accordingly. Then you move farther off to the north and east. These are going to be some of the zones. Cape Cod Canal points east down to Martha's Vineyard in Nantucket that get absolutely pummeled by this storm. Keep in mind that area of low pressure. The low pressure warm season equivalent would be up to hurricane intensity, and it's going to be maybe 80 or 90 miles away from the island of Nantucket. So those winds, the Weather Service actually noted that maritime influence in a place like Nantucket. So they've got lower snow totals, but that wind may exceed 70 miles per hour out on the island. And then you look at all these spots, South Coast, New Bedford, down to Newport, 2 to 3 feet up to Plymouth, where we're going to have teams showing you what that looks like. That's actually where Brandon Kopic, who saw a funnel cloud back across the Ohio Valley earlier this week. Now he's going to see what 2 to 3 feet of snow looks like in Plymouth. Just crazy. And yeah, Boston, 18 to 24 inches. You thought we were probably done after what happened last month? We've got Melanie Black there to show you those pictures. Where is he? Bridgeport, Connecticut. He's on I-95 and cruising in that direction. Still has a long way to go. I think he's going to rest up for a little bit. And then for our simulcast, I mentioned Molly Line and Britta Merwin, a collaboration, Fox News Channel and Fox Weather, combining resources to take you through the overnight period on a simulcast, get everybody through this historic storm. We're thinking the blizzard of 2026. Now, in Boston, Providence, southern New England, this is 5 p.m. tomorrow evening. So I think folks have been watching this and saying, hey, this is kind of a slow start. I expected this to be worse. It will get worse. But for these areas, it's more so late evening, the overnight hours, and through the early part of the day tomorrow, that conditions there will be at their absolute worst. And then right on through the afternoon, because of your proximity to the area of low pressure, you're still hanging on to some of those bad weather conditions. The winds, this is what I was talking about. Look at Nantucket. You saw that flash, 60, 70. Even we saw for a moment 70 to 80. And that's what the Weather Service was talking about. 70 plus mile per hour winds possible out that way. There's the maximum numbers right there. That's a big deal. But you expect on an exposed island out into the Atlantic that you would have wind gusts like that. Look at Boston. 50 to 60. The whaling city, South Coast, South Shore, all of these places could exceed 60 miles per hour. Same story for Providence and Newport, all the way up to Worcester. So consider the amount of snow we're talking about, and then power outages that could occur because of wind gusts like this. It's going to be exceedingly challenging to restore power if it goes out, which leads to long duration power outages. One more thing to plan for as we move through this blizzard to come. Fox Weather is with you all night long throughout this historic blizzard. We've got live team coverage up and down the path of the storm, so stay with us all night here on Fox Weather. That's the look out in Philly. Blizzard warning up for them, big-time snow totals. Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. We'll be right back.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
There is no plan to shut down our public transit system. What I will tell you is that thanks to the incredible work of the men and women at DSNY, our sanitation department, they're going to be plowing the streets as soon as there's 2 inches of snowfall. We're transforming the sanitation department into the largest snow fighting fleet in the country, and that is going to be a key part of why our buses can continue to function across the city. We'll also have our trains doing so as well.
Yeah, some sound from New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani talking about this storm to come. Welcome back to Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. We got a historic nor'easter bombing out off the East Coast. It's just offshore the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay, eventually bringing dangerous blizzard conditions to more than 40 million people. So you see how this storm is taking shape. Our storm trackers, we've got meteorologist correspondents fanned out across this whole swath of real estate that'll be impacted. Blizzard warnings, Philly, New York behind me, Boston, all included in these. We've got some new snow reports coming in. 6 inches of snow recorded in Winter Green, Virginia. You can see all these as they come into the Fox Weather newsroom live in real time. We've got a blog up on our website and on the app. It's a fantastic resource. 70-mile-per-hour winds, the potential for those as we move through all of these coastal areas. More than 90% of Monday's flights canceled at LaGuardia, and for good reason. When you see that forecast, the total number of disrupted flights due to this storm is over 13,000. That number runs from now through Tuesday. Long Island Railroad service will be suspended system-wide. That's at 1 a.m. The last train home leaves by about 11:30 p.m. Customers are strongly advised to avoid travel. So that is the message. Regardless of whatever method that you use, if you don't have to travel for the next 24 to 36 hours, that's probably going to be the best course of action. So, yeah, we've got this band cranking its way up. We've been watching the transition from rain. We had temperatures in many of these spots in the 50s yesterday. Let's get into the details of this storm as it stands right now, because this is going to be a whole different looking thing once we move forward into the latter part of this evening. So let's get to it. There it is. You've got a look on satellite and radar, that coverage, that snow shield growing, and you're also noticing the changeover from wet conditions, wet and dreary, which is how we spent most of the day in a lot of these spots, to snow and heavy snow. If you've been with us, we had just checked in with a camera down the Jersey Shore boardwalk, starting to get covered up, accumulation, and that's going to happen fast when you consider that we've got 1 to 3 inches of snow per hour working through the balance of some of this. So yeah, there it is. AC right below me. There's snow on the beach. The Ferris wheel is still on, but there's snow on the beach. There's the storm itself. So I had mentioned it was just offshore, the mouth of the Chesapeake. Those circles, those black lines are lines of constant pressure, are isobars. And when there's more of them and they're all squeezed in like that, it's an indicator that the storm is stronger and that the winds, same idea, the winds are cranking up. That's pulling in more of that Atlantic moisture, tapping into the Gulf Stream, too. Look at this, though. Reason why AC looks like it does all of a sudden, they're at 33 degrees, but it is snowing hard. And in these bands, the bright blue, that's where we have the most healthy or robust rising motion. That air rises, it expands, it cools. It's called dynamic cooling, and it drops the temperature of the whole column, which makes this, it's like a feedback loop. It makes it more of an effective snowmaker. At least if you're under one of those bands, you'll see what I'm talking about. One of those just pivoting its way through AC, and we're working to get back in touch with Bob Van Dillen, a little bit farther off to the north, about an hour or so north in Manasquan. That's heading in his direction. Very curious to see what it looks like there as these brighter blues are starting to move on in. Keep in mind, this is so much closer to the beginning of this, and we are right at the beginning of this storm. As it cranks up, it bombs out and becomes what we're thinking, what we know is going to be a mammoth blizzard, effectively, the blizzard of 2026. First one of these in a decade for a place like New York City. You have to go all the way back to January of 2017, which is actually the city's all-time biggest snow, 27.5 inches. Our forecast from the Fox Forecast Center, 18 to 24, with some topside potential on that, depending on where exactly the healthiest band's set up. So it's kind of one of those things where the forecasting's all done. This is locked in, and we just watch the unknowables, the unforecastable things when we're talking about 5, 10, 20 miles, where some of those strong bands set up. And we've got these sprawling blizzard warnings down East Maine, all the way down to the Delmarva, and everywhere in between. All of southern New England included in a blizzard warning. New York, Philly, Baltimore, D.C., all of these places get smacked by the storm. The blizzard warning, not that far off to the south and west down that direction, but still, the winter storm warnings are considerable when we talk about 5 to 8 inches of snow and wind down toward the nation's capital. Here we go with the exclusive Fox weather model to give you a picture of how this all plays out, what you can expect timing-wise. I-95, D.C., Baltimore to Boston later on this evening, it's snowing the whole stretch. All the while, you look at the wind particles, you look at the shape of the storm, it's getting its legs, its bones as we move through the overnight hours. You wake up first thing tomorrow, whole different storm, monster at this point, with those bands still impacting many of the same places. This is long duration with impressive snow rates. That is exactly how you get giant numbers, and that's what we're expecting. Entire state of New Jersey is under a blizzard warning. There is the look right there from Ocean City, where you got some foot tracks, one set of tire tracks, and a bunch of snow, some heavier snow rates now. It's the first statewide blizzard warning in 30 years. New Jersey Transit is set to shut down 6 p.m. Eastern time, so you got a little less than an hour and a half if you're utilizing that to get wherever you're going, and then that's going to shut down for the duration of this storm likely. Snow totals are expected to exceed 2 feet in some of these places. It's not just snow. We've got that coastal flood warning, issues with those strong onshore winds, and what could be up to 1 to 2 feet of inundation. Let's get out to Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen joining us live from Manasquan. Bob, I see you in a slightly more sheltered environment. I've been very curious to see what this shot looks like, because we talked about top of the hour coming attractions, and I think I can see them now behind you.
You can, and I'm going to step out of the way so you can see it. So you're looking right up the chute right there at the Manasquan Inlet. In fact, a Coast Guard boat just went out and disappeared at the end. So they're out there practicing in this terrible weather, right? And we talk about blizzard, Ian. We're just about there. We've got winds that are gusting to 30 miles per hour. The visibility is maybe a little over a quarter of a mile, but look at the sideways blowing snow. And this is picked up with kinetic energy in the last 15 minutes like you wouldn't believe. You showed that band that was rolling right up the eastern seaboard from Atlantic City through LBI. Now it's approaching right through Point Pleasant into Manasquan, and is going to ultimately go right up the coastline into NYC. But you talk about why do we have a blizzard warning? This, believe it or not, it's not even quite blizzard yet, because it's still more than a quarter-mile visibility. The winds are about 30, but they're gusting to 35 miles per hour. These winds are going to continue to go on up. I was trying to stand out there. I have my Nerdlinger glasses just in case. It's just you wouldn't be able to hear me out there at this point, but you can see behind me just how fast the snow is whipping and blowing, and it just came upon us quickly within the last 15, 20 minutes. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better, and this is just one snow band, Ian. When you look at the radar picture, you can see it's going to pinwheel around us. You talk about where's the inverted trough going to set up, where we're going to see the biggest banding. Well, it's already across the New Jersey shore, and it looks like we're on track to watch us peel right on up, across the benchmark into eastern part of Massachusetts. Your people up there in Fall River, forget about it. They're going to get blasted also. Going to get blitzed all the way up to Maine with blizzard warnings for over, 40 million people at this point? It's absolutely amazing to watch this thing come together, Ian.
Yeah, Bob, my parents were actually in town yesterday to see the granddaughter, the little lady. They said, we're out of here. They had to leave yesterday evening because they wanted to get way out ahead of this, and that was a good plan. Bob, we just saw, Dylan alerted me, down in Atlantic City, a gust of 40 miles per hour. So this is starting. It's exactly what you said. That's only going to worsen.
Yeah.
Are we going to see? I like when you wear the glasses because you look like a speed skater a little bit.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'll put them on there for you. I'll put them on. I'll see how far I can get out. Here, so I got Oleg is going to be in my camera. See, I mean, when I go out across the deck right here, and right standing here, you can see the snow kind of going sideways. It's like, all right. there we go. It's like a smash in the face, man. It's like taking, to put it in perspective for you guys in Massachusetts, it's like taking a frozen cod and slapping you across the face with it as soon as you walk outside.
That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff that we wanted to see right there. We were. That's Apollo Anton Van Dillen. And we wouldn't have it any other way. There he is, the speediest man in the weather game, Bob Van Dillen. Bob, it's going to be so interesting to watch how things play out where you are. And best course of action, if you're anywhere close by, stay in the warmth of your home and watch that guy out in it, Bob Van Dillen. So you don't have to experience that.
Let him go out.
Yeah, Bob.
I do love it, though, Ian. We haven't seen a storm like this in 30 years at this point. So I'm excited to see it.
I heard you talking to Jane about going back to your college memories and studying storms of this nature. Yeah. I could tell you were excited.
Yeah, it was great. I feel bad for everyone that's impacted, but I'll tell you, this doesn't happen very often. Generational is what we're calling it. Blizzard of 26, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
A meteorologist and a hockey fan right there. It is some Sunday, and we've got some storms still to come. So stay with us. That's Fox Weather's Bob Van Dillen. BVD, thank you. Yeah, keep it here as we move through the evening all night long. There's the visibility in New York City. We're a degree sub-freezing. The visibility is poor. that's only going to worsen. Fox Weather will be with you all night long throughout this historic nor'easter. We've got live team coverage up and down the path of the storm, and we'll be on showing you those pictures. We'll be with you until 8 o'clock Eastern time. After us, Steve Bender, Ari Sarsalari will take it through 11 p.m. Come 11 p.m., Fox Weather and Fox News Channel together, a simulcast pooling resources to bring you pictures and analysis of the storm that you can't find anywhere else. So keep it here with us all night as we track the blizzard of 2026.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4381.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
This is the story of the one who doesn't just see a broken dock. He sees lost revenue, a late night, and work stalled to a halt. Thankfully, he has the experience to handle whatever comes his way and has Grainger on his side, offering access to technical product specialists and the scale to deliver fast, so he can keep his business in gear and always moving forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We asked women one simple question: what makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always.
A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed.
A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners.
A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay?
Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
trygravite.com.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather as we track a historic nor'easter bombing out off the East Coast. We're expecting dangerous blizzard conditions for more than 40 million Americans. So here's some of the latest information. For obvious reasons, school canceled in New York City and Boston tomorrow. For New York City, I know it's no remote learning. This is a proper snow day tomorrow, the first full snow day since 2019. We also got word that Team USA caught that hockey game earlier. It was a classic. It was electric. They're changing their travel plans to fly back to the United States, flying to Miami instead of New York City. That's because of this storm. And I'm taking a look. It's 86 degrees in Miami right now. It's probably the right call. Yeah, that is That's something, right? That could be an issue as they continue to celebrate gold. No major power outages reported yet. We did see that wind gust down in Atlantic City, now up to 40 miles per hour. These will be on the rise as we continue through the next several hours. Tonight, this becomes just a titan of a nor'easter, truly. The entire state of New Jersey under a blizzard warning. It's the first time statewide in 30 years. New Jersey Transit is set to shut down at 6 p.m. Eastern time. And that's a live picture from Ocean City where that changeover happened. These snow rates have been impressive, and these are nothing compared to what we're expecting moving into the evening and the overnight hours. Snow totals there expected to blow past 2 feet. By the way, it isn't just the snow. A coastal flood warning is in effect overnight. Parts of the coast may see 1 to 2 feet of inundation or water above normally dry ground at high tide. Let's get out there. Norcast Media Group CEO Nick Pittman joins us now, of course, also known as New Jersey's Nor'easter Nick. He is out in Atlantic City. Nick, great to have you with us. I understand you and your husband went to Atlantic City on purpose, not to play the tables. You got to be weather folks, weather people, to be driving toward this thing.
Oh, 100%. You know, I'm kind of jealous, though, of what you were talking about down in Miami, 86 degrees. I often think, am I that crazy of a person to put myself out in this? But you know what? We love it. And this has to be the strongest and most potent blizzard that I have forecasted in my career. 30 years since we've had a statewide blizzard warning. That is absolutely insane. You know, during the course of the past decade and a half, we have had those blizzard warnings, but they've been primarily along the coast. So the fact that we're going to get gusts in excess of 35 miles an hour for several hours at a time as far west as Philadelphia is mind-blowing. Now, this is a multi-pronged attack of the storm. So we've got the first wave that is done and gone. That transition over to snow has occurred because of the high vertical velocities. The temperatures have come way down, currently sitting in the lower 30s right now, but the winds are getting cranked up. That low is now moving just to the east-northeast of Cape Hatteras, and the pressure is dropping. It started out at 1,008 millibars earlier on. The last time I looked at it, it's like 1,999 at this point, but it's going to continue to deepen. And by tomorrow morning, as it's off our coastline, it's probably going to be a sub-980 millibar low. So you've got the extreme winds that are just going to be whipping everybody, and power outages are very likely here. So, you know, I think it's important that we continue to remind people, have your devices charged, have those batteries and your candles. And then tonight, especially if we keep that east-northeast or northeast wind, we're going to have high-end moderate tidal flooding. So that is a big concern. So, you know, multiple different types of impacts that this nor'easter is going to be bringing our area. So it's all fun and games for the folks that like the snow, but we have to be cognizant of the fact that there are many other impacts that, you know, can be deadly if you're out on the roads. We saw multiple accidents on the way down to Atlantic City. So this is definitely going to get a lot worse before it gets better by tomorrow afternoon.
Nick, I'm curious about the sentiment in the lead up to this. You reach a lot of people with your platform as Nor'easter Nick. It felt like we had winter in the rear view, and now we've got the biggest storm, not just of the winter, but potentially in about a decade. Did you feel like it was skewed positive or negative with this one?
Well, you know what, Ian? I think we should maybe call this the storm of the millennium. I think that's a good fitting name, right?
Yeah.
But no, as like the biggest snow lover ever, even I'm over it. But we saw the Climate Prediction Center's warm maps out there, and we told people, don't be disillusioned by that. There's going to be more storminess, and hey, we could even get something in March. But even my diehard snow people are like, come on, man, enough's enough. We got to go have groundhog stew or something, because we got to do something about this. We need sunshine. We need blue skies. We need warm weather. So I'm hoping that once this is behind us, we can start to look ahead to more positive weather and actually thaw out for a while. The good news is, though, we are expecting those temperatures to be a little warmer than where they were after the storm a month ago. So it's not going to be lingering for 26 days. So rest assured, my friends out there, you know, we might see 1 or 2 feet of snow, but it's not going to be there forever, and it will melt rather quickly. I'd say maybe
we don't
5
get
or
the
6 days.
nasty glacier that followed the last nor'easter. But as nor'easter Nick, you're not going to miss the granddaddy of nor'easters. So what's the plan as we move through this? How are you going to experience this storm and do more of your reporting?
Sure. So we've got team coverage. I've got my weekend meteorologist, Will Rowe. He is on deck. Our evening meteorologist, Brittany Trumpy. They've been great. We've been doing team coverage all weekend long, static posts on Facebook. It's all about communication and keeping people as updated as possible. And I think leading up to this, we've been as transparent as possible, especially as the models have consolidated around the idea that this was going to be a major thing. And this is probably the coup of the century for the GFS. It was the first one to call it, and it's absolutely incredible. The wind right now, probably about 42 miles an hour. Honestly, I'm 165 pounds. I'm being blown around like a piece of paper. So it's absolutely mind-blowing to experience this in person. And growing up on a barrier island, I got to see this, that the last big one I can remember, the Boxing Day blizzard of 2010. I think this is probably going to be a little bit more memorable than that, kind of putting it in the same categorization as the 96 blizzard. I think in 20, 30 years from now, we'll be talking about, hey, remember that blizzard of 26?
Yeah, a top 10er, maybe a top 5er we'll see depending on how things go. But you said it, great point with the GFS. For the American model, that's like as big of a win as our 2 hockey teams. It was first on, and it would not quit the trend of, we've had so many coulda, wouldas with nor'easters, but it feels like everything's coming together for this one.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's good to see, because maybe that means that it's going to be on a new found victory streak. Well, we can only hope for that, And I want to give a shout out to my husband, the MVP, who's out here holding the camera like this, being beat in the head with snow and wind and all that kind of stuff. So,
that can be a thankless job. A thankless job right there. You guys are doing an excellent job out there. That's digital meteorologist nor'easter Nick Pittman. Thanks for talking with us, and best of luck. Be safe as we experience, as you said, one for the books right here. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, that is a live picture from Philly, and you see what it looks like. Not many cars out on the roads. That's great. I would hope that people used a lot of the earlier stages of this weekend to get all the preps done, so you don't have to be out in that nastiness. Philadelphia's mayor declaring a disaster emergency as much of the Northeast shuts down as this historic winter storm continues to crank on up in intensity. So, you look at pictures like that, and you don't want to be out in that. Same story for D.C. Yeah, we got this changeover. Dylan, is this Reagan or is this Dulles? Not sure. It's Reagan, because it's in D.C. Sure. Okay, that makes sense. You can see some of the accumulation and no air traffic coming or going. So here we go with the live radar and some of the latest observations. We told you about that gust of wind, 40 miles per hour in Atlantic City. North and northeast breeze. We've got the nor'easter winds starting to crank on up. For Philadelphia, look at that, 18 to 24 inches. If you were with us on Fox Weather Now earlier this week, we had checked in Thursday with the great Kathy Orr from Fox Philly. And we talked about those things. They were maybes at that point, but if things came together that it could produce a snow like that in Philly, boy, is that locking in on the Delaware River. And it gets considerably more intense as you move closer to the Jersey Shore, down the shore, with those 2 to 3 foot forecasts. Numbers like we haven't seen in quite some time. Here we go, working on through what's left of this evening and into the overnight. These impressive bands of snow move through. And you notice there's no gap here as we move on through the overnight hours. It's snowing hard for the balance of the overnight hours and through much of the morning. You start to see a little mixed precipitation, maybe right at the end. That would be during, the latter half of tomorrow afternoon. It's also, I want to say nice to see, but as we were just talking about with Nick, there is no mega Arctic air mass that follows this one. A dangerous storm, but as we move in the days beyond that, look at that by Wednesday, the snapback in the temperatures more like what we were seeing more like what we were enjoying, to be honest, through the early part of this weekend with those temperatures close to 50. So we'll see a bit of a thaw kicking off, and we don't get all that super packed hard ice that just hangs around for a month. We're just getting rid of some of it from this last one. Fox Weather will be with you all night long throughout this historic nor'easter. That is a live picture from Brandon Kopic. He's been on 95. He's now in Clinton, Connecticut, on his way to Plymouth, Massachusetts, to see what this storm looks like. Coastal Massachusetts is going to get pummeled by this one. We've got live team coverage there and every step of the way down the coastline through the path of the storm. Keep it right here all night long on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Where's your pain?
Right here.
Both knees. Take on the pain with CopperFit Mobilizer. Hyper-advanced compression sleeves with built-in blue infrared fibers for even faster recovery and pain relief.
I'm pain-free. The swelling isn't there.
It really did work.
Powered by LumaCore. Blue infrared fibers woven into compression fabric. Increase circulation to reduce inflammation. 2 powerful technologies combined to create the next generation in compression technology.
Now I'm able to do more without pain. It's life-changing to me.
Get your CopperFit Mobilizer now at mobilizer.com for only $39.99. Order now and save 25% when you buy 2. Plus, your shipping is free.
Money doesn't sleep, bills don't sleep. You got to get up and go to work. The CopperFit Mobilizer was support without feeling like it was tight. It's working for me, it's going to work for you.
Get yours now at mobilizer.com.
Right now on Fox Weather, a historic blizzard roaring up the East Coast, bringing more than 2 feet of snow and wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour to millions up and down the I-95 corridor. I'm Ian Oliver. Thanks for being here with us on Fox Weather for our continuous coverage of this historic storm. The blizzard of 2026, still in its early stages. It's going to be one for the books, one to be remembered. So let's get you the latest, some of the key details coming into the Fox Weather newsroom right now. You can follow along with these in real time on our blog at foxweather.com or on the app. All the latest information is right there. Blizzard warnings are in effect for more than 40 million people. They stretch more than 700 miles. The first heavy snow band is approaching New York City. Dylan and I just measured it, about 40 miles off to the south and east. Call it hour and a half. That'll be pivoting in. Snow rates start to increase ½ an inch to an inch per hour through 8 p.m., but those will climb considerably beyond sunset. So be aware of that. We've got some heavy snow rates in the forecast. 6 states issuing states of emergency from Delaware all the way up through the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Wall-to-wall live coverage continues through tonight into tomorrow. We've got our teams spread out from the Jersey Shore all the way up to eastern Massachusetts. Reporters, correspondents, meteorologists from both Fox Weather and Fox News Channel combining forces to give you the best coverage and analysis through the overnight hours and through the day tomorrow, through the duration of this storm. You can expect that with us right here on Fox Weather. The entire state of New Jersey is under a blizzard warning, entire thing. That's the first time this has happened statewide in 30 years. That's a live picture. Stone Harbor, New Jersey, the changeover happened. You can see the snow is wind-driven. New Jersey Transit is set to shut down at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. You got 58 minutes until New Jersey Transit shuts down for what could be the balance of this storm. That live picture shows you why, the combination of both snow and wind. So big snow totals, we'll talk about that. Parts of the coastline could see a couple feet of inundation, a bit of a storm surge, effectively, from this nor'easter. Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen joining us live from Manasquan. And Bob, you've been out there all day today. What's that like? This is one. We've seen ones like this in the forecast models, Bob, but we haven't seen them actually come to fruition in real life. This one is, and you're staring at it happening.
We've been saying this many times. We've been hurt before by the GFS model, especially in the Euro as well.
If you've been victimized by the GFS, there's class action lawsuits, I think.
There should be, but this one pegged it from a week out, and here we are. We're looking at it, and Ian, you're right. I've been out here since early this morning, and this is the worst it's been. That one band has moved in, and now we're clearly not quite the blizzard-like conditions. Maybe the winds aren't there, but I'm going to step out. I'm going to step right out here, right? Let me put on my Nerdlinger specs. All right, I'm completely free of snow. All right, I'm going to stand out here, and for the duration, I'm going to be right here, and we'll see how much it piles up. But if you talk about blizzard-like conditions, I want Oleg to pan over here and show you the vertical motion that's now horizontal with the snow as it comes whipping across from the northeast out to the southwest. It's going right over the inlet right there, and it's coming down very well. These are the biggest snowflakes we've seen. It's the heavy snowfall rates that we have seen since we've been out here. I mean, there's clearly no question that we are in the midst of that big band as it rolls by. These are big fat snowflakes that are now covering up the boardwalk at this point. It's covering up most of the beach at this point as well. And it's interesting because this area had temperatures that are in the 50s just the last couple of days. So if you're out here, it's brutal. I mean, these winds right now are clearly over 30 miles per hour. We're supposed to get up to 60 mile per hour gusts with, sustained 40 to 45 overnight tonight. And we're already close to the 40 mile per hour gusts. I can feel it right here as it rock and rolls. But remember, I'm not shielded by anything at this point. It's coming right off the Atlantic. It's smashing me northeasterly direction, 25, 35 mile per hour gusts at this point. But it's all about the heavy snow and the snowfall rates. Now, I haven't heard any thunder at this point, but I think once that storm really begins to bomb out, and it's in the process of doing that right now, and rolls just offshore from New Jersey after midnight tonight, you're going to start hearing some cracks of thunder, I'm thinking, here, maybe around Long Island, up towards New England by tomorrow morning early. So, yeah, the snow's coming down. It's 32 degrees. It's having a hard time to stick, but I'll tell you this much. It's going to be sticking to the roads and everything. I can't take it. That's enough. My goodness. What am I, Mike Seidel? Come on. You know what I'm saying, Ian?
Yeah. I mean, it's been, I said to you, the Manasquan Inlet hates to see you coming. A peninsula hates to see Seidel coming, right? He was in the Arrowhead region of Minnesota. Look at that, Bob.
I know. That's just a matter of what, a minute and a half, 2 minutes?
You look like Harvey Dent
it's
now.
going to stick to everything. Thank you. Yes. I'll tell you, if it's sticking like this on me, imagine the trees, imagine the power lines, imagine the 60-mile-per-hour wind. So that's going to be a problem. But one more time looking out there, that is an amazing sight to see that snow whip across the inlet right here and powering in from Monmouth County into Ocean County right here. So snow's starting to fall in Manasquan, and it's ending up way the heck down by Point Pleasant Beach. Pretty amazing to watch the wind come in. Coast Guard boat went out. It hasn't come back yet. I'm sure they're practicing out here. But when you talk about blizzard warning, that's why visibility is less than a quarter of a mile. The snow is coming down, and it's going to last for more than 3 hours easy. Ian.
Bob, our producer says it looks like you went paintballing, and you lost, I think.
And lost.
not the best paintballer. Bob, before we let you go.
No, all right,
I think it's the last time we're going to see you for a little bit, right? You grab a little bit of rest, let the storm crank up some. What's the plan? What's the plan heading into tonight and tomorrow morning?
Well, it's off season, right? So there aren't any real good hotels that are around for Manasquan right now. So we got to drive up the parkway a little bit, go a couple towns up. It's about a 7-mile drive from here. We'll see how long it takes us to get there. When we wake up tomorrow morning, I don't know what kind of mobility we're going to have, simply because we could see as much as 25 inches of snow, maybe more, on the ground, along with the blowing conditions. So we might just be dropping the sticks out there in the parking lot of our hotel. Either way, it is going to be kinetic. If we can make our way back to the beach tomorrow morning, we will be here for you. We'll show you what it looks like, the beach erosion, everything. Yeah, it looks like I just destroyed the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. That's what it looks like when you stand out there.
Hey, did you borrow your brother's car, or did he say no more trips to Manasquan?
Yeah, he said, you know what, the last time you got the seawater up to the well, that's enough. So I had to bring my own car this time.
Fool me once. Great work out there. Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. We're looking forward to your coverage from a little farther north come tomorrow. BVD, thank you. Blizzard warnings up from where he is. Points south, points north, truly, for hundreds of miles. There's New York City. Every time we check that camera, the visibility gets worse and worse. And don't expect that trend to change at all. As we showed you, we talked about that band, and Mike, he's running the Fox Weather blog. He flagged that band that's maybe 40 miles now off to our south and east, pivoting in. Once that gets here, we've got snow rates in excess of 1 inch per hour, which is heavy snow. The issue is that at times through this event, if you get under some of the healthiest bands, which are going to be extreme, we could see snow rates approaching 3 inches per hour or even exceeding that, which is rarely seen in setups like these outside of the most potent nor'easters or blizzards. There's the live radar. The whole Jersey Shore now, snow. Temperatures are right around the freezing mark. The upward motion is so robust that it's helping to cool down this whole column of air. And this is what we were talking about. So there you go across the New York City metro. This is the first real healthy snow band. So it's been spitting throughout the day today. The ground's warm from yesterday. We were close to 50. We didn't really see much in the way of accumulation through the early part of the day. All that's over when this snow starts pivoting on in. And as we were talking about with Bob and with Nick down the Jersey Shore, this area of low pressure in the short term, the actual center of low pressure, isn't moving all that much or all that quickly off to the north and east. And it's on its way toward the benchmark, which is out here, which you want an area of low pressure to do something like this to absolutely maximize or slam dunk snow. I'm not saying we're rooting for that. It's the meteorological set of circumstances that are being suggested in the forecast models. They've all locked in on this. It's going to play out with a huge snow in these areas. It's details, little stuff at this point. It's a high-impact storm across the board. If you're included in the blizzard warning, you can book that. So, unfortunately, that means it's for 40 million Americans. There's our exclusive Fox Weather model. Into the overnight hours, the intensity, the shape of this storm, it's all improving. That's the issue into the overnight hours, which means the winds are cranking up. And for this zone in through here, that's why the National Weather Service highlighted the possibility that we could see gusts 70 to 75 miles per hour. I'm trying to remember, Dylan, we'll have to pull it. Going back to the last nor'easter, the nor'easter back in January, I believe the top wind gust was like 78 miles per hour. Not that high, Offshore. I think it was a buoy. Yes. We showed a buoy that was somewhere out here. The issue is with this go around is that those winds, that wind field, because the area of low pressure is more hugging the coastline, exactly like this, some of those winds actually make it onshore, which is a problem when you're talking about the snow numbers and then winds like this which could cause the power outages. Power goes out. You've got in these areas somewhere between 1.5 feet up in excess of 2.5 feet of snow. It's going to be exceedingly challenging to get to these places to start that process of restoring power. And then you get there, all the equipment that came down has 2-3 feet of snow on it. This is a massive undertaking, and that's why we've got all of these areas shaded in red. I mean, if you don't have your utilities buried, if your utilities are not underground, you've got even out at the street power poles, it's luck of the draw. I mean, which trees come down and take down power outages, whether it's your neighborhood, whether it's the whole area. These will be the types of things that we'll be watching and reporting and showing you as we move through the next 24 hours as this storm continues to impact us. And it's a long duration, high intensity storm. So we got a ways to go. Fox Weather will be with you all the way through it, all night long, as this historic nor'easter continues to ramp up in intensity. We've got live team coverage up and down the path of the storm. You can keep it right here. It's a one-stop shop for all the latest information. Ari Sarsalari, Steve Bender take over from 8 to 11, and then a simulcast, Fox News Channel and Fox Weather, 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. It'll be Fox News correspondent Molly Line, Fox News anchor Molly Line, and our Britta Merwin holding things down to keep you in the know through the overnight. And of course, we've got our whole team fanned out that will be on throughout the day, throughout the duration of this event, to keep you informed. More Fox Weather when we come right back.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free muddy mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own muddy mat today.
Welcome back to Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ, as we continue to track a historic nor'easter bombing out off the East Coast. This is going to bring dangerous blizzard conditions to more than 40 million people. It's from the Mid-Atlantic all the way up through New England. Giant numbers because it's the entire I-95 corridor. 6 states issuing states of emergency. That's from Delaware all the way up to Massachusetts. Travel bans taking effect for major cities like New York. It's going to go into effect at 9 p.m. Everybody off the roads except emergency personnel. We did just get a new snow report. We can flash that up for you. 1/2 inch at LaGuardia, New York Central Park, 0.4 of 1 inch. So are those big numbers? No, but it tells us that they are accumulating. And Sir Francis Drake, greatness from small beginnings, on our way to what we think could be a top 10 storm, perhaps a top 5, depending on how this all goes. The biggest storm in a place like New York since back in 2017, which was the biggest storm on record across the period of record. We'll be with you every step of the way through the storm, through the overnight, all day tomorrow. Let's get you a live look at Providence, Rhode Island. The entire state of Rhode Island, as we mentioned, included in a blizzard warning. Providence right there. You've got quieter conditions for now. That all changes as we move forward through this evening, overnight, and tomorrow. 18 to 25 inches of snow expected in total. Wind gusts that could be well in excess of 60 miles per hour. Travel ban for all traffic going into effect at 7 p. We're joined now by the mayor of Providence, Mayor Brett Smiley. Thanks for being here with us on Fox Weather. Mayor, I was on the High Line in New York walking yesterday with the family. I saw somebody with a Providence Bruins hat, and as a Westport, Mass native, that put a smile on my face. I know this forecast does not do that for you. Where are you at with the preparations? What are you telling your residents as this storm approaches?
So we're trying to impart the seriousness of this storm. As you point out, this is a historic storm, certainly the worst blizzard in a decade for us. So we're trying to get everyone to get their cars off the streets, make sure they get their shopping done before the governor's travel ban goes into effect, and to prepare for a day or two inside and a multi-day cleanup effort.
What's the messaging? What's the sentiment like with your teams, with your crews, and getting that out to the public when you consider it's been a rough winter after a few winters that weren't? You really haven't had a season like this overall. This is the strongest storm of the bunch. Are you concerned that there's any fatigue after what this year's been like?
It's been a tough winter for us all. I think the silver lining to that is certainly everybody knows what they need to do in terms of clearing their own property, their own sidewalks, and hopefully complying with government orders like things like a parking ban that we have in place. But we're all ready for spring. This has been a really hard one, not just the snow, but the extreme cold as well. Yeah. And that's something we're worried about too. We've got emergency warming shelters set up. We're very worried about power outages. Our statewide electric utility thinks that it could be as many as 100,000 outages. There's only 1 million people in Rhode Island, so that's a significant impact. That's 100,000 households. So we're prepared for not just the snow, but the things that are going to come with it because of the high winds.
Yeah, that's great context right there when you consider that that's a huge fraction of the entire state that might lose power. And then to get that power restored, now you've got the 18 to 25 inches of snow on top of that with very challenging conditions to even get there and begin that process. For folks that lose power, have those utilities given any reasonable estimate for how long that could last?
Our statewide utility, which is called Rhode Island Energy, which is a part of PPL, they said it could be the entire business week, which would be through Friday. And so it'll depend on where you are. We're expecting coastal communities in Rhode Island to bear the brunt of some of the power outages, but in Providence, it'll be a risk as well. So we have emergency sheltering set up and available to our residents if they're going to be without power or heat for more than a couple hours. We want them to seek shelter that we've made available to them. And we're all very focused on their safety and well-being.
Yeah, Mayor, you mentioned some of your coastal areas, some of the most beautiful spots in New England right there in coastal Rhode Island, but they're very exposed, unfortunately. How concerned are you about these winds when we're talking about 50, 60 plus mile per hour winds? Obviously, that's the agent of the power outages, but that coastline could take a beating.
Yeah, I would expect there to be some coastal flooding. We also, and I think because you know the area, in order to access some of the islands in Rhode Island, you go across the Pell Bridge or the Jamestown Bridge. The Turnpike and Bridge Authority here in Rhode Island will shut those bridges down when there's sustained winds of over 40 miles an hour. So the bridges will be shut down, along with the Mount Hope Bridge, which is over in Bristol, Rhode Island. And coastal flooding is a risk as well. But power outages is our primary concern. As you've been reporting, it's a heavy, wet snow. That in combination with high winds are going to bring down trees and power lines. Here in Providence, we've got our forestry crew and a bunch of third-party tree vendors that can be out cutting down trees to both clear roadways, but also make it such that the electric company can get to work to restore power to our residents.
Yeah, it'll be a massive undertaking and one that's going to take some time, as you pointed out. So folks need to be aware of that and be prepared for that as this storm continues to ramp up in intensity and approach. That's Brett Smiley, the mayor of the city of Providence, Rhode Island. Thanks for joining us on Fox Weather.
Thank you.
We've talked about some of the parking bans, the travel bans. These are some of the numbers through Tuesday. These are flights, the amount of flight disruptions, more than 5,000 delays. The number of canceled flights from today through Tuesday is approaching 9,000. Huge numbers, huge impacts to air travel. And that is no question, not just today, not just tomorrow or Tuesday, going to ripple its way all the way across the country. The New York City travel ban starts tonight at 9 p.m. JetBlue, American Airlines, Delta, Southwest, United, and others offering some travel waivers because of this storm. So you see numbers like that. Even if you're not trying to fly to any of the places impacted by this blizzard, your travel may be impacted. You should check in with your carrier, maybe use some of those waivers to make some adjustments to your overall plans. We've got Amtrak also planning for service adjustments for much of the Northeast corridor. So a lot of people use that, and a lot of people may not be able to use that for a stretch here. We just got this in, coming from the Storm Prediction Center, mesoscale discussion. This is something you most typically see. You've seen it this winter, no question, because it's been an impressive one, but typically, when we've got shaded areas like this, it's related to severe weather, which this is just in a wintry sense. They're indicating, though, this whole swath, both sides of the Delaware River to the shore, just south, looks like Staten Island's getting clipped, New York City metro area, for all intents and purposes, you can include in this, all the way down to the Delmarva, 1 to 2 inch per hour snow ongoing. So they're saying, yeah, that's what's happening in this ban. And that's the one we've been telling you that's pivoting in, impacting places like the Jersey Shore and all of these spots. So the point being, when you have giant snow totals in the forecast, to get there, you need rates like that, which is very heavy snow for extended durations. That's exactly what's going on, and that has considerable impacts across the board, but most certainly with travel. The misery map, all that red, those meters are cranking up. I think it was for LaGuardia, 90% of flights tomorrow canceled, probably going to trend up. We saw with the nor'easter last month, LaGuardia was closed for a period of time. Yeah, there you go. Airport delay forecast for Monday, everywhere included in those winter weather alerts, red. Major delays can be expected. Into Tuesday, the airport delay forecast, this would be for weather that's occurring. A little skeptical that these airports will be able to get back on track come Tuesday. This is probably something that's going to take most of this week ahead because of this, the canceled flights over the next couple days. You look at JFK, LaGuardia, Newark, those are all up 1,200 to almost 1,600. Logan in Boston, more than 1,250 flights canceled. This is going to be a bit of a travel nightmare rolling on through the next several days. Now, Fox Weather will be with you through it, right throughout this historic nor'easter. That's a live picture from Philly as more of the snow continues to pivot its way in. We've got live team coverage up and down the path of the storm. Keep it right here with us all night on Fox Weather for our continuous live coverage.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system. Evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat. An orthopedic designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com or call 1-800-258-3998. Order right now and your shipping is free. CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. Thanks for being with us at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. We're tracking this historic nor'easter bombing out just off the East Coast. It's about a beam or due east of the mouth of the Chesapeake, bringing dangerous blizzard conditions to more than 40 million people. So you see that, the orange. Big number, 40 million. That's the I-95 corridor, effectively the whole thing. The storm impacts 12 to 24 inches of snow plus. We may see some spots exceed that. Wind gusts that may well exceed 70 miles per hour. The combination of heavy snow and wind leads to reduced visibility, and that's what we're concerned about with blizzard conditions. Check that out, too, live updates. You got BVD. He was live in Manasquan as the blizzard conditions begin. You got snow sticking now in Midtown Manhattan with the healthiest snow band yet. approaching from the south and east. So that's a little sneak peek of the live blog on foxweather.com and on the app. Excellent resource for everything that's happening in the right now. A nice spot to find everything. So you see Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey, right side of the screen, left side, an intensifying winter storm. And this one, unfortunately, as we call it, the blizzard of 2026, anytime you got blizzard in a year, it means it was the biggest of the year. And this one may be the biggest for New York, for instance, since 2017, which was the city's all-time snow. There's Ocean City, New Jersey. The boardwalk is now entirely snow-covered. Some of those footprints, tire tracks, starting to get covered up. And we just saw something interesting come in from the SPC. We were showing you a mesoscale discussion that they put out. They said conditions, blizzard. So basically the start of blizzard conditions in some of these places with some snow rates that may be maybe 1 to 2 inches of snow. Let's get out to the Jersey Shore. We got the whole state under a statewide blizzard warning, first time in almost 30 years. You see someone blowing around out there. Norcast Media Group CEO, Nor'easter Nick Pittman joins us now. Those winds appear as though they're cranking up, Nick.
It is insane out here. It's like snownado going on. That a highly technical term I could use to describe what's going on right now.
Yeah.
It is stupid cold, all right? It is just insanely windy. Right now, we must have gusts to around 45 to 50 miles an hour in this wind tunnel that I'm in. And the snow is starting to really pile up. And as we have that mesoscale banding through the course of this evening, you're really going to start to see, as soon as that sun is down, you're going to have 1, 2, 3 inches, and it's going to continue to pile up in that fashion overnight. I just looked at the SPC meso analysis. It looks like our low is down to like 998 or 998 or 997 rather. So the storm is definitely undergoing bombogenesis. So for the folks out there that are unaware of that, I know it sounds like a big scary word, but it's not. It just means that it's a rapid intensifying low. And as that continues to deepen, the winds are going to continue to pick up. So right now, this is not the peak of the storm. We're expecting that to come at 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning and last into tomorrow morning's commute, which, of course, there won't be a morning commute. There's going to be no school. There's going to be a lot of businesses closed and whatnot. But right now, the snow is kind of just pelting me in the face. It's really an interesting feeling for sure. I haven't done this in a very, very long time. Usually I'm just in my studio watching other people do this, but it's definitely a lot of fun. Just a couple safety tips that we want to reiterate out there. One, if you have an older home that has one of those furnace exhausts that are close to the ground, we are expecting pretty much a baseline of about 1 foot of snow. So that will easily cover that up. So you can get CO2 to get back up into your home. That's one. Number two, obviously with the increased wind speeds and the intensity and the density of the snow and the weight of it, that's going to be bringing down branches and limbs and power lines. And that is what is going to cause some power outages. So have your devices charged, have your batteries ready, your candles. And then finally, be a good neighbor. Check up on your elderly neighbors, especially those with health conditions, because let's be honest, you are not going to be able to leave your house in many cases for a couple days. I hope you definitely stocked up and you were ready.
Yeah, and you consider that you might be stuck at home, and in many spots, power could be out when we consider some of the winds, some of what you've been feeling right there. Nick, what did you make of that mesoscale discussion that came out concerning ... blizzard? An MD that is pretty rare around these parts as of late.
It really is. But you know what? It is plain and simple and to the point. It just reiterates and reinforces what we've been talking about for the past 48 hours. And, folks really need to take this seriously. It's not us trying to hype it or blow it out of proportion. It's really for your safety. If you don't have to be on the roads, if you're not a first responder, you're not an essential personnel, you should be staying home, watching Fox Weather, reading a book by the fire, that is the perfect place to be. Of course, I'm the biggest hypocrite there is, but you want to take it as slow and steady as possible, board game night, that kind of stuff. But absolutely, when you see a discussion like that, it kind of perks your ears up a little, because I don't remember seeing anything like that since like 2010. And that was the first blizzard of my career that I actually covered. So, it's going to be nasty out there. I had a couple comments of viewers saying, "Oh, it looks like it slowed down at my house a little bit." Oh, just wait. All right? And it's going to be a French toast freak out as we go into tomorrow morning. I hope you have the supplies for that.
Oh, yeah. and as you said, it feels like do as I say, not as I do. But the point is you're out there to get the message out so people can see it, eyeball test, and not want to be out in that because it won't be safe. Look at that wind. Hey.
I think my eyelashes are freezing.
They'll thaw out. No problem. We got to get you some of the racquetball glasses that Bob Van Dillen has off to your door.
Yeah, come on. Hey, he gave me his pen, but he doesn't have glasses for me. Come on.
You got to work toward that. In time. I'm still working.
Yeah.
I've got glasses like Wild Thing from Major League, but we'll be checking in with you.
Still good luck.
Really appreciate the report. That's Nor'easter Nick.
Of course.
Digital meteorologist Nor'easter Nick Pittman. Let's go from New Jersey up to New York, out Long Island. There's a live picture from Montauk. Wind-driven snow already. We know that we got that travel ban for New York City. That starts at 9 p.m. But for commuters out Long Island Railroad suspending service at 1 a.m. So into tonight, you got to get to where you're going to be for this storm. Long Island expected to see up to 24 inches, couple feet. They're expecting what could be 2, maybe 3 feet of inundation in some of the more vulnerable spots along the coastline. Let's get out there to Fox Weather storm specialist Mike Seidel. He joins us live from Montauk, way out Long Island. I was thinking about this, Mike. BVD, he's in Manasquan. Anytime he's in Manasquan, the weather is terrible. No peninsula in this country is safe from Mike Seidel. You were in the Arrowhead region, which is like a peninsula-y a little bit. This is a giant peninsula. You're at the tip of it. You can expect some terrible weather inbound.
And I look back at my log back to the mid-90s, and I've been doing live shots on networks since then. And this is the first time I've covered 2 blizzards this close together, 5 days apart. The one in Minnesota, up on the North Shore Lake Superior, 24 to 38 inches. We were on the air with you Wednesday and Thursday, and now here in Montauk. And to put it in perspective, we're about 120 miles, just about due east from where you're sitting in Midtown at Avenue of the Americas. So it's on a good day, well, a 2-hour drive, even on a good day, impossible. Yesterday, coming out on the Bell Parkway, it was touch and go, but glad to be back here. This is, I think, my second time here for winter. I've been here more than a few times for tropical weather, including tropical storms and hurricanes. The snow just kicking in about a half an hour ago, so we're just getting a coating here, and we're basically on the highest point in Montauk. We're up here at the Manor. This hotel's been around for about 100 years, and we're looking down towards the harbor, and now we've lost the water. We can still see the lights of some of the buildings in the distance as the visibility comes down now to about a mile to a mile and a half, and it's sticking pretty good. Our temperature now 32. Islip has had snowfall for an hour or so. They're at 31. Visibility 3/4 of a mile. As far as the winds go, this ain't nothing. I mean, if you tune in later tonight when we're on, as we get close to midnight, but tomorrow morning, things are going to be rocking up here. We're talking wind gusts to hurricane force, which would be 74 miles an hour, maybe even higher at the Montauk reporting station. We may get a gust out here to 80 miles an hour. Highest gust I've seen in the general area is the buoy south of Islip off the South Shore, and their peak gust so far is 40 miles an hour. That is over the open water. But as this storm bombs out, Ian, the winds are going to ratchet up very quickly. And I checked the forecast, and we talk about bombogenesis being 24 millibars in 24 hours. That's the minimum to verify. But this particular storm is going to do that in 12 hours. In 12 hours. So that's incredible strengthening, and all that pressure drop means the wind's going to wrap around the storm and throw the moisture back in the cold air and set up banding. And the key to where we get the higher snowfall totals is based on the banding on the northwest side of the storm, whether it's going to be New York City, parts of Long Island, Providence, how about the Cape, the South Shore down towards Situate? It remains to be seen, but generally here we're thinking at least a foot to a foot and a half of snowfall from the blizzard of 2026.
So, Mike, I pulled up the map where you are. You're awfully close to a golf course, but it looks like you could probably hit driver and hit the end of the line for the Long Island Railroad, which is going to shut down tonight. How do you expect, I hope folks are getting this message. You mentioned on a good day the challenge to get out there. It's going to be awfully challenging or impossible to move around parts of Long Island next couple days.
Yeah, whether you're on Highway 27 that gets you out to the Hamptons and here in Montauk or the Grand Central Parkway, the winds are going to be basically blowing across it. Maybe not perpendicular, but northeast, north, and northwest behind the storm through tomorrow night. Tomorrow is basically one of those days you want to sit tight, unless it's an emergency, as the mayor said in New York City, unless it's an emergency, do not go out. Even on e-bikes, just stay home or, do the foot traffic. Get your steps in, say, in Midtown or in Central Park. And out here, again, this is the off-season. The year-round population is several thousand people. It's not very crowded. A lot of businesses are not open right now because it is the off-season, but everybody is ready for the big storm. But as you notice, the snow is barely moving horizontally. We get a little gust of wind, but as we go through this evening, you'll notice the change in the composition and the direction. It'll just be going boom. Now, that's east, that's north, so we have the big hotel, which goes up about 7 or 8 stories at its peak. So we're going to get a little blocking from the wind, but it may also swirl around, Ian, as we get into later tonight and tomorrow morning, and we'll just see how it plays out, and we'll put ourselves in a safe position, but also in a position to give you an idea of just how strong these winds are. And remember, temperatures about 29 or 30 or 31. It's a heavy, wet snow, and with wind gusts over 70 miles an hour, there's going to be power outages out here on the island. That's pretty much a given. But the big difference with this storm is the fact that afterwards, we're not going into the deep freeze. We're going to be warming up into the 30s and then even into the 40s. And I think even in New York City, mid to late week, we'll get some rainfall. So those nasty snow piles that you guys have been staring at in Midtown, well, we're going to get some nasty snow piles, but they're not going to stick around as long as they did from that January storm. That's almost a given that it's not going to be a big cold air mass coming in, the polar plunge, for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's crucial. None of the disgusting glaciers that we've had around last several weeks. That's going to be some vantage point right there as we watch your coverage, Mike. We're looking forward to it. The blizzard of 2026, or as Mike Seidel described it, my second blizzard this week. So, Mike, a day in the life,
nice.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you again soon.
B squared,
Thank
baby.
you.
B squared.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Fox Weather with you all night long throughout this historic nor'easter and beyond. That's the live look from Ocean City, New Jersey. More of that snow piling up on the boardwalk. A whole lot more to come. And we've got live team coverage up and down the path of this storm. Keep it right here on Fox Weather and Fox News Channel. We got a simulcast coming up through the overnight hours. Analysis and coverage you can't find anywhere else. Stay with us.
Hurricane Ian, we lost power for 14 straight days, and that was devastating. We're about 9.5 miles from the Gulf, and obviously the impact of being so close to the Gulf has impacts on weather and storms and that type of thing. When the power goes off, you lose power to everything, refrigeration, air conditioning, anything that you're running in your home. It wasn't a life that I wanted to continue to have for my wife and my family, so you need to be prepared all the time. At that point, we made some decisions. We bought a full house Generac standby generator. I get kind of emotional when I talk about this. Obviously, having peace of mind is extremely important. When we first moved in here, I had a heart attack. And it was important for me to be able to make sure that everything worked for us, even if I wasn't here. I was in the hospital for over 2 months, a rehab hospital and whatnot. And it was important to me to know that my wife would be taken care of in case I wasn't here.
Now, when you went over to Generac, they said, we're going to take care of everything. Walk me through how easy this is to use and what you're seeing with this generator.
They came out, they sized the generator to the house, to our needs for the amount of power that was needed and necessary, and they determined that at 22 kW would run everything, including the pool, all the refrigeration, and the air conditioning, which was important to us.
What made you choose Generac and choose the one that is standby and not just the portable one?
When the storm approaches and we lose power, the generator automatically comes on. You don't have to go outside to turn any switches. You don't have to flip anything in your panel at all. It's all automatic. It just didn't make sense to carry lug gas back and forth. The standby generator makes an awful lot of sense to me. When we didn't have a full house generator, we lost power for 14 straight days, had to rely on our neighbors and friends to use their showers. We cooked on an outdoor charcoal grill, and it was awful. It was terrible. We weren't able to live our normal lives without the generator. With having the full house generator, we were able to cook all our meals. We were able to keep everything refrigerated. We didn't lose anything in the home whatsoever. Having peace of mind is extremely important. Power used to be one of the first things on my mind when a storm was coming. Now it's not on my mind at all.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-301-4791.
Welcome back to Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. This historic nor'easter bombing out off the East Coast. This is going to be a bona fide blizzard up and down the I-95 corridor. There are more than 40 million people included in blizzard warnings, and we're starting to see some of those conditions creeping on up, as indicated by the Storm Prediction Center, starting over the next 1 to 3 hours. I mean, we're already in snow, an impressive snow, but for a pure blizzard where you need 3 hours worth of winds, sustained or frequently gusting to 35 miles per hour, and visibility down to a quarter of a mile, that's the type of conditions that you need for it to be official. That's Dylan's pulling up our blizzard tracker.
Central Park, yep.
That's Central Park now reporting near blizzard conditions. So things have worsened considerably across the New York City metro area. And we've been talking about some of these brighter reflectivity values pivoting in. Central Park's down to 3/4 of a mile visibility. So there you go. We're starting to approach that criteria. And once it begins, it doesn't end as we move forward through the evening, the overnight, and for a place like New York, at least through the early part of the day tomorrow. So this is causing a bit of a travel nightmare already. We just got a new bulletin in. If you're following along on our Fox Weather blog, you can find that on the website or the Fox Weather app. The number of disrupted flights from now through Tuesday has exceeded 14,000, which includes almost entire shutdowns of places like LaGuardia. More than 90% of flights there canceled tomorrow. Logan has some considerable issues, too. We may see complete shutdowns of these airports working into Monday. So there's a live picture. Boston, 35 degrees. They're still waiting on it. There's the TD Garden off on the right side of the screen, Zachem Bridge. Traffic's moving around. Everybody's getting ready for a generational storm to work its way in. So let's get out there. Those flight cancellations, as I mentioned, racking up at Boston Logan International Airport. Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell joins us now live from Boston. Brandy, last year you saw it's like 10 to 12 inches of snow in New Orleans. That was obviously very unexpected. You're in a place where we get storms like this, but these will be amounts that could be in excess of double that. What was it like getting there? I mean, I think you flew in last night. That was probably the right move.
Ian, just booking a flight yesterday and trying to get here, it was very chaotic. Flights were selling out. Maybe some of those flights were also being canceled at the same time. Prices were just flying high, just trying to get around. It was a tough day. I had some delays. And of course, now we know just across the Northeast, airports are having a lot of issues. Over 14,000 delays, cancellations through Tuesday. And the storm hasn't even hit us here in Boston. So we're just still, a couple, maybe a few hours away from feeling those impacts of a crippling nor'easter that is just on our tail here. In Boston, we are officially in our blizzard warning. If you're closer to the coast, you could experience those wind gusts up in the 70-mile-per-hour range. And on top of that, of course, we're going to be dealing with some heavy wet snow. We could see maybe up to 2 feet of snow here in Boston, but if you were going just south of where we are, think about maybe Plymouth, they could see up to 3 feet of snow. So this is going to be a very impressive snow event here. Now in Boston, we are under a snow emergency. No surprise there. They also have a parking ban that is in effect. So right now, they are going to be sweeping the streets along those snow routes to make sure drivers are not parked there. They'll get a ticket and towed if they are. The city also has 900 plows, spreaders, and other equipment that's available for their response. And public schools here in Boston, they've already canceled their classes for Monday.
I can't stress this enough. We have not seen forecasted snowfall rates like this in a long time. Coupled with the blowing and drifting snow, we can lose a road really quickly in these conditions. One vehicle stuck on a hill or a highway ramp can have cascading consequences.
And the mayor here in Boston, she said today, it's been nonstop for them this winter since the end of January when they got almost 2 feet of snow, or around 2 feet of snow to fall in this area. And since then, their crews, they've been working to clear this snow and even melt some of it. And much of it is still on the ground. It's just been cold here in Boston. They've had over 43 inches of snow so far this season, and this is just going to add on top of it. Take a listen to what one visitor had to say.
With all the snow that's still here, it is concerning about what the city's going to do with the snow. Like, they have a hard enough time with this every storm. Like, I don't know where they're going to put this. If we get 2 feet like they're saying, it's going to be rough on the city.
All right, so we'll be keeping an eye out for the impacts. We're just starting our live shots here in Boston, but I'm going to be live going into the overnight hours as this progresses, as things, think about the airport, continue to get worse. As I mentioned, over 14,000 cancellations and delays through Tuesday. We know the state, of course, they're doing their thing to respond. The governor actually activating the Massachusetts National Guard so they can go ahead and do their response to help with any just issues that residents are having and bringing in supplies as well. So a big storm on the way here in the New England area. Back to you.
Brandy, my parents were telling me the snow piles there weren't as far along in that melting process as what we've had going on in New York. We can see them behind you, and they're about to be much more giant come the next 12, 24 hours and beyond. That's Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell in Boston. Thank you. Fox Weather is here with you all night long throughout this historic nor'easter. We've got live team coverage up and down the path of the storm. The live coverage will continue. Check out that look dreary in New York City with those very low visibilities. Coming up a little bit later this evening, Steve Bender, Ari Sarsalari, 8 to 11 p.m. And then overnight tonight, complete continuous coverage. Fox Weather teaming up with Fox News Channel, pooling all of our resources to provide you with the best coverage possible. You can find Fox News' Molly Line and our own Britta Merwin. They'll be with you from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Stay with us. More Fox Weather when we come right back.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Pack from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system. Evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat. An orthopedic designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Pack from CopperFit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxpack.com or call 1-800-258-3998 Order right now and your shipping is free. Copperfit. Feel the difference.
Right now on Fox Weather, a historic blizzard roaring up the East Coast, bringing more than 2 feet of snow and 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts to millions along the I-95 corridor. I'm Ian Oliver. Thank you for being here with us for our continuous coverage of this historic storm, the blizzard of 2026, still in its early stages. This is going to be one for the books, one to be remembered. So let's get you some of the latest details as they stand. And you can follow along with these and get all of the latest information on the Fox Weather Live blog. Blizzard warnings in effect for more than 40 million people. This stretches something more than 700 miles from the Delmarva Peninsula all the way up to down East Maine. 6 states have issued states of emergency. That's from Delaware up through Massachusetts. The Massachusetts DOT begins travel restrictions impacting all commercial trucks, and power outages are picking up. We just got some new numbers in. New Jersey last hour was about 2,000 customers. Now it's up to 8,500 customers just over the past 90 minutes. So an indication that even through the early stages of this storm, it's going to be very impactful. We've got wall-to-wall live coverage that'll continue tonight through tomorrow. Our crews fanned out across the entire path of this storm. The Jersey Shore all the way up through Massachusetts, and you'll see a combined effort from our storm trackers, our storm specialist Mike Seidel, Fox News reporters, correspondents, and our own correspondents and meteorologists, leveraged with the support of our affiliates, including New York, Philly, and D.C. So we're going to show you as many of these pictures from this historic storm as possible the next day and beyond. Rare blizzard warnings now for more than 40 million people. The whole I-95 corridor, it's the most densely populated spot in the country. There's New York. Empire State Building still coming through. You can just barely see it. We had actually just checked on the visibility out at Central Park. They're reporting 3/4 of a mile and near blizzard conditions. So that's been starting to ramp up in intensity. And this, let's show you a quick look here, live radar. It's as classic as it gets. As this storm starts to get its legs and build out its structure, you've got these temperatures which are marginal. They're right at the freezing mark and just south of it. So this is going to be a heavy, wet snow. Part of what's going on here, you've got Atlantic City, Wildwood, New Jersey, reporting heavy snow and 33 degrees. It's the storm ramping up in intensity. The vertical motion in here is so impressive in some of these developing bands that as that air rises, it expands out, it cools, a process called dynamic cooling that cools the entire column. And that's how you can get snow in a situation like that. Interior spots, Mount Pocono, you're well down below freezing. And these were those visibilities that I was talking about. Atlantic City. If you were with us, we checked in with Nor'easter Nick. He was in Atlantic City. Half a mile visibility now. 3/4, as I mentioned, out at Central Park. And East Hampton's down to a mile. We're going to be checking in with Mike Seidel, our storm specialist. He's out Montauk, a tip of Long Island. And he's in an elevated spot, one we're thinking going to see some pretty serious conditions rolling on through tonight and into tomorrow. This zoomed-in look on radar, you saw what it looked like in New York right now, 3/4 of a mile of visibility. It is about to worsen considerably. So you look closely at this, some of those brighter blues indicating heavier snow rates. This band right here, it was actually indicated by the Storm Prediction Center. They had put out a mezzo. It extends off to the south and west down this way, too, highlighting that as the start, effectively, of blizzard conditions. And while you're in that band, it'll be near blizzard or blizzard proper when we're talking about visibility down to 1/4 of a mile and sustained winds of at least 35 miles per hour or frequently gusting up to that mark. You got to do that for 3 hours for it to be an official blizzard. 3 hours isn't going to be a problem with this one. This has got some staying power, long duration, and it's part of the reason from the southern tip of the Delmarva to down East Maine. It's something like 720 miles as the crow flies, sprawling coverage of these blizzard warnings. Entire states included, Delaware, Jersey, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, and most of all the adjacent ones included in those blizzard warnings too. Our exclusive Fox weather model, when you imagine what a nor'easter, what a pure northeast blizzard looks like, it's this. And yes, we had seen that in the forecast models earlier in the week. The GFS, the American model, was the first one on board. It was kind of discarded as the outlier because there weren't really any forecast models, any other ones that were suggesting anything as intense as this. Well, the GFS with this one was on it, and all the other ones came in line. And this is the consequences come tomorrow morning. Powerful area of low pressure. Intensity-wise, much more intense and closer to the coastline as compared to what we saw back in January, which is why with this heavy wet snow, that's another contrast. We were in the deep freeze with that January nor'easter. It was this very light, powdery snow. This isn't that. This is heavy, wet snow, and a ton of it that will be wind-driven. So for all those reasons, power outages, trees, the weight, the power lines, the power outages become much more of a concern and likely much more widespread. And then as we roll forward through the day tomorrow, you notice the balance of the day, especially I-95, call it Jersey and points north, we're close enough still in proximity where it's still dumping snow, and the wind, the closer you get to that area of low pressure, the wind is cranking up. And at the immediate coastline, where it's coming off the Atlantic, relatively speaking, a frictionless surface, they're going to be screaming. Places like coastal Massachusetts, Cape Cod, the islands, we're talking about wind gusts that could exceed 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. These are going to be damaging winds. You do see the forecast model there in Nantucket. National Weather Service bulletin, they had said up to about 75 miles per hour. So all of this tracks when you consider impacts are top of the list, high as they get from a coastal storm. That's why we're saying in most of these cities, this has the look of a top 10, maybe a top 5 snowstorm on record. And these are old Northeast cities with the reliable weather records that go back to the latter half of the 1800s. This in through here, all of that red for most of those coastal areas, especially that I was mentioning, those are widespread power outages that are expected. And when the power outages are widespread, you consider the wind that's causing those and the heavy snow, for crews to get out and even begin the process of restoring power, that's probably not going to happen tomorrow. One, the roads are going to be impassable. The wind is still up, so utility crews can't get up in the bucket to even start tying the lines back up and repairing some of the poles. If your power goes out, all of that to say, it's likely going to be extended. If you've been with us, which we're going to hear from him, we're going to run some of his comments coming up in just a moment. We talked with the mayor of Providence, Rhode Island, and the utility there, it's a statewide power utility. They had said it's probably, your power goes out, it's probably the work week that you're going to be without it. So, yeah, just know that that's what we're expecting here as this area of low pressure. Dylan's queuing up the water vapor, and you can see this is a moisture-laden system. Let's talk about some of those coastal effects, too, because that's what's getting lost in this. Number one, top billing is these giant snow totals. We know some places in Massachusetts could get 2 to 3 feet. A lot of the chatter is about that. The wind, too, with those gusts, 50, 60 plus miles per hour. In some of these places, we're expecting coastal flooding, significant beach erosion, and the shoreline structures, they take a beating. Moderate coastal flooding with inundation up to about 3 feet. So we're talking about, if this was a tropical storm, we'd call it storm surge, a rise of water above normally dry ground at high tide of up to 3 feet. Only thing that's saving us a little bit, and it's why this is not to take the hazard out, this is a serious danger with this storm. We're right in between, almost halfway in between the new moon and the full moon. So the astronomical tides, effectively, the moon's not helping out with the sun's gravitational pull. They're not working together to generate the highest astronomical tides of the month. In fact, they're at a minimum at this point. So this is all the blizzard all the storm pushing this water into the coastline. And that is a good thing because moderate flooding is still forecast, and we've got these coastal flood warnings as a result. A couple of these gauges right in there, the Delaware Bay, showing the possibility of major flooding. So this is considerable with that forcing of water into the coastline. The wave heights, these will be cranking up at 8 feet offshore as we move forward through this evening and into the overnight. This is a good proxy of the intensity of the storm. It's not breaking waves to the coastline at this scale, but look at that out in the Atlantic. Get out to the continental shelf and beyond. You've got swell up to 36 feet. Giant waves as this storm continues to just explode in intensity tonight. Fox Weather is going to be with you every step of the way. We get this travel ban in New York City that goes into effect at 9 p.m. all throughout this historic nor'easter. Until this storm is done, we're going to be with you live on the air, continuous coverage. We've got a giant team to pull that off. You're looking at many great folks out in the field, our affiliates, some of the correspondents from Fox News Channel. Will be a simulcast occurring through the overnight hours tonight. Britta Merwin, Britta being joined by Fox News' Molly Line, Steve Bender, Ari Sarsolari. They'll have you later this evening, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. A full day of coverage tomorrow, which will be necessary because we got a full day of impacts. Keep it right here with us on Fox Weather.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you